remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Curry gets Doncic again. Screened by Draymond. Curry gets Lively again.
He wants the three.
Yes, he does. Backs up, shoots a deep three over Lively. It's good! It's good!
And he got the three that he was looking for. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Bobby Roberto Belt, Cowboys Insider. We got Peyton. Caitlin thanked me as I was walking in for the ick. I said, excuse me, what'd you say? The ick. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Apparently, Bobby to me to Spittle to Caitlin. I said, you're in the other room behind the glass. How'd I get you sick? Take a day off. But she's like, no, I got to go ahead and power through it. So something is traveling around as the holiday season comes upon us.
Yes, it does. I mean, it happens. The time change gets Bobby all in a good mood, and the weather change gets you sick.
Yeah.
And the seasonal change in the spring, when I start mowing the lawn, that's when I get it.
Movid.
So I get the Movid. So thankfully, right now, knock on Corian as we are here, I have stayed away, but everybody else gets sick, and this is the time.
Is that the Mavs' excuse for late in games? Are they just are they? Do they have the ick? Is it people getting sick for them?
No, they got the kid. Actually, they got the Doncic, which we're gonna have to get to at 7:00. What is wrong with Luka?
Fourth quarter, Luka.
He hasn't played a full game this year. Like he either can't shoot for the first three quarters, and all of a sudden it's turned on in the fourth, or he'll play well. Like, he played really well for them first three quarters of the game. He was the offense. He was awesome.
Yeah.
And then he just it was like he was gassed and just like nothing left.
Of course, the big story last night, Clay's return to California. It was an awesome moment heading in. They got all the staff in the building to put on the captain's hat since Clay has this love of boating. So that was really cool to see him go in, the emotional tribute beforehand. And he hit 6 threes, scored 22 points. I thought the Mavs were going to get run early on, but the Warriors improved to 9-2. Mavs fall to 5-6 with a clutch Steph 3 to put the Mavs night-night.
Yeah, that was a very disappointing fourth quarter for the Mavericks, especially for Luka. And I got he was 4 of 15 in the fourth quarter of the last 3 games. 4 of 15 in the fourth quarter shooting. Look, I mean, it's San Francisco fans, so I don't expect anything different. But I love the video tribute they did for Clay.
Warrior fans are awesome.
Warrior fans are awesome, but everybody who put that hat on last night and wore it all game, y'all, the people in that building who wore that hat, if you are one of those Warrior fans and you wore that hat the entire game for an opposing player, you are the reason for the chair in the corner of the hotel room.
Oh,
that's what you are.
Simpish behavior?
That's what you are. If you wore a hat of an opposing player for an entire game, you want to take the hat, bring it home, fine. During that game, not until he retires. Not when he's trying to beat you.
I heard some boos for him when he a little smattering when he went to the free throw line to get the first 2 points of the game.
Yeah, I mean, look, what do you want him to do? You want him to wear the hat, Chop, or you want him to do the St. Louis Cardinals bit and take it off and tip it.
So you can tip the hat.
The whole time.
Just take the hat, bring it in, tip it, and then sit on it for the rest of the game. You can't wear the hat of another player.
It's clay, and it's this useless NBA cup, which still is the dumbest thing in existence. It's so stupid.
10 games in.
Adam Silver continues to be the worst commissioner in professional sports. It's a dumb idea. The court change looks stupid. I think all of it's just idiotic.
Well, look, there's a lot of Mavs freak out right now. I'm going to go opposite with it. You lost the last 3 games against Phoenix, Denver, and Golden State by 6 points.
Solid teams.
You're playing with these teams. You're really, really close. You still have a lot of new pieces. Jason Kidd has brought out the flamethrower to some of their new role players, which we'll get to in a little bit, but I'm not freaking out. And Luka's not playing great whatsoever.
Right.
So I'm not freaking out. You've been right there. You're barely losing to 3 really good teams.
And that's the thing. They're 3 really good teams. And a lot of these games, I mean, all of them could have gone anyway. You've got to, at the end of the day, the Mavs are they know they're going to make the postseason. You know, the fact that they're middling around 511 games in doesn't matter. They know they're going to make the playoffs. You've just got to beat the bad teams. When you beat the bad teams, you're going to wind up having a good enough record, and then you hope that you figure it out. Like they did last year. You know, they figured it out late in the season.
They're just blowing it, though. And what I don't like is it's a little bit of, you mentioned it's these good teams, and they're playing close games, but it's like these finishes against good teams, they're failing in those tight margins when it gets late. The Denver game the other night, they're up, and Clay or Kyrie and Luka both take really bad shots. Denver goes down and finishes it up. Last night, you can't get anything out of Luka.
Were they up 7 with like 4 minutes left?
Oh yeah.
I'm
glad you mentioned that, because I know the exact moment they lost this game, when the universe stepped in and said, "Nope, this is not happening. Golden State's winning this game." And it's when Daniel Gafford got an and one and made whatever the hell noise this was.
The other way, the spin by Curry, the drive by Irving, and the finish inside Gafford.
Dang.
What the hell was that? And they
Sounded like Herb Street's dog.
they get maybe a week ago.
That's like Yeller from G-Bag.
But no, that was whatever that was. They get outscored. They get outscored 15
Don't
to
replay
5.
that. Don't. Simone.
They get outscored 15 to 5 after Daniel Gafford finishes whatever he did there.
He finished.
Yeah, he did.
Man, that's what you were sitting at home. You heard that.
I heard that. I was like, I'm sending that to Peyton.
Klay Thompson on his return, the tribute video, and all the emotion.
It was a really cool experience. I appreciate the fans very much. The captain's hat ended up being a great touch. So I'm such a passionate boater, and I saw a lot of familiar faces in the crowd. That was a warm-hearted feeling. So it was really cool to see the fans, their gratitude towards myself, and something I will never take for granted. So it was very, very awesome.
Steph, of course, steals the show, scoring the final 12 points. He had a personal 10-0 run. I love him. I know RJ's got his mouth guard issue, but
still great.
I'm thinking about, Brady leaving, LeBron leaving, and I was sitting there watching that last night, and I was like, I may miss Steph the most because there's no unlikability to him. He's so damn fun. He's still a physical marvel with what he was able to do. I was even going back to the Davidson days in my own mind, and I'm like, keep playing, man. Please stay healthy and please keep playing, because he's out here on a team that many of us had written off, and they are 9-2, and he is still the freaking man. I think he still will end up being all-time underrated when it's all said and done. I was trying to match up him and Luka. I was like, who's going to end up all-time better in my mind moving forward? And I feel like Steph is going to get slighted way on down the road.
He's awesome.
He'll be on the top of the cool rankings, top of the revolutionary rankings. I just wonder, just in terms of the all-time great players, where he's going to end up.
He's awesome, and I love him. I did for a second, and it happens. I did for a second go, oh, I hate this guy. As soon as he did the night, and then the just stank face yelling at the crowd and like, yeah, this is our house. And like, there was a little bit of that moment where it was like, okay, you can retire. I don't give a damn.
We're all wearing somebody else's hat.
I will say he played 35 minutes last night. This was a 3-point game. In 35 minutes, Steph Curry was plus 24.
Oh.
It was a plus 24 when Curry was on the floor. Wow. So that means in that 13 minutes, that's the entire gap that the Mavericks were able to close.
What was it like for Clay to go up against his former splash bro?
Well, it was fun to match up with Steph. I mean, we guarded each other plenty of times in practice with Team USA camps and All-Star games. So a real competitive NBA game. It was pretty surreal, but after a few minutes, it was just basketball. And then, it hurts to be on the other side of one of his flurries. Guy got hot at the end and made some ridiculous shots. I know I've been on the other end and it sucks. But like I said before, I think we play them 3 more times, so hopefully we can learn from it and learn their tendencies a little better. But it sucks because this was a big game for the Cup, so something we just got to digest.
No!
Yeah, pool play.
No.
We're 0-1 in pool play. I don't know how we're going to survive this one.
No, Clay. Everything was fine. Everything was awesome till you went there.
Leave him back in California. Just fly back without him.
Another return last night that I was really paying attention to. I wanted to see how the Sixers crowd was going to welcome Embiid. This was Joel Embiid's first game of his disastrous.
Man.
They're like the Cowboys of the NBA with what a disaster and mess that has been.
Maybe the NBA Cup does mean something then. I mean, he pinpointed, targeted this for his return.
I was like, I would have bet money he would have returned on the road. I would have bet money, stay away from the Philly crowd. It was not too harsh there in the beginning. They end up losing to the Knicks, but I could not take that court. That was the court that my eyes were hurting over. All blue. Like, is it Boise State who has it?
Yeah. The blue field. They're all, I think all the courts that they've run out here this stretch are either...
Golden State's wasn't bad.
Golden State's wasn't bad.
It's super muted. Either it's like, okay, what's even the point? Or it's just tacky as hell. Everything about the IST, as we call it here in the sport, is just tacky and obnoxious and pointless. And
I think the numbers were higher for it last year, so you can keep saying pointless and keep making fun of Adam Silver. I think it did provide a boost for their ratings, so they did succeed from that standpoint. We don't care about it. We're rolling our eyes, but I think the numbers were up.
Yeah.
Maybe I'd change if I got a banner that I could hang up like the Lakers.
Right, or parade.
And I mean, goodness, like Clay just talking about it there, like, man, this sucks because it really hampers us pursuing the Cup.
They need to just make it tied to like a postseason berth somehow, and not like a stupid fake trophy. And baseball would be better off doing the same type of like in-season thing, but it matters for a postseason berth somehow, some way.
Yeah.
You can't reward someone a playoff berth 10 games in with winning that, but something more meaningful than the stupid fake banners.
Maybe whatever team wins it takes a automatic 1-0 series lead in every one of their playoff runs or whatever.
That's like what the...
what if they don't make the playoffs?
Well, that's a point. That's a point.
Yeah, I mean, you could have it, could you have it toward the close of the season and you just make it something where it's like, okay, if you're already one of the playoff teams, if you're already then you pick up the number 1 seed or something.
But they want the tune in early for people like us who are looking at no Ja, no Zion, no Embiid, no Holmgren, and I'm missing someone else for all these injuries.
No Luka, really.
Middleton.
I'll tell you what I hate is
Middleton hurt again?
I think I saw that yesterday, the day before.
Adam Silver approaching it with the idea of like, because he said it specifically what he wants with it. He wants it to be more like the European soccer leagues. Like that's he wants that sort of same energy behind it. Like the U.S. has rejected that style of play, that sport in general, here in the United States for decades. They even did it here with the soccer league here in the United States. And remember, you were all confused after Messi. It's like, wait, so Messi's season isn't over? This is the IST or the NBA Cup he's basically playing. I don't know why Silver is so intent on forcing let's force European league style play. Let's try and replicate that here. Well, they've shown you they've rejected that style of play
that
for
has
decades.
More to do with the sport.
Yes,
still.
that too. But it's also just the fact of like we were confused by the MLS doing whatever cup they were in that year.
That's soccer. Soccer is they're accustomed to that. They do it. Their season is basically they play all year except like this time of year. Basically like Thanksgiving, Christmas, and like that's it. That's the only time they're off.
What about 817 says winner gets the number 1 pick in the draft?
Ooh,
I mean,
I'd like it.
Yes.
Well, then, but the only problem there is you're not helping your San Antonios, you're not helping your Orlandos.
Right.
You don't have Boncaro, you don't have Wemby.
Are they pumped that San Antonio and Minnesota have Anthony Edwards and Wembanyama right now?
Well, not.
I mean,
Wemby's coming.
they did fine with LeBron in Cleveland.
I mean, the Golden State Warriors were nothing.
They were nothing.
No one cared about them.
But it's a big market.
It is a big market, but like Miami was never anything special. They're a good market, but baseball considers them a small market.
So the Mavericks lose the return to Golden State with Klay Thompson getting all the emotions out of the way. 877-881-1053. Thank you for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Our best audience of the entire show is right here in the 6 a.m. club. We want you to win our free ticket giveaway. We got the college football kegger with the new rankings coming out at 6:40. We'll chop it up at 8:40. Below the belt and Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. But why all the talk about Deion Sanders taking over the Dallas Cowboys? Inside the Star is next.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
College football playoff rankings, the latest edition coming up at 6:40 in RJ's College Football Kegger, a Tolo ticket giveaway during the 720 commercial-free expressway. And, of course, tomorrow at 8 o'clock, Peyton has booked Rhett Lashley, head coach of the SMU Mustangs. We'll have Babe Laufenberg on the program tomorrow as well. But as we go inside the star here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, why and where are these Deion Sanders rumors coming from? Yesterday, all over television. Is it just opinion? Are people starting to hear whispers? This was Stephen A. Smith, who just a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, said Bill Belichick's the answer. I think someone over at First Take forgot to remind Stephen A. that was his take, and that's what he said. Go and get Bill Belichick. Stephen A. now has a different answer.
I believe that the Dallas Cowboys should tank the rest of the season, get the number 1 overall pick, so you can draft Shedeur Sanders, and by the way, hire primetime Deion Sanders as your head coach for the Dallas Cowboys. I think that should be Jerry Jones's master plan. That's right, I said it. Hire primetime Deion Sanders. You got to tank the season to make sure you can get his son as your quarterback, okay? And you move forward that way.
Well, you don't have to tank. They suck. And Bobby, you look thrown off.
It's called First Take because it's just their first take. They're going to have several after that.
They haven't figured out take number 2, 3, and 4 yet?
Yeah, they'll have other takes after that and adjust it as needed. Yeah, this is stupid. Like, and he knows it's stupid. That's why he said, "That's right, I said it." Because he's sitting there thinking like, "Well, I'm going to say this," and people at home they're going to say, "Did Stephen A. just say that?" And then I'm going to say, "That's right, I said it." Shedeur Sanders in primetime. Oh my goodness, it's going to be what a couple. There's so many other players that, like you mentioned, you don't have to tank. They're bad. They are right now with the quarterback situation they have and the health they have. They are probably one of the 3 worst teams in football. They're that bad.
I was on NBC5.
Well,
and I was trying to come up with the bottom 3, and I kind of forgot New England. Also, Giants, Panthers, us, and then I was like, oh yeah, there's the Patriots as well. So would it be a bottom 4?
I'm like Steve Young. I think the Giants are better than you right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, with Dak not there, then yes.
Given your quarterback situation right now due to injury, you are one of the 3 worst. Look,
Absolutely.
if you talk about, they have these graphs for EPA per play on offense and defense, and they have these little charts that you can look at the X and Y axis, and Dallas is right in the very back corner away from the rest of the NFL, with Carolina as the worst team in the NFL in that. And so, look, I think that there's plenty of players they could take at the top of the draft. Shedeur Sanders would be the last name I would think they would take at the top of the draft, and I don't think they would ever consider hiring Dion.
All right, RJ Choppy, humor me for a second. Let's just get rid of the Shedeur part. Dak Prescott just got $240. It's a $90 million cap hit. Let me argue the opposite way. Could you draft Shedeur and next year just say, we're going to take the $90 million hit? We'll let him transition. It'll be the first year of Troy Aikman. Even if we win 1 game, 2 games, you deal Dak. Is that just suck next year with the cap hit or not be able to add to your football team? I'm just devil's advocate, and the whole cap hit thing is gone. Dealing him, another team paying him that salary, would that now be out the window?
His cap, if you traded him, it would be, I think, $150 million cap hit. Is that what that would be?
Oh, I thought it was 90.
That's his regular cap hit.
What would it be? His 5th year?
You would get all of his guarantees coming to you.
If you trade him, it costs you, you lose $100 million on your cap. If you cut him, this is pre-June 1, obviously. If you cut him, it's $151 million. It's not financial. I mean, that's you lose well over half the salary cap. That, like, it's basically saying, hey, operate on a salary cap that was lower than the year after COVID.
But $90 million if you trade him.
It's $100 million if you trade him.
Okay.
Yeah.
$100 million in the red. So that means if the salary cap is $265, they would be operating on a salary cap of $165. And if they cut him, it'd be $110.
Now, theoretically, you could have $35 million with CD, so now you're at $135 million of the $265. And then, you don't necessarily have to sign Micah. He would cost you $21 million, so now you're at $156 million. So you've got $110 million or so left over for 51 players. Theoretically, you could do it. Yeah, you could do that.
They need a Bobby Marks of the NFL for stuff like this. Bobby Marks is there for the NBA, hops on the Gag Nation. They need someone to come and be like, all right, financially, how would this work? I don't know why they don't have it for the NFL, probably because it would erase a lot of their takes. But did you say you would think it would be more like, if one of the two had to happen, more likely that they drafted Shedeur than hired Dion?
Pre-Dak contract, yes.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they think Shedeur's a bad player. I think they think, yeah, he's somebody who could be in the conversation. But there's plenty of options at the top of the draft. Brian Broaddus said he spent the last 2 days, this Sunday game, sent him to it. He said he's now 7 players deep in the NFL draft study already. So
is that Mike McCarthy reviewing the Texans?
He is. Well, look, I mean, Mike got sent.
Six plays.
Mike could only do 6 plays. Brian did 7 players. And so figure that out, I guess, in terms of how that's possible. But no, there's plenty of options up at the top of the draft of really good players that you could look at. Brian said he'd play Travis Hunter at receiver after watching him. He thinks that he'd make a difference there. But there's lots of different types of players that you could investigate that I just don't think Shedeur would be up there. The bigger thing to me is I don't believe they would ever want the aura of prime here right now.
Rex Ryan threw some gas on the fire.
Deion Sanders may be in play here. And I'm going to tell you, They need something. They need to have somebody that has the pride in that damn organization. Being a Dallas Cowboy, the pride you take in it. And by the way, Deion, everywhere he's been, has been kicking you know what. All right, Jackson State, they were unbelievable when he was there. He takes Colorado. Right now, they're 7-2. Nobody saw that coming. They're playing in the big, whatever, the damn
Big 12,
now.
yeah.
Big 12. Like, I'm just saying, that because I already know Mike McCarthy's a good football coach, and he's going to be out the door. There's no doubt about it. The whole thing's going to be blown up. But watch what happens. They need that. How are you going to get this kid back on board? He's going to have to damn respect that guy that comes in that building. You're not going to respect Deion Sanders? He's twice the player you are. All right? And you know what? I coached Deion Sanders. Great teammate.
And he's taking a shot at Micah right there. So, in terms of Deion, number one, Deion has said he doesn't want to coach in the pros. And I don't think Deion Sanders' style is going to work as much in the NFL, like Nick Saban. Nick Saban can't sit there and be a tyrant and boss around professional athletes. I don't think it would work as much. I think Deion's perfect for college in terms of having the spotlight and being the loudest one and the most important person. But I did do a lot of thinking about how Deion would work with Jerry, and I know Bobby and RJ, both y'all felt yesterday Jerry wouldn't do it because Deion would be too bright of a star, which is just a depressing and maddening reason to think that someone would not be hired.
I totally agree.
I counter back with, well, what about Bill Belichick being the main man around here? But Bill obviously would not be as loud as Deion. But put that to the side for a second. I do think, like, personality-wise and dealing with the team and saying you're not going to the owner, I do think that, like, Deion Sanders would be a personality that would work with Jerry and all the noise around here that people are not used to. So you got football fit. I don't think he could, I don't think he would want to deal with professional athletes who just don't listen to him blindly. Jerry fit, I think it works. Shador fit, obviously does not work because of the Dak deal and whatever you think, some think, Bobby, about Shador as a player. So there's three different things. Shador, Jerry, and coaching pro guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, Deion could absolutely handle the noise. He would not, I don't think. Now, I will say this.
It'd actually be perfect.
He would, because we've seen him push back on critical media.
Oh, yeah.
So that.
Yeah.
And look, this isn't New York or Philly, but it's much more critical than Boulder, Colorado.
Yep.
So how many? Bobby would get kicked out of the press conferences. Like, he just would.
Not even.
I think.
Does Bobby ask questions in the press conference?
Well, no, but on Fridays he does.
Not in 5 years.
And he would.
I never heard one.
Yeah,
I just said not in 5 years. I haven't.
Oh, not in 5 years. I thought you said you have in 5 years.
But the point is, he would pinpoint it. You're out. Even if you're not even asking a question, you're out.
Yeah.
So I do think there would be that. He would have to get over that factor. But he can absolutely handle the distractions, or so to speak, because
but he is sensitive. You're right.
He's a little sensitive.
Yeah.
I
guess you can make the argument he'd handle it worse than like Mike McCarthy, because Deion would respond to a lot more.
He would respond to a lot more. He would listen to a lot more. He would absolutely hear the noise.
Yes.
But I think he's comfortable in a circus.
Yeah.
I think he's comfortable in because.
And I don't think he wouldn't roll his eyes at Jerry as much for the undermining and all that stuff.
No. Yeah, I think so. Here's the only thing is that, are you hiring Deion because Deion is the best possible coach for the Cowboys? The answer is probably not. So we're operating under the assumption that it's about flash and splash hire. So that's where I then come at it from the angle of, all right, well, is it too splashy for Jerry at that point? Because it takes, if we're operating under the assumption the whole reason he's being hired is for something outside of football reasons. Well, the outside of football reasons might outshine Jerry, and that's why I don't think he'd make the move. But I don't.
And would Deion not coach a pro team unless he had Shador? That's another thing.
Or
because I think Deion's 5-year deal is up right now. No, it hasn't been.
No,
5.
This is year 2. Right?
It just feels like 5 years.
Was it a 5-year deal?
Yeah, but it feels like 5 with him. No, I think he'd go somewhere with Travis Hunter. It doesn't have to be Shador necessarily. It could be Travis Hunter.
He views Travis as a son of his. He's become a father figure for him.
More than Shiloh.
Stop.
What was the Quincy Avery tweet about Deion Sanders Jr., he's like, boy, what a shame. He gets treated like less of a son because he can't backpedal.
Dang. So that's all the Deion noise. I think these networks are getting desperate for the topics and the angles because the Cowboys stink and are about to be even more irrelevant with all the losing.
Rex Ryan didn't know if he was actually in the mix for a job, so I don't think he's going to be taken seriously when he says Deion's in the
Rex
mix
doesn't
for a
know
job.
what conference Colorado's in either.
Yeah, exactly.
What are they in the WAC?
Yeah. So there's all the Deion Sanders noise on the networks over the past 48 hours. It's Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy. And by the way, are the Tolos signing up for this? Is this the type of splash topic that people fall for? Shador and Deion? What are you seeing on the fan text?
We got 214 needs someone like Dan Campbell, but the 817 agrees. The 469 says, the player to coach relationship might not fit as well, like y'all were saying earlier.
The latest edition of the college football playoff rankings, RJ Choppy with a hump day college football kegger next on the Fan. But let me get you on over to the Tolo team of attorneys.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
What is the point of having a committee if they don't actually watch the games? And that is what we saw last night as the playoff selection committee gave us their latest rankings, making absolutely no sense of anything that we've seen so far to date. The first thing that was the most notable was Georgia dropping to 12, being the first team out. Georgia's the first team out, despite having, the second or third best win in the entire sport the entire year with their win over Texas. The biggest snub of the entire night remains to be, me.
What did they drop to?
12, but they're out because Boise is in. You got to have a team in.
Oh.
Right? So they are technically the first team out. The biggest snub is the SMU Mustangs. I am going to give you their number 14.
Rhett Lashley tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Blind resume time, children.
Okay.
Team A is 8-1. Did you see this already?
No.
Team A is 8-1. Number 14 in strength of record. Their best win came over the advanced metrics number 20 team. Their loss came to a top 10 team by 3 points. And they have 4 wins against Power 4 teams with a winning record, all by an average of 14 points.
Okay.
Team B also has an 8-1 record with the 11th strength of record. Their best win came over the number 28 team. Their loss came to a top 15 team by 15 points. And they have one win over a Power 4 team with a winning record.
All right. Team 2 is eliminated.
Team A is SMU. Team 2 is Texas.
I knew that was coming.
Now, I think Texas is where they absolutely belong to be. But
if you run down the schedule, let's not pretend like the SMU schedule looks that much more impressive in terms of what they put out there than what Texas did.
It does not.
And that's why it's very convenient to say they had it over this. And if you look at the schedule, nobody would say, "Oh, what a juggernaut lineup SMU's beating."
I know, like the Wake Forest, whatever. But the point is that the committee is they did a good job with the Texas because Texas absolutely deserves to be there. But
you don't disagree with the committee.
Well, I disagree with the committee in some situations. Indiana,
but not Texas SMU.
Well, Texas belongs where they are.
So
I don't disagree with them because they are a good roster, a very good team. Their schedule has just broken down where they really haven't had to play anybody that's great. But the committee has shown that they're not caring about that this year because they jumped Indiana from 9 to 5. And all Indiana did was struggle with a bad Michigan team. And Penn State has no good wins. Literally none. Their best win came over a sub-500 team.
Yeah, I was surprised to see Penn State at 4.
Yes. They don't belong there. I don't know why Penn State is at number 4. The SEC,
maybe because they've covered up 4 sexual assaults.
That's probably what it is.
Yeah.
The
Only
SEC did get a little bit, for the first time ever, the SEC got kind of hosed. 9 of the top 17. What's that?
I said that's right. Let's break this cult, baby.
9 of the top 17 teams in the advanced metrics come from the SEC. Where number 1, 2, 4, 5, and 9 in ESPN's FPI all sit. Yet they only have one of the top 6. So they got a little bit hosed there. That will all work itself out, though. You don't have to worry about this. Indiana right now would play Alabama. That's how the thing sets up. So here are your official rankings right now. I just lost it. Dang it. I just had it.
I got him. Oregon, Ohio State, Texas 3, Penn State 4, Indiana 5, BYU 6, the Tennessee Volunteers 7, Notre Dame 8, Miami 9, Bama 10, Ole Miss 11, Georgia 12, SMU is 14 with, as you said, Boise State 13, and the Texas A&M Aggies are 15. I gotta say,
Colorado 17.
And
they're still on the. They got a chance.
I gotta say, in just looking at all these teams right now, if you were not a die-hard college football fan, you would look at this and look at 2 different things. I think number one, this kind of looks weird with some unusuals here. Indiana, BYU. Miami, what happened to them? I thought they were irrelevant. And then you have Bama at 10. But the other thing, if you are paying attention to this sport a lot, this feels like a real lack of powerhouse teams. This feels wide open to me.
Oh, yes.
You got Oregon,
there's no guarantee.
you got Ohio State, even Texas at 3. Like, Texas doesn't feel mighty anymore. We just talked about Penn State. Everyone's going to ask, is Indiana really legit? BYU? Huh? Notre Dame? Getting ready to write them off earlier in the year. Did Miami just get exposed against a real opponent? Bama's not Bama. Ole Miss. Georgia down here at 12. SMU.
Very NFL.
It's
very NFL.
It feels very, very wide open and a lack of great teams.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, but let's be fair. College football has really sucked for the last 10 years. Right? I mean, none of the Final Four...
Not right. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, the Final Four games were decided by an average of 17 points. None of the Final Four games were very competitive. You had 2 that you could think of that were actually competitive.
That's not what I think of when I think of the quality of college football. I'm thinking, are there great teams?
Well, and there were, but it became very regionalized. It was Alabama, Clemson, Georgia, and then you had that little northern team called Ohio State. The little tough Ohio State team that would win a title every couple of years, right? So that's what it was, though. And this broke that up. And the NIL broke that up because now it has become, you're right, there's not that powerhouse top dog team, but it's very like the NFL. There's a lot of parity. Anybody could beat anybody on any game.
But that's not what we were saying when this tournament was expanded. We were saying these games are going to suck as well,
right,
because no one's going to have a chance of pulling off upsets.
Right.
These 9, 10, 11, 12s are not going to have a real chance because the 3 and 4 seeds really didn't have a chance when it was the Final Four.
And we were dead wrong, it seems, on that because there, like you said, there is no powerhouse team, and that's
we're not dead wrong yet. Like we got to see a tournament play out. We got to see 1, 2, 3 tournaments play out to see how many lower seeds actually win.
Absolutely, totally agree. But at least from what we've seen in the first, week 10, week 9 this year, at least what you could see is there is no dominant team because the talent pool has been spread out, and you are getting the transfer portal. I mean, you're getting a team like BYU. Or a team like SMU that isn't normally there, and all of a sudden, or Indiana. I mean, Indiana's got 7 new coaches. They have 13 new players. That's not Indiana's team. That's James Madison's team that just decided to go over to Indiana, and they combined teams together.
Indiana's got that game here in, 10 days now? Yeah. Ohio State and Indiana. That's going to be massive in terms of determining how Indiana's viewed. But I mean, also how Ohio State's viewed, because Ohio State right now would be the only losses would be Oregon and then Indiana. But you should be scared, Chop, because you got Tennessee right now. And what these rankings say to me is if Georgia beats Tennessee, Tennessee is out of the top.
Georgia's won 7 straight against the Vols. All 7 have been by at least 14 points.
Yeah, the matchups have not been there. Georgia's a 10-point favorite. Georgia's a 10-point favorite in this game.
I'm kind of a Bobby. I'm kind of liking the Vols with the points.
You like Tennessee on the points?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
He said it yesterday.
Touch it. Touch it. Yeah, because now that would be an interesting one because you would have Georgia. If Georgia wins, they would have lost to Bama but beat Tennessee. Tennessee would have beat Bama but lost to Georgia. How do you
put transitive properties?
Right. How do you put the 3? How do all 3 make it? I find it very hard to believe they're going to leave a 2-loss SEC team out.
I mean, Georgia's out right now, though.
But they're out right now.
Yeah, so if Georgia beats Tennessee, then Tennessee is now the 2-loss team that was beaten by the team that was on the outside.
So now I don't know. Yeah, and that makes sense.
You said 3 or 4 things in this segment. You go flip-flop, back and forth, back and forth.
But it does. But it's still, I don't believe they're going to wind up keeping a 2-loss SEC team out of it. I just don't see it happening. Especially because Indiana, I do think is good. Indiana right now would play Alabama in round 1. That's the way it would shake out.
How many 2-loss SEC teams would there be, though? 5 at that point?
Well, I'm assuming A&M is good. Well, it would lose to Texas. If A&M beats Texas, now you've got you want to talk about mass hysteria? You'd have 2-loss Georgia, 2-loss Bama, 2-loss Tennessee, 2-loss Texas, 2-loss A&M, and I think is it Missouri have 2 losses or they have 3? Oh, 2-loss Ole Miss.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have 6 teams.
CFP rankings out last night. College football kegger here on the Fan.
So that is the rankings as they sit right now, and of course they come out every single week. And Ohio State and Indiana is, like Bobby said, 10 days from now, and this is another massive mistake from college football. They put this game on at 11 a.m. I mean, just what you want to do. I mean, I haven't even taken my morning poop on a Saturday by 11 a.m.
Do you think they were looking at it, though, at the beginning of the year and going, like, that's a game we're going to need to have for the whole country to see?
But the college football does their game times 10 days to 2 weeks in advance. So they don't do it at the beginning of the year unless it's like a Thursday game.
Did you hear McAfee call out Fox? McAfee's doing things that are so on ESPN. They're not like the craziest things in the world, but it's crazy for ESPN. And everyone else on that set, which is, down the Disney line, is like, oh my gosh, is this really happening? They had the 11 o'clock kickoff, and Fox was there as well. And I think Fox was the one responsible for it. Where was this? Where was this taking place? The previous time you complained about 11 a.m. kickoff. It was 2 weeks ago.
It was
Penn State, Ohio State, right?
Was it Penn State, Ohio State?
I think so.
Listen to what McAfee did.
This game is not at night. This is a big noon kickoff. Kind of a mixed reaction. I don't think there's any people at their set. That's on them, not on us. All I know is after today, that football team, these fans are going to be proud to say, we are. We are. Thank you.
Thank you. So he said, that's on them, not on us, because Fox controls the Big Ten.
Big Ten.
Big Ten kickoff.
Big noon, Big Ten.
Noon, yeah.
They want to control. They think they found a market and an opening that was underutilized, which is the 11 a.m. There's never big games there, but the nighttime games are going to draw more? I mean, do they want to avoid?
And because Penn State fans were furious they did not get that game at night.
Absolutely. I would be
LSU,
too.
every game's at night.
Yeah,
feels like.
Yeah, I mean, every game.
Jared Sandler was just there.
Yes, he was. Lane Kiffin complained. He said, we've only had 2 night games. We're getting Georgia the other day. They still want to win the game. But, I mean, you want to talk about a raucous environment. Penn State's got a great atmosphere. Those stupid whiteouts or whatever they do.
Yeah.
I mean, you would want that game at night, not during the day.
Imagine the amount of sexual assaults there after people were drinking all day, and then at midnight you're getting out of the stadium that James Franklin and everyone could have a freaking attitude about. College Football Kegger Part 1 here. Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Clay returns to Cali, but what is wrong with Luka? And no, Michael Strahan. Why did you just apologize? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Dodges down the left sideline, in no hurry, spin dribble, guarded by Wiggins, dribbles, shoots a contested three, it's up and no good, rebound Melton, ball game over, the Warriors have won. Final score, Warriors 120, and the Dallas Mavericks 117.
Warriors Radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. That's Bobby Bell along with Peyton and Caitlin in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got a Tolo ticket giveaway coming up during the 720 Expressway. Another game, Bobby, in which the Dallas Mavericks do not close. They have now lost to the Suns, the Nuggets, and last night the Warriors by a combined 6 points in Klay Thompson's return.
Yeah, you're up 7 with 4.5 minutes left. You feel like momentum's kind of on your side, and then Steph just goes off, and you're unable to make shots. And I hated the shot selection from Luka at the close.
How many times have we said that over the past week?
Yeah, it's been bad shot selection from Luka late in these games, and we mentioned it earlier, but I don't feel like Luka's played a real complete game yet this season. It feels like, he can't make a shot for the first 3 quarters, or, there's long stretches of the third where he's just not making anything, or, he played well early. Last night he played well for the first 3 quarters, and then the fourth he had nothing. And he played 41 minutes. I know he's, still on the injury report with the groin strain or whatever, but still, it's like he looked...
His numbers just do not feel 28, 8, and 8.
No.
Of course, that is a drop in scoring from 32 and 34 the previous seasons. He's shooting 7 percentage points worse from the field than last year. He's shooting 6 percentage points worse from 3. He went from 48 to 42 from the field. He's shooting 32% from 3 right now. 32% from 3. Eel.
Ugh.
I know he's dealing with a groin, some type of possible groin issue. He's always dealing with something, but I think it's a legitimate question to ask right now. What is wrong with Luka? 28 and 9. 28, 8, and 8 is still MVP type numbers.
Oh, those are great numbers.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's just, look, mostly his last 3 games, it's been he's 4 of 15 in the fourth quarter over the last 3 games shooting. A goose egg yesterday. I mean, it was non-existent. It was non-existent in the fourth quarter, and that was after. The first 3 quarters last night, 4 of 8, 5 of 9, 4 of 7. And then to only get 3 shots off in the fourth quarter. It's just, you can't win against good teams when your best player is only taking 3 shot attempts in the final period.
Klay on another close loss this season.
I know we've had like 4 games this year where it could have gone either way. Tonight, this one really stung, being up 7, under 4 minutes left. We'll watch the film and get better. But I am really proud of how this team keeps fighting. We're still getting to know each other, and I keep telling the guys it's better to go through this stuff early in the season versus game 60. So I know we have a chance to be great, and we just got to stay the course.
A lot of the folks at the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text reminding us this is Luka's preseason. He's just, he's getting himself in shape.
True.
He's just not there yet. And that may all be fair. I mean, it was a late run. They had a late season last year, going to the finals. And then they didn't make the Olympics or whatever, right? So there was that. So he got some time off. And we all know what Luka does with time off.
No, I mean, he's historically, I'm just looking this up right now. I'm trying to look. This is about as poor as he shot this early in the season in his entire career. This is just, it's not.
With no preseason, the Tolos are saying.
Yeah, but I'm saying, it's not like he's had his workload similar in years past, and he's still gone out there and shot 50% in the first, dozen games of the season or so. This is just, he doesn't look good. I don't think anybody can say, it usually makes a massive difference the 2 preseason games he gets into or whatever else. He's not playing well. And I think the groin probably is part of it. Maybe there's some fatigue playing as deep into the season as he did. I mean, you remember we got to the end of the season last year and we were all just praying Slovenia would get knocked out and not get into the Olympics because we're all like, he's drained. He's got to rest. But, man, it does not look consistent with him at all right now.
Oh, apologies, RJ. I was all set to go Rangers here with your tease of the most depressing offseason in DFW sports history. But Bobby has stepped in with brand new audio for Michael Strahan. In case you missed it yesterday, Michael Strahan got a little physical, got a little Jason Kelsey with a Daily Mail reporter who walked up on him at his apartment in New York asking about the national anthem controversy where Strahan did not put his hand over his heart.
Don't come to my house.
Do you have any
come to my
comment?
house.
What?
Don't come to my house.
Apparently took the phone and threw it in a bush there in New York. Well, Bobby...
At least they have greenery. Okay, it's not the concrete. It's not all concrete.
He fed it to a rat.
That's right.
Big rat just swallowed it along with a pizza
rat.
slice. In the other hand, Bobby then says that Michael Strahan has issued an apology, and I was like, okay, he's apologizing to the photographer, to the media. Shouldn't have put my hands on you. Shouldn't have grabbed your phone.
Nope. I mean, yes, there's that too. But no, he's apologizing for something different, Sean. And I would like everybody to get on the fan cam right now. And in fact, I'm going to stand Caitlin because I think this is going to be a fun next.
With your
few
hat
minutes.
off?
Oh yeah. Sorry, let me take my hat off. I'm going to spend the next.
Why are you trying to get me in trouble?
I'm not. I'm excited, and I'm going to put my hand over my heart for this clip from Michael Strahan.
Mocking the anthem, Bobby Bell.
I'm not. I'm going to put my hand over my heart for this clip of Michael Strahan on Instagram explaining and apologizing for what occurred on Sunday.
And if you want the truth, I'll tell you the truth, is that I was caught up in the moment. I'm looking at all these young sailors standing there at attention before the national anthem played, and I'm thinking to myself, how incredible. How incredible to be that young and to know that you want to do this. Like, it's such a commitment, but you're willing to commit to something that you know gives us our freedoms. Plain and simple. I'm just sitting there in amazement, in which I'm always amazed because I don't take it for granted no matter where we go around the world, from Afghanistan to all the military institutions here in this country. And by the time I looked up from that moment, all my 5 guys had their hands over their hearts, the national anthem playing. I somewhat panicked, and I'm like, do I be the fool that puts his hand over his heart after?
No.
Or do I just stand here with my hand in front of me respectfully? Which that's what I did. That's what happened. And if that offended any of our military and veterans, I apologize to you.
So there you go, Sean. He knew it in the moment that this was going to cause a controversy. He recognized it. He didn't need them to. He recognized it, and I'd love to hear you criticize that apology, Sean.
I lost so much respect for Michael Strahan right there, bending at the knee, and it's not Michael's fault. It's your fault on social media. This is a large reason why people elected Donald Trump again. It really is.
It's because I'm gonna make America.
It's because I'm not
great
gonna
again.
fold up, and I'm not just gonna submit, and I'm not gonna get down on my knee to the noise and the cancel culture. And Michael Strahan just did. This is so sad. It's so ridiculous. He has nothing to apologize for. I heard from enough military people yesterday who said he has nothing to apologize for. There's been hundreds and thousands and millions of people who I guarantee you, every single Twitter warrior bitching and crying about this, they do not stop in a bathroom at a game. They do not stop at the concession line at a game. They'll lie and tell you they stand up in their living room and in their house when it's playing before a big game. Lie. And Michael Strahan just sold out and gave in. He didn't think all that stuff on the anthem was being played. He made all that up just then.
I'm looking at all these young sailors.
He very well may have. I mean, he very well, because we've all been sitting there. We're daydreaming.
He did not look and go. Go ahead, sorry.
We've all been sitting there. We're somewhere and we start daydreaming and we just don't pay attention to what's going on. I've done that a million times, right? But
I looked at their hands over their hearts, and I
do at least 3
panicked.
times a segment.
And I panicked. Should I do what they're doing?
Yeah. No, you didn't do that.
Stop it.
This and here's the other problem with this. Okay,
I can't believe
this is a
forced into
fake
this.
controversy.
It is.
All right, because it's this. We get so caught up.
How could you be on Good Morning America, Michael? You don't even respect it.
This is the first time Sean's been critical of somebody bending the knee over the anthem.
There are 400 million people in this country, or whatever there is. 350 million people. Man. When 11 people on Twitter say something, that's not a controversy. We get so caught up.
I said that last week.
In what we see on Twitter.
Bro Bible.
Yep. We get so caught up. Like, you know, we worry about everyone was fooled by the election because, Twitter says it's so split.
No, Twitter said it was dominant.
Yeah, well, right.
Elon had that covered.
He did.
CNN said it was split.
But that's the point. We get so caught up in these echo chambers that we live in, and the Twitterverse happens to be one, or if you only stay on TikTok, it happens to be one. And these are fake controversies. Like, there was a lot of people who didn't even know about this Strahan controversy. If you're not on Twitter, you didn't even know about it.
And I read that Strahan had kind of decided he's not going to give life to it. He didn't address it on Good Morning America, which he should have yesterday. He should have sat on Good Morning America, stood up, and said, I don't have anything to apologize for. I know how the military works. My father served. I grew up in this. I'm not going to apologize. That's the way it is. But he's probably worried about his media reputation, his GMA spot, his spot on Fox. And man, this is. I'm sad that this happened. I'm sad and disgusted that he was forced into this and that he gave in. I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't care if people get upset about it. He doesn't have anything to apologize for, and he sold out just then.
Can't be on Good Morning America if you don't put your hand over your heart.
Man.
It is Good Morning America, not Good Morning Soviet Union. Okay?
And for the 903, it's such a privilege to complain about this. Absolutely.
I will give him this. He does seem to be genuinely talking about growing up in the family that he did and around the military members. I could see if he heard any feedback from military members that was people who were upset by it, I could see him feeling pressure to like, man, I need to clarify this. I don't want to have anybody in that. Because he didn't specify if you were offended sitting at home. He said if I offended any veterans or military service members. So that was clear.
Ain't offended by this.
They're the least offended.
They're the least offended. They fought for his right to do this.
Choppy, there's zero chance that he didn't hear from any veterans who did say that they were upset by it. I'm sure he heard from some, and so he's saying to that specific community, I apologize. I'll give him a little bit of. It does feel very forced and pressured into, but I will say that I think the only people he is concerned about in this instance, I don't think he cares about what we think about it.
No, I think
he does.
Wrong.
I do. I think he cares about just service members.
No, he just wanted to say service members and military so that the apology sounded even more legit and genuine. He caved. He caved because he's on two different networks and he couldn't deal with the noise. He couldn't deal with it. Jay Glazer didn't inspire him enough. As Jay was like, back off, my dude. All right, go look at the amount of money. But people don't care about that. People don't care about what you donate. People don't care about what charities you have. People don't care about what you do with your free time in terms of showing up to an event. They don't care. These losers who just want to pick apart. That's social media. That's what it is. And they won. They won.
Do you think
the trolls won?
Do you think Glazer regrets backing Strahan or McCarthy more?
877-881-1053, the Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. We got power rankings at 8 o'clock. We have Below the Belt at 8:40. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20 this morning. And a Tolo ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on, and putting up with all of us. Are the Dallas Cowboys really one of the worst three teams in the entire league? And Bobby has his list. He's always complaining about him so much. Let's see who Bobby Belt picks to replace Mike McCarthy for next year. That on the home of the boys during the commercial-free expressway right after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Tolo ticket giveaway is coming your way. We're going to chop it up as well at 7:40 around the NFL Power Rankings. And how far have the Cowboys dropped? I almost considered for Power Rankings this morning to do the bottom five in the league just to get the Cowboys some involvement. But we can talk about it right here as some people around the country and Bobby in this room have asked, are the Cowboys a bottom 3 team in the National Football League? Here is Steve Young with some Dallas hatred on San Fran Radio.
So no eyes on the Cowboys, no eyes on the Eagles.
Cowboys. Don't embarrass yourself, bro. The Cowboys are so freaking cooked. They are done. It's not even close to Thanksgiving. It's like they're done. They're overcut. Like there's nothing. There is nothing there. Turn it off. Freaking don't even turn it on. If you bring them up again, then we're fighting. That's just not even close. Come on.
Yeah, you and Brent can get in a parking lot together. That'll be one of the worst fights of all time.
I'd rather talk about the Falcons. Talk about the Buccaneers and Falcons before you even mention the Cowboys. The Cowboys are underneath the Giants right now.
Oh, come on.
No, close.
Come on.
Close.
The Giants? Daniel
Close.
Jones threw for 0 yards in the first half last week.
I'm talking about grit and ability to go change the nature of the trajectory of where you're going.
That was Steve Young with Tom Tolbert, KMBR.
Shami.
In San Francisco. So this is where we are right now.
Yeah, where you've got an analyst saying, and to be fair, Steve Young still hates the Cowboys. Like he will, when he talks about the Cowboys, he mentions, I hate them. Like I hated them back then. I still hate them. When he had that famous get that monkey off my back, or get this, whatever it is, that's the whole thing where he felt like the Cowboys were the reason that he was in that position, and the way that the Cowboys had just dominated them in the playoffs those 2 years. And so he doesn't have any love lost for the Cowboys, but I think on top of that, just any national analyst sitting back there and going, I would rather take my chances with the Giants right now as having a better shot at rallying and putting things together than I would the Cowboys. It's a pretty bad indictment on your football team.
It's a very bad indictment of your football team. But this is where they are. And this is where they were before. Don't let the Dak Prescott injury fool you. This is where they were before the Dak Prescott injury.
And Jerry said that after the game, to his credit, when he was asked about, now you don't have Dak, do you appreciate it more? He's like, we were getting our ass kicked then as well.
Yeah. And that's the reality. I mean, the reality is that they've got a lot of money invested there. And, it's that. I mean, that argument's, Bobby's right. That argument's over. Dak's here for the next 4 years, whether you want him to be or not. You don't have that argument is dead and gone. Now it becomes, how do you afford the rosters? How do you afford to get better? The only way this team can get better is really by using this type of year tank and stockpile picks. Get a top 6 pick and don't use it.
And use all your 4th rounders that are really end of 3rd round picks.
But let's be fair. If they're on the clock, if they let's say that they have the 5th pick in the draft, and you've got a quarterback available, you better trade out of that pick because you need picks.
I agree.
They need free play.
That's going to tick off a lot of Cowboy fans and Dak haters, but you have to understand. I know ESPN on all their shows, they don't feel the need to talk about what a cap hit is and what that would do. You can't have another quarterback here.
Yeah, but what's going to happen, and I agree, but what's going to happen is you know this franchise. They may trade down a spot or two, but Broaddus has talked about this, right? Yeah. Broaddus always said, don't trade away from good players, right? But the problem is, and we've seen this as we've gotten smarter, scouts, you don't know what a good player is. We know this. And I'm not saying scout. Nobody really knows, right? We're very bad at this. You could go look at, and you could pick any draft, guys taken ahead of the guy next in that position group. I mean, it's a 50-50 on who's better. So, we don't know who's better. So don't get bogged down in that. Trade down. Do the right thing and trade down.
I know you say that a lot,
but it's true.
So what is the long run of fortunate luck that McClay or other teams have had where how do they break out as better than 50-50 generally?
Well, because they've been good at drafting. Every team is really good at there are people that are really good at pinpointing good players at certain positions.
You think the 5th round pick is the same blind dart throw as picking guys in the 1st round?
Absolutely not. No.
So I'm saying So a lot of those difference makers, it does actually matter, those margins in terms of evaluating those players.
Look, it matters. Yes, it does matter. But this team is also very good at recognizing good offensive linemen.
Here's how bad,
and that's been a major I mean, shoot, man. Last 10 years, isn't half of their picks in the offensive line last 15 years?
In terms of their
first round picks,
close,
not quite half. But
it's not half, but it's a number of them. Here's how bad things are right now for Dallas. If you take, and we mentioned this stat a lot, EPA, it's expected points added. It's an efficiency stat that says here's how much you're expected to. Here's how likely you are to score on this drive before the play starts. After the play, here's how likely you are, and then you take the gap of that and how much the point total did you improve or hurt your chances of scoring on that drive. The Cowboys are the only team in the NFL that is 5 worst in EPA per pass play on defense and offense and EPA per run play on offense and defense, which means they are in the 5 worst teams in terms of efficiency, running the ball per play on offense, passing the ball per play on offense, defending the run on defense, and defending the pass on defense. They're in the bottom of the league. There's an argument to be made. They are worse than Carolina right now.
How many teams would you have them above if Dak was playing today? And how many teams now with Rush/Lance?
With the current group of players, they're above Carolina. That's it.
All right, neutral field, Choppy. Just guess. Dallas, New England, neutral field tomorrow.
Again, current group of players.
Yes.
Cooper Rush. Dallas by 2.
Dallas, Jacksonville.
Jacksonville by 7.
Dallas
10. 20.
Dallas, Vegas. Well, Mac Jones is playing.
Oh, yeah.
Dallas, Vegas.
Vegas.
Giants tomorrow.
Dallas.
Carolina.
Cowboys.
Okay. That's what we're guessing Vegas would say.
With Dak healthy, they're better than Carolina, Jacksonville, probably the Giants.
I would pick them against New England. I would pick them against
maybe New Orleans right now.
Cleveland. I'd pick them against Cleveland.
No, not against New Orleans right now.
Not against New Orleans.
Carr's back. And Kamara's still.
They
still
lost
walking.
by 40 with Dak. I'd pick him against Tennessee. I'd pick him against Denver. I don't buy Denver.
No.
I think I don't have.
How would they score against Denver?
They wouldn't score. They would win that game 3-0.
Yeah,
right. They would win that with Dak. They would win that game 3-0.
I mean, let me look at the schedule. They're going to win 2 games the rest of the year.
2
Carolina.
games.
One of Carolina and the Giants, and then one of a surprise game in there. That'll be what they do the rest of the year. They will finish 5-12.
And 5-12 last year got you what pick?
That was top 5 pick last year.
Top 5 pick.
Mm-hmm.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Are the Cowboys really a bottom 3 team in the league? I guess you guys did this topic while I was out. So just quickly, who did you have as the replacement for Mike McCarthy in the Bobby Belt head coaching search?
Yeah, so I had I had Bill Belichick as the favorite at plus 250. Then we had Mike Vrabel. And those are the guys that I think make the most sense right now.
Who would be your pick?
Would
Ben Johnson be your perfect pick?
No, I don't trust that Ben Johnson would. Like, after Ben Johnson has handled some things, I don't know that he comes here and handles Dallas well.
Okay.
So, no, I would probably say Vrabel is a good pick.
That'd be you'd be thrilled with that.
I don't know that I'd be thrilled with.
Who would you be
anybody.
thrilled with? You have to pick. There has to be someone
I feel
you'd be thrilled
I feel like it's a really bad coaching crop right now in terms of the available coaches that are out there. Everybody has picked over these San Francisco and Los Angeles coaching staffs, where now it's like O'Connell's got a job and McDaniel's got a job. Look, if Miami wants to blow out Mike McDaniel, I'd be interested. But
Dan Lanning?
Yeah, I like Lanning. Lanning's fine. I don't think they would ever interview him, but Vrabel would be good. I'd be happy with Vrabel. But I think that for them, it's Belichick, Vrabel. Those are near the top, and then the dark horse. There's 2 dark horses. Jason Witten, I think, is absolutely somebody that they would give a shot to. And then the other one, I think if there's one team in the NFL that'll do it, this is the team that would hire Gruden.
Wow. So, why do you say that?
Because Jerry's very big in terms of redemption. He was starting to, a lot of people felt like he was starting to turn the Raiders around. That he was having success and that people felt like, oh, okay, he's kind of figured things out here. He already has the skins on the wall. You know, they love referencing back old Super Bowls. That's all they can do for themselves, so they like doing it with their coaches too. They like referencing back, oh, he's won on the biggest stage. They would say that with Gruden. They would say Gruden has succeeded in really big, intense, ownership-heavy settings before with the Raiders twice, and we think that he can make it work here. So I think that Gruden would get a shot just from that perspective. And he's somebody who has stayed on top of the league and wants to get back into coaching. And this is the one team that I think would say, well, we can weather that PR hit if we hire him. Absolutely. We'll deal with the questions. In fact, we'd like him, but bring him on.
I think the reality is that
the reality is they end up with Doug Peterson probably off the rebound from Jackson.
The reality is they're going to do a 2-year stopgap, wait for Sean McVay's contract to run out after the 2026 season.
Oh!
And then hire him. And they're going to bring in this idiot.
That's double R.
Riverboat Ron. That's what
I was going to say Ray
in.
Rhodes.
Now I've got a
Ray Rhodes.
I've got a dark horse here. It's not Jason Witten.
Why? Wait, hang on a sec. Why do you say McVay?
Because I mean, it'll be 10 years in LA, right, with the Rams, and
he seems disillusioned. He keeps threatening retirement.
That's about the time.
He wants someone all in. That's the Cowboys' perfect version of all in. Not really all in.
Right.
Sean McVay said, "No, I could go to broadcast."
So, and look, and Jerry is not going to hire a college coach, but I do think. I don't know this.
Your face is making a weird look. It doesn't look like you're about to say something you believe in.
I just heard a little just a question. Somebody posed a question to me.
Well,
and it's not Jason Witten, but
Jason
it is
Garrett.
One of his former teammates.
No, stop
on the Cowboys.
Don't do this. I know he's talking about. Stop it,
Tony Romo.
Nine God.
Who brought that up?
I can't say.
Whoever brought that up.
I can't say. But
do I know who it is?
Absolutely. You just said. What do you think of this? They said, what do you think of this? And I said, I think it's a terrible idea. But
and Tony would never do it.
Well, that's the thing.
Did you see Tony's tan on Sunday?
Oh, it's great.
That's
tan.
what my wife first thing she goes.
It's a great-
Tony's
it's a great
tan.
tan.
Do you know where he got that tan?
Cabo, probably.
And what do you think he was doing in Cabo?
Not in the production meetings. That's not where he's getting his tan.
Yeah, he's in as many production meetings probably as Brady. And Brady's not allowed in them. Tony is on the damn. He has not given up a golf course.
But you know, if he goes to Jerry, they would at least have a conversation about it. But he's never going to take he would take his pay and cut it in a third. Jerry's not going to pay him $18 million a year to coach. He wouldn't pay Sean Payton $18 million a year to coach.
Who's your dream?
I want Belichick.
Why? For the
Everything.
fun of it?
For all of it, yeah.
What if I told you do lose McClay if that happens? Do you care?
No.
Okay.
I care a little bit, and I would be petrified of player personnel. But man, if he let Will stay to do it, I'd be excited. And now, because I was wrong on Zimmer, I would be afraid of today's NFL that Belichick would not work. But this is my chance at Manziel 2.0 to have Bill Belichick here to cover it.
What about Cliff and what he's done in Washington? He learned from his time in Arizona, and he's shown he can evolve.
Yeah, I need to do a little bit more homework on that. I think right now, if I had to bet, it would probably end up being Vrabel.
And that's the betting favorite right now. I think. And
I'd be fine with. I mean, I don't know. I'd be fine with Mike. I don't love it.
I'd be fine with him too.
I want the offensive genius, though. That's what I want, and they just will never do it.
I think Vrabel's here to be walk-around coach. I think Vrabel would be brought in as be the Dan Campbell, and let's go get a coordinator.
I'm fine with that.
Pepe?
Yeah, guys, on the fan text, 877-881-1053, a lot of different answers here. 972 says, give me Gruden over Tony Romo. 972 also says Aaron Glenn as his choice. 214 wants Mike Vrabel. And 940 says Brian Flores.
Yeah, a lot of people want Flores now. I don't think that can happen because of culture. John Gruden's a clown. That guy, he cannot lead your program. He cannot lead your organization. You know why?
Just keep away from emails.
Go look at his TikToks right now.
No.
Those TikToks disqualify him. He's done. He's out. Grab a Gruden TikTok or two.
One of them playing rock music or hip hop and just jam it out. It's a visual too. You got to see it. He's going insane.
He
slowly.
cannot lead your program. He just cannot. By the way, speaking of coaches, yesterday Jerry went viral for saying that the sun is a home field advantage for the Cowboys here as he joined us for 30 minutes. I heard we won G-Bag of the day with the Jerry Jones interview. So thanks to the Tolos for voting on that and G-Bag, whoever did it. What, Choppy?
He's watching the clips.
I love this.
I got one.
You have to turn it up. You got one?
It's a good one.
Hang on. Is this account really Gruden Talks Football? TOKS? That's amazing. I love it.
John Gruden is
I love the
would be
alliteration.
an RJ spirit animal. Go play one of these.
You know, when I was calling plays, I just loved it when our quarterback shredded the defense. I mean, just ripped them. That's what has me feeling really nicey. Like watching Jared Goff go 18 for 18, 292 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Got me feeling nicey.
I couldn't do that pregame warm-up. Jaden Daniels, just a rookie, 26 out of 30, 87%, 231 yards. He rushes for 47. He's doing everything. Shredded, baby.
Who came up with the idea? Someone is dropping that music in every single John Gruden video clip and him reviewing the league. I cannot do it. Cannot do it.
I'm emailing them right now.
Shred 'em,
They're like, let Gruden come on with us. Talk about the Cowboys.
Say we'll hype him up as coach.
Oh, hell yeah. We'll bring that intro music on when we introduce him. It'll be great.
By the way, before we get to chopping it up, Tolo ticket giveaway, Kellen Moore was asked about the sunlight when he coached here. And he said, yeah, in general, it is an issue for everyone. I've been there. I was there a long time. Stadiums all have different circumstances. That one, the sun plays a decent role. So you just have to call plays according to it. Knowing certain parts of the field at times can be a little bit challenging. We had it in the first quarter, towards the end of the first quarter in the red zone. And then in the second quarter, we were going the other way. So that is Kellen saying it's a factor, and you need to adjust your game plan to it. What did Mike McCarthy do? He elected to receive the opening kickoff after winning the toss. If he deferred, the Eagles take the ball and choose to defend. You choose to defend the west side of the field. Second quarter, they would have been pushing towards the end zone that was not in the sunlight. So there you go.
Man, it just
you got a game plan for it.
How awesome would it be to have a coach though, like in this building with that kind of thought process, who like has an awareness of it? Like that'd be incredible if you got a coach like that in this building.
Well, you know, that's the other thing.
And if you ever had him in this building, you sure as hell don't let that coach go. Who said that again?
The guy who failed in L.A. with the Chargers that you conveniently forget. Efficiency. Yo, whenever Bobby's voice does that, he doesn't believe in his own stuff. So just so you know, that's his tell. Just pinch your nose together and yell and scream like a kid going through puberty, and that's how you know Bobby is giving away what he really believes. What do you mean? The reporters asked Jerry about the sun.
He just left a quarterback who hasn't had a turnover-worthy throw in like 3 weeks.
He didn't leave.
Well, you know what I mean? They
got rid of him, basically.
But that was the first turnover-worthy throw Hurts had in a month. Mr. Turnover has all of a sudden been created into like this perfect protector of the football.
Good job.
You think Kellen Moore should have been the head coach here?
I think Kellen Moore shouldn't have been the one pushed out. But
elevated the head coach?
No, just allowed more time to develop. He would have stayed here as offensive coordinator if he got along with Mike McCarthy, which he didn't.
Let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Papa Roach and Rise Against at the American Airlines Center in Dallas on March 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Around the NFL Power Rankings at 8 o'clock. Get your 1 through 5 or 5 through 1 ready. Right now, let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Peanut the squirrel did not have rabies.
Uh-oh.
I don't know who that is.
You guys didn't cover this while I was out?
No, we did not cover the peanut. I was still trying to collect my thoughts on the whole thing. Plus, I was very upset because every time Sarah watched the video of Peanut the squirrel's parents or whatever, she kept calling him daddy, and that threw me off.
Oh.
But he's an attractive man. He's an attractive guy. I'll give him that. He looks like my neighbor.
Oh, I thought you meant the actual squirrel parents. She was calling daddy. I was
like the guy who runs the...
No, the squirrels. Like, I thought they had the squirrels, the parents, the people who birthed him.
Oh, like the actual ma and pa squirrel.
Yeah.
No, this is
I was like, man, you guys are freaks. Holy mackerel.
This is just the guy who
You guys
runs
got some, who was the pretty woman? You guys got some Richard Gere stuff going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, he's an attractive guy. I'll give him that, you know. So
the owner of the pet.
The owner of the pet owns and runs the conservation.
Bobby, do you know the story?
No.
Oh my gosh. Reset it real quick.
All right, I saw there was something involving a squirrel that all of a sudden people were trying to take political advantage of, and I was like, I'm out. And
so
I didn't even look it up.
apparently, I guess the way it was presented to me is that there's a woman from Texas who turned in the parents of the squirrel.
People were calling that these animals were being kept that are wildlife.
That are dangers, that have rabies. So, like, the state of New York barges in and confiscates the squirrel, the raccoon, and euthanizes them, basically, chops their head off. And they're like, whoa, guys, we don't even know. They're not dangerous. They've not hurt anybody.
They, like, raided the apartment and took the squirrel.
And they're like...
I'm not joking.
They're like, the guy's like, this is the most followed squirrel on TikTok.
Yeah.
He's the most followed Instagram squirrel in the history of the world.
He's the Gruden of squirrels.
So, Peanut the squirrel, they did a rabies test, and the tox reports come back that Peanut the squirrel did not have rabies. So this poor squirrel, Mark Longo, is the owner of the Conservation Society, and this happened like the day before Halloween, or a week before Halloween, and now the squirrel is dead. They came out, does not have rabies.
Oh, that hurts. That stinks.
It sucks. It really, really does suck.
Does it really suck?
Yeah, it does. It does. It does. Because now that squirrel helped that little the pet conservation area, or their zoo. That squirrel alone gave them the funding in order to keep it open. And now all these animals, these lovely animals, might not have a place to thrive anymore. And that's the problem with it. So there's restaurants that
and it became like the Republicans were like, no, we would never allow a squirrel to be taken.
I was going to say, Biden's America. That's what you're looking at there, Sean.
It really did become a political talking point. I mean, it was a massive political talking point, and that's, where it's at. That's probably why he won. Peanut the squirrel and Ricky the raccoon, or whatever his name is.
Oh, yeah, there was a raccoon.
Yeah, it was a tilting point in several Wisconsin counties.
Costco, Sean, has recalled 80,000 pounds of butter here in Texas.
This really worried me. Because I'll go try to get, I think, the Kerrygold.
The Kerrygold is so good.
Try to go ahead. I feel like that's like the only option for fancy butter that people go and get, but this worried me when you sent it.
It did, and you know why they recalled it?
No.
Because, and they recalled it in this, obviously in Texas too.
It's technicality.
It did not have the words, contains milk. This is butter we're talking about. What is butter made from, Peyton Russell?
Milk.
Hey! Does not have the term contains milk.
You should have asked him that before you said the contains milk thing.
Probably
Eggs
should
and
have.
water.
I was just trying to see if you paid attention.
Eggs and water.
Eggs and water. So Costco is forced to recall 80,000 pounds of butter. Literally the dumbest reason.
Oh, my. Well,
80,000 pounds.
You gotta be honest about the ingredient. Whenever I'm trying to go ahead and track down a famous recipe and I'm looking stuff up and I don't have a spice, I'm like, all right, let me just go ahead and look up the spices of the ingredient I don't have. And I feel like they don't list everything on there. And they should have to legally. But I feel like they're always missing like a secret ingredient or two that they don't put, so people just don't go ahead and replicate it.
Right, that's
like
true.
If I'm looking up a barbecue spice or a barbecue sauce, I'll just go ahead and make this.
Right.
Let me look up this one in South Carolina that I don't have access to right now, but it doesn't have everything exactly listed. Is my theory. Matt Pitman at 8:20 today.
I believe it's called a trade secret, right? I think it's called a trade secret. So like Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola never patented their product.
They didn't?
No, because they knew if they patented it at, I think it's 17 years, that recipe becomes public. So if you keep it a trade secret and you keep the ingredients a secret, no one ever can replicate your product.
Okay.
So that's a little fun fact there. I think Heinz did the same thing with their ketchups.
Is that how they get you though with where it says stuff like other natural flavors?
Yes.
Like what qualifies as being able to say, there's some other stuff in there.
Right.
That they don't have to disclose what that is.
Remind me never to fly to Haiti.
Here we go. More. You already won the election. You still have to go after the Haitian.
Yeah, slow down, Pat Robertson.
You guys already won.
Eating the pets. Spirit Airlines flight was landing in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, and the only thing I know about that is that's where a scene in, I believe it was Skyfall was filmed. with James Bond. Great James Bond. Arguably the best James Bond there ever was is Skyfall, in my opinion. But Spirit Airlines, they're landing, and all of a sudden, people start shooting at them from the ground, shooting at the plane. The plane's riddled with bullets. Bullets going through the engine, through the cabin, into the overhead compartment. You got bullets in your underwear now.
Did anyone get hurt?
I don't think anybody got hurt. Not that I know of.
Then I support this story.
The flight attendant was grazed by a bullet. That's it.
Even Haiti knows Spirit sucks.
Have you flown, Spirit?
Yes.
It's that bad?
They're criminals.
Oh.
Kristen booked it once.
They're criminal.
Kristen booked it once, and they are not kidding. They will just cancel flights. It feels like half their flights get canceled, and there's no refund.
No, the fact that they're, and I'm probably going to get in trouble for this, and we've gotten in trouble in the past for airplane talk. The fact that they're still in business, like, it bothers me. It really, really bothers me, the fact that they're still going. Because at that last second, you're going to get $150 cheaper. You're going to get $200 off. So are you really going to pay? Mm-hmm. You're really going to pay $350 more for that other airline?
I see why they're still in business, though. They fly Airbus.
That's right.
If they were Boeing planes,
yeah.
That bullet may have taken the whole plane down.
Right.
So who was on that flight that they were targeting? Why were
that's a great question.
Why were they shooting at it?
It's a great question. I don't know who was on the flight.
J.D. Vance?
It was could have been. Could you imagine if the vice president's taking Spirit? Oh, God. That's how far we've fallen as a country.
That's right.
That's how far we've fallen.
It's like a campaign ploy. It's like, this is where Biden has led us. The Biden economy has led me to fly Spirit.
Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Would you eat this new delicacy? Grilled guinea pig.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't care for that name. It's very offensive.
Gross.
Italian people. Grilled guinea pig.
Right next to peanut.
Right. And people are saying that
Ben.
It's an Ecuadorian delicacy.
I didn't get that.
Grilled guinea pig is supposedly an Ecuadorian delicacy, and they're saying it's very, very delicious, and that the head is actually the best part.
Oh my gosh! I can't.
This is gross.
I don't want to hear this.
I mean, look at it. Look.
I'm definitely not looking.
It looks like sausage on a stick. It really does. It looks like it's a miniature pig. It's a miniature pig on a stick.
Dude, so I was watching, I get, my YouTube is filled with just like different videos of like, oh, here's 10 different type of burgers or 30 different burger methods. And like, I just watch different cooking videos and stuff like that because even though I don't cook, like I'm fascinated by all
you're
these
like,
different...
here, wife, watch this, do it.
Exactly. I'm trying. I'm hoping she'll get the hint. Like, look at this.
Yeah.
Look, you can actually make things that taste good. And so like that's what I try to do. But they did 39 different types of meats for burgers the other day, and that's what this reminds me of guinea pig. They were making eel burgers.
Eel?
Yeah, eel, which I had no idea was a thing. But like kangaroo, apparently kangaroo burgers are very popular in Australia.
Wow. Name the thing that we eat that if this was like brought up and we didn't eat it, we'd react like this too.
The thing
that hasn't been normalized. You know, it's like, hey, people suggest trying this, and we consume it now as a society. But you could see yourself being like, are you freaking kidding me? No, like an oyster?
Prairie oysters.
Yeah. Oh, prairie oysters. What are those? Are balls?
Bull's balls.
Bull's balls.
I didn't know what I was eating when I ate.
But it's something even more commonly consumed. People don't eat, bull's balls a ton, I don't think.
I mean, I ate foie gras. I didn't know what that was.
Yeah.
And then I think you told me what it was after I ate it. And I was like, I would never have touched that if I'd known what it was.
Yeah.
People eat milt.
What is that?
It's fish. What's the opposite of eggs?
I don't know.
What?
If there is one.
What goes on fish
zygote?
eggs? What goes on fish eggs?
Oh, so the fertilization.
First fish fertilization.
Ah, okay. So fish poop.
No.
Nope.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's pretty disgusting. But these cute little 2.5 to 3 pound guinea pigs are selling for $110 a lot of places. That's how much they cost. How many push-ups can you do?
Not very many right now, probably.
I noticed this the other day that
everyone was doing that. By the way, it's great TV. These push-up contests that people were doing for Veterans Day.
For Veterans Day,
Jason Kelsey, it's the best TV he's done. because it's certainly not him talking.
Michael Strahan didn't do any push-ups.
Yeah, well, he probably would do it during the anthem. Jason Kelsey everyone's doing push-up contests. It's good TV.
It's good TV. So, there was 2 studies I saw about how old you should be based on what you can do. And the average person around 40 years old should be able to stand on one leg for 43 seconds.
All right, so let's do this. I've been thinking about doing this. All of us, you too, Pepe. Caitlin will probably kill us and all of it. One leg, you got to stand for 43 seconds.
Do I pick the leg?
Yeah, I'm gonna find this study here.
And what is it supposed to do and supposed to be? We're gonna start on 30. All right, so you got about 10 seconds.
Do we pick which leg? Can it be either leg?
Yeah, pick your strong leg, your right leg. I think everyone in here is right
leg.
So you got to stand right here for 43 seconds. Ready? 2, 1, go. Pay attention to the fan cam. First person that loses the balance. Now, Choppy, extra points if you can do the segment and explain why we're doing this and how long you should be doing it.
Okay, so here's the story is based on
he can't do both.
Your age. For the
he can't even do it when he's sitting. How's he going to do it like this?
The dominant leg with each passing decade, the amount of time an individual stands decreases by about 2.5 seconds.
I looked at the clock.
For the dominant leg, that time declined by 1.7.
We got 10 seconds left.
Now, 8% per decade after the age of 30, that rate increases as time goes on.
3, 2, 1, down. Bobby, you're out.
If you're under 40,
I looked at the clock and then that made me lean, and then I lost.
If you're under, see, the trick is that you
just do what G-Bag does. Don't look at the clock.
Just don't look at the clock. Yeah, you're supposed. The trick is you pin your leg against your leg, like you're making a Y or a number 4 with like a figure 4.
That's cheating.
I think it's cheating too.
I do think it's a lot easier. Like I just stared at the clock and it was easy for me. Like if you just stare in one place.
So the direct opposite of Bobby.
Yeah, I was fine sitting right here, just not moving. As soon as I looked is when I lost my balance.
So if you're under 40, it's 43 seconds. If you're in your 40s, it's 40 seconds. If you're in your 50s, it's 37. But it drops all the way to 19 when you get to your 60s. And the same thing for push-ups. The push-ups for the men and women is about 10 to 15 difference at 25 years old. But as you get to 60 years old, it's about the same. It evens out. Right, it evens out there on the push-ups.
How many push-ups do you think Leah Thomas can do?
877. That's in the past now. All those things. That's in the past.
Don't have to worry about that anymore.
1 through 5, 5 through 1. A cancelable, chopping it up here. Hump Day Expressway with a Tolo ticket giveaway. 1 through 5, 5 through 1. And how far have the Cowboys fallen? Your NFL Power Rankings are next.
After we get you over to Q6.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
RJ Choppy is very, very worked up for this week's edition of the NFL Power Rankings here on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers. In case you did not know, 105.3 The Fan. It's a Meat Church Wednesday, so Matt Pitman will join us to get your turkeys ready at 8:20, below the belt at 8:40. You guys need to grade out from last week, and how far have the Cowboys fallen nationally? Let's start with you all's records.
All right, so last week, Bobby had Detroit, Baltimore, Washington, Buffalo, Philadelphia.
What's that record?
4-1.
4-1.
Peyton had Detroit, Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, Philadelphia.
Oh, perfect.
Hey, well done.
And I had Kansas City, Detroit, Buffalo, Baltimore, Washington.
4-1. Peyton Russell
The champ, baby.
is your NFL Power Ranking winner.
Yeah, why didn't you text us I offered you a chance to text your rankings in last week, and you passed.
Yeah, I passed. I'm not sitting there like you, cutting audio and doing my off-air power rankings to send into the program. No, not happening. All right, how far have the Cowboys fallen?
They're pretty bad, but not bad enough. When you look at where they've fallen across the 6 different power ranking outlets that we look at nationally, everybody's got them between 23 and 25, and that's not low enough, I don't think.
It's pretty low.
I know, but we were sitting there doing a topic. Are they one of the 3 or 4 worst teams in the league? And that says no.
If you have Dallas outside of your bottom 5, it's some sort of just courtesy, I feel like, to what they've been the last few years.
Because talent-wise, like, their talent's probably better than bottom 5. Like, they've got better talent.
Right now, with the injuries?
Well, I mean,
yes.
I don't think they do have.
They have better talent than the Raiders. They have better talent than Carolina. They have better talent than the Giants.
I don't know that I agree with that on the Giants or the Raiders.
I don't know that you watch any football.
No.
They have better talent than New England.
What were you, 12-5? You were 11-6 for Dallas. Who's the only one who picked them below 500? Thank you.
That was you were doing.
No, that's a big win for him.
It's not. It's a fake. It's like somebody who picks the Cowboys when they were 5-11 area. They would pick them to go 10-6 just to be on the off chance they were right. You were doing it for Mike McCarthy.
Choppy always trying to deny people's victories since the last 4 years.
I see what you did there.
So between 23 and 25, universally, that's where everybody's got them.
Peyton Russell, you get to choose this week. Would you like to start 1 through 5 or 5 through 1 since you are the defending champ?
I would like to go 1 through 5.
Good. I like that. Yes. You start us off.
I thought about this, but not really. But then thought about it again. I have Detroit staying at number 1. I mean, I think it said more about the Texans than it said Detroit about that how the Texans had blown the lead. I mean, look, the Lions won a game when Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions. That's not going to happen often, but that's a really good Lions team. They're 8-1 now, and I have them at number 1.
I also have Detroit number 1. Zadarius Smith did not play. Let's see how much he can help in replacing Aiden. But I'm going Lions number 1. You could ding them for just being down. Maybe you think it's a lucky comeback, but they did come back, and they did it on the road in the armpit.
I mean, they were lucky. I mean, that's fair, right? You know, when you have 5 interceptions, the other team didn't take advantage of it. Now, some of that's because they stepped up defensively.
I actually think that's the opposite of luck. That they were like they honestly didn't do anything nothing too crazy in that game happened for them to come back. They shut Houston down. Like, it wasn't a tip pick. It wasn't a bad bounce. It wasn't a this and that. They, shut down the Texans' offense, which Bobby has said has disappeared in the second half this year. We'll see what happens Monday night against us.
So I thought that I said on the broadcast, or maybe I read this, that the reason Zadarius didn't play is because he hasn't had his bye, and the Detroit Lions have already had their bye.
Oh, we were going to get an 18-game season out of him if he didn't rest.
And they were like, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Oh.
So I wonder how.
He's like 40.
Sounds pretty soft.
Yeah. It does seem soft. I kept Kansas City here. They're lucky. They are. But on a neutral field, I would still pick them to beat the Lions money line. Not against the spread. Money line. I would still pick them to beat anybody on a neutral field.
I think that is the first time RJ has acknowledged overall Kansas City's just a lucky football team right now. So I'm proud of you for at least doing that. All right.
They're lucky.
Number 1 is Detroit. Detroit's the best team in football, and I don't think it's particularly close.
Hey, Pay.
Number 2 was a business decision for me. I put Buffalo there. I dropped Kansas City. I mean, I know Kansas City is undefeated, but I mark that as a loss. I really do. I know. I'm listening to Bobby and Sean here.
I love you, Peyton.
I'm finally coming along with things. But yeah, I put Buffalo there. And this week, if you look at the schedule, Buffalo hosts the Chiefs. They're 2-point favorites right now. Buffalo is. So I put Buffalo at number 2.
I wanted to shake things up a little bit this week. I don't even have Buffalo in my top 5.
Whoa.
I don't believe. By the way, because, I have to keep track of the petty scoreboard, Amari inactive for the second straight week, and it's getting ready to get colder there in Buffalo. My weather person tells me Amari has appeared in 2 games for the Bills since arriving in a trade. He's dealing with a wrist injury, but he missed his second straight, and I am not buying this little Buffalo Bills win streak. Not in my top 5.
So who do you have at 2?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. I thought that was my hot take point, and I was just going to sit back on the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
I have Kansas City at 2. Bobby just made a face. By the way, look at Buffalo's winning streak here. They beat they didn't beat the Texans. They lost to the Texans by 3. They beat the Jets, Titans, Seahawks, Dolphins, Colts. There's nothing impressive about that whatsoever. Kansas City for me is 2. Sorry, Bob. I don't think they're a great team. I think it speaks more about the league.
Right. I have Detroit at 2. I think they're truly the best roster. They have the best to me. They are the only team, I think, that even has a chance to beat Kansas City in the playoffs. It would obviously be in the Super Bowl. Their win, it was a bad game against Houston. They still won with the quarterback who threw 5 picks. They made big plays down the stretch. He did. They did. That's Super Bowl or bust. Detroit at 2.
Number 2 for me is a team that I have not moved. My top 2 has stayed the same, I think, the last few weeks. It is the Baltimore Ravens, who, again, I think Baltimore and Detroit, it's fine when you win narrow margins every now and then. When the Kansas City thing happens every week, that's the problem to me, is that when you're not beating on teams. Baltimore has been dominant for several stretches. Detroit, same sort of way. So when you do show me the high character of being able to win tough football games like that, that matters in those pockets. And so big win over Cincinnati.
I would like to get in on this. We do a lot of yapping on the show about bets that we actually don't follow through with. $100 that the Chiefs make it to the AFC Championship game or more. You get to pick.
Well, I can't bet money on things into a microphone, Sean.
I forgot. All right.
But, I mean, we could call it something else.
A wager?
You would just, it wouldn't be money. It would be...
if you could bet, what money amount would you put on it?
I'm
being
Chiefs,
serious.
On the Chiefs being where?
Not making it to the AFC Championship game.
So they basically only have to win one playoff
That's what
game.
you said a couple weeks ago.
If I was allowed to, I would put, realistically... $250.
Okay. I'll talk to you in the commercial break.
Number 3 for me. I did drop the Kansas City Chiefs from 2 to 3. Look, they're 9-0. They're undefeated. I mean, look, you're 9-0 in the NFL. You're still a great team.
This is amazing how your judgment system changed. It is amazing.
He literally
I got
did
bullied
it
into it.
just for the rankings. That's it. Because he thinks Buffalo's going to win.
Yeah.
And he wants to get credit for the victory.
Weasel.
but I mean, like, that's how the game's played. That's how we have a point system. That's how we got to do it. So I have Kansas City at number 3 here.
Number 3 for me is Baltimore. I could make the argument they should be 2 over Kansas City, but I'll keep the Ravens there at number 3.
Ooh, man. I had initially Buffalo here, but then I'm like, wait a second. They got worked by the Ravens. But I don't care. The selection committee last night said the games don't matter, and I'm going to say the games don't matter either.
That's why, I mean, that's your criteria every week with Kansas City at 1.
I will say this. Buffalo, I think, is a better team than Baltimore, but Baltimore would absolutely destroy Buffalo every time they play. It's a terrible matchup for them. I think Baltimore and Buffalo, those two teams play, Baltimore's going to win that game. I think Buffalo will finish the year with a better record. So I have Buffalo there at 3. I really, sadly, I don't think Buffalo is remotely even a threat to Kansas City in the AFC. I don't think there is a threat to Kansas City. I think
so. You're going to bet Chiefs big this weekend?
Yeah, I'll take the Chiefs. I assume so. 2 is not a good number, though. I don't like 2.
Around the NFL power rankings every hump day here on Sean and RJ.
Really quickly, Chop.
Look at Teddy Bruschi. The Chiefs don't focus on identity. They focus on winning.
Okay. All right, Teddy.
Why is he still on TV? Get him off TV.
If that is not a Chris Russo type statement right there, my gosh.
Really quickly, I'm curious because if Detroit had won their game against Tampa and Kansas City lost their opener against Baltimore, would you have Detroit number 1 right now? Or would you still have it Kansas City?
I think Kansas City would beat Detroit.
Okay, all right.
I still think they would beat Detroit.
I was just seeing if you were giving them 9-0 credit for no reason. All right, the next team on my list is we're moving them up. It's the Buffalo Bills. Buffalo, yeah, you're right that if you look at their list of teams that they've beaten recently, it hasn't been super impressive. But it's also like you can only beat who you have in front of you at the moment. If you look at the way they've played in terms of how they're winning games, in terms of choppy, we talk about the EPA. Mm-hmm. If you look at the NFL tiers and the combo of EPA on offense and defense, Buffalo is pretty far ahead in terms of comboing those two up and being a quality team. So I've got Buffalo 3.
I thought about dropping Baltimore, but I left them at number 4. I mean, look, the win against the Bengals was great, but the Bengals had a 21-7 lead on the road in the third quarter of that game. If it wasn't for a Chase Brown fumble, that led, to Derrick Henry touchdown, led Baltimore to get back in the game. I respect the comeback. Thought about dropping Baltimore, but I'll leave them at number 4.
Number 4 for me is a team that has been slept on in this room throughout the league. And the play-by-play voice of CBS kept talking about it over and over and over again on Sunday. The Philadelphia Eagles are number 4 for me. They're loaded. The greatness of Kellen Moore, according to Bobby, pushing them over the top. Kellen Moore and the Philadelphia Eagles for me are number 4.
All right, sir. Number 4. Got that noted. Got that written down.
Brilliant take.
Number 4 for me.
It is. You should have been here last week when I had Philly in my top 5 already.
Oh.
Number 4 for me is Baltimore. And something scares me about Baltimore. Like,
their quarterback?
They're not great defensively.
No, I mean, they almost blew it to the Cowboys. They lose the Chiefs.
They didn't almost blow it to the Cowboys.
It did get down to 3. Like, they didn't almost blow it, but they, you know what I mean? Like, they let them back in. They blew it to the Raiders. They should have lost to the Bengals maybe twice. They beat the Bengals by a combined 4 points. They should have lost that game. Just something scares me about them. Like, they're good, but it's almost like they just sometimes fall asleep defensively.
The Mavericks in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they really are. So I have Baltimore at 4.
Nobody has allowed more passing yards in the NFL this year than the Baltimore Ravens, by the way.
Wow.
Number 4 is, Sean's right, it's the Philadelphia Eagles, who are, we had the note that they are twice now in the last month. They've allowed fewer than 50 net passing yards, which seems absolutely impossible no matter who you're going up against, even if it's Cooper Rush and Daniel Jones. So defensively, their biggest weakness last year, the thing that kept killing them was the fact that, other than Nick Sirianni, was the fact that their secondary was just awful and they couldn't defend the pass. They've pretty much righted that ship, fixed that, and offensively they've found themselves in a rhythm. So I got Philadelphia at number 4.
And I have Philadelphia number 5. I think they're the one team that can actually beat the Lions, have a chance to beat the Lions in the NFC. I think they're the only team that challenges them. When healthy, they're one of the best rosters in the NFC, close to the top of the NFL. But I have the Eagles at number 5.
This hurts. This was painful. I hate this team.
Oh, no. Oh, my God.
I hate this organization.
Danger.
I hate the quarterback.
Danger!
And that is why I could not put the Pittsburgh Steelers 5. The forgotten about again. Green Bay Packers are sitting there at number 5 for me. I had Pittsburgh written down. I said, I'm forgetting. I need help. I can't do it. And I have to slide Green Bay in there. Pittsburgh, I almost did it, but they beaten the Raiders, the Jets, the Giants, and the Commanders. That's nothing. Except for the Commanders. Commanders used to be up there. I'm starting to question the offense a little bit. Choppy, seeping in with the influence. Green Bay Packers, number 5 for me. So that is the final insertion of my rankings.
All right, and I have Philadelphia at 5. I got nothing out of that win over the Cowboys other than the fact that good teams beat up on bad teams on the road or at home. That's what happened. Hurts is better than he was last year, that's for sure. I easily could have gone with Pittsburgh, and I considered it. I considered Pittsburgh. I'm starting to have to give a little bit of respect, but I'm with you. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Could not do it, so I have Philly at 5.
Everybody hates it because he is so cringy. He is the Jason Tatum of the NFL, but Russell Wilson is playing decent football right now. Russell Wilson, the longest active streak of consecutive games with a touchdown pass, 22 in a row, the longest streak in the NFL right now. If you look at Pittsburgh, 3 of their 4 best performances in terms of offensive EPA in a game this year have been the last 3 weeks with Russell Wilson starting again. And so they're playing well offensively with Russell Wilson in there. George Pickens looks like a different player with him in there. And defensively, they've been strong. So you beat the Commanders in that game. Commanders were in my top 5. It pushes you up to the top. So I've got Pittsburgh 5.
So I have 1 Detroit, 2 Buffalo, 3 Kansas City, 4 Baltimore, 5 Philly.
Lions, Chiefs, Ravens, Eagles, Packers.
Kansas City, Detroit, Buffalo, Baltimore, Philly.
Lions, Ravens, Bills, Eagles, Steelers.
Below the belt coming up at 8:40 from our Cowboys Insider. But let's start getting you ready for those turkeys. I'm starving. It is a Meat Church Wednesday. And Matt Pitman joins us next to get your barbecue game right on 105.3 The
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It is, thankfully, perfect timing, a Meet Church Wednesday with Matt Pitman, the official pitmaster of the Dallas Cowboys. Joins us every other hump day here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. And he was sending us a ton of videos Sunday in Arlington from Tolos, who stopped him and said that they tune in for this segment. Is that right, Matt? You were getting the love out there at AT&T?
Yeah, it was actually pretty cool. I was walking in from our lot, and there's a section where like just a bunch of people tailgate that don't go in the game. And I mean, it's good for my ego because I kept getting stopped by people. But there were so many of them that kept saying they were Tolos, and they listened. I was like, all right, hold on, we got to record this. So that's why I did that, to send y'all. And then it happened in the game quite a bit as well. So shout out to all those guys that are if they're listening today.
That's awesome. I love the text message you sent. I was at the game, but I didn't watch it at all. I was blinded by the light and the loudness of the Philly crowd. How often do you notice the sun issue when you're in there?
Definitely. It's on the other end of the stadium from where I sit. But, I mean, you definitely can see it. And then, you know, we've thought about it a lot because there's a lot of afternoon games on the schedule this year. So, yeah, I mean, you definitely can see it. People have obviously been talking about it for a really long time. So, yeah, we can see it.
Was that as many visiting fans that you can recall there, or is there another invasion that sticks out in your mind of visiting fans?
Yeah, it's a good question because, you know, the reason I text you that, I mean, I'm always an observer of what's going on. And, you know, people have always traveled well here. And I've been told by teams that aren't, like, you know, you got your Chiefs and Packers and people that always bring a ton. But we started to see, you know, other teams that were bringing so many fans. And I talked to, like, Titans when they weren't good. And like, oh, we want to come see the stadium. But this week was a unique perspective. So I was doing the Celebrity Chef event in the AT&T Club. So I can't even see the game. And all of a sudden, you know, the crowd would go crazy. I'm like, sweet, we scored. I mean, when I say go crazy, I'm talking about like a roar, like we, we definitely scored. So I run out and look, and it would be like the Eagles recovering a fumble. I'm like, oh my God. So it was weird for me to hear it that loud. You know, that was just a different perspective than I was used to. So they definitely were there.
All right, before we get to all turkey all the time with Thanksgiving coming up, you got to tell us what you made for the game on Sunday, because I love this. I know it set off a lot of Eagle fans. I know, and Cooper Sharp was involved. Cooper Rush, Cooper Sharp. What did you make?
Yeah, so I wanted to make I chose the Eagles game to make a cheesesteak. And first off, let me tell you that I always say that cheesesteaks, chili, crawfish, and buffalo wings are the top 4 items that when you make it, people claim it's not authentic if you weren't from there. You don't know what you're doing, right? So obviously I'm pretty well-traveled in food, and I wanted to pay respect. And so did a bunch of homework. Actually was supposed to go to Geno's in Philly to shoot with them prior to this. Didn't work out for reasons on my end. But I made what I called a not a Philly cheesesteak. Stayed as authentic as possible, but with my twist. So instead of using ribeye, we smoked brisket, chilled it, and then sliced it super thin. So started out with really cold smoked brisket. And the main thing, if you want to make an authentic cheesesteak, it's with Cooper Sharp. A lot of people think there's Cheese Whiz. That's kind of an old thing. But Cooper Sharp really gets the respect. A bunch of my Philly buddies say that's the way to go. So I brought it in, and then we smoked it. So, you know, it was a brisket cheesesteak with onions sautéed in butter mixed into the meat along with shredded Cooper Sharp cheese. We topped it with some more, put it on a fresh Italian hoagie. And it honestly was so good that my team was like, we got to make this a thing for us all the time. It was a huge hit. And, hey, the biggest thing was the Eagles fans that came to buy it and gave us respect. And even online, like, of course, I got ripped up for my allegiance to my team, but there were hardly any negative comments about the cheesesteak from a Philly perspective, which that's a first for us.
Matt Pitman, the official pitmaster of the Dallas Cowboys, joining us here on a Meat Church Wednesday. Now for the turkeys. Selection process. I haven't gotten mine yet, and I'm starting to get a little bit worried.
You're going to cook, huh?
Kristen panic bought. She bought the turkey like last week, and she was like, I was worried they were all going to get sold out.
I know that, so that's my worry, and I'm like, do I buy it now, Matt, and freeze it? Like, what's the process for the turkey buying? When, where, and how to select? I know how to finally pick a brisket now. Does it matter that much with the turkey?
Yeah, it's a good question. And one of the reasons you want to worry about it now, this far in advance of Thanksgiving, you got to make a decision. Do you want to just buy your standard frozen turkey, which I'm going to say is typically fine for most people, or do you want to buy a fresh turkey? And if you want to buy a fresh turkey, the supply gets limited. You're not going to want to hold it in your fridge this long if you buy it now, so you would have to freeze it, which kind of negates the point of it being fresh. But, turkeys go on sale soon. They're super cheap. I will tell you what I do. I think one of the most important things I can tell people is try to source a turkey that's 12 to 13 pounds. If you're feeding 2-3 families and you are tempted to go buy a 20-plus pound turkey, don't do it. Buy 2 12s. Because, first off, it's going to take you all day to cook it. But by the time you get those huge turkeys cooked, there are parts that just frankly aren't as good. So I highly, highly recommend buying 2 12s. And you'll be good to go. But honestly, I think a standard turkey works generally. I mean, you certainly can really get picky on it, but I think 99% of people just go buy whatever is on sale leading up to Thanksgiving.
What are we talking turkey time for 12 to 13 so that you time it out perfectly? And what about a rest period for the bird?
Yeah, all right, so I'll talk about that. But before I tell you that, I'll tell you that when you go buy a turkey, allow yourself, 5 days to let it slack in the fridge. So if you get it frozen, it's 5 days to put in the fridge to thaw. Oh. And then when you cook it, we drop a spatchcock turkey recipe today. So, by the way, that's my favorite word to say in all of outdoor cooking. I'm just going to put it out there.
Yeah, the children are cracking up in here.
What are you talking about, the guys in the studio or the guys listening on radio?
The guys in the studio, the children.
Does that come with a monster load like last time?
Wow. Well,
we'll talk about injecting here in a second.
So today's video, I call out several times that the 12-pound turkey at 275 degrees took 3 hours to cook. I will say that I suggest people budget a little more time because I'm guilty of always being late for dinner. Like we always do like a 2 o'clock late lunch, and I swear we're not getting to the table till 3 because I'm running behind on something. So I budget a little more time. I say you've got to rest it at least 30 minutes. I also frequently mention that Gordon Ramsay recommends you rest turkey as long as you cooked it. So if it took 3 hours to cook, rest for 3 hours. I've never been able to go that long just because, it obviously cools off. Yeah, and I don't like that. Now, there's people that are okay with that. Like, there's people that buy these Greenberg turkeys and they sit out forever. And that's just not my thing. But if it's your preference, you certainly can let it rest that long. But you've got to let it rest at least 30 minutes.
All right. Brining, injecting, frying, smoking. Give us all the different options, Matt.
Yeah, this is, I'll tell you, my favorite time of year. We spend so much time on turkey content, and I'm not just saying that because we're on the radio right now. That truly is our differentiator from us and a lot of other people. So, I have 20 different turkey recipes on meatchurch.com over
20?
all these techniques.
How can you make turkey 20 different ways?
Well, 19 comes out today, and then 20 is actually next week. And a couple of them are similar. Like, there's turkey breast 3 different ways, things like that. But by and large, let's talk the moisture part up front. You either have to brine it or inject it if you want to do that. And that would mean you either have to do a wet brine or dry brine. There's a smaller percentage of people that dry brine. That's where you're going to salt your turkey, put it in your fridge, like out of the package on a wire rack for, a day, basically, before you cook it. It actually is a really good technique. It browns up really beautifully. It is not my preferred way. I do like it. I've done it at Thanksgiving for my family. And so I don't hate it, but I just love a wet brine. And we do sell a brine. That's not why I'm telling you to do it.
It is a great brine.
Honest to God, the number one thing I hear from our customers when I travel the country and meet people, I'm talking June in Florida. Hey, man, love your recipes. Made your Thanksgiving turkey with your brine. It was the best ever. It's by far and away the number one thing I hear. I'd rather be known as a brisket guy, but,
You and your poultry, you're the man.
Yeah, exactly. So I love a wet brine. It's easy to make. You know, you just got to do it the day before. I heat up the brine, let it completely cool off, put it in a food-safe container. I use a Yeti loadout bucket just because I like it. And then, dump the turkey in it, completely cover it with liquid. You got to brine at least an hour a pound. I just tell people to do it overnight and you'll be good to go. And so that's kind of my preferred method. And then when it comes to cooking, again, today's video is spatchcocking, where you remove the backbone so the turkey lays flat. It helps it cook quicker and more evenly because you don't have the breast, higher up in the cooker.
Yeah.
So it cooks quicker, more evenly, and I think it looks really pretty on a platter when you pull it off. So, pretty good method. And, my videos show you exactly how to remove that backbone. It's not a big deal, and it's pretty easy.
You guys want to make a breast joke? Go ahead.
No.
Want to make your breasts, your thighs?
Bobby's making me laugh.
No, yeah. I mean, it was all very from spatchcocking to breaking the backbone or whatever you're doing. It's all great. Here's my question.
Yeah.
Because you're a good. I know one of the things you're also really good at in all your videos, Matt, is all the sides and some of the other things, whether it be barbecuing or Thanksgiving or whatever else. So let's say you screw up the turkey. What's your way to salvage it with a really good side? Because obviously we've got the standards like, oh, you got vegetables or stuff.
Yeah.
What's like a really particular specialized side that you do?
Well, if possible, I would have the turkey on a higher rack so that you could catch the drippings to make turkey gravy. If you can't do that, then you can still make gravy without the. You can take the parts from the turkey, like the backbone, the giblets, and different things that you cut out, and you can make stock with it, and you can make gravy and things like that. So turkey gravy is a must, and I got all kinds of mashed potato recipes. That's a must. But to answer your question, I have a skillet cornbread dressing on meatchurch.com that it can cook in a skillet alongside the turkey as the turkey's finishing, and it's lights out. I put like breakfast sausage in it. It's really hearty, and people love that. It's kind of a rustic dish. It's not hard to make at all, and it's super good.
So in finishing the turkey, what's the Meat Church seasoning that you use, and why am I seeing mayo here?
Okay, so mayo is in this week's recipe because we slathered with it. Don't be afraid of mayonnaise. It's a light slather, but so mayonnaise is basically a fat, and so that you're actually basting the turkey, kind of self-basting and kind of retaining some moisture with it. And then, you're not going to taste it at the end, by the way. And as far as seasonings go, crazy enough, we've got 8 that are popular, but today's video is our new hickory seasoning that we came out with, and when I took a bite of this turkey when we shot the video, I looked at my team and was like, this is what I'm doing this year. So that's kind of telling. I loved that on turkey. But our honey hog and our voodoo are insanely popular on it. The new Hail Mary that came out is next week's video. It was really good on it, a little more savory. Any of our all-purpose rubs work. We actually have a whole section on our website called Turkey Supplies where we make this kit with a brine and a seasoning, and it's the 8 top seasonings for turkey to make it easy for people to find kind of what we recommend.
Hey, real quick, have you ever cooked guinea pig? And if not, what is the strangest thing you've ever cobbled up?
No, I've not cooked guinea pig. I raised those at junior high. That would be kind of weird. I've often said this really isn't that weird, but it's just something I hadn't heard of. When I was in Sweden, I cooked reindeer, and I thought, man, if my kids knew I cooked reindeer, they'd never let me back in the house. But yeah, exactly. But I mean, it was just like cooking it was like cooking a big deer from here. It was really big, but it does sound kind of odd for sure.
It is a Meat Church Wednesday with Matt Pitman, and you're cooking the turkey till 165?
Oh, good. Yeah, great question. I'd like to go no more than 160 in the breast. It's going to carry over cook a little bit, kind of high 150s, 160 at the most. Look, we all grew up scarred. Like grandma or mom, somebody made the turkey in the oven. They all, relied on that little plastic pop-up thermometer in the breast, and those things don't pop till the 180s. So everything we had was dry growing up. So get an instant read thermometer, brine your turkey, and you will suddenly be the hero on Thanksgiving.
160, but that's not for the thigh or dark meat though.
A little bit higher, and that's okay. It can take it. Just think about when you cook chicken wings. You can take those 185, 190, and it doesn't dry them out.
Yeah.
So it's like I just focus on getting the deepest part of the breast accurate, then I know the rest is going to be where it needs to be.
Awesome stuff, brother. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Matt Pitman, the official pitmaster of the Dallas Cowboys on the D&M Leasing Hotline with a Meet Church Wednesday. You don't love your football team enough if you think you deserve soap after the game. That's next and Below the Belt right here on the
And RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Why do winners smell better than losers? More on that in just a second in Below the Belt, powered by #1 Air. But first, it's the middle of the week. People tend to drag on hump day.
Hump day?
Don't they? Yeah, they tend to drag a little bit. If you need a pick-me-up, guaranteed to
line a blow,
make your day better. Oh, even better than that. I want you to go to Twitter right now and search for the video of Caitlin Clark hitting a golf ball that Johnny just showed me during the break.
Bobby just died. Caitlin, extra points if you can get that on the fan.
Go to my Twitter. I put it up there. I reposted it.
Dear God, I thought you were showing me like an AI video of like a bit of like you're gonna show me one of these deep fakes of like, oh look, it's made to look Caitlin Clark look tremendously unathletic and borderline dangerous to be within any vicinity of her swinging a golf club.
Caitlin topped one, rolled it over left, and took out about 3 or 4 grandparents.
But that's not the story to me. The story is how quickly her cold-blooded ass picked up the next ball.
Yeah.
To go ahead and swing. She
Yeah.
didn't check. She didn't take steps over to the crowd. That is my biggest public sports nightmare, is teeing off with a gallery of people there.
She just re-teed.
Terrifying.
She re-teed and said, their breakfast ball. Here we go.
She re-teed in 2 seconds.
Because she knows that even if that's her shot, like ESPN's going to cover it as like, look at how far she's brought women that she can swing like this.
Still going to get better ratings than Major League Baseball.
Why don't you explain what the breaking news was that stopped you down here in the commercial break?
They throw up here. John, I don't know if you saw it. I had to stop Sean walking out of I was like, hold on, you got to look, because it said breaking news on ESPN.
Because yesterday the breaking news was Bears offensive coordinator fired.
Yeah, which we're going to get to that here in just a second. But you see, breaking news. So I'm like, what's the breaking news? And I look over. This is like top of the hour stuff. This was 8 a.m. All right? Top of the hour. They had to break into breaking news, announce the new professional women's lacrosse league in the United States.
All right. The NPSW.
They have dug in so much, and they are stuck now.
Yeah, they overplayed it. They overplayed their WNBA hand.
Like, do you ever feel like
now they're stuck
in the dating process? Did you ever feel like you maybe screwed up and like leaned into a trade or something that was like maybe kind of a fib, and then you're just like, I'm stuck, like kind of pretending to be this person now for a little bit until I can clarify.
Yeah.
And that's what basically ESPN has done.
Breaking news.
The
Women's professional lacrosse.
All right, let's talk about Shane Waldron, since we just made that reference there. Shane Waldron, the Bears offensive coordinator, fired in the middle of the season. He had come over from the Seattle Seahawks, and so this clip was getting passed around, a little bit of a viral clip of Rockwall's own Jackson Smith-Njigba, who is now with the Seattle Seahawks, former Ohio State receiver. He was getting interviewed back at Super Bowl and was asked about Shane Waldron and got a little uncomfortable.
Bears fans are super interested about the offensive coordinator coming in, Shane Waldron. What can you tell them about who they just hired to try to get this offense where it needs to go?
This is live?
Stop it. All right, this is my guy Mark Carmen from Fansided. Listen to him first before that. Is this live? Listen to him go, oh. All right, the stuttering, the stammering, the pulse. Oh, and then is this live? Hit it, Peyton. No, from the beginning.
This is live?
Oh, wait, my bad. I messed it up.
I'm playing.
Stop it. My bad. I messed it up. Go ahead, play it again. I'm sorry.
This is live?
We're not live.
I'm playing. Good luck to y'all. I mean, he's a great person, great offensive coordinator. I was very lucky to have him my first year. Learned a lot from him. I think him and Justin will mesh well, and adding more guys around him, I think it would be great. So we'll see.
Good luck to y'all. Good luck to y'all.
Boy, that's what you guys always say about Dak. Whenever anybody says, tell us about Dak, and they're like, hey, great leader. Great person.
And then at the end, we'll see.
Yeah. When he says the good luck to y'all, That's athlete speak for bless your heart.
That's so good.
All right, so this let's talk about why winners smell better than losers. This is typically an NFL segment, but this is still football, and this is football guy to the core.
Absolutely.
If it's true, I need to know if our judgment here is that this is a genuine Joe Mazzulla psycho type of opinion, or is this guy just talking trash and basically doing a character and not breaking? But this is the head coach of the Syracuse Orange, and Peyton has it down here on the thing as Fred Brown, but it's Fran Brown, I believe, is the head coach at Syracuse. So this is Syracuse coach Fran Brown this week talking about why he smells awful when they lose football games.
Honestly, I got like a ritual. Like when we lose, I ain't even getting a shower till early this morning. I just be mad. I just brush my teeth. But it's like I don't deserve soap. I don't deserve to do all that. I'm just focused on like trying to get back and trying to make sure that our players mentally understand and know that I let them down, that they didn't do it. You know, I just wake up all night, especially when you lose. You like wake up like, damn, it really happened. You know, it really happened that way. So it's just different pieces. And then I just move on. There's a process that I follow every week. Win, lose, or draw. Only thing is like my wife, I can't sleep in the bed if we lose because I ain't going to get in the shower for that day. I'm just mad and I just sit there. I just brush my teeth. That's what I have to do so y'all won't say my breath stink. But I'm just kind of locked in at certain things, certain ways. I think you gotta earn the right to do certain things. So, you know, winners get washed. You know what I'm saying? I'm a loser. I just kind of waited a little bit.
Who is this?
This is Fran Brown, the head coach of Syracuse.
It's unhinged.
This is G-Bag of the day. I need to be knocked out. We need to be knocked out for the Jerry interview. And that needs to be a T-shirt right now. I guarantee you Dave Portnoy at Barstool.
Winners get washed.
Winners get washed.
That's
Did
amazing.
he say washed or winners get washed? Either one's awesome.
Yeah.
Winners get washed. That's cool. Did he put an ED on it, Pepe?
No, winners get washed.
Winners get washed. That's even better.
This is amazing. Like, you know, if you did a blind
winners get
test,
washed.
If you just did a blind test, you didn't know what this guy did for a living. You had no idea what he did for a living, and you just said, who would say losers don't deserve soap and only winners get washed? It would take you maybe 2 guesses before you said football coach.
Yes.
And I think the only other one would be like lacrosse coach. Like
Joe Mazzulla.
Women's lacrosse.
Women's lacrosse.
This would be a Joe Mazzulla quote.
Yeah.
I feel like Mazzulla would say, "Yeah, I didn't deserve soap last night because we played so poorly, and that's on me. I don't deserve soap." Like, but
someone has to start an investigation now into the program to see what the players are deprived of. This will make Bear Bryant blush with what he's probably not giving these kids.
Do you think
when
he's
they
sincere?
stink or they lose?
Do you think he's sincere?
Yes.
Or do you think he's just doing it? It seems very.
He was
sincere.
really detailed. He talked about the wife. You can't sleep in the bed.
Right.
I think he's 100% being legit.
I absolutely do. Like, you talk about the bad breath. You got to brush your teeth because the bad breath. But like this guy, I mean, look. At least he's depriving himself of a shower and not like toilet paper. It's like none of that, right? It could be worse.
Yeah, but
this
still,
is pretty bad.
Winners get washed. All right, let's wrap
Camden,
up here.
New Jersey.
I know. I looked. I was dying to see. Please, like him and Mazzulla went to the same school or something.
He followed Matt Rule to Baylor.
Yeah, he was a Matt Rule, which Matt Rule's always been Temple tough. Like that's his whole character, and so
Temple tough.
I guess he had it work there.
What does
too.
that mean? You're 1 in 10?
Yeah, exactly. All right, we've got a couple of quick Steelers notes here.
That'll mean you attended services.
Mike Williams took a shot at Aaron Rodgers after he caught the game-winning touchdown against the Washington Commanders on Sunday. He had an image of him celebrating in the end zone. He posted on his Instagram, and he said, "Thankful, #whole lotta, #we back, #red line." It's like, well, what's red line? What does that mean? Turns out the red line hashtag was a jab at Aaron Rodgers, who called out Mike Williams after a Jets loss in October. Rodgers said after a Monday night loss against the Bills, there's 2 verticals. Alan Lazard's down the seam and Mike's down the red line. So I'm throwing a no look to the red line. When I peek my eyes back, there's Mike running an in-breaker. Got to be down the red line. So Mike Williams with a little bit of shade thrown at Aaron Rodgers. This has been a bad year for the Aaron Rodgers mystique.
Yes.
Not just him playing, but just his in general, his command and who he is as a teammate. It's been a bad year for him. And then over on the Steelers side, that's the receiver that they acquired. Let's talk about the one they sent away, Deontay Johnson.
This is cold-blooded.
This is, and I think it's, again, one of those things, it reads worse than it sounds, but it still doesn't sound great. Mike Tomlin yesterday in his press conference ahead of Steelers versus Ravens with Deontay Johnson out the door now, playing for the Ravens. Mike Tomlin was asked about, hey, what have you seen from Deontay Johnson over there with the Baltimore Ravens on tape so far?
To be honest with you, I hadn't thought a lot about it. He's not on a lot of their video, and so, at this stage of the week, I don't know that I've weighed, what he might mean to the matchup. They got more significant pieces with larger roles that are occupying my attention at this part of the week.
Damn!
That is
3 shots.
So harsh, yeah. And that was like a 16-second clip. Play it back, Peyton. I got to count the number of shots taken here.
To be honest with you, I hadn't thought a lot about it. He's not on a lot of their video, and so,
that's great.
At this stage of the week, I don't know that I've weighed, what he might mean to the matchup. They got more significant pieces with larger roles that are occupying my attention at this part of the week.
That's 4 pretty decent shots. That Deontay Johnson, man, and George Pickens has been a headache for that football team.
Yeah.
And they still deal with him.
Yeah.
Antonio Brown, a headache for forever. For Tomlin to clearly be so fed up, Deontay Johnson must have just been a pain.
By the way, one more thing while I'm thinking about it, on the soap topic, Trump's new Secretary of Defense,
Pete Hegseth.
Was that the guy that was on Fox?
Mm-hmm.
There's a clip of him going around. He said he has not washed his hands in 10 years.
Yep.
He said there's germs. I don't see them, so they don't exist. I've basically have not washed my hands in 10 years.
So even after
what's worse than that or that? I don't know the follow-up question they asked about the poop. Remember Roy said?
Yeah, Roy didn't always do that, right? After he pooped.
Yeah, not every single time.
Not every single time.
Something like that.
Why?
He said he didn't get any on his fingers, I guess.
How often is it getting on your fingers? That's not like, is that a common occurrence?
Depends how thin the paper
how
is.
You do. I mean, the way I do it, I better get it all over there.
Yeah, so not washing hands for 10 years or
That's
not showering after the game.
10
I think
years
the 10
is
years.
worse.
The 10 years. I mean, the amount of like,
yeah.
I mean, he's going to have, his hands are
chicken wing nails.
Oh, they're going to be disgusting. Like, I look at my dad's hands.
Well, but he's...
Yeah, I understand it. But I'm saying that's only 2 years.
Yeah.
You imagine 8 more?
Yeah.
Ugh.
So you'll trim his no hairs but not give him a manicure.
I'm not touching those hands.
Give him a manicure.
I'm not touching those hands.
877-881-1053. That is Below the Belt here on DFW Sports Station. Let's talk about Klay Thompson's return to Golden State. Final hour, Hump Day edition. Next.
After we get your...
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, break it down.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Curry gets Doncic again. Screen by Draymond. Curry gets Lively again.
He wants a three.
Yes, he does. Backs up, shoots a deep three over Lively. It's good! It's good!
And Steph Curry with the final night to the Dallas Mavericks. Final hour, fist pump time, Hump Day edition. With Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Caitlin live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The Golden State Warriors give the Mavericks another tough loss in the final minutes and final quarter. They have now lost to the Suns, Denver, and last night Golden State by a combined 6 points. Klay Thompson in his return, 6 threes and 22 points scored. I think that's a successful return.
Sure.
It was an awesome scene before the game. They had all the stadium employees wearing the captain's hat, and they gave them out to the crowd, the entire crowd. Chuck, Ernie, Kenny, and Shaq, they were all wearing the Klay Boaters hat to pay homage. The video tribute was really cool beforehand, but Steph Curry ends up stealing the night.
He stole the night, and, you know, Steph was, he was on pace for like 50 points up to the first quarter.
And he's 36.
Yeah. I mean, he's just like, he's an all-timer, obviously, and the most influential basketball player of my lifetime. I don't know that there's another one. I mean,
well, it's Mike. There's two different types of influence.
Right. Like he changed, like Mike didn't change the way they play the game necessarily.
Mike changed the popularity of the game more than Curry did,
absolutely, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Steph and Wilt changed the way they play the game. Like Wilt, I mean, they had to expand the lane, the key for Wilt, and you know, with Steph, I mean, he just changed. He changed the game from that perspective, and he's forever an all-time great. And you know, and look, the video tribute for Klay was really, really cool. I thought they did a great job of doing that right in the middle of the starting lineup.
I thought he was going to break down more.
Yeah. Listen, I had a big problem with the fans wearing the hats. Like, come on, you can't. You during the game, you keep them on the whole game. Come on now, you can't do that. It's a disgrace. You're
disgrace.
It is a disgrace. It is a disgrace. That every fan who wore those hats.
There were no Warriors fans until like 15 years ago. Anyway,
that's fair. 07.
Yeah.
07 rolls around and they're all cheering for Baron Davis.
The We Believe Warriors.
Yeah, God, it's so soft. But like it's, you know, if you're a fan of that stadium and you were wearing one of those hats, like I said, you're the reason they have the chair in the corner of the hotel room. That's what you're there.
It's very aggressive.
It's not aggressive. It's not aggressive. It's soft. What they did.
It is California.
It's soft. You're wearing a hat. You would never wear a hat of the enemy. Get the hats out when you retire his jersey number.
Tim McMahon wrote that Klay briefly considered bringing a Boston whaler to Dallas, figuring it would be a good boat to dock at one of the local lakes.
That's a Great Mine Lake. Got a big whaler out there.
Yeah. But he thought better of the idea, and he wanted a totally new experience here in Dallas. Said, don't need a boat. That's what summertime is for. I got enough cold water boating in the bay to last me some years. So when he wants a water fix and some fresh air these days, hops on his bike and pedals a half hour from his Dallas home to White Rock Lake. Maybe you see Spittle around there.
There you go.
I was gonna say, what he saw White Rock Lake and saw the I'm not even gonna say.
I was trying to figure out where you were going with this.
Yeah, I can't go there. Instead, I'll just say Louisville Lake, and he saw all the drunk people's like, I'm not having that liability. I'm not throwing my boat out there.
Yeah, he was influenced by Scottie Pippen going to Portland. So his dad, which I didn't realize was the number 1 pick in the 1978 draft. I knew Michael Thompson played for the Lakers, but I did not realize he played for Portland after being taken number 1 in 78. So Clay grew up and spent a lot of time in that area. And he said, when Pippen got traded there, or when Pippen went there, he was also 34. Clay is 34. And he said that was like the best day of my life. That was so amazing. And he said he did a lot for the Blazers. They were 3 minutes away from a finals appearance. People like me who loved the Lakers growing up will even admit they got cheated, I think. Them and Sacramento during that run a little bit by the referees. But Clay's kind of thinking himself a little bit in that light as like someone to go and add to a really, really good team like Scotty did for the Blazers when he was also 34.
Man, and I remember like that when Scotty and the Blazers came here. I think it was during the playoff series. Like that was
a fantastic team.
Oh, it was they were rock stars. I remember going to the practice court at the American Airlines Center. And like the Mavs had a really good team, but that Portland team, dude, like there was an aura, there was a buzz about them. You just walk into that building.
Really?
There was, oh my God, in the practice room.
I wouldn't say superstars.
Not
who was it?
superstars. They had buzz. Like,
Yeah,
it was
Damon Stoudemire, Rasheed Wallace, Scottie Pippen,
Buzz,
Zach
man.
Randolph,
Yes.
Arvydas Sabonis.
Yeah, the buzz was the high you were getting, the contact high.
That's it.
That was the criticism. They didn't have like a true superstar. Like Scotty was a star in name, but older. But that wasn't any team of rock stars, but a really, really good team. We probably should have made the finals.
I forgot Scotty was even on that team that came through here in Dallas because that was 2003.
Name that roster.
It was Bonzi Wells, Rasheed Wallace, Damon Stoudemire, Zach Randolph, Dale Davis, Scottie Pippen, Antonio Daniels, Arvydas Sabonis.
Wow.
Those are kind of the main guys.
Yeah, look at that squad. But here's Clay talking about the emotions, the return, the video tribute, the hats, and everything.
It was a really cool experience. I appreciate the fans very much. The captain's hat ended up being a great touch because I'm such a passionate boater, and I saw a lot of familiar faces in the crowd. That was a warm-hearted feeling. So it was really cool to see the fans, their gratitude towards myself, and something I will never take for granted. So it was very, very awesome.
What?
Nothing.
You're making a stupid smirk.
No, I was trying to. Chop was looking way too much at his screen during that time when we were playing the cut. I was trying to show him what I was going to say about White Rock that I had to stop. I was just trying to show it to him, but he was looking.
So this is another fourth quarter and some Luka criticism of Doncic as his shooting numbers are way down from last year, about 6 percentage points worse from the field. He got a lot of criticism for bad shots that he was taking over the past few games. Some ill-advised threes when Kyrie is playing out of his mind, and here's Luka doing his little step back and pulling up from three, but the shooting percentage is bad.
This is bizarre.
Yeah.
Luka, Kyrie, and Clay are both averaging significantly more points in games they're losing.
Luka, Kyrie, and Clay.
Like they're all putting up their best numbers together in games they're losing. Clay is averaging 3 points more per game in losses. Kyrie's averaging 7 points more per game in losses, and Luka's averaging 6 points more per game in losses. So they're putting up like 31, 25, and 16 together when they're losing games.
So the trick is score less, go to the guys involved.
I guess so.
Saying?
Look, I know there's a lot of freak out right now because the Mavs are under 500. I'm going to give them props for barely losing all these games by 6 points total. I'm going to give them credit for Phoenix, who was playing fantastic. Joker's out of his mind again. And then Golden State with a top 3 surprise in the league. You lose all those games consecutively by a total of 6. I'm actually going to give them credit. So I'm going to go the opposite way than a lot of Mavs fans who are not happy.
You know what I decided I definitely wanted to see moving forward, though, after watching that game last night, is I want more Quentin Grimes.
29 minutes, 6 points, 6 rebounds.
He's really good defensively. I feel like he actually makes a difference for them on that end of the floor.
Jason Kidd has been dropping Milwaukee Bucks-esque daggers on this team early in the year. This was on Quentin Grimes over the weekend. What does he have to do to play more? Quote, he's got to make a shot. He's got to just relax. Understand we're missing layups. We're just doing stupid stuff right now. That tends to happen during the year, so we're not going to panic over that, but he's not a plus. Mike Tomlin-esque. Jason Kidd on his team the other night. For whatever reason, we're getting off to a slow start. It's got to be addressed. Someone's got to come out with some effing energy. We're effing flat. Our bench stinks right now. As deep as we are, we got to get someone to effing participate off the bench. So Jason is trying to send some early messages.
All right, so I mean, with Quentin Grimes, like, he's not taking a ton of shots. It's not like he's got 18 shots a game out there.
Yeah, you know why? Because he's not
getting
playing.
open. He's not playing.
He's not playing.
But
That's why
when he is shooting. I mean, he's shooting 40% from three for the last 5 or 6 games.
His minutes after his rookie year were 30 minutes, 20 a night, 19 a night, and right now he's at 13.7. So something's happening there, averaging 3.5 points a game.
I just thought defensively last night he was a legit spark for them. And I thought he made a real difference when he came in and actually had to contribute on that side of the court. Because when that was happening, they were able to kind of sustain the runs a little bit better.
Steph goes off, though, his own personal 10-0 run. And here's Clay talking about the awkwardness of facing his splash bro.
Well, it was fun to match up with Steph. I mean, we guarded each other plenty of times in practice with Team USA camps and All-Star games. So a real competitive NBA game. It was pretty surreal, but after a few minutes, it was just basketball. And then, it hurts to be on the other side of one of his flurries. Guy got hot at the end and made some ridiculous shots. I know I've been on the other end and it sucks. But like I said before, I think we play them 3 more times, so hopefully we can learn from it and learn their tendencies a little better. But sucks because this was a big game for the Cup, so something we just got to digest.
Big game for the Cup, man. It's first game of pool play.
It's the third time.
we got to really go forward in one of these pool play games, man. We really got to.
It's the third time I've heard the quote. Every time I hear it, I'm like, I forget he's about to say that. And I'm like, what the hell? Why did you even say that?
Are we missing something? Like, do the players absolutely take this more seriously?
They want $500,000. Like, I'm sure that's a nice payday. But
is that what it is? For the whole team?
It's like
or
they
per
each get $500,000.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That's significant.
That's for sure.
Yeah. That matters.
Not a bad few days of work.
Wow.
On top of your regular pay?
For the Cup. I would just say for the Cup. That's funny.
For the Cup. It's like we're talking about it in the terms like hockey players talk about the Stanley Cup.
Like it's the Floyd of Rosedale. Like it's Paul Bunyan's axe that we're out here playing for.
Embiid returned last night, did not get booed out of the building. Sixers lose again, this time to the Knicks. That court was tough to look at. I had to change because it was too much blue.
The blue, oh God!
Brian
looked terrible. That last night's was fine. I had no problem with. I liked the Warriors court, but some of these are the Celtics one. Nice touch with the parquet.
Dude,
still too much.
The Mavericks court is gonna look like an eyesore. I think.
Let's see it.
It's this one, isn't it?
The Hawks, by the way, beat the Celtics last night without Trey. They go and beat the defending world champs. What's the Mavs court? Oh, that's really blue.
That's a lot of blue.
That's really. Is that supposed to look like an NBA trophy on the free throw lines?
It's the cup, man.
Oh, that's the cup.
No, that's what they're playing for. Just so you have the reminder. Every time Clay's at the top of the 3-point line, he's going to look over there and go like, "This is what I play for, baby."
What does Nick Eatman think of all the Deion Sanders rumors to replace Mike McCarthy? He also starts looking ahead to the armpit. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com is next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. We're about to be joined by Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. I got some latest odds from Bet Online. We're just going to skip to the Cowboys. What are the Cowboys' odds of winning the Super Bowl today?
Let's go with...
I'll give you a frame of reference. On November 5th, they were 80-1.
80-1. I would say they have less than a 1% chance in Vegas. So let's go with 150-1.
I was going to say 120-1.
Not even close.
300-1.
300-1. 300-1, tied with the New Orleans Saints.
Oh, not bad.
The teams above them, Kansas City's first, then Detroit, Baltimore, Buffalo, Philly, San Fran, Minnesota, Green Bay, Houston, Pittsburgh, Washington, Chargers, Falcons, Bengals, Cardinals. Cardinals are in first place in the NFC West, by the way. And we don't have time for the rest of the teams in this segment. The Bears are above them.
How many are behind them?
I don't know. I stopped after the Saints. And then to win the NFC East, it's 100-1. The Eagles are 10-21, a.k.a. minus 210. Then the Commanders at plus 140. We're 100-1. The Giants are 1,000-1. Let's bring in Nick Eatman from Dallas. What?
That's absurd. The Cowboys do not have a 10 times better chance to win this than the Giants do. That's the same team right now.
No, it's not the same. It's not. The Giants stink. The Giants stink.
1,000-1 is better value than 100-1.
We stink.
Yeah, we do.
What would the spread be tomorrow, neutral field?
Oh, Cowboys be favored by...
With Rush?
With Tommy Cutlets? Drew Lock? Daniel Jones ever playing again?
You don't think he's going to play?
I don't think so. With Daniel Jones, they might be, but I don't think he's ever going to.
Cowboys' next win comes in December, probably.
Nick Eatman joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Nick. What's going on?
Good morning. I took the gambling training seminar where I'm not supposed to it's anti-gambling here. So you guys are talking about plus 210, minus 200. I don't even know. Not even allowed to be listening.
You bring up gambling more than we do in this segment. You always say, "What is it, Choppy? Choppy? What's the spread? What's this? What's that?" All right, fine. Well, then we'll move on to something else.
I'm joking.
I know.
What is it this week?
Oh,
10?
The spread? It's 7.5.
Okay.
I actually have a feeling, Bassick thinks it's going to be an absolute beatdown. I have a feeling today that this one's going to be closer because of Houston, not because of the Cowboys, more because of Houston.
Please save this for when they lose by 30.
I have been right. Now, Bobby's been picked in more of the beatdown aspect. He's been getting it right, but I've been saying they're going to lose double digits every single week, but not the blowouts that Bobby's been picking. Okay. I want to play this. This is making the media rounds. I know you're going to roll your eyes. I know you're going to possibly throw up. Here's Rex Ryan, ESPN. Everyone's trying to find Mike McCarthy's replacement.
Deion Sanders may be in play here. And I'm going to tell you, they need something. They need to have somebody that has the pride in that damn organization. Being a Dallas Cowboy, the pride you take in it. And by the way, Deion, everywhere he's been, has been kicking what. Mm-hmm. All right, Jackson State, they were unbelievable when he was there. He takes Colorado. Right now, they're 7-2. Nobody saw that coming. They're playing in the big, whatever, the damn
Big 12,
now.
yeah.
Big 12. I'm just saying, that because I already know Mike McCarthy's a good football coach, and he's going to be out the door. There's no doubt about it. The whole thing's going to be blown up. But watch what happens. They need that. How are you going to get this kid back on board?
Micah.
He's going to have to damn respect that guy that comes in that building. You're not going to respect Deion Sanders? He's twice the player you are. All right? And you know what? I coach Deion Sanders. Great teammate.
Have you seen all this on television?
I've heard it. I think I heard it maybe on your station yesterday. I did hear it. But, yeah, I mean, I disagree with 90% of the stuff he said. So I don't even know where to start.
Well, so let's start with the 10% you agree with.
Yeah.
Great player.
Great player.
Any player that walks in is going to not be the player that he was. Does he have pride for the Cowboys? I don't. Does he? I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I don't think he's pride for the Cowboys. Deion went to the Hall of Fame. I mean, I don't think he's I'm a Cowboy. Now, I'll always argue with people that say that he's not a Cowboy, because I do believe he's played in more games with the Cowboys than any team that he was with.
Oh,
so
it's possible.
I didn't realize that. Well, I would kind of insulting to say it's possible. He just said it as a fact.
Yeah,
that was kind of my way of saying I doubt he's right, but maybe he is.
I know that was your way, but
he's been with the Cowboys longer than with any other team. I think he might have played 2 more games with the Falcons, but only because he was hurt for like 9 games with the Cowboys. He's been with the Cowboys longer than any team. I'm just saying if he's not the Cowboys, he's not anybody.
He played 70 games with Atlanta, 63 with the Cowboys.
But with playoffs,
well, Choppy, I apologize.
Just
you were
too
right.
short.
So still short.
It was just too short. But he said it may have been 2 more games. That's what Nick said, and he was right.
I'm just saying, and when he got here in 95, he was here for 8 games, rehabbing a baseball injury. So I'm just saying he was here as long as any other place.
Well, let me ask you this then, because you're a big-time college guy. How much are you buying Deion as a head coach, and how much would you buy him as an NFL head coach?
Yeah, I think he's great where he's at, because he can, he's recruiting kids and he's recruiting their parents right now. The dads love this guy, so he's getting some great players, and you don't recruit really other than free agency, which I don't know if that's a great spot here then. So when are you really going to build the culture the way you want? You can build the culture, but not really with the players. So I think it's going to be a challenge for him to go to the pros. I don't think it's the best fit for him. I think what he's doing and what he's building there is something that would work better for the 18 to 22-year-olds, and like I said, their parents who grew up idolizing him too.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com here on 105.3 The Fan. You may not want to answer this or can answer it. You're living in that building. I'm not. But I'm sure you guys have had other head coach discussions on all your platforms. Who have the fans been calling for the most, and have you settled on a possible replacement if you feel comfortable answering it?
No, I don't feel comfortable answering that with where my office is and McCarthy walks by at least, once or twice a day. No, I said this, and I've said this on the podcast that I do. The fans do call in and they have questions, and I just say out of respect for the guy that's over there trying to beat the Texans, trying to beat the Eagles, he's got a job to do. We all have jobs to do. So I don't like saying that, who would be the next guy. But to answer the question of who the fans are, I mean, the same names you guys are talking about: Ben Johnson, Deion, Belichick. I mean, it's those names. I can't think of another one right now, but because I try to dismiss the talk.
Yeah.
But it is those 3 for sure. I might be missing some others.
Nick, I know the fans. I know they want a young, hotshot OC. I just don't see Jerry hiring a first-time coach. I just don't see it.
Yeah, I don't really either. But at some point you're gonna have to alter stuff, change things. I mean, I would hope that would happen, but he's dug in sometimes.
Nick, since we are talking about the head coach focusing on trying to beat Houston, trying to get this ship right, Brian and I were recording Love of the Star last night, and we got a question that I thought was interesting that I wanted to see how you would answer this. They said, Dr. Strange taps you and Brian on the shoulder and says, I've seen every possible outcome for the season, and only one of them leads the Cowboys to the playoffs. What would that look like in order for the boys not to be picking near the top of the draft for them to actually make the playoffs? What is if you were told there's one pathway for them to get to the playoffs, what does that look like in terms of the offense and the defense?
It has to be, well, first of all, the defensive guys have to come back and play out of their mind, which they were trying to do that in the first half of the game. So, and maybe I'm not. Am I answering the question correctly?
Yeah.
How do the Cowboys make the play? Like, what's the best case? I mean, how does this even possible?
How does schematically does it look on offense, defense? How do you start? Yeah. Do you have to bench Kalen Carson? Do you have to say, hey, Austin Richards is playing at left tackle the rest of the way? Right. What kind of changes do you have to make?
I hate to have like a $25 million swing tackle, but at this point, I would like to see Tyler Guyton maybe move to right tackle and Austin Richards at left. And not that I'm totally done with Terrence Steele. I think Terrence is a better player when they have a better running game. I think he's a pretty good run blocker, and they really don't have that. But to answer your question, the defense is going to have to play out of its mind. Micah Overshown, Deron Bland hopefully can come back and be that playmaker, and they're going to have to try to win games that way. And Cooper Rush is going to have to find that deep ball magic again. He's got it. I mean, I think he's a really good deep ball thrower. Brandon Cooks returning would be nice as well, and especially them running the routes that would help him, to kind of stretch the field. But it's, they're going to have to catch lightning in a bottle here. That's going to be a tough one. I mean, Houston this week, I looked it up. They've every game they play is close. And so the Cowboys are going to have to figure out a way to do that. I mean, they don't really blow teams out. Everything's close, and they win some, they lose some. I mean, they're 6-4. The Cowboys are going to have to figure out a way to do that, and hopefully their kicker's better than Houston's.
Nick Eatman here on the Fan. So what do you think the timelines look like now for Cooks, Tank, Bland?
Mm-hmm. Bland, I would, give me a algebra problem. I'd rather try to solve and figure out what's going on with Bland. I just don't know. Tank, I know he's doing some rehab work. I would still think a couple of weeks for him at the most. Cooks, I think, would be at this point. I would say Cooks, Bland, D-Law as the three coming back, and then pause, Dak. like way out there. Maybe Sam Williams before him.
So RJ asked you this on Monday. I thought it was kind of crazy, but then Jerry made it sound very good yesterday with us. Did you hear him talk about possible neck strain for Cooper Rush, and how much sense would that make after watching the way Cooper played?
Yeah, I honestly, I sit next to Todd Archer from ESPN and at the games, and Todd was like, I think he's hurt. Like the first thing, right off the bat, said it. And I was like, and he was kind of like hitting his head, like I thought it was like, don't, like I fumbled, but it was, it seemed like he might have had something right there. Now, that doesn't mean it's not, stingers and all that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't go back and play. But yeah, he did not play his normal game. So if you're asking why not go to Lance, I mean, like I would evaluate, they're evaluating him, see how he feels. But he's 5-2 as a starter, 0-2 against the Eagles. Let's see what he does against someone else. I think he can play. He can definitely play better than that. Most people could, but I think he's going to play better. But I'm totally fine with working some packages in for Trey Lance, not the screen pass ones, but the ones where he can run. I'm fine doing two things. Try to trick it up here.
Was Sunday an awakening for the Cowboys in terms of what they're able to do post-Dak? And do you think they just say at this point, all right, this is going to be largely a Rico Dowdle show on offense moving forward?
Well, I'll believe that when I see it. I mean, I don't know if they're going to do that. I don't know if that's what this team, this system, this play caller. I don't think that they're built that way to just say we're going to just run the ball that way. I don't. That's not what we see. And so I don't know if that's going to be the case, but I do think he should be the main back all the way, especially down in the goal line, and he's really running the ball better. I mean, it's not great, but he is running the ball better. He's got the juice. He's the one that's catching the passes. So I think he needs to be the focal point of the running / passing game, from a running back standpoint. But I still think they're going to do what they do. I just would like to see that a little bit more vertical for two reasons. One, I think Cooper Rush, that's his better pass, is throwing the ball down the field. And also, these receivers are not the guys that are going to run after catch. They're not DK Metcalf. They're not those guys that are going to break tackles. So all these crossing routes, hitches, screens, bubble screens, I think the guys need to go down the field. And Awesome Richards, I thought, did a nice job. I think the line held up pretty good to give them time to do that. I think they've got to stretch things down a little bit down the field.
Cowboys crosstalk tonight. We're going to have Kenny Gant, the Shark. How good is he?
I want you to stand up and do it.
I'm not doing the Shark. If he does it, I'll if he does the Shark, I'll do the Merton Hanks.
Is it the?
You're going to do the Merton Hanks?
If he does the Shark.
Oh my! He's doing the Shark. I mean, like I mean, if his name, I'm sorry, great special teams player. If his name was Kenneth Gant and that's all it was, then he wouldn't have had his own radio show and stuff like that. He's doing the Shark. He is the Shark. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, you need to ask him. One of my favorite players, one of my favorite plays of all time. They kicked off against Washington, and Brian Mitchell, the former return guy from Washington, he thought he was in the end zone. He was at the 1. He was kneeling down at the 1 for some reason. Just thought he was in the end zone. And Kenny Gant could have easily tapped him on the head, but just decided to just lay into him and knock him down. It was one of the funniest things. They were getting blown out. Like, well, why not? So that's one of my favorite Kenny Gant plays right there.
Thank you, brother. Great stuff. We appreciate you.
Yeah. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece is next.
After we get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Doncic down the left sideline, in no hurry, spin dribble, guarded by Wiggins, dribbles, shoots a contested three, it's up and no good, rebound Melton, ball game over, the Warriors have won. Final score, Warriors 120, and the Dallas Mavericks 117.
Warriors Radio with the call. What's up?
Sean, do you realize that we are only 2 weeks away from Peace-a-thon? Are you excited? Have you signed up to be on the show yet?
No.
Are you going to?
He will.
Question.
That was not a yes or a no.
He will. We never have a problem.
I'm going to have autograph stuff.
Do you have a problem with certain people in the building?
Mike.
he's in here.
Yeah, I'll be here for some of it.
Yeah. I have a question for you.
All right.
What are you eating, number one?
These cashews that were in this bag.
There's a shortage, big cashew shortage.
Is there?
I don't know. I heard that on Curb Your Enthusiasm like 10 years ago.
I don't know.
That's for Fred and Blake.
I love
cashews.
cashews.
No. Well, it's open and they left them in here. You know how that crap works.
Yeah.
If it's in here, it's everybody.
That's right.
Here's my other question, though. You yesterday posted that it was your wife's birthday, but that she would not allow you to post a picture, your favorite picture of her.
Yeah.
Is it an embarrassing or compromising?
I don't think so.
Is it?
No, it is a picture of her butt. She was was putting up Christmas. By the way, I gave in. I gave in and I let Lucy and Adrian put up Christmas decorations in the house.
Yep. Saturday for me.
And it was Sunday.
This coming Saturday?
This past Saturday tree.
Yeah.
So while she was on the fireplace putting stuff up, I took some pictures and I was like, "Let me post it." She said no, so I said, "I'm not posting any pictures."
Oh,
is a great picture of her butt.
Okay,
you want to know my favorite picture of your wife?
Oh my God!
It's the one of you guys at that birthday party when you're kids and you didn't even know each other.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah,
to me.
we're both like 4 or 5 years old, and I'm standing there getting ready to drop a paper or a clothespin into a milk jug, and she's standing behind me judging me. And we didn't know each other at the time.
They were at that same birthday party as like little kids together.
That's awesome.
Never
clothespin into a milk jug.
Yeah, that was a game we were playing at one of our friends' birthday parties.
Was it called clothespin in a milk jug?
Like kill the kid?
Or what?
What?
A clothespin and a milk jug? That's what I think of, that someone's going to drink milk. Kids. Hey, drinking a clothespin? That sounds kind of sick.
I thought you were talking about like, it's this game, like those games we play at parties, like kill the kid. I thought that's what you were saying. I was very
like pin
confused.
the tail on, Anyway, what's coming up on your program?
We do have Hall of Famer Charles Haley joining the show at 11:40 today.
Has Alec been put through that before?
He said that he has worked with Eric and Zach on the night, so he's prepared.
So I did the Cowboys. Well, I think it was one of those Cowboys crosstalk, and Charles Haley was on, and we had a hard out, and I think it was Brendan back then is yelling in my ear for the hard out, and Charles Haley's like, I'm not going to stop talking, and he just keeps talking and talking
through it,
and they just went to break, and they just
What did we have? We had 2 dumps last time he was on here. I think we just had to dump him twice.
Yeah, he was in studio, and that was like because you can't really control him.
Yeah,
you can't contain him at all.
He'll be in studio.
Oh no, yeah, but you just can't contain him.
Good luck to us. So
yes, good luck to you.
And then Mike is already ready to bail on the Mavs season. We do that at 10.
What's wrong with you?
I mean, Luka bails in the fourth quarter, so.
What's wrong with him?
I don't know.
He's still averaging like 28, 8, and 8, but the percentages are about 6 points off.
I'd have to go back and see, because we've dealt with fat Luka to start a year, so I'd have to look at just those 10 games and how bad those numbers were. And then at the end of the year, you're like, I'm very satisfied with these numbers. It's a first-team All-NBA player.
Yeah.
But last night, everything was pretty darn good until, you know what it looked like? It looked like when you traded for Kyrie Irving. And you're like, what are we trying to accomplish the last 3 minutes? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
And that's what it's looking like every game with the Dallas Mavericks this year is it's reverted back to what are we trying to accomplish? What's the goal? Everybody to stand and watch Kyrie this possession? Everybody to stand and watch Luka this possession?
Yeah.
It's like, what in the world is going on? It can be corrected. There's freaking 71 games left. But this doesn't look good. This looks like Charles was right to start the year, Charles Barkley, that this is going to be more of a 4 through 8 seed fighting to make the real playoffs.
I don't even know if he gave him 4, but
yeah, he did. I think it was like 5, 6, right?
Yeah.
6 to 8.
Mike has a tendency, I will say, with the Mavericks still to react the way Cowboys fans do after a Cowboys loss. So I will say, Mike, just take comfort in.
They're fine.
Yeah, they'll be good. And the weird thing,
that's your opinion.
The weird thing I was telling them about was if you look at the splits and losses, Clay, Luka, and Kyrie, all their numbers are better than when they win.
They have lost
like way up.
They've lost to 3 really good teams in a row by 6 points with rusty Luka, new Clay.
Only one game of Lively.
Trying to figure out the bench guys. Lively, they're more than fine. Don't look as down as you are.
4-15 in the last 3 games. Lucas 4-15 in the fourth.
Well, I'll tell you what, the
That'll
opposite.
change.
I tried to sell after the Colorado Rockies series that was a horrible series, and literally that was it. They never played good baseball. And I'm not saying the Mavericks aren't going to play good. I'm telling you that the Mavs are probably going to make the 4 through 8 seed.
Yeah.
I'm starting to go, I don't think they have the energy or the will to want to win 55 or more games to get one of those premium seeds where at least it makes the playoffs look easier to get there. I'm sure teams will be nervous to play the Mavericks as a lower seed in the playoffs, but I think they're going to have the fate of having to go on the road again and try to do what they're going to do.
This is not real.
Look, Mike, breaking news.
Look at
First
this,
Take
Kevin.
has devoted more time to the Women's Lacrosse League than they did to Major League Baseball during the World Series.
Are they airing this or
Yeah,
something?
this is First Take.
No. Are they airing the games?
I was
the
looking
league?
at the dude
I
getting
don't
ketchup squirted on his face above that. Sorry, that's just weird. So hold on.
So there's going to be 4 teams?
They must
That
be in a
doesn't feel like
partnership.
enough.
I mean, that's going to have a lot of rivalries.
Yeah.
A lot of rivalry games.
Mike, you're down right now. I get it. It's a little upsetting. If you want to pick me up, just really quickly on Twitter, look for the Caitlin Clark swinging a golf club video that Choppy was showing us.
That, by the way, has
care.
sparked our C block.
She sends a golf ball directly into somebody's face.
What'd you say, Corey?
That has sparked our C block because, Sean, that too is one of my biggest fears.
There's no way. I would have no problem doing it at a PGA Tour event, right? Obviously, PGA Tour, they strike the ball exactly where they want to, just about every time. For an amateur, you couldn't get me within 100 yards of that tee box.
Yeah, I would literally swing. I guess you can make the argument that it would be your best swing because, like, my best swing when I try to go out and swing is on the hole one where people aren't lined up, but there's still people that watch waiting for you. And I'm literally like as straight back as possible, 3 feet, and just like this, so I hit it straight.
Super concentration.
And that ends up being like your best shot of the whole day, where you're like, I'm only going 2 feet back. I'm not trying to hit it hard. I just want to make sure I putt this thing down the fairway.
Almost killed somebody with that shot.
To Mike.
She really did.
The guy, like
someone's Meemaw,
whoever it was
in the face.
that ducked out of the way.
But no, that's not the highlight. The highlight is no remorse. No step to the gallery to check. She immediately, in 1 second, picks up the next ball to hit her.
She just re-tees.
Yeah.
She swings,
Re-tees.
goes right to the pocket, and then right back down.
And I bet if Angel Reese did that, y'all would be covering it more. You biased jerk.
Angel Reese would miss 2 to 3 more shots before she finally got
she
it
did
right.
stick an approach shot about 10 feet away from the pin, though.
Did
so
she?
that was nice.
Good for her.
Nobody died.
Mike, are you really disappointed about the Mavs, or are you just tired from staying
No, I was
up?
mad.
Really?
Last night. I struggled to go to sleep because of it.
Wow. All right, here's my dumb basketball question. If we had Jason Kidd on that, I usually ask Mike McCarthy. What is the moment in the game where we give a head coach like their most credit, play-wise? When does that happen? Where we're like, oh my God, the coach did
Football's
this.
different because they're literally calling.
No,
the
but for
play.
basketball, when do we do it?
Final play.
Not the final play.
Or does it just have to be a set play off
Set
of a
play.
timeout?
Always after a timeout, we go, and it seems like that's the best play and the best shot that teams get. So my question to Jason Kidd or any basketball genius out there, why not in the final minute or two are you not, like, why don't more of those plays get called?
And they're like part of the rotation
Yeah,
already?
or like, why not go to 3 of those plays? 2 or 3 of those plays in the final minute. Why does it always work perfectly off the set inbounds? It seems like, oh my God, easy bucket. Oh my God, they got a lob.
I mean,
oh
isn't
my
that
God, they
part
got
of
open 3. Oh my God, they drew that up. It's like, that's when we say the coach did his best work.
Well, because isn't that just, I mean, that's naturally going to be part of the design, is the fact that you are inbounding it and just the different stuff you can come off of sets that I don't think you can typically do if you're just bringing the ball up the court.
Well, you can still inbound off timeouts.
Sure.
Stoppages of play, fouls. You can do all these things. It just seems like it's always off a timeout. So that would be my dumb basketball question of the day.
Last night I was on Hoops Hype for an hour after the game trying to find a 6'9" guy who can play kind of like power forward, small center.
Any luck?
Nope.
Okay.
I was trying to trade for
We're a
Brandon
little
Ingram
bit
again.
hamstrung with contracts.
That's true.
We have these really small contracts or really big contracts, and you don't want to trade. I'm not saying you don't want to trade Klay Thompson, and I'm not saying he would be like really wanted. You're trying to look at teams that suck, so it limits you to most of the Eastern Conference. And then you're kind of looking at, okay, I want to get rid of Maxi Kleba. Because Maxi's only going to be here for 30 games. He has to miss 50 games because his body can't handle an NBA season. Like, that's proven for his whole career.
Joel Embiid.
But then, like, what do you... True, right? Like, who would want to trade for Joel Embiid as a franchise-changing player, knowing that you're only going to get 40 to 50 games out of him a year and he's never going to be healthy for the playoffs? That would be stupid to me to trade 5 first-round picks for Joel Embiid. I'm with you. So I'm looking at the Mavs and I'm trying to figure out what team has some dude who's like 6'8" to 6'9", making $15-ish million that I can throw my first round pick. Obviously, Jason Kidd's not a big fan of Jaden Hardy, so I'm going to use him in a deal. I got to get rid of Maxi Kleba to kind of make money work, and I'm fine with that because even though he's valuable for 15 to 20 minutes a game, he's only valuable for about 25 games a year that he's healthy. He's going to play in about 15 other games that he's not healthy, and then he's going to be scared to death if you throw him the ball in the playoffs. So I'm trying to, like, I need a 6'9" guy to help us out who can shoot a 3 and play defense.
You guys going to continue your J.D. Vance discussion in here that you were having?
Was not having a J.D. Vance discussion. I was in the room where that took
It's a
place.
wonderful choice. Great story.
We're back tomorrow with
Fantastic story.
Rhett Lashley at 8 o'clock, Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. The KMC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
Thanks to Comerica, you can listen to Sean and RJ anytime you want on our O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Corey Majors. You have the famous Mike Bassick. And, of course, you have Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing today? I know Mike
Horrible.
is sad.
What? Lacking sleep because I'm trying to make trades for the Dallas Mavericks because this team ain't it.
I was trying to trade for Brandon Ingram again last night. I was like, okay, let me see if I
New
can
Orleans
do
is
this.
horrible.
He's got too much money. It's $36 million. I couldn't. I put like 7 people on the trade, Kevin. I couldn't match it. I was trying to make our team better. I couldn't do it. I'm doing really well today, though, Kevin, because we are now 24 hours away exactly from starting our show at Martin House Brewing tomorrow.
Disagree.
Hold on.
23 hours and 58 minutes away.
All right.
So you don't count crosstalk when we do it with the morning show, but you do count
that's a good
crosstalk.
point.
You know what? We're now
Because we have to be on Zoom tomorrow.
23
at
hours and
9:40-ish.
43 minutes away.
about 2 days away from doing crosstalk.
One day away.
It's about 2. Like it's more than 1 day. But we will be at Martin House Brewing tomorrow in Fort Worth. We love Fort Worth. You know how we love TCU,
my God, yeah.
Especially the
Fort Worth.
drive.
Come on,
So
Mike.
what you were saying is, well, I'd love to live in Fort Worth. I'd rather live in Fort Worth than Dallas, to
So
be
you could be
honest.
next to the Nut Company.
Oh, yeah.
I was next to the nut company. I could walk to the vending nut company back in the day. Now I have to drive there 45 minutes. So what you're saying is that we could be the Pelicans and that would be worse?
Yeah.
All right.
Being the Pelicans would be worse.
You could have fat Zion getting hurt again.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay, does that
Or thin Zion.
Make
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't
Either
matter.
one.
feel any
He's
better?
going to get hurt.
All right.
I don't know. This team sucks.
Okay.
So do you blame the shoe for his injury now, or do you blame him?
You know, I'm not going to blame the shoe, but I guess my question is, do we need to change the first segment? Because we were going to talk about Mavericks to start. We can pivot to something else if
No,
you
let's
guys
talk about
prefer. Okay.
This team ain't winning 55 games. I take that back.
Okay.
I'd like to say 11 games into the season, my prediction was 55 wins. I will now take it down to 50. They will have the exact same record as last year, 50-32.
Okay, let's go ahead and get cut number 1 for what really was a huge part of this closing sequence.
Curry gets Doncic again. Screen by Draymond. Curry gets Lively again.
He wants a 3.
Yes, he does. Backs up, shoots a deep 3 over Lively. It's good! It's good!
Now, the Mavericks had a 7-point lead. I believe they had a 92.3% win percentage. It was looking really good. They got closed out on 15-5. And so it really just fell apart. Obviously, Steph Curry was a driving force behind that. He got his go-to-sleep three-pointer and everything like that. What, besides just Steph Curry, what did we see in the last, let's say 4 minutes that's not going to work? I get it. He's raining threes, but
They made the finals, so I have to take that into consideration. Every team now this year, all they do is put Luka in a pick and roll for the last 5 minutes of the game, and they go, Luka's going to have to guard the ball every possession to finish.
Yeah.
And then, unfortunately, if that doesn't happen, then we have little Kyrie on Michael Porter Jr., which is an 8-inch mismatch. And so he wins the game against you. So they have literally, it seems like for some reason teams in the playoffs didn't do this as much, or maybe I'm just not remembering and the Mavericks did a better job of playing defense with Kyrie on the ball or Luka on the ball. But all they're doing is every time you play a good team, Luka's going to have to guard the ball, and we'll see what happens from there. And worst case scenario, Kyrie has to guard the ball, and that's not good either. And then they seem to want to do the 2023 Dallas Mavericks and just take turns of playing one-on-one basketball while 4 guys watch. And so you're like, why are we going back to that? We saw how many times that lost games in 2023. Why are we not playing more of the 2024 Dallas Mavericks style of basketball where, eventually probably Luka and Kyrie are going to be the guys taking the shot, but there seems to be a little bit more movement, a little bit more what are they about to do from the defense? Now it's like, we know what they're going to do. They're going to jack up a crap shot.
Yeah, and who knows, maybe that is just kind of waiting till later for that to develop rather than show all your plays now. I don't know. But
I'm just curious. Do you really think that?
I said maybe.
Okay.
So, but here's two things that Jason Kidd said last night. We got to be better at offensive rebounding, and I want to get into that a little bit more. But we also got to be better at execution to close out the game, and we will. So he says we will get better at it. And last year, was that not the biggest factor for this team? Was we couldn't inbound a play. No, we couldn't even get the ball in bounds most of the time last year. So I do think that they will work on it and continue to work on it to find the things that they trust the most. And what you trust the most right now might not be the thing that you trust the most late in the season either, or even in the playoffs. So they got to figure that part out. But the offensive rebounding, Kevin, I wanted to kind of focus on that. When it comes to guys like Lively and Gafford and not necessarily having a true power forward next to them, they're so focused offensively on scoring because of the lob. That option's always there. I wonder if that gets them out of position for some of their offensive rebounding. And I wonder if that's what Jason Kidd's talking about. But it's such a benefit to have them on the lob because you can get those 2 points.
And I think one of the things that, I don't know, Mike, I don't think you're flat out saying this, but definitely insinuating towards it is this team can get better, but you're in a position where you're taking too many early losses that will offset how much better you get. Like, you can get better, but if you pile up the losses now, maybe you can get better and you get 50 wins, 52 wins.
Right.
And like that sits you right back in a similar spot to where you were last year in the playoffs. And I realize the counter argument is going to be, oh, they made the finals. I get that. I just was hoping, I guess, for an easier road ahead. I heard Sean talking earlier, and I think he makes a totally fair point. You lost to Phoenix, Denver, and Golden State by a combined 6 points in your last 3 games. The concerning thing about that, and Grant Afseth threw this out there, and he's always really good to have the numbers on the Mavs. The Mavericks are 5-6 overall. They're 1-5 to start the season in clutch game situations. And so that's a concern of, like, not only did you lose to the good teams, that happens, but that you had a clutch situation every single one of these 3 games. And in multiple games, you had the lead, and you ended up in a loss every single time.
Yeah, you're not Milwaukee. Like, if you know, that's
True.
you're not New
Good
Orleans,
point.
you're not Milwaukee. The Knicks, after all the moves they made for Karl Anthony Towns and Bridges, and they're supposed to be the team that can compete with Boston and beat Boston. They're off to, I think they're 5-5 or 6-5. Like, they're right around what the Mavericks are. So yeah, there's other teams that I think at the end of the year are going to be big time contenders for the Western Conference or the Eastern Conference, and they're not off to the best start. So I'm not saying the season's over, but I had higher expectations. And you had Derek Lively last night.
Yes.
And you still lost.
And
so
that's,
to say, like,
that's the part
you would
that's
have beat
disappointing.
Phoenix, because we kind of had that as, like,
Yeah.
I think I was with you on, well, you would have beat Phoenix or you would have beat. And then you had Derek Lively last night. You're like, we still lost in the exact same way.
That is totally how I felt. And that's why yesterday's loss felt, it hurt, I guess, a little bit more, because obviously Golden State's been an excellent team this year as well. And so I was like, all right, Derek Lively gets there. It's still a close game, but you see the balance shift to the Mavericks. And to your point, that didn't happen.
And at 112 to 105, I believe it was off a Clay 3-pointer. You have that building quiet, and you have the momentum, and you have to close out a 7-point lead with 3 minutes to go. I know the NBA, it's a 3-point league, and things can change in a hurry. So I think it's a little bit off to say it's a 92% chance against Golden State.
That's what the computer nerds say. Yeah, not me.
And I found out through baseball, they're not taking into effect at all. They don't care who you're playing. All the computer's doing is the score with time left.
Yeah.
It doesn't take in any other aspect of who you're playing or anything. It's the computers generating this score in the NBA with this much time left is the percentage of who wins or loses the game. I keep looking at this and going, what are we trying to do on offense to finish these games off? Because at 112, 105, hey, you just didn't score for a while. And it became 114, 112, I think. Like, I'm trying to remember in my head, but it just was like, what were we trying to accomplish after that Trey 3? Because
114, 113. Yeah.
Yeah, it just was like, oh, we're not trying to accomplish anything. We're like, we feel comfortable.
Yeah.
And then you could tell Steph Curry took it into, no, this is the NBA Finals Game 7. Good for him.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he turned it into, this is a do or die game for us. And the Mavericks don't want to engage in that. And I think Jason Kidd, after the Phoenix game, I believe, was ticked off, started cussing in the press conference, getting mad at people in the press conference because he's not mad at the press. He's mad at his team not engaging in these games the way you saw Steph Curry engage last night, and then the rest of his team followed in that engagement. Obviously, Draymond Green had some huge defensive plays late, and so it's like they just wanted to win more in the end. And that sounds too generic, but you could tell that their last 3 minutes of effort was, if we lose this game, the season's over. I get it. It wasn't. But you could tell there was one team in that mindset and another team going, just another game.
And I've seen a lot of people already, especially since Draymond came up, that have issues with the officiating last night. I don't end up thinking that was the difference in the game, but I understand. I saw that all across my social media last night. Some people say it's just the charge call. Other people are like, there's at least 3 calls in the last 5 minutes they didn't like. I get it, but
you know what I didn't like? I didn't like when there was a possession that didn't go the Mavericks' way, and Luka is looking at the referee making his point while a guy cuts to the basket for an uncontested dunk.
So I saw that as well. It was not this play. I believe it was in the third quarter, and I don't know why it stuck out to me. But while the ball handler is coming down on the left side, Luka's guarding him. Now, he's several feet off, but he's like staring at the ref. Then Golden State calls a timeout. He, instead of walking to the bench, he walks right to the ref, and he needs to complain because he thought he should have got an and one on the other side. And quite frankly, I don't know if I thought that was and one worthy. But the point was irrelevant. Let's say you did get jobbed on that call. That's not helping your case out.
Yeah, my moment was when, and it wasn't arguing with the ref or anything, it was the three-pointer that night-nighted us when he got kind of screened by Draymond, and he was trying to make it look like he was getting just throttled over there, and he leaves Derek Lively on Steph, and I was like, that wasn't cool the way he did. But he wanted nothing to do with playing defense on that shot. He was like, they're trying to find me and take advantage of me. Please, whatever I can do, Draymond, just please grab me if you can.
Yeah,
I didn't really love that too much.
They say that when you're not guarding the ball, you should always know where the ball and your man is. And Luka knows 2 things. He will either know where his man is or the ball, and then he'll know where the referee is to complain to. Like those, you can't swat. You only have 2 eyes, and you only have so much peripheral vision. And so they say when you're not guarding the ball, you need to know where the ball is at all times, and you need to know where your guy is at all times. And there is at all times he knows where the referees are at that he's frustrated with. So that means he can only know one other thing. Where is your man or where is the ball? He can't do the 3 things. So he has to make a conscious effort while he's on defense is I'm going to pay attention to the ref or refs as much as I can, and then I can pay attention to one other thing, where the ball is or where my man is. Usually he forgets where his man is.
And then somebody's going back to the game before Joker traveled on that 118-116 last basket. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying if you're holding out hope for a travel call against a superstar in the waning stages of an NBA game, that's probably not going to happen.
I will tell you this, Mavs fans. If you were a referee in the NBA, would you treat the Mavs as the beneficiary? The way Luka treats you as a human being, would you? I mean, this goes back to years now. We're doing it all over again. Hey, maybe there was a call or 2 that went against you. So what?
Yeah.
They should go against you. He treats those people like utter trash. So why do you expect them in a 50-50 situation? I'm not sure. I got to blow a whistle here or not blow a whistle. Am I blowing the whistle for the guy who thinks I am the worst human being on the face of the earth for 2.5 hours because I don't know how to do my job? F you, call goes for Golden State. Is that fair? Is that right? No, that's the way sports work. If I'm going to complain about balls and strikes, I know that eventually that human being behind there, that's why sometimes you want to go to computers. I get it. You go to a computer, balls and strike. It's easy to go to a computer ball and strike. It's not easy to go to a computer calling fouls or non-fouls or travels or non-travels in the NBA. So, by the way, there is no traveling in the NBA. Like, I saw Kyrie Irving make a really big shot recently in this last 3-game stretch where he took 2 steps around the free throw line, pump faked, and then took 2 more steps and laid it up. He literally took 4 steps.
Why are you telling everybody about that, Mike?
Well, it's fine. It's not going to be called a travel. It isn't traveling. You can take 4 steps now. So when you get mad at Jokic or you get mad at something, or like, you can double dribble, you just can't triple dribble in the NBA. You can take 3 or 4 dribbles. I think Curry did it last night too. He dribbled 4 or 5 times, lost the dribble while Lively was guarding him, picked it up, and started re-dribbling. It's okay. You just can't triple dribble. Don't do it again. Like, that's the new NBA.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, switching things up just a little bit today, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Soda Way Oss. Cars for Kids donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. That was pretty entertaining for Game 11 last night.
Yeah, no, that's I'm with you on that. I'm curious.
We're all finishing the same way, Mick, with an L.
Well, I had two questions about it.
Okay, go.
So when you do your defensive, rotation, how does Lively end up on Steph?
That's because the pick.
Because Luka was scared and he bailed.
It's a double pick. Everybody switches all picks now.
I know,
in the NBA.
but that can't happen.
I'm with you. That's not the matchup I want.
Here's my question. Do you want Luka on Steph or do you want Lively on Steph?
I don't want either one of them
Those were your
on
two
them, right?
options the way they were running offense.
It would have been somebody PJ, else. Right? And then number two, that call on Gafford was awful. When you guys were asking what happened after they had the 7-point lead, when he got called for offensive
I'm with you.
Under the basket when he made it.
You know whose fault that was? That was Luka's fault because he cried like a baby bee at 10:41 left in the game and said, review this one. So then that would have been a successful challenge because Draymond was inside the circle.
He was inside the circle and he flopped.
Yes. Let me ask you something then. I know it's probably
become a Mavs insider.
No, not that.
Oh.
It's different with the NFL, obviously, than the NBA. But was there ever a player that you either knew or perceived got different calls because of the way they complained to the officials?
Oh, that's a good one.
Tom Brady.
I agree with that.
Michael Irvin used to tell officials before games, don't let this cornerback tell you how to do your job.
Well, that's true. It's not – the ones in football aren't quite as obvious because you got so many officials out there, right, and so many players. But that one was just ridiculous. And it was at a huge point in the game, too. If they get that basket, it ends the – what did they have, like a 7 or 9 point streak that they scored?
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
Golly. Did you see the bench? The bench was ready to go onto the court. They were so mad. That was awful. But
yeah.
I digress.
Okay, well, look. Hey, for future segments, if you have Mavs suggestions as well as Cowboys stuff, I would love to hear it. I'm absolutely here for it. No sarcasm, for real.
Keep that in mind.
Yes, absolutely. Maybe because, Mickey, I'm not saying you need to say it. I'm not saying the fans need to say it or the team needs to say it, but it feels like we're drifting more and more closely
kind of
to
dire
this.
straits.
Yeah, to this season kind of being over in terms of making the playoffs. That's a fair assertion, right?
Oh, at this point, because they've not given you any indication that they're going to pull out of this nosedive at this point.
Yeah.
But let's see what happens Monday night and then go from there.
But even the way you said that sounded sad just now.
Let's see what happens Monday night.
I want to go back to what Micah said, but I don't want to necessarily talk about what he said.
Fascinating.
Zach Martin. What is Zach Martin going through this year, and how much of it is the motivation or desire to continue playing? Do you get that? Do you get a different feeling from him?
I don't think it's that. I think the shoulder deal's real. He didn't practice last week, and so normally it's DNP rest on Wednesday.
Yeah.
They go in the pads on Thursday, and he practices on a limited basis. And then by Saturday, it's not a walkthrough practice, but it's an easier practice than what they do on Wednesday. And so when I saw DNP, and I'm like, well, this might be a little bit more serious than we think. And so when you see him playing like a at times normal offensive guard, then your antennas go up. But I think there's still something going, and he's been playing through that shoulder for quite some time now. So and I kind of give him credit for being out there, because somebody asked me, well, is he hurting the team? And I'm going, well, I don't know. TJ Bass is the alternative. And now you would have basically a guy that started, 2-3 NFL games next to the rookie that's starting at center, next to the struggling right tackle.
Yeah.
Boy, you're getting even younger and younger. So to me, just having him on the field helps, even if he's only 80%.
Okay, let me ask you a question about that, because I don't disagree with that at all. Let's say we're 2 weeks and 2 more losses down the road. Then does it not become more beneficial to throw TJ Bass out there more, just to be like, hey, let's get a half a season feel, or let's get 6 or 7 game feel for what you've got?
Yeah, I think my answer there would be the same as saying, well, we don't need to see Cooper Rush out there, put Trey Lance out there, right?
Sure.
So now what are you telling the other guys? Are you giving up? Are we playing for next year?
And I think that's a fair question. I guess I would try to spin it of, this is somebody who's earned it. We've seen him work hard in practice.
Right.
We think he can. And whether or not that message sticks, who knows?
But if
that
it's
would
the
be
case,
if
it's the case, I think you can get away with it.
Yeah.
Right? But if it isn't, it's sort of like, think about what's going on at wide receiver right now.
Yep.
Brandon Cook's trying to get back. I see him running now and running hard, and I think he's getting close. But, are you going to say, okay, well, no, we need to see the rest of these young we're seeing the young wide receivers and probably not seeing any much that you like.
Fair.
At this point.
Fair.
So you got to be careful on how many times you do that at, whatever position's out there. Unless, the guy's just not playing well, then, okay, I'm good with that. But don't do it just because I'm planning for next year.
Now, for Cooper Rush, I wanted to talk a little bit more about his performance. And I know you might not care about this other part, but CBS does quarterback power rankings, and they now have Cooper Rush dead last in the league, which I realize he's not a starting quarterback. But Jerry mentioned the potential of a neck strain.
I heard that. That kind of raised my antenna, and I think you could probably see it when he dove to try to recover his fumble, and he got hit right kind of on the neck, shoulder.
Yeah.
And you know what? And knowing him, he would, and he'll get asked about it whatever day he talks. I think he did it Thursday last week. He's not going to say, yeah, that hurt, right? It's like, oh, no, I just didn't play well enough. He's got to catch that snap, of course. That gifted him a touchdown. They got the ball at the 17-yard line, and you had played defensively awfully well in that first half. Who knows what would have happened with the rest of the Cowboy possession, but they certainly weren't going to get the ball at the 17 and needed 4 plays to score. And what happened is they designed a very conservative game plan, trying to make sure they got the ball out.
That makes sense.
He didn't have to sit in the pocket for a long time. That's a very good defensive front that Philadelphia has. And they were trying to manage it. And if you think about it, it was the first and goal at the 6. They drove 74 yards right down the field.
Yeah.
And then, kind of screwed up once they got to the 6-yard line with some really bad blocking. That was the fumble, right? The first one.
Yeah.
So if you're going and you're in rhythm and it's working, it's great. And then, just kind of everything fell apart in the third quarter. But to me, I go back to those 2 first and goals at the 6, and you ended up with 3 points.
Do you think they'll expand?
I think they have to.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I think it was a good idea. And the Texans defense is still pretty good. But I think you're going to have to try, and the other thing was, I'm sure they were somewhat worried. You had to start Awesome Richards for the first time in his NFL career as a second-year player who was a 6th-round pick, I think.
Or
at left
5th,
tackle.
maybe? Yeah.
Or 5th, yeah. And you're probably sitting there going, okay, but, I thought he played well. for
the
circumstance.
No, I agree.
I mean, I wouldn't be mad if he started again at left tackle. So maybe they'll have a little more confidence in him, and maybe say, okay, well, maybe some 5-step drops we can, sort of get away with. And, because remember when Coop went in the blowout the week before, he drove him down the field twice, right? Once for a touchdown. Yeah. I know one was an interception.
And he was opening it up then.
No, he was. And I think maybe, there's only so many times you can throw flares to the running back or throw smoke screens to a wide receiver that the other wide receivers aren't blocking well enough or the tight end's not blocking well enough. Let them throw the ball. I'm sure they'll still have, kind of a running package with Trey Lance, and I'm okay with that. And he threw a nice slant pass there, the one play, and you saw his arm. I think they need to trust Cooper Rush just a little bit more. Although, as I pointed out before the game, when he went 4-1, the opponents scored 17, 16, 10, and 10. So I don't know, revisionist history, do we go back and see if they really opened it up last year? Or not last year, in 2022?
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm guessing not.
Yeah, or did they, just kind of pick and peck and try to drive and hold the ball and keep it away from the other team's offense? But whatever they did, it worked, except for the game against Philadelphia when they gave up 26 points.
Right. All right. Appreciate it very much. Good, sir. We will catch with you again tomorrow.
All right. We had a little hockey yesterday and basketball today.
Well-rounded Mickey Spagnola.
See you guys.
There you go. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. He's from DallasCowboys.com. Alec, if you could, go ahead and give me cut number 6, please.
Bills in the red zone. Allen keeps it himself right up the middle. Josh Allen at the 5. Takes it in. Touchdown. His 57th career rushing touchdown.
Now, want to get y'all's take on the quarterback power rankings. I told you Cooper Rush is now 32nd.
Oh,
what happened? I mean, you saw the game, right? Followed by Desmond Ridder and Daniel Jones. What do you think the top of it looks like?
All right, I'm going to go with, it's been Lamar Jackson at the top over the last few weeks now, so I'm going to stick with Lamar. Hold on, what, Mike?
Is Trevor Lawrence back in these rankings? How is Mac Jones not down there?
Mac Jones is 29.
Okay.
So by the way, it looks like that's a fair question. It looks like Trevor Lawrence is going to miss the next game as well. Right. So yeah, the bottom 4 then: Cooper Rush, Desmond Ridder, Daniel Jones, and then Mac Jones is 29th, and then Bryce Young is 28th. Yeah. He's right there on the cusp of being the worst.
I'm going to go back with Lamar Jackson at 1.
Okay, Lamar Jackson remains number 1. That's been the case for a while.
Joe Burrow.
I feel like after that performance,
I don't know. They do rank him very high in these. So.
He's been high all year. He was already 3rd. In the rankings. I can't speak to the other part.
He was 3rd?
And now he jumped up to 2nd.
Okay.
So
I was right.
You were right.
I was being a little sarcastic because he lost to.
But the number, his numbers.
I know. He was great. That was a great game.
He can't play defense.
Yeah. Well, he could.
He could, but.
Yeah, I don't know if I would advise that, but he could.
Like I said, I would put Micah Parsons at running back and see how that works too.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen is 3rd. What do you put at 4 and 5? I have to admit, I'm a little surprised by one of these.
Is he surprised because Jared Goff threw 5 picks?
Yes.
Okay. Jared Goff is number 5. I'm surprised just because that doesn't seem to be reflective of what's happening right now. Jared Goff had more turnovers in that one game, interception-wise, than he had all season. And he's still 5th. Jalen Hurts is 6th. I'm not saying Jalen Hurts is a consistent top 5 quarterback in the league. Right now, he is playing exceptionally well. He's 6th. And Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
Yeah. So the top 6 go like this: Lamar, Burrow, Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, Goff, Hurts. And then if you want to know the rest of the top 10.
He had a really good outing on Sunday. Even though they struggled, he had a good game.
Herbert's 7, Purdy's 8, Patrick Mahomes is 9, and Kyler Murray is 10. Kyler Murray was the biggest mover up in the poll this week.
Keep an eye on that, Mike.
All right.
I'm not saying he's going to be number 1, but he's working his way in the top 5.
Okay. Are they Patrick Mahomes thoughts or other thoughts?
No, they were NFC East thoughts.
Okay. We can always revisit that for sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Could the Rangers be getting the number one prospect next?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Runner at second, 2 men out. Full count here to Josh Smith. The pitch. And that's cranked to deep right field. Raley going back. It's in the corner. It's over the wall. Home run for Josh Smith.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got baseball nuggets in just a second, but don't forget, in this segment, as well as in the noon hour, we will give away Cowboys Texans.
Let's get something
right now! 877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win a pair of party passes to go see the Cowboys play the Texans Monday at AT&T Stadium. That is, of course, courtesy of Miller Lite. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Now, baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right. Thanks for that commercial break. That wasn't long at all. All right. So congratulations to Josh Smith. He wins the utility Silver Slugger in the American League. I'm going to be honest, I think that's the only award the Rangers are going to win this offseason.
Okay.
So that's good. I'm glad Josh Smith did. It was a disappointing year. No other Silver Sluggers, no Gold Gloves. There's going to be obviously no MVP situation, no Manager of the Year situation, no Front Office of the Year situation.
All fair, though, right?
Yes, 100%.
Except for Rookie of the Year, which we've
Rookie of the and White Langford shouldn't have won it, but he should have been third place. Went over that yesterday. So let me go over this. My tease, if you were listening about 12 minutes ago, is my tease was, could the Rangers get the #1 prospect? And I left it there.
You don't mean Soto, though, right?
No, he's not a prospect.
Okay, I was thinking free agency. I got you.
This is free agency. It is the Rangers' former #1 prospect, Jurickson Profar.
Oh, goodness.
So he is a free agent. He won the Silver Slugger yesterday, too, for outfield in the National League. So let me pose this to you. I've been thinking about this, and Dave Raymond gave me some help here with possible contract situation with Jurickson Profar. Profar last year was an all-star, Silver Slugger. He hit 24 home runs. He hit 280. He had a 380 on base percentage. He had an 839 OPS. He had a 134 OPS plus. He had the best year of his career at 31 years old. So he has some prime left. Not a lot, but he has some prime left. I asked this question to you first of all. That was his best year by far. He did have 20 home runs in 2018 for the Rangers. He did have 20 home runs the next year for the Oakland Athletics in 2019. Is this the guy? Is this
no?
So you think this is the
so fast?
Okay.
Why is that?
Oh, because he had Kevin. There are 3 major motivating factors for athletes.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3, and this is in order. Number 3, fun babies. Number 2, revenge. Number 1, contract season. This was a contract season for him. He knew he needed this opportunity. It only took this dude, 5 different teams in 8 years to figure out how to be good in Major League Baseball? Like, it finally took him this long. So no, I don't believe that the last year is the guy that he's going to continue to be.
Okay, Kevin.
What did you say?
I wasn't sure if Corey.
Do you have financial estimates?
Corey was on the fence there on if he thinks Profar is going to be a 20 home run, 80 RBI guy.
Did you say you might have financial estimates?
So financial would be Spotrac.
Okay.
There's different predictions, but they base theirs more off of statistical stuff, where they are age-wise.
Okay.
And you're looking at somewhere between a 2 and 3 year contract at somewhere between, let's say, 12 and 15 million per year.
Whew. That's a significant amount of cash.
And I know people need to remember, like, the economics of all sports have changed when you're like, $12 million.
For him, though,
yeah,
$12 million doesn't seem
I'm
like
not going to lie. I think I might have some ill will towards Jurickson Profar. But that's probably not how you should build a team either.
I do not, by the way.
I do.
Any of my ill will towards him would be towards people that told me that he was the next whatever. Like, and that was I'm still curious. Was that the Rangers scouting group that was pushing that out, or was it somebody else?
Well, somehow Baseball America had him ranked as the number one prospect, or MLB.com.
Yeah.
And it was confusing when you saw his numbers compared to the guys around him, like Harper and Machado and Trout were all around him as number one prospects, and he took it over in that time range. And you're like, when I look at these guys' minor league numbers compared to Profar's minor league numbers, this doesn't make any sense that he would be the number one prospect. A top 25 prospect? Get it. The number one was very confusing. But let me sell you a little bit on Profar and where the Rangers are at, okay? I do think this. I think Evan Carter is going to be your everyday center fielder next year. I think Wyatt Langford is going to be your everyday left fielder, and Garcia is going to be your everyday right fielder, okay? Profar played left field last year. He played some first base, and he can DH. Remember, I brought up DH. DH, you had the 1996 Atlanta Braves pitching staff DHing this year for the Texas Rangers, and I'm not making that up. It was that bad. You had the worst DH in all of baseball last year. It didn't produce at all. You could have hit your pitchers last year, and it would have been worse. It wouldn't have been a lot worse from where you got the DH spot, okay? So those are three things Profar can do. He can play left field. Let me keep selling you on this. He is a switch hitter. So when you have a left-handed pitcher facing you and you're just like, look, I don't want Evan Carter to have an at-bat against this guy.
Yeah.
I can move Profar to left field for this game, Wyatt Langford to center field for this game, and I've eliminated Evan Carter from my lineup. I think in other games that lefty start, I would bat Evan Carter ninth, so maybe he only gets 2 at-bats off of the starting pitcher, but he can play left field for me. Nate Lowe has one more year on the Rangers and then is probably gone. So if I sign him to like a 3-year deal, I have my first baseman after Nate Lowe leaves. He's going to DH. He's going to play left field and maybe some first base. He fills a lot of roles for me as my 9th, 10th guy. He's going to be in my lineup every day as DH, and then he can fill in left field. I'm going to have injuries too. So then I have a guy who can play first base and left field for me. And we saw Lowe miss some time last year. I have kind of my, I don't want to say backup plan, but I have my first baseman. If you're not going to move Seager, which it sounds like the Rangers aren't even going to propose that to him for the next 2 to 3 years, then if I sign Profar to a 2 to 3 year deal and he takes over first base, I just look at him and go, he could fill a lot of roles. But my main question is, and that's why I asked you guys first, and I don't think he is this guy. I don't think he is 24 home runs and 80 RBIs and a 380 on base guy, because that doesn't make sense to what he's been his career. I think this is a little bit, but not as bad. When you look at, he's had 3 20 home run years, 18, 19, and last year in 24. So he's been able to accomplish that 3 years in his career.
Yeah.
Remember when Elvis did this randomly in 1 year? And then you're like, he did it. He found his power. He's going to be around a 20 home run guy. We were waiting for this forever, and it happened. And then he went right back to being like a 6-7 home run guy. I don't think he's going to hit 24, but I do think he would hit 15 to 20. And I do think that batting average wise, 280 is probably too high because he's a 245 career hitter. But I think in between 280 and 245, so let's give him 260 with 18 home runs, getting on base 35% of the time, a guy who can fill in left field at first base. He's your DH, which is a major issue for you for this organization, who's a switch hitter.
Chris Young said that he looks at that position as not one dude that's a hitter.
Right.
And Boch even said, look, it's transitions, it change. Everybody would love to have Shohei there. That might have been tampering. But everybody would love to have a Shohei DH, but we don't. My big question, though, Kevin or Mike, is can he be a lot of people don't understand clubhouses. Can he be a leader for the
Latin guys?
The Latin
That's a great question. I do know that is something that possibly the Rangers are looking at getting a veteran Latin guy to be maybe more of a leader. And I don't know Profar at all as a person. We're out of time. I don't know if we have a 9-minute commercial break here or a 5-minute commercial break. We will find out now.
Coming up next, I guess that, but also Shane Steichen admits in Gridiron Gravy that, yes, he has been watching the Colts play the last 2 weeks. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roast?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Gridiron Gravy, of course, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. By the way, if you want to participate in that sort of fun, tomorrow at Martin House in Fort Worth, we'll be doing our show. The next day, we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of Quebec. Back-to-back remotes in Fort Worth.
Okay, hold on. Does this? I have lots of questions right now about the next 2 days.
Okay.
All right. I know we got plenty of time, Kevin.
Okay.
Yeah, we only do big commercial breaks.
All right, I heard you the first time.
The biggest segment of the day.
Baseball nuggets.
It's a huge segment. Everybody wants to be around it. Will Mike show up in Friday form at Martin House tomorrow? So is Mike going to be taking a load off and having fun at Martin House? And B, are you suggesting that everybody take part at Martin House in the shield, the dip, and
Yes.
the cheering and stuff?
Not the Mike likes it cheering, but all of the rest of it, I'm here
All right, let's get Martin House turned over, man. I love it.
You know what I really like is there's some people met at Martin House tomorrow, and then they're like, hey, when am I going to see you again? How about tomorrow at the Buffalo Wild Wings? And they're
Right up
like,
the street in Fort Worth.
friendship or romance or whatever is predicated
I love
on following the KNC Masterpiece around.
I love it.
That'd be super neat.
Sure.
Your
Mike,
thoughts,
Mike looks skeptical
I feel like
about
for
that.
some reason you turn that into the thing you hate the most, and that is when Corey and I say we'll see you next year.
Okay. All right. That is.
That's definitely happening again
December
this year.
31st, and we say we'll see you next year, and you're like, I hate that. You just kind of did that, but
Okay.
with two remotes in Fort Worth.
Interesting. All right. I will have to.
Pickle juice beer tomorrow.
That's true.
Hell
That
yeah.
is
It's so
true.
good.
By the way, 2 winners for the party passes, Art in Fort Worth and Steven in Benbrook. Remember, in the noon o'clock hour, we will have another Cowboys ticket giveaway, and this time it will be for some seat tickets in the stadium. All right. Shane Steichen came out and said, hey, have you seen Joe Flacco play the last couple of weeks? We're going back to Anthony Richardson. Now, he just said the last part, that they're going back to Anthony Richardson. But I can't say this is a surprise whatsoever, right? Right?
As bad as Joe Flacco played in their last outing, they reminded themselves after that game, if Joe Flacco is going to be out there, he needs to be something that's for the future, or he needs to be winning right now. And since he wasn't winning right now,
No.
they said, let's go ahead and build for the future.
So I wanted to break that down for you because in just the two games, Joe Flacco has played. Remember, this came after Steichen said, until I say otherwise, Joe is the starter. He said otherwise today. But in his illustrious run, Joe Flacco, 2 passing touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 225 yards per game. He was sacked 7 times and turned the ball over 6 times. So if you're curious, I haven't been watching Colts football. What the heck happened that led to this? There you go.
Still not very good.
No, that is not very
I've
good.
said for about 4 years now, they're just boring. Like that, the football there
That's
is
fair.
boring. Anthony Richardson actually makes it exciting because you don't know
Stop
what's going to
calling
happen.
him that. His name's just A.
Because of the way he signed the cards. Now, for people hoping that the Cowboys will get humbled by getting flexed out later in the year, well, I'm afraid I might have some bad news for you. The CBS national window, which was mostly Cowboys-Eagles, averaged 24.61 million viewers, which is up from last year, which was 21.73 million viewers. That was also a Cowboys game. So year over year, the Cowboys somehow went up 3 million viewers, which I think lends some credibility to the idea that people watch the Cowboys to lose as much as they do to win. Also,
Or because they're the most publicized and talked about team. Yeah, I'm glad you wrote that story about how all the tours. Now we got more tours coming in.
Think about this. Viewership the week before on Fox for Lions-Packers big game. Like, we talked about that game a lot. Huge game of the weekend. $24.2 million. Cowboys Eagles. The Cowboys are not good, and the game was a blowout. 24.61. So this is apples to apples. Best game maybe on the yes. Make sure to check out how Mike eats an apple. Maybe the best game of the weekend versus a blowout against a subpar team. Cowboys have the most viewers.
That's how it is, man.
I know.
You know what? Just instead of being upset about this season, just be like that. Just be happy about that.
I'm
Buy
not.
your Cowboys gear.
Yeah.
See if you can get season tickets.
I'm investing in the most important
Watch every
thing
second.
to everybody.
I mean, I will watch the Cowboys. I don't think this sends the right message to them, though, because it's like, hey, even if you're not good, we're still watching.
Yeah. Exactly.
Go Cowboys.
So you should embrace. You said lean into it the other day.
Yes.
Embrace it, Kevin. No matter how bad we are.
This is who we are.
Everybody still wants to see us.
All right. You know
We're
what?
the most popular.
As long as I'm embracing things,
That's the most important.
I
in
would
high
like
school.
to reach out and embrace Mike Florio for writing a story that we talked about, I don't know, maybe 4 months ago. And it does seem like everyone nationally is caught up with it. Here's the big headline in Pro Football Talk. Will an NFL team make a run at Deion Sanders? I go back, find the segment from Mike 3-4 months ago, and we laid out all the possibilities of how that could happen. But again, I'm glad the rest of the media is catching up with us. Now, let's talk about something troubling. The FBI has been brought in to get more information about the home burglaries of Patrick Mahomes.
The current group or the future group of FBI?
The what?
Won't they like name a new FBI person
I don't
soon?
think. Oh, a new head of the FBI.
Yeah.
That's a different thing.
Don't they replace the whole
whole
group?
No, they do not replace all the FBI agents.
You sure?
Yes, I am sure about that. They are not going to stop it. Stop looking at me.
I think it's going to be Herschel Walker.
Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce both had their homes burgled. And the FBI.
Do they live next to
Yeah,
each
you
other?
sound like it was done by the McDonald's Hamburglar, the way you said that.
All I know
burglared
is
Grimace.
that is the proper usage of that term. The FBI is assisting the county sheriff's office to investigate the Mahomes incident and joining forces with the Leawood Police Department to probe the Travis Kelce crime to see if they are all at all related.
When was it burgled? Was it on a Sunday or like while they were playing? That makes sense, right?
It was okay. It was October 6th for Patrick Mahomes around midnight, and October 7th right after kickoff of the Chiefs Monday Night Football game for Travis Kelce.
Yeah, and then October 6th, Kevin was they played the Chiefs the Saints the next day.
Yes.
So maybe it was right after midnight. They knew he'd be gone. Knew the family would be gone doing something. I don't know what.
Okay.
Because that was at Kansas City. So does the Mahomes family go stay at the hotel that night? I don't know how it works.
I am not sure. That is a question.
I don't know, Mike.
All right. Here's my next question.
Good
for
luck
you
to the
guys.
FBI, is what
Yes,
I'm saying.
agreed.
I know 2 FBI agents.
You really?
Am I supposed to say that?
I don't think so.
People know FBI agents.
I know
they're
nothing.
They're not supposed to have no friends.
You're just
Are you
not
sure
supposed to
about
know what
that?
they do.
I'm
you sure?
100% sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Hold on.
FBI people are humans.
Do you have an FBI agent friend?
Yes.
He just admitted it too.
Wow.
Wow. There you go. Thanks a lot, FBI people.
I mean, he would know.
The FBI's listening to us right now.
That's a fact.
I want no part of this conversation. All right. NFL teams with the most deceiving records thus far. Now, it could be deceiving in a good way, could be deceiving in a bad way. I got a couple of candidates for you. Wanted to see if you buy into this. The Cincinnati Bengals at 4-6 have a deceptively poor record, and they are actually better than this. I know we're getting close to your record. You are what your record says you are.
Yes, if they made the playoffs, I think teams would be worried about playing Joe Burrow and that offense. There's also enough negative things on that team that there's a reason they're 4-6 is because Joe Burrow is struggling to carry all of the other things.
That
Good point,
is
Mike.
fair.
Very
They
good.
have, Yeah, their offense has looked better, but their
I would change up if I was them. Everything they do in training camp. They are arguably the worst team the first 2 games of the year. Like they automatically start off 0-2. It does. They could play North Texas and they would probably lose week 1 of the NFL season. I don't know why. I think it's North Texas, but those are college kids.
I saw that Army game. All right, what about
who won?
Army.
From the 214 FBI agents can be Tolos too. I think that person's an FBI agent. Now we have their number.
I was just trying to make sure we were protecting them just in case.
You know how many FBI agents we have?
Do we have the most FBI agents?
I think we do.
What doesn't only America have the FBI? Doesn't every other country have their own name?
We win.
Oh,
I think
okay.
something about the world, and I was like, I'm pretty sure there's only one FBI.
Yes.
We win it.
The Minnesota Vikings. Would you argue that the Minnesota Vikings are in fact worse than their 7-2 record?
Yes.
Okay. The San Francisco 49ers. Would you in fact argue they are better than their 5-4 record?
I think they are exactly what their record says.
Okay.
When they're healthy, they're better than that. But they haven't. They in that stretch where they weren't good, where they had losses, they weren't healthy.
Now they have an excellent record, but let me ask you this. The Washington Commanders, are they in fact not as good as their 7-3 record would reflect? Here are the teams that they've beaten. The Giants, the Bengals, the Cardinals, the Browns, the Panthers, the Bears, and the Giants again. Now, I realize the Cardinals are looking better, and they throttled the Cardinals. And the Bengals, we don't think is a bad team, but they have beaten a lot of tin cans on their schedule.
I'm with you, man. I'm right there with you. I think if you're suggesting it, like are you saying that
I am saying perhaps.
Then I'm right there
not
with
that they're not a solid team, but perhaps not 7-3.
That being said, though, and so like similar to the Cowboys when they were beating up bad teams but lost to good teams.
Yes.
They need a bye week.
They are in a position though where they will get that opportunity to play good teams. And in their first year with Dan Quinn and Jaden Daniels, that sets them up well, like for the future. This right now, Kevin, for them feels like house money. Like they shouldn't be here already.
You're right about that, but I'm also trying to figure out if what Mike is getting at is after they play the Eagles, they get a bye week when they play the Cowboys. I wasn't sure if that's what you were going for.
No, I just figure at this point, if you played 10 games, I feel like you should have a bye. Like there's how many teams have played 10 games already?
Their bye is not until December. So they still play the Eagles, Cowboys, Titans, and then they have their bye before finishing up against the Saints, Eagles, Falcons, and Cowboys.
All right. I have the next question.
Oh, okay.
Over under 35,000 FBI agents.
35,000?
Yeah, I'll take the over.
I will too.
It says approximately 35,000. There is no answer.
There is an answer.
I don't know. It could be 35,000. It's an approximate number. So I gave you the number, and then you guys could be right. You could be wrong. It's an approximately number.
From the 682, the FBI is listening for any information leading to the arrest of the suspects, and y'all just gave it to them. I know for a fact they didn't know the Chiefs had a game the night of the burglary. Thanks for solving the crime, guys.
We helped. I like that.
You're welcome.
Now, on the Offensive Player of the Week front, Lamar Jackson has been named AFC Offensive Player of the Week and MVP of Corey's Heart for the third time this season. Corey, how much do you love Lamar Jackson?
I went from tied for last place in my fantasy league to to one game out of first place in my fantasy league by trading for Lamar Jackson. It has served me very well.
Can you guess the NFC Offensive Player of the Week? And I swear to God, if you say Cooper Rush.
I wasn't.
Okay.
I was going to say Terrence Steele for his fumble recovery.
Brock Purdy.
Where he decided, you know what, if I pick this up, I might become Deion Sanders.
Chuba Hubbard.
Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray.
Oh, yeah.
Went 22 for 24 passing.
What happened?
He ended the day with 17 straight completions, and they demolished the Jets. So, Kyler Murray, it's the sixth time he's won this award. First time in 3 years. First time in 3 years he has won this award.
Watch out for Kyler Murray.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
I was just thinking maybe they should give him over $60 million a year.
I think They did not give him $60 million, but they gave him a lot of money.
That everybody knows that he's the best.
And by the way, I told you I thought it was probable Trevor Lawrence will not play in the Jags next game.
Who cares?
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Mac Jones. Golly. How did that guy do anything? It shows you anybody can go to Alabama and be good at football.
Could. I don't know if that's the case now.
Milroe's good.
Yeah, I know, he's really good.
New coach, though.
Neuheiser or whatever, the guy for LSU stinks. Nussmeier. Who cares?
What does that have to do with being at Alabama, though?
I'm just saying Mac Jones is pathetic at quarterbacking in the NFL, but he was awesome in that 1 year at Alabama. Anybody can be good at quarterback at Alabama. How many guys have been quarterback at Alabama and stink really bad in the NFL?
We will.
You could put Neuheisel or whatever on Alabama, and he looked like a good quarterback.
The name.
Who cares what his name is? He's horrible.
I bet he cares.
I don't think he does.
Huh.
Maybe his dad.
A fascinating counterpoint.
Maybe he thought they were playing in red last week.
KNC masterpiece.
Your team is purple.
He's second in the SEC in interceptions, so.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or just say whatever the hell they feel like? Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
They need the 4-yard line. It's 3rd down and 6. Dart. Wells. Touchdown. Juice Wells.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or can they not close out games? Let us know, 877-881-1053. Now, we're going to get to that Georgia Ole Miss situation in just a second, but Mike is still upset, and I get why. So, Alec, could you go ahead and fire off cut number 2? Because this might be more reflective of where Mike wants to go, and my buddy's an idiot.
Doncic down the left sideline in no hurry. Spin dribble. Guarded by Wiggins. Dribbles. Shoots a contested 3. It's up and no good. Rebound Melton. Ball game over. The Warriors have won. Final score, Warriors 120. And the Dallas Mavericks 117.
It happens, I guess.
Now, you say that, but you're hot this morning,
upset, man.
I didn't sleep much, and I started going back to my old ways of going to Hoops Hype and looking to be the general manager of the Mavericks and find better players. In Game 11, I thought we were going to be good. Should have known better. Maxi Kleber immediately gets hurt. All he had to do was step on a basketball court. It's like his kryptonite. What's your kryptonite? Remember that question? The basketball court for Maxi Kleber. That's where his body just gets totally destroyed. He looks like he's Superman in that pool drowning.
I would like to...
By the head coach of Hoosiers.
I would like to take back my comment on Najee replacing PJ in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
Let's not do that.
Yeah.
I like Najee. He's good
PJ
when he's...
had on some huge jeans on the sideline yesterday.
Or, that being said, PJ can be the guy. He can be the guy at the end of the game.
Andre the Giant could have wore those jeans. They're huge.
I need to go look these up.
I did not notice that. How much not basketball stuff do you think you notice as the game's going along?
I don't see how you could miss those jeans.
I wasn't paying attention.
I did not even
see?
look.
He didn't see him either.
You're standing next to the coaching staff. Is there like wearing, slacks or whatever, like black slacks with their zip up, and you're just like, man, I'll tell you what. You went and got Andre the Giant's jeans. You found him on eBay, and you're like, why not wear them?
All right,
My kids are wearing clothes like that right now, though. Like they're trying to bring Jinkos back, and I'm like, what's happening here, guys?
The future. That's
the past.
Is the past?
They're
not
just
the
revisiting
future?
the past.
Hey, I've never had less confidence in a Dallas Maverick shooting a three-pointer in the corner than every Maverick on this team. Every time it goes into the corner for an open look, it feels like the other team makes 9 out of 10 of them, and we're like, at this point, I'm like, just punt the effing ball. Maybe it'll go in that way, because shooting it isn't working.
Right. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. They should be very good at that. All right, let's take you to Georgia defensive back Jake Pope. They lost to Ole Miss, and after the game, he was seen sporting offensive tackle Reese McIntyre's gear. Now, they both went to Buford High School in Georgia, but it did definitely seem like he was celebrating with the Ole Miss fans and their players after they lost. Kirby Smart cut right to the chase. What an idiot. Just stupid. I didn't see it until today. He's embarrassed about it. He's upset about it. That's obviously a childhood friend of his. They grew up and played at Buford. Hadn't seen him in forever, but just not real smart. So Kirby Smart's like, I'm going to cut right to the chase. By the way, Ole Miss got fined $350,000 for rushing the field when there was still time left on the clock.
Oh.
I believe there was 18, 19 seconds. There was a decent amount of time. I mean, the game was over, but there is a decent amount of time, and they rushed the field, and so they got fined $350,000.
Those jeans are huge, by the way.
God.
I went back and looked, and you're right, Mike. Thank you for pointing that out. Kevin,
okay.
See? I don't know how you missed them.
I guess I just wasn't paying attention.
Guys were tripping to get to the scores table to check into the game. They're like, can you get these pants out of my way?
Now, was that hyperbole right there? Or were they really tripping over jeans?
I don't know. Luka was limping over there, acting like he couldn't move.
Somebody said, Mike, we need THJ back. Did he get knocked out?
Oh, man. He took a hard fall.
Yeah, I know. Somebody called me, like, he's shooting 45% from three. I'm like, I've seen him play for the last 5 years.
You're
that
good.
percentage is going to change.
From the 817, my buddy's an idiot because he threw $500 down on the Cowboys this past Sunday.
What?
Oh,
to
my
lose or
gosh. I'm assuming to win.
Well, maybe the spread was 29.
Maybe it wasn't.
You know what? That does have a significant bearing on it, right? Like what?
Like right now, I give you this 28.5. Houston 28.5. Who you betting on? I'm going to tell you something. I'm taking Houston, and I'm not lying.
Minus 28.5?
I think they're going to win by 40.
I accept that deal. How much would you like to wager on that?
0.
So you're not making that bet, is what I'm hearing.
You can't gamble on radio.
Yeah, you can't do that. You told me not to.
Okay, fair.
The FBI's listening.
Okay, fair enough. From the 806,
we just went over this.
My buddy's an idiot. He thinks the pickle, lettuce, and cheese go under the patty on a hamburger. I don't know.
I agree.
Oh, do you really?
Yes, it protects the bottom bun.
I'm here for it.
What?
That's how Whataburger does it. It protects the bottom. You don't want a soggy bottom bun. And so when you do that, it gives layers, so the juice of the meat, and you want a juicy meat.
That is true.
That it protects it. When you put it on top, then the fat, which is great, it seeps into the bun, which is good flavor, but now it's a soggy bun, and you don't want that. That's why you put a little bit of butter on your bun, and you toast them, so that even gives you another layer that the juice can't go through the bun.
Mike is right.
I never thought about this.
I do this at home. That's how I make my burgers.
Sorry, 806. It sounds like you have been outvoted on this.
Look up Whataburger.
I feel like, though, whenever I bite, the first flavor I'm getting now is lettuce, and that's not what I want. The first taste my tongue is going to get is going to be the lettuce.
You want me to help you out?
Or with eating a burger?
Yeah.
No, I can eat it. I'm an adult.
No,
I can do it myself.
What do you want to taste first?
I want to taste the burger.
All right. This is very simple. Flip the burger upside down. Now you're getting.
Now I'm getting the cheese.
Or wouldn't you just stack it like a burger has been all this time?
A burger hasn't been that way at Whataburger.
Okay, besides Whataburger, that's how a burger is done. Why would you do that the opposite way and flip it upside down?
Meat first.
Why can't I just put the cheese on the bottom then?
You can.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Thank you.
It's like you're telling him to turn right by turning left a whole bunch of times instead of just turning right.
Sometimes you pick up a burger upside down on accident. What do? Put it down and then re-pick it up? No, you just eat it.
Yes.
So I'm with Mike on this.
You can
flip
pick
it
it up
upside
like
down.
this,
Yeah.
or you can pick it up like this.
It's super easy. So Mike has a
point. If you want
Kevin.
it to be bread meat as the first thing that touches the top of your mouth, then you just turn it upside down. If that's what you want, you don't have to worry about how they do it.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to
eat it the
take an
way you want
asymptotal route there, Kevin.
If you want to take the meat out of the burger, put it on top of the bun, so now you are eating the meat first and then the bun second, you can do it.
You know what, too, though? Here's the
Okay.
best way to do it. Cut it diagonally and then eat it sideways.
Unless you're
And
on
now
a
get all
diet
the
because
flavors
you
at
want
one
to eat
time.
less. And so cut it parallel.
Just diagonally.
No,
That's the only way.
diagonally is more calories.
Oh, yeah, that is. You're right. And more because it's more burger.
Yeah.
But if you turn it sideways after you've cut it diagonally, all the flavors are
Please
lined
stop
up.
talking. Oh no! Is he out for the rest of the? Oh no, man! All right, I am an idiot because that did not go exactly. I meant about the burgers, but I did not clarify it, and so now Mike and Corey are both leaning back in their chair, and they're not going to speak. I don't know if they will for the rest of this segment. Let's find out. All right, another my buddy's an idiot. Wander Franco. Look, obviously he's gotten in a lot of trouble. He's awaiting sexual abuse charges. He has now been arrested after an armed incident, police say. Now, I'm just saying, you probably shouldn't get involved in any law-breaking stuff while you're awaiting charges for sexual abuse. That just feels like a common sense. Don't get in an argument in public. Definitely don't have a gun with you when you're getting in that argument in public. So I'm going to throw out Wander Franco for my buddy's an idiot. From the 817, Mike's an idiot. He's never actually had Whataburger. Okay, I like it. Now, let's go from that. That's fine. I got plenty of stories. Don't worry about it. Let's go from that back to college football. Wisconsin's Jack Del Rio, and I don't know if you can see this on the camera. Corey is dying laughing. Mike is just watching, hoping that I'll crack. Wisconsin's Jack Del Rio is an idiot because he has been forced to resign after a crash, and he was operating a vehicle while intoxicated. He admitted that. This is the first time he's been arrested for an OWI, which you don't hear that one quite as much. Happened at 12:35 in the morning. He has been forced to leave his job. Jack Del Rio, former NFL coach, had to leave as an assistant at Wisconsin. Let's go from that to Syracuse. Do you think that the Syracuse football head coach is an idiot? Because a lot of people think he is. Fran Brown earlier this week admitted that when he loses, he doesn't take a shower right away because he said showers are for winners. Winners get washed. His exact quote, "I don't deserve soap. Winners get washed." So, I almost got you. So, is he an idiot for not showering after a loss? Because not only did you lose, you were also defeated. That's a good question. I'm curious if people have the answers, as now Alec Medford has also turned his back, literally turned his back on me during this segment. So Syracuse, not only did they lose against Boston College, but their coach said, you know what? I'm not going to take a shower. And I think that was a weird admission. Was it as weird as the Saints interim head coach saying he clogged up the toilet before his first game? No, not necessarily, but a weird admission nonetheless. Oh, we got people coming up next. Oh, okay. I've just been passed a note. Corey, Mike, and Alec, once we come back from break, will you please start talking again?
Absolutely.
All you had to do is ask.
That's all you got to do.
Coming up next.
That was easy.
Yeah, all you had to do is tell us to talk again.
Dude,
We will
winners
talk.
get washed. That was so good.
I know.
With NFL
That's what you
Hall
get
of
taught as a
Famer,
kid.
Cowboys Ring of Honor member, and 5-time Super Bowl champion
Watch
Charles
those
Haley.
winners.
Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
First down on the 40. Cunningham in trouble, and he's sacked for a loss. Charles Haley.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you NFL Hall of Famer, Cowboys Ring of Honor member, and 5-time Super Bowl champion. It is Charles Haley. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. How you doing today?
We're doing very well. Now, I know there's a lot of football stuff that we want to get to, and obviously we want to talk about Tackle Tomorrow, but you and Mike have been engaged in a basketball discussion for the bulk of this break. Have you guys found a point where you're on the same page or agree to disagree?
I wouldn't say we are disagreeing. We're agreeing, but having different thoughts on how the Mavs can be a better team. What would you say, Charles?
I'd say that we're I think we have the same philosophy, pretty much. I think at the end we came together.
Okay, very nice. And do we feel good about the prospects of this Mavericks team going forward?
Yes.
Excellent. Would you? I don't know if you agree.
Look, if people say I'm being negative because I said they were going to win 55 games to start the year, and after the start of the year, I'm like, I think they're going to go 50-32, which is what they did last year. I'm still saying they're going to go above 500. I'm still saying they're making the playoffs. But I thought that they were going to be a team that could be dominant from somewhat start to finish, go after the #1 seed in the Western Conference. That doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Now, I know there's a lot of sports stuff to talk about with you, Charles, but I do want to dive right into first, if we can, the Tackle Tomorrow Foundation, how that came to be. I know we have to go back a little bit, and then obviously you guys got an event coming up.
Yeah, well, Tackle Tomorrow is a reading program. I went to college reading 3 grade levels behind, and I know the shame of that. And the hardest thing I ever did in my life was get my college degree, and I earned that. And I understand what true sacrifice is, and also what shame is. And I don't want the kids to have to repeat what I went through. And I gave my college my Hall of Fame bus because I want every kid to understand it's not a right but a privilege, and they should get that college degree. So we started Tackle Tomorrow to go into the schools, the worst schools, and try to transform the way they see education.
When you said you were 3 grade levels behind, were you good at covering it up? Do you think people just kind of ignored it because you were good at sports, and they were like, no, he's fine?
I have a great memory. I can memorize stuff better. But James Madison did take a chance on me.
Yeah.
And I'm very grateful. My best, I instead of reading to learn, I learned to read. So it's it's a different thing. My thing is I memorize words, and that's the way I have to learn to spell them. I can't sound them out.
Fascinating. Interesting. That's really impressive that you've been able to not only overcome this or work on it, but also start a foundation for like people who go through this exact same thing that might not have the means to do anything about it. And you're like, here, let's help out. I just think that's really cool.
Well, everybody have the means because if you came from Gladys, Virginia, we were poor, and we didn't have, we got bused an hour and a half. We didn't have all the amenities that the kids have today, but yet they stuck in a cycle of ignorance, and the parents don't value education, so they can't pass that forward. My mom wanted us to have an education. My 3 brothers got scholarships to bigger schools than me, and none of them took it. I'm a gambler. Hell, you put it in front of me, I'm gonna bite it, and I'm not letting it go. As I tell kids about their dreams, I tell them, you have to reach for it, and when you grab a hold to it, never turn it loose. And I'm still trying to fulfill my dream.
Sorry, just one more quick follow-up question about that. Do you have any concerns that, like, as we get further along, people think their dreams should just be handed to them, or like instead of like going and grabbing it. It feels like there's
you have to earn everything.
Yes.
Everything that we do is earn based. We took 300 we did 400 kids up to the Cowboy practice on Saturday, and those kids had to earn the right to go. We have a toy store where we incentivize kids to go. We're teaching them what hard work and commitment does. Nobody's getting anything free from Charles Haley because nobody gave it to me for free.
I like that.
Other than Albertsons and Kroger, they giving us a lot of money and products, So, and they don't make me beg. All I have to do is call and they say thank you, and I'll say thank you.
As you were talking about nobody's giving you anything for free, I was talking with Tony Tolbert and Nate last year, and they were just going on and on about how you would be mouthing off, but you'd also be right there next to him on the treadmill the next day doing the work that it took. Was that did you feel like you had to do that as a leader, or was that's just what the sport asks?
Well, you have to be the change that you want to see in others. And I have to lead. And when I came in, and I have to look back and, I went back and apologized to George Seifert because that's what he wanted me to do, is to be a leader, and I couldn't see that in myself. And when I came to the Cowboys, I was a natural leader because everybody looked up to me and wanted me to set a standard. And I'm just proud that I had this opportunity to take a group of men together and help mold and shape them.
Oh man, they really do talk so highly about what you did as a leader there. Did Jimmy have anything to do with telling you that, or were there conversations? Were there discussions?
Me and Jimmy had very few conversations, and most of them are heated, or as he would make his statement, I would make my statement, and we'd keep it moving because there can only be one. And sometimes he think he's the one, sometimes I think I'm the one, and so but at the end of the day, we figured out that there can only be one out there on the field, and then I got to let him be the one when we're off the field and his standard. So Jimmy was a winner, and you can say all you want to say, but the man's a winner.
When I look at today's game and I look at teams like Baltimore, San Francisco, Kansas City, they come to mind defensively, that early in the game they try to establish a little bit of an intimidation that we're going to hit you hard, that it's going to be a very physical game. And the Cowboys have been 12-5 the last 3 years. They're not going 12-5 this year. They never establish an intimidation factor to the other offensive team. They might beat them and they might hold them down point-wise, but it feels like the other team is not fearful or intimidated by the Cowboys defense, even though they have DeMarcus Lawrence, Micah Parsons, when those guys are healthy. How do you establish what those kind of three other teams I named, or those other teams where when you get into a battle with them, I'm coming from a baseball perspective, I can sometimes feel intimidated when Barry Bonds steps into home plate, and it doesn't even have to be the best. Sometimes there's guys that are just battling their ass off in that at bat, where you're like, crap, man, I've tried 4 different things, and they're just battling me, and they're grinding. And it feels like the Cowboys defense does not want to battle and does not want to grind. They want a super finesse game.
Well, if you really look at the game, you'll realize that they're always 3rd and 2 to 3. That's hard for a coordinator to call that. And when you look at the players, the young players are hurt. You got Sam and that guy this year, they are hurt. Then you got DeMarcus Lawrence hurt. You brought in some guys that's from other teams that are learning the system, and Micah's probably the only one, and him and Diggs are probably the only ones that can bring some fear to him. But when the quarterback set back there and pat the ball, it's just like 7-on-7, and they got to get better, and I think they will.
Did you ever go through a season where you guys were 3-6 and there's kind of no hope to get any better?
I think in 91 was our worst year. 91 was our worst year. You would look at I would look at 88. You know, we were getting our butt kicked, and then around the eighth game, we turned it on, and took it to the house. So as I tell those guys, it ain't where you start, it's how you finish. You know, because all you got to do is get there, like the Giants did, right? They stinked, and then they went on a run, and they won the Super Bowl. So that's my feeling about things.
What is, from when you worked with Jerry when you initially got here as a Cowboys player to the way you see he runs the team now, is there anything different about, or have you seen notice a difference in the way he runs the team versus those Super Bowl years?
I couldn't tell you because I haven't seen Jerry make one call.
Okay.
No, one offensive call, one defensive call. Now, Jerry may get up after the game and talk, and everybody think like Jerry running things. He got a B by his name, billionaire, owner, and so you got to expect those guys to want answers to why, and he don't want to hear excuses. I know the man. I talk to him a lot, and he's always fired up. He wants to know what's going on. Because he thinks, he put the best talent out there, and he wants to win. But he didn't put the best talent out there this year because he didn't have the money to go get it. And when you look at the 49ers, they always going to get somebody else's D lineman and stuff to make that defense better. And, they got all the toys on offense, Perry, Birdie, whatever his name is. Brock Purdy, he just got toys and toys and toys. It's hard to defend that.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Talk with Charles Haley right here on 105.3 The Fan. I had a quick side question because we've been pushing for this forever. Darren Woodson is a no-brainer, should be in the Hall of Fame, right?
Correct. The problem is, and I'll talk to him about it, is he has no defined position. Okay? He's a hybrid, but he changed the game.
Yeah.
And so I'm one down there advocating for him all the time. And so he don't have to worry about that part. John Taylor for the 49ers, that's a no-brainer too. And Nate.
Yeah.
But, they're going back now. They're not going to put as many Hall of Famers into the Hall of Fame. They're going to review some of the methods they use to get guys qualified. So
the one last thing, yeah. Darren always, and George Teague, I've talked to them about this. Darren said sometimes I would just tell George, I'm going to go make a play. When you got your safeties back there, and now all of a sudden you see Darren Woodson in the backfield and he made a play and you didn't expect it, were you just like, where'd you come from? Or were you always like, no, that's exactly what I expect out of that?
Well, I don't see it after the game.
Oh, okay.
But you kind of, I'm a guy that I knew everybody's position on the team. So you have lanes that, everybody, where the A gap, B gap, C gap, where everybody's supposed to be at. And when Darren comes up, where he's supposed to be. And he's always there. And that's what makes a team great, when you close your eyes and know your teammate going to be there. And he's one of those guys that was always there. He played hard. He changed the game. And that's my problem with the Hall of Fame is don't matter what the player has, whether he has a position, because he was free safety, but he came up, he covered slot receiver, the best receiver, and he stopped the run. So I don't understand it.
Now, tackletomorrow.com if people want to get involved.
And donate.
Yes. And that's a good point. Let me try that again. Tackletomorrow.com if you want to donate and know other things about the organization.
Volunteer.
Exactly.
Yes.
Now, I know you guys have done the Night with Legends dinner. You've had a golf tournament. You've had a Texas Hold'em tournament. What is the next event for you guys, and how can people get involved?
The next event is Christmas. We're giving out 3,000 meals, so that's corn, everything, turkey, stuffing for Thanksgiving. For Christmas, we just give out turkeys, and we'll do 3,000 families again or more. Like I said before,
That's amazing.
It's about building the community, strengthening the families, and being an example of excellence. Dallas police, they come out all the time, and they get up in the trucks in full uniform, working just as hard as everybody else. And we're getting about 60 to 70 people coming down a year, and it makes it easier and easier. I'm just I'm so excited and humble that they will feel necessary, and it's mostly the same people every year that comes, and so they understand our vision, and they want to be a part of the solution.
TackleTomorrow.com, or you can also look up Tackle Tomorrow on Facebook, Tackle Tomorrow on Instagram, if you're looking to follow on any of the different social media platforms. Thank you for jumping on with us, but also thank you for doing all this work.
Hey, you know what? We're teammates here. Y'all always allow me to come in and talk and be a part of y'all family, and I thank you for that. And hey, y'all keep doing a great job, okay? Keep holding people butts accountable, okay?
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Charles Haley right here on 105.3 The Fan. And in terms of keeping people accountable, coming up next, is Mike McCarthy reaching any of the criteria Jerry Jones set forth to keep his job? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we have a My Buddy's an Idiot update. Kirby Smart has told reporters, I should not have called that kid an idiot. That was a mistake by me. So,
hold on.
My buddy's an idiot, getting work done.
All right.
And changing people's hearts and
did
opinions. Yeah, you're welcome.
We were and Mike and I and Alec were all there for that part of the segment.
That is true.
Except I was looking at PJ Washington's pants. Did you see the
They
the
weren't
picture
as big as I was hoping for. When you said they were Andre the Giant's pants, I think I had unrealistic expectations of what they look like. They're still big.
Andre the Giant could have fit in those.
Yeah. I think they would have looked like shorts on him, though, because, well, PJ
6'7".
How tall? PJ is 6'7".
Andre the Giant, I think, legit is like 7 foot or 7'1".
Yeah, they would have been close.
Yes, was.
He's no longer with
Died
us.
a long time
That
ago.
is true.
Drank a lot.
Okay.
He ate a lot, too.
Now, I don't know what I'm supposed to say to that.
Bonjour.
Here's a reminder. He said that because we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings off of Quebec Street on Friday. But tomorrow, we'll be at Martin House doing the show from 10 to 2 in Fort Worth. So would love it if you would come out and see us. So I wanted to run through this. We actually talked with Charles Haley off air about this. I don't know if he thinks that all of these criteria have been met, is what I will say. This is what Jerry Jones said at the beginning of the year in terms of like Mike McCarthy and keeping his job and everything. Let me run through everything he said, then we can break it down piece by piece. My criteria has always been, how are we playing?
Oh, not good.
Do we have an edge? I think he means like in terms of the concept of aggressiveness and have an edge in playing the games as opposed to a defensive edge. Yes.
Or a podcast.
That's true. Are we fundamentally competitive?
No.
Are we competitive when we're down?
Yes.
Those kind of things.
How many times does Dak get 2 meaningless touchdowns when they're down by a lot?
That is true. Those kind of things, not as much obviously as the score. Bill Parcells always said you are what the score tells you are, but still, you look at all those things. All right. So
that is a reality. Like at the most bare minimum level, the score tells you whether or not you're a winner or a loser that day.
That's true.
But you have to admit to yourself that you were a loser and you need to get better. And a lot of times, don't we feel like they admit to themselves that things could have gone differently, or as you've said, too close to call?
Yes.
So like a lot of times they don't admit to themselves they lost because they weren't good enough that day. And that's sometimes what you have to do.
Now, Dan Graziano reported something that, I don't know, we've been talking about for a month or so, that it would, quote, surprise a lot of people if Mike McCarthy returned as the head coach in 2025. Well, is that fair? Let's take a look at each criteria. How are we playing? Corey, how are the Cowboys playing?
Poorly.
So that feels like 0 for 1.
I put an X next to how are we playing.
All right.
They are playing poorly.
Okay.
What about the first game of the year?
They played pretty good.
Played awesome.
Remember that one, honestly.
Remember it was when we essentially won the game in the first half and just kind of phoned it in the second half? Cleveland.
Heck man. Heisman Trophy winner Deshaun Watson. Did he win a Heisman?
0 for 1 so far. Let's see if we can pick it up with this next one.
All right.
All right.
Do the Cowboys have an edge?
No. I have an X next to that one as well.
So, Corey, I'm with you because under playing, I put not well, and under edge, I put absolutely not.
And listen, I know the Trayvon Diggs thing got really blown up, and he was waiting for a cutback against the Niners. There have also been other ones where you've watched and you've been like, was he trying to tackle there? The play that you mentioned the other day about Saquon Barkley should have been tackled in the backfield and somehow is on the 1 yard line. How did that? They don't look like they play like they want to be there from the moment the game starts until the end of the game. Like they don't look like they have this we're better than everybody. And they're not. They know that. But they've probably been beaten into submission by that. But they don't look like they feel like they're going to be out there doing something special that day.
This next one, I think it continues to get worse from here. Are we fundamentally competitive?
I need an explanation on that.
I will tell you, when it comes to fundamentals, I made sure to note that the Cowboys are continually among the most penalized teams in the league. So I feel like when it comes to that basic fundamental, that is a big fat no as well.
And again, that was the conversation with Steven that we had. How do you coach that out of him? Because Parcells said he doesn't coach penalties.
Yep.
He was like, look, they're trying to coach so you don't do that. That's the details that Jordan Lewis was talking about earlier in the season. That's the details that they've been consistently saying but not doing. So, again, I'm going to put an X next to that.
So it feels like we're 0 for 3. Here's the last category.
All it matters is you get the hit when it counts.
Are we competitive when we're down? Now, that depends on how you interpret it. If you interpret it in terms of down during a game, yes. As we've discussed, Dak Prescott is one of the greatest quarterbacks that has ever lived when it comes to putting up statistics in a fourth quarter of the game essentially being over. I'm not going to deny that. But if he means are we competitive when we're down, as in when we're not doing well as a team, here is some information. The Cowboys have the 4th worst point differential in the NFL. By the way, they're 1 point off being the 2nd worst point differential, or at least tied for it. And they have 3 losses of 25-plus points this season, including 2 in the last 4 games. So that doesn't feel great.
They still
either.
try. They're not good whenever they're down, Kevin.
Okay.
They're also not good when the game starts.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're not trying. I'm just saying they're not doing well.
But you know what? There was a point where I would have said yes on the competitive part, but now that you point that out.
When you're down, the other team is going to run the ball more. They're horrible at stopping the run. I don't know how they're supposed to get good at this. I don't think they're going to be good at stopping the run next year either.
Yeah.
So I look at it and go, that'll be for the new head coach. I do think McCarthy's gone. For the new head coach, I don't know how he solves that when you're down by 10 points late in the third quarter. In a way, I get you do have Dak Prescott. He loves those moments to drive you 70 yards down the field quickly and get a touchdown. What am I supposed to do about the defense to get the 3 and out?
Yeah, exactly. That's the question that can't be answered right now. Kevin, I wanted to look at some penalties real quick.
Okay.
Because you said they're one of the worst teams.
Yes.
They have currently 67 penalties this year. Ahead of them in penalties, Denver. You think they're a good team, Kevin?
They're fine.
What about Tennessee?
No.
Horrible. What about Cleveland?
No.
What about Carolina?
No.
What about Houston?
Yeah.
Okay. What about the Jets?
No.
What about Seattle?
Solid.
They're fine.
Yeah.
The most penalized team. By the way, those are the teams that you're associated with.
So
when it
one
comes
is
to penalties.
good, 2 is fine, and the rest are the worst of the worst.
Except for the number 1 team.
Oh.
The number 1 team with 80 penalties this year is Baltimore.
Huh.
They also have a minus 24 net count on penalties. Like they have 24 more penalties against them. The Cowboys are at +2. So,
okay.
But they are minus 24. Like that means that they don't get penalties called in their favor.
So, and I'm not saying it's going to happen in season because obviously you can bring up the idea that the last time the Cowboys started 0-4 at AT&T Stadium was 2010, which was the beginning of the end for Wade Phillips. He got fired. Jason Garrett took over. I do not believe by any means that's going to happen in the middle of the season. I'm just saying, when it comes down to it, you would think the record would be disqualifying enough. But I'm going legitimately off of Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
What did he say to stay the coach? How are we playing? No. Do we have an edge? No. Are we fundamentally competitive? No. Are we competitive when we're down? No. That's no, 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 no. And then for the injuries, you just go back to what he said last week. Jerry said, I don't want to be sarcastic, but we all have the same arithmetic, right? We won 3 games with Dak. So I'm just saying we weren't playing well with Dak at all. And so if you're worried that, like, if you want Mike McCarthy to leave or not be renewed on his contract, if you're worried, here's even Jerry saying, hey, we weren't playing well when our franchise quarterback was here.
Yeah, no, that's a reality for sure. The question I have, though, is when the GM says those things, does the GM also say, I gave you everything to be that? And do you agree that he did?
I think this is where all in is going to actually be an advantage for fans that want McCarthy gone, because I do feel like he set it up as in everyone's got everything on the line. Now, did they quickly change that too?
Yeah, they absolutely
when they
did.
went ahead and gave CD a deal and Dak a deal.
I'm 1,000% with you on that.
Yeah.
Like if you were going to say that and you were going to force their hand, force them to prove it, maybe CD earned it because CD did definitely earn that contract.
Sure.
But when I'm looking at Dak and you're like highest paid ever, what have you done to earn it other than be second in MVP
Yeah.
Hired a great agent.
and and get
he
12
did.
wins a year? Did you actually earn it by getting us over the hump to that place? And it wasn't proven. And so this year could be like now you're going to be paying the price for not forcing them to actually prove it.
And outside of all of that, I think, Mike is not wrong. Obviously, Jerry loves to sell. The least amount of work is not overhauling the roster and getting a better handle on the salary cap. It's
blowing up the building.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I know he said that, tear down the stadium and build a new one.
Rebuild it.
But it's just to fire your coach and fire your offensive coordinator. And then I'm not sure what's going to happen defensively, probably that too. And then just bring in new ones and be like, look who we got. Oh my gosh, we got the best of the whatever. You know how it'll get spun. And so for all of those reasons, I think Jerry himself has already laid it out for us. He says Mike McCarthy is fired.
Yeah.
In so many words.
Yeah, I agree. And you're like, the question is, now you got to rebuild it though, right?
I'll bet you $1 he doesn't do it on the Monday after the season.
You might be right
because
about that.
there'll
You want
be
it to
3
himself?
or 5 other coaches that get fired that day. Black Monday, right? Is that
Yes,
what they call it? So
correct.
he doesn't want to be a part of other teams doing it. So I think that's why he waits. Or he will just announce 2 weeks before the season's over, we're not negotiating with Mike McCarthy. Letting you know to be a story if the ratings go down a lot in the last few weeks of the season.
And wasn't it Jay Glazer that made this suggestion, as well as a player a year or two ago? So I feel like they're just going to be like, hey, who should we go get? Is he cheap? All right, deal.
Yeah, and man, that's frustrating. Is he the best?
Yeah.
And is he the best right now for this job, for the Cowboys? Is he the best for it?
Because nobody in the world would argue that Mike McCarthy was the best.
No.
When he got that job.
But once he got the job, it was like, okay, what can he do? You know, what can he do to actually, what is he good at?
He studied up on analytics, and he's like, well, I mean,
actually, I lied about
not
that.
really.
Just a little bit.
I mean, there's not a lot of head coach searches for Jerry Jones in his career because he stuck with Garrett for a while.
Yeah.
I get there is a little bit there. I just wonder at this point, I know this is for another topic, could he end up calling up the Lions offensive coordinator and he's saying, I'm good, I don't want to go to Dallas?
That would be interesting. Another thing is there's rumblings around that dude wants $12 to $15 million.
Well, he's out now.
And people, and people think the Cowboys will not pay that.
Yeah, Jerry will not pay a premium number for coaches.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we
For
move
head coach, I
into We move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. We got Mike Likes It. We've got NFL Overreaction or Reality. Plus, we will give away a pair of Cowboys Texans tickets in the next segment. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
If you are in need of buying...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Spicy and tangy pepper sauces. Stop by your Dallas P-Dubs now.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts, and this fan replay is presented by Ciroc Vodka.
Waits at his 15. Oh, fake punt. Anger throws it. Interception dropped at the 40-yard line because the intended receiver, C.J. Goodwin, fell down.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That will play into one of my overreaction reality questions, I promise.
How have they won 3 games with all of these highlights?
That is a great question. But I do have a quick note for people that have been curious. Greg Popovich has been away from the Spurs for some time. San Antonio Spurs put out a release that said Greg Popovich suffered a mild stroke on November 2nd when they were getting ready to play the Minnesota Timberwolves. Popovich has started a rehab program. He's expected to make a full recovery, but obviously they do not have a timeline for when he could be back to coaching. I know that's not the most important thing right now, but if people were curious, so Greg Popovich did in fact have a mild stroke, and that is why he has been out.
I'm so sorry to hear that, man.
That is very unfortunate.
Yeah,
absolutely. Sure. Now, for NFL overreaction or reality, I'm pretty sure I already know Mike's answer to this. NFL overreaction or reality, your Thanksgiving plans have already changed or at least been altered based on how bad the Cowboys are.
Yeah, I'm watching Gladiator 2 with the family.
The movie?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I'm going to the movie theater.
What are the other options? Let's say
for some reason I thought like Gladiator 2 was like an also, and for some reason I thought it was like American Gladiator.
Okay.
I don't know why, but yes.
Yeah, I think it's showing at 6:15.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That was Adrian's family tradition was that they would go watch a movie.
I like that.
After dinner and everything. And it would usually be, they would try and find a Christmassy type movie to go see. Gladiator 2, maybe it's a Christmas movie, you know?
I don't know. That is a good question.
Good luck. At the moment, they haven't changed, but having 3 to maybe 4 Thanksgivings planned for that time period is always a little chaotic. So we'll see how it goes.
Now, this is kind of NFL overreaction or reality, maybe a little bit adjacent. You don't want to make people mad in the NFL, but the number one thing you don't want to do is infuriate the Swifties. So Cam Stewart, who is an NFL podcaster on the Drew and Stu show, he said he's rooting for Buffalo, which is fine. He said, I love the people there. I love the food there. I want something positive to happen to these people. Haven't they been through enough?
They have.
And then he talks about Kansas City. Oh, we're Kansas City. We're living the great life. We win every week. And so he was like, Buffalo should win. And then his co-hosts pointed out that Taylor Swift is expected to be at the game.
Yes. I think, isn't she playing a show I think she's playing a show near it.
I did not know that. At which point, Cam Stewart goes a different direction and says, oh, who cares? Throw her into Niagara Falls, into the falls. That feels like a weird pivot. Who cares? I get that. But then he said, you could just throw her into the falls. Well, needless to say, this has not gone over well, and people have been very, very angry and bombarding their social media page with angry comments and thoughts and everything like that.
That stinks because it feels like for the last week, most people have been really cordial and humble and in a good mood on social media.
That is a very good point.
She's brought a lot of money to cities.
I'm sure.
The people in New Orleans were like, dude, we made bank this week.
I have no doubt about that. If I ran like a restaurant or a hotel or whatever,
hell yeah,
she came into my town, I'd be pumped.
Well, you're in if you want to. Corey and I have already started the plans. We're drawing up the blueprints.
With who?
Italy.
No, with who? Who's your backer?
Well, Kevin, how would you like to be involved?
The Majors and the Bassets.
But who's the other person that you want to get involved with this?
Oh, yeah, Jeannie Bouchard.
No, I know you know it. Damn it, Corey. I know you knew it.
Hey, look, this is
the
my
girl
business
who
partner.
pickleballs.
Mm-hmm. Yep, pickleball. She won her first 2 matches, by the way.
Heck
on that
yeah.
event.
She used to be a tennis player at the Wimbledon.
She does still play tennis for whatever it's worth.
She does even better. She can give lessons.
Or while she's in Italy, do they play in Italy?
Do they play tennis in Italy?
Probably. No, do they have a big tournament there or anything?
Yeah, the Italian Open.
That actually does kind of sound
when
right.
the Italian Open comes through,
yeah,
we can be like, hey, look, can you just funnel everybody over here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come carb load.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we're letting her be a part of that because of her tennis and pickleball experience. She's not part of our cronuts that are going to take over Italy.
Okay. NFL, man.
Don't tell everybody the plan.
What a confusing show this is. NFL overreaction or reality. The Cincinnati Bengals are approaching a critical stretch of the Joe Burrow era. So I've been thinking about this a lot. And the Bengals are 4-6. It's not looking great that they'll make the playoffs this year, but they still can. But this is also the last year of uber cheap Joe Burrow.
It sounds like you're going to say Uber Eats.
Yes, of Uber Eats. Because after this, his cap hit, and he's only like kind of cheap this year. His cap hit goes up $17 million next year.
To what number?
To only $46 million. Keep in mind, Dak Prescott's cap hit next year is $89 million. So
there's switches.
Exactly. Good for us. So it goes 46, 48, 52, 53, 68. My point is, this year and last year, it was 48 combined. And so it's not just about the playoffs this year. It's you're hitting the end of the run of cheap or cheaper quarterback play.
Yeah.
So I think this is a very important part for them.
What have you tracked how teams handle that? Like, because we talk about it a lot, but I haven't necessarily looked at
when the number
when
goes
that number
way
goes
up.
Do teams they fall back into something? Does their record go down? I need to go look at that.
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
We'll list out the best quarterbacks, Kevin, that have had that happen.
Okay.
See how many of them have won Super Bowls lately.
NFL overreaction or reality? Mike, I'm going to start with you on this because I believe I know Corey's answer. Terry McLaurin remains criminally underrated. He's on pace for 80 catches, 1,209 yards, and 10 touchdowns. That will be his 5th straight 1,000-yard season. And I feel like people know who he is, but I don't feel like he's talked about like in those close to upper echelons.
Yeah, I will lean that way. It's always tough. It gets to the point of maybe it's a little bit different, but the Rafael Devers or the Jose Ramirez in baseball, it's like, no, like the other teams are rating them correctly. Is it? I don't know. I don't play fantasy football. Is fantasy football not rating him correctly? Is he going like in the, I don't know, is he a second tier receiver in fantasy football? I'm wondering. I hear what you're saying and I agree, but it gets to the point where if you keep saying a person's underrated, you're like,
how would you rate them instead?
Like at this point,
I got you.
But I'm with you. I agree with that to a point, but I don't know where he is rated. I don't think he is in the category of Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase or Tyreek Hill. CeeDee Lamb's going to take a knock this year because he's going to have a crappy second half. So I don't know, like, where do we rank him for me to give the good answer?
All right, the top 7 receivers in one of my fantasy leagues. This is a PPR league, by the way. Jamar Chase, number 1, makes sense. Garrett Wilson is number 2, who a lot of people have liked. Justin Jefferson, 3. Drake London, 4. CeeDee Lamb, 5. St. Brown, 6. Terry McLaurin, 7. So that's not.
Would
but
you say he was picked?
But he was drafted low.
Okay,
he was drafted real
because of a
low.
Rookie quarterback.
Yeah, and that's Kevin. That's been like his biggest problem was he didn't have a quarterback.
Yeah.
Now he has one, and I don't think it's criminally underrated anymore because the more you listen to the play-by-play guys that are calling these games, and you'll probably hear it on Thursday night. The more you listen to these guys, they're like, he does everything. He blocks. He does this. He's the perfect teammate. He's the great leader. And now he finally has a quarterback. So you're starting to hear a lot more of that. But yeah, the stats didn't show him being in that category for a long time.
NFL overreaction or reality. Christian McCaffrey being back will lead the 49ers to a second half surge.
Yes, because when you asked earlier in the show about our records where they should be, and I felt like you mentioned San Francisco, and maybe they should have a win or two more than what their record is. I think that team at the end of the year will have 11 wins. And after starting off the season, were they 4-5?
I think so.
Yeah, I think that they're going to get to 11 wins.
Yeah,
I don't even know their schedule. I just think they're that good.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think second half surge is on the way.
Probably
4-4.
4-4. So probably Christian McCaffrey will get a lot of credit for the second half record.
Mm-hmm. Whereas it's still, there were a lot more injuries than just McCaffrey.
That is true.
To that bunch.
Absolutely.
And they're still trying to figure out what they can be now.
NFL overreaction or reality. I'm interested to see what y'all say about this. After winning in Washington, do the Pittsburgh Steelers belong in the Super Bowl contenders conversation?
Who?
Pittsburgh Steelers.
This is lunacy.
They are 7-2.
Overreaction.
Yeah, you bet on your team. We get it. Talk Steelers.
Yeah.
That's my team.
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
Every day you're just putting the Steelers topic in there.
All right, let's do. You know what?
You're going to get mad. I have a bonus Steelers topic.
For football thing. Hey, Alec, can you just find the song Black and Yellow and we can just play it all the time?
What it is.
I think it's an overreaction because they did lose to the Cowboys. That being said,
does that disqualify you from being a Super Bowl contender?
maybe
That is a horrible loss for them.
They're good with like Russell Wilson. They're 3-0 with him. So I think they're going to be in the playoffs and part of the playoffs.
They'll make the playoffs.
And I think it's going to be a critical play that they need that's going to cost them.
I have a double bonus question now. First bonus question. If the Steelers beat the Ravens, would that change your mind at all? Because they play this weekend.
Ravens have lost some weird games this year.
That is true. They lost to Cleveland.
They have some weird, you're like, what?
They lost to Kansas City.
Yeah.
That one makes more sense, right?
They got rolled by
You're not
Kansas City.
how could you have lost to Kansas City? They're very good.
They got destroyed by Kansas City, too.
It was a toe.
So if you want me to be
beat the
pro
Cowboys.
Steelers, yeah, it'll change my mind a little bit. But at the end of the year, when they're playing this song in Pittsburgh to get ready for kickoff, Kevin, for a Christmas present, do you want to go in, Corey, and just get him a plane ticket to Pittsburgh for round one of the playoffs?
I do not want that, please.
A gift card to Primanti's.
Yeah, we'll get him a terrible towel. Is that what they call it?
I don't know.
The mustard towel.
Lie and act like you don't know. What
I don't want any of that.
Yeah.
I will admit.
What year did you get your first terrible towel?
I will admit, I do have another Steelers bonus question.
Holy cow.
So this
Are
looks
they
bad
going
on
to
me.
really beat? Do you think that they could beat Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen in the playoffs?
No.
That's what I'm like, they're going to make the playoffs, and then I just don't think they can.
I'm with you. But this question I do think is fair. Bonus NFL overreaction or reality?
I'm going to reset for your question.
Mike Tomlin.
Oh, here we go.
Should now be the favorite for Coach of the Year.
Versus Campbell or...
Yeah, I mean, I would argue Dan Quinn is probably in that mix, but I'll admit I did not expect much out of the Steelers, and then to see them where they are, I think he should be in the mix. I do love Mike Tomlin. I do not care for the Steelers. Mike Tomlin,
Don't take it back.
It's just
it's okay.
It's amazing. Actually, Kevin, he is the favorite right now.
Is he?
According to Sharp Football Analysis.
He should be.
Plus 450, Dan Campbell at plus 500, Quinn at plus 500, and Andy Reid at plus 500. Jim Harbaugh coming in at plus 650 with Kevin O'Connell. Kevin O'Connell's obviously dropped off since then.
I forget the question because all I can think is every time we're in here and they show the Jackie Smith highlight of him dropping the touchdown pass in the Super Bowl, you jump up and scream and yell.
So
and you say, we're America's team, and you're talking about the Steelers, and it hurts our feelings.
So inaccurate.
And you're like, man, Jackie Smith, he should have been the MVP of that Super Bowl for your Steelers.
Alive when that happened.
Well, then why do you celebrate it so much?
I don't celebrate it. You're just making that up.
Mike Tomlin's a good coach.
Okay.
I forget the question.
Should he be the favorite for Coach of the Year?
Yeah, why not?
Thanks, Mike.
Has he ever won it before? I think he should.
I probably should have been prepared with the answer to that. I'm sorry.
I feel like he should win a Coach of the Year award for his career.
Like his Lifetime Achievement Award.
Achievement.
Like when they gave Al Pacino the Oscar for Scent of a Woman. I got what you're saying. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Mike Likes It coming up in about maybe 10 seconds.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of seated tickets to go see the Dallas Cowboys play the Houston Texans. It's Monday night at AT&T Stadium. These tickets are courtesy of Miller Lite. Thank you very much for making that happen. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. And now, Mike Likes It.
Remember, you called in. Like, we're not making you.
It's true. No one is forcing you to go to these games.
10th caller, you're getting tickets to the game. And remember, you called in. Okay?
Okay, because you think they're going to regret it?
We didn't force these on you.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
It's a great gift from Miller Lite, and you have to accept the gift if you call.
Okay.
If you don't call, you can't win.
You have to accept all gifts.
No.
Have you ever given a gift back? Like, you've been like, I don't like it, and then just handed it back to the person?
This is at least like the 8th time we've done what I thought was a really easy cross promotion that has become more difficult for no apparent reason.
This is a different topic. Kevin, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm just asking, like, in general, we're getting the gift-giving season.
What he's saying is we're not forcing these tickets on somebody. They're calling in because they want them.
I didn't think about it.
But what you're saying is if we forced them on, like if we forced these into your hand, have you ever given them back and said no?
I don't, Mike.
It doesn't have to be tickets. It could be a stallion. I don't know.
What? No, my mom taught me how to accept even the worst gifts. So you can give me the crappiest gift in the world. I'll sell it like I like it.
Great.
I don't think I have off the top of my head, but there's certain times where I'm like, I don't appreciate that gift.
Do you tell the person who gave you that?
Not at all.
Okay.
I'm not that bad of a person.
All right.
I'm bad. Not that bad.
All right. Mike Likes It.
Yeah, Mike Likes It. Corey?
Yeah.
You had an idea for Mike Likes It.
Okay.
Here's what Mike Likes It is. You relax, okay? I'm not even going to ask you a question, but take a load off. Jeez Louise. It's me and Corey right now. It's the Corey and Mike show. Okay? We are going to let you talk. Not like how you demanded we stop talking earlier in the show.
Good on you guys.
Corey, you want to ask baseball questions?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I just one.
Wait.
But yeah.
Well, okay.
All right.
He's going to ask you to make it last 11
If
minutes.
you have more, it's okay.
Why are you not ready for this segment?
I'm ready.
The Rangers have made it official, by the way, that Skip Shoemaker
Mocker
will be the senior advisor.
Heck yeah!
To senior advisor baseball operations, so to Chris Young. So very important role. My question, and this is really, and I think it can go a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Are you kind of sad that the Rangers aren't in the Soto hunt?
No.
I'm not sad. I mean, I'd love if they were like, we don't care. We're, in a way, Steve Cohen, the owner of the Mets, like, they're in on every free agent. Corbett, they had a good year. Remember, this is really weird. It didn't work for him. He went and bought Verlander. He bought Max Scherzer. I'm sorry, I'm not remembering everybody he bought. But I do remember those two, because then he had to sell him off by taking 80% of the contract so they could get prospects in these situations. So they win with a team, and now they're going to try to get Juan Soto, try to get Pete Alonso back, try to get Corbin Burns from the Baltimore Orioles, who's a free agent. Like, now he's going to go back into, I just want to win. I have all the money. Why not? If this team won, I can't remember, 90 games, let's say, for the Mets, what if I add these 3 premium players? I wish that the Rangers were in that situation. They're not. And that being said, because I know they're not, I haven't even thought of Juan Soto being a Ranger.
And I haven't either. But how exciting was it the day that the Corey Seager news, the Marcus Semien news broke? The Jacob deGrom news.
Yeah, for sure.
Whenever those things started happening, and they haven't been since they did that, which, by the way, at that time, we knew they were going to open up the payroll for that. Like, we were being told as we were getting to it, hey, things are about to open up a little bit. And then they did it. So that was the first time. We kind of been told a couple times before that, and they didn't. And then finally they did. But it was very exciting when they were doing that for a while. And then last year, the Dodgers, they're just like, we have a great team. Add to it. Keep adding to it. And I know their money is a little bit different than the Rangers, probably a lot different than the Rangers' money. But that excitement of, hey, man, we just won the World Series and we took a dip, a pretty significant dip. Let's get back into it. Let's get something exciting. So it does kind of make me, I like whenever my team's part of the arms race against the greatest teams. And I just was kind of a little sad watching all these other teams get to court him.
All right, Kevin.
He's that great of a player.
This is how you do it. He doesn't have any more baseball questions.
I was going to add.
Okay, I have tons of things in my head.
Okay, go for it.
No, you go. I want to be a cordial person here.
I just was going to say I wouldn't regret it, because the more and more you see the long-term deals, the more and more they're disappointments. It feels like pretty much everyone gets.
You think his is going to be? He's going to be a disappointment.
Absolutely, I think he's going to be a massive disappointment. Wow. Because Juan Soto will be good for really good for another 6-7 years. And then I think you're going to see the fall off, and you're like, all right, so we paid $100 million a year for that.
But what about those 6-7 years?
Because he's going to get like $600 or $700 million, right?
Yeah, but like 45 to 55 a year.
No, I'm saying for the really good years, you're like, we end up essentially paying $100 for that. But you're right.
I think that you just raised a good. I think it was Corey, or maybe you raised the question, Kevin. I can't remember. I was listening to both of you very well. If you're going to pay, let's just take it at $50 million to make it a nice number for Juan Soto. You're going to pay him $50 million a year. He's probably going to get more than that now that I think of it, but $50 million a year. Would it be better to go get a $20 million starter, a $20 million outfielder, and a $10 million reliever? Does that make you better than Juan Soto?
I think it does, because you can also cycle out those players every 4 years. Like, here's my biggest issue with that.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be, let's say it's $50 million a year. It's going to be $50 million a year for 12 to 14 years.
Right.
All right. So, in my mind, these 20, 20, and 10 deals I'm giving out, they're going to be 3-year deals. I can cycle new players into these positions every 3 or 4 years, and then hopefully won't get hit with the back 8 years of, ooh, I wish we hadn't done that.
Like we might with Semien and Seager's deals down the road.
Exactly.
And nothing against that, but you do have those contracts in place.
You do.
You do have
That's a fact.
Those faces in place. So if you're saying, look, we built our team already, it's just all the other pieces now.
If you have a budget like kind of maybe, let's say, the Mets, Yankees, Dodgers, at times the Red Sox, Philadelphia, maybe it's not such a bad deal. But, I remember Jesse Hawley asking me this question a couple years ago. How is Shohei and Mike Trout, how are they not a good team? And I'm like, Well, they can only come up every ninth batter. I can't feed them the ball like Luka and Kyrie and just go, hey, you guys just keep shooting. You guys do everything. I can manipulate things in football. And I can super manipulate them in basketball, where one guy can make a huge difference. But in baseball, and look, the Yankees have plenty of money, so they have other guys, but they lacked depth at times in their lineup. They lacked depth at times in their bullpen. You know, you start going, hey, if to your point of Kevin, could I do better if I use that $50 million per year in another way than just one guy who bats every ninth time? Who I'm not saying if they sign Juan Soto, it's a great sign, but who is a defensive liability for me, especially with Aaron Judge, because then I have to force Aaron Judge into center field or into left field where he's a really good right fielder, but I got to force him out of that position because Judge is going to be there. Like, you start trying to play with your head here and go, well, does this make sense to just give this one guy this much money? But in a way, if you don't give Corey Seager that much money, you're not making the playoffs. You're obviously not doing damage in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. You know, he sets everything up. He makes Adolis's job easier. He does that one guy can make, even though he's not at bat, can make other guys' jobs not easy, but easier.
You brought up, though, an outfielder at $20 million. Our current outfield, do you believe it's Wyatt Langford in center?
No, I believe it's Evan Carter in center.
You think he's going to play this year?
Yeah, I think he's going to play. He's going to try to play every day in center field. I do think that I think Bruce Bochy's going to have a job that he is going to have to do this. There's going to be a lineup versus right-handed starting pitchers, and there's going to be a lineup versus left-handed starting pitchers, and that's primarily based off Evan Carter is a 300 hitter against righties, and he's about a 160 hitter against lefties. Yeah. That's such a major split. You can be like 280 and 220, and that's not good, but I can live with maybe you batting in the same spot. I can't live with you batting in the same spot if you're well under 200 and then at 300. That's such an extreme. I'm going to have Evan Carter probably batting in my first 4 spots somewhere in my lineup against righty starting pitchers. He's going to bat 9th. For me, I'm batting him 9th against lefty starting pitchers.
And then Adolis, y'all believe that he's going to have a better year than last year.
I am not 100% he's going to be back.
Okay.
So, like, I'm not trying to throw off your question.
I ask all the baseball questions.
I'm not 100% he's going to be back with his
team. And then
team.
Wyatt's in left.
Yes, I think Wyatt's your left fielder. I think Wyatt is going to be your left fielder for the next 5 years, hopefully longer than that. But you do have control over him for 5 more years. I think Evan Carter is your center fielder for the next 5 years as long as he's healthy. I think Adolis is going to be the right fielder for 1 more year.
Okay.
But Kevin if there's a trade that comes up, the tough thing is when I start looking at this offense, which was a below average offense last year. You can use that word. I'm not taking away that word. Can I, for $9 million, get 30 home runs and 80 RBIs? Even though the batting average wasn't there, there was other things that weren't there. Can I, for and the answer is no. Profar is going to cost, most likely through stuff you look at, he's going to cost 12 to 15 per year, and you're hoping he hits 20 home runs. You're hoping he gives you 80 RBIs, and you already know that Garcia's going to do that and more. It's just the on-base percentage, the batting average, the doubles. Profar will probably have more doubles than Adolis Garcia. Profar will probably have a better batting average than Adolis Garcia. But I'm going to have to pay more, and you could look at certain stats and go, I'm going to get less from that. So I think they have to look at Adolis at $9 million and go, that's somewhat of a deal, even if he is underperforming in on-base percentage and batting average.
It's just interesting. I don't know what else they have to add right now, but they're kind of bringing back a similar team
for sure,
and hoping for the best.
Yeah, you might be scared offensively if you get into late May and you're like, oh, this is just a carryover.
Yeah.
That's scary. That's why I think that they need to get a person who is not in the organization to be the designated hitter.
I agree with you on that for sure.
That's it, man. We got to hurry up because,
by the way, because we got the C block coming up next. But
remember, somebody got tickets. Who got the tickets, Alec?
Michael and Euless.
Oh, yeah, Michael.
Won the tickets. So congratulations. Coming up next, congratulations to us all. Because like I said, it's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Tyler Smith has a wrap on his leg and he's working with the rehab group.
Uh-oh.
We'll talk about that and other stuff next on The Fan.
Oh, baby, my hometown edition of our Firehouse Tour is here. We will be in Roanoke.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where earlier Mike McCarthy said that Chuma Edoga's 21-day practice window will be opened. Obviously he hasn't played this season, but hopefully that means he's on the way back. Now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Mike, how are we doing today, man?
Awesome, man.
Nice.
Edoga's back practicing.
Look at that.
They've opened the window. He's
the
not
window's
necessarily
open?
back.
Windows are open.
It's a beautiful
nice weather
day outside. Yeah, it's not supposed to rain.
Okay, great.
My ryegrass is coming in nice.
I know mine. I don't like ryegrass, but it's starting to come up. Somebody threw some down. I've always been a St. Augustine person because I just like the rich fullness of it. The ryegrass always felt like, little fuzzies.
Gummy. There's annual and perennial rye.
Okay.
So you want to get the golf grass.
Golf grass, gotcha.
Which is, I believe, perennial.
All right.
Annual gets gummy and grows too fast.
But it fills in those spots that are dead really easily. It's really nice. Yeah. By the way, maybe we should get some windows we could open in this building just for these kind of moments.
Oh my gosh.
Days like today.
That's a terrible idea. That is my nightmare.
Jeez.
Tornadoes are mine. I have other nightmares too.
Okay. We're about to get to that.
Oh, really?
I'm glad.
Huh.
Well, yeah. But, Kevin, you brought up Edoga.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Smith, however, took to the practice field with a wrap around his left knee, and he's working with the rehab group during the media window of practice. I feel like that's to show off.
What the hell's going on here?
He's trying to show off to the media.
Why are all our players hurt all the time?
Is this not... I'm very curious about this. And Mike, you've been on some losing teams before.
Plenty.
Did injuries, whenever people realized the season was over, did injuries pop up that weren't that bad that probably I just can't get over?
Why are you
today?
asking me this?
Because
did you do this?
I'm a little concerned that some of the
The
players.
one thing is I would pitch when I probably shouldn't have pitched.
Oh, okay.
Like I would.
A lot of players
I'm
do.
like, I'm gonna keep playing. My arm's on my body. I'm gonna see what happens.
And you know what?
It was probably bad ideas. It kind of screwed over my ERA in 2007 with the Nationals. But Corey, to answer your question, the Nationals / Expos, because it was still young in the Nationals organization. Some of these guys kind of came up Expos, switched to Nationals, and I was shocked. Gosh darn it, I'm drawing a blank. And he's my buddy, but he came up with the Cardinals organization. I came up with the Cleveland organization. We were winners. Cardinals were winners, always competing for division titles, winning. Cleveland was winning the Central every year that I was there. We lost 1 year out of my 5 or 6 years that I was in the Cleveland organization. Chicago White Sox won one time. So it was just every year. The deal was we're going to the World Series, we're winning the World Series. Cleveland made it in 95, 97, obviously didn't win the World Series, but always in the playoffs. Well, the Expos and the Nationals, very little money, never win. The Learners finally bought it from Major League Baseball. And these guys that were coming up in the organization, they would just come up with fake injuries to us that had come up with other organizations. Like, no, you're fine. Like, yeah, you're not 100%. Neither are we. Fight through it. Figure it out. But they're like, I'm betting 251. I'm like, who gives a crap betting 251? Oh, my ERA right now is 4.29. I don't want it to be over a 4.3. And you're like, dude, you guys this is not good.
Yeah.
But the organization didn't really care at the time.
Interesting.
And it took a while for them to get the right people in place for that to turn into a winner. We saw it through Ryan Zimmerman, Steven Strasburg, getting guys like, I believe, like Jason Worth from other organizations. Like it finally started changing, but it happened through like drafting the right guys, bringing them up. And those guys were like, we're not accepting losing, where it was very acceptable in Montreal / Washington organization to accept losing in, let's say, the aughts, let's say 2000 through about 2008 or so, is just very acceptable. And it started changing. I give like a Ryan Zimmerman a lot of credit. To me, he's like the Michael Young of the Washington Nationals organization. Mm-hmm. There's other people too, but yeah, you'll see guys. I played with them where I'm like, dude, you shouldn't. play,
And
but I was not a leader on that team to like step up and say stuff like that.
And I want to make sure you understand this. I'm not saying that Tyler Smith is.
Oh, yeah.
I just, whenever the season's down, it's kind of like, you've been working out for every single day and for 3 months. And then you're like, you have a bad week. And then you're like, maybe I can take tomorrow off too. And maybe I'll take the next day off. And maybe you just don't want that to creep in. Again, I'm not saying, I want this to be clear. I'm not saying this about Tyler Smith that that's the case. But whenever things are down this year, are those guys going to keep Kevin competitively, fundamentally competitive?
Yeah.
Having their edge about them. All those things that you talked about.
Good question.
And then the other thing I was kind of curious about was Zach Martin. We've brought him up multiple times throughout this year. He's just not quite the same.
Yeah.
Mickey, I asked him a little bit this morning, what is going on? And I don't want to suggest by any means that mentally he isn't like completely there. But do you feel like he's putting himself out there, A, because he's Zach Martin, he's got the contract, he's got to be out there. And he might be realizing, I only have a few of these left. And I want to be part of it, because once you're done, Mike can experience this. When you're done with the game, you really are done with the game, and you might not like the game until you can be part of it again.
So I think the scariest part for me is because I think about, what Mike has said, and I wonder if Zach Martin's going out there, even if he is dinged up, because he's like, this is my last go.
Yeah.
And that's scary first of all, he's a good player, even if he's having a tougher season. Also, it's scary because you still have a big bill due on him.
Yeah. And I think the part of wanting to try and enjoy the last parts of it in a bad season is very difficult. That's a very difficult thing to do. By the way, we will be at Martin House Brewing tomorrow, where we will be having fun with you. Come out and try out some of their fantastic beers. They have some great beers. And we'll be there. It is 2200 Sylvania Street in Fort Worth.
Do you think we should also announce what they're going to be doing for Peace-a-thon?
Absolutely. We can talk about that.
What they're going to do for their auction package is badass.
They have thrown something sweet into Peace-a-thon.
That's good.
Yes. And then
correct.
And then Friday, we will be at Buffalo Wild Wings off Quebec Street in Fort Worth. So Fort Worth.
Parlez-vous français?
Nope. Just, hey, do you speak Texan is what you can say in Fort Worth.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do.
So, yeah.
Y'all.
Are you brushing up on your Texan over there, Mike? Or
I know Texan.
There you go. So we'll be looking forward to seeing y'all on Friday, where Mike is bringing out the Funky Comedinas.
We could say y'all. We can point out that all soft drinks are Cokes.
Yep.
So any number
Even
of
though
things.
it's primarily Dr. Pepper.
But still called Coke. I can't explain it.
And you don't like Dr. Pepper.
I think it's fine. Sorry.
Chicken fried steak.
Chicken fried steak is delicious.
With cream gravy.
I don't love cream gravy, but that's fine too.
And Bluebell ice cream, the best ice cream in the country?
I think most ice cream is the same. I have said that many times.
Dude.
I'm sorry.
What do you think of chili?
I don't care.
Does he even
for
know
it.
Texan?
Do you like sandwiches with French fries in them?
Yes. Or chips or potato chips.
What's your favorite color?
I'm an adult. I don't have a favorite color.
What's your favorite superhero's color?
Yeah, what?
Black.
And?
Gray.
Yellow.
That's old Batman.
The shirt you wear is always the black and yellow one, Kevin. All I'm saying.
Sounds like you're from Pittsburgh.
Also,
I was born and raised in Texas.
I'm seeing the story that Fanatics created a World Series champion T-shirt for the Dodgers with all the Rangers signatures on the back.
That's awesome,
Wait,
man. Corey Seager makes a little sense on that one.
Yeah, well, you can very clearly read John Gray and
I saw
Aroldis
Chapman's on there. Yeah,
You can very clearly read that. And Austin
I want
Hedges.
that shirt.
Now, evidently, it was a misprint from their UK shop, so it wasn't.
They don't know.
Yeah, they were like, I don't know who these guys are, and that is the message that this guy got was, hey, there was a little. They probably had a template, right? On Photoshop.
Somebody forgot to switch it over. They're like,
the
bollocks.
names. But if you haven't seen this, I heard Bobby laughing about this morning because he does not like Caitlin Clark, I think. But Caitlin Clark gets up on the tee box at the golf thing that she's doing, and She rips one directly into the
Golf
gallery.
ball.
Like,
it would have been even funnier if she would have just ripped one right before she swung.
She pulls it all the way to the left and hits. It doesn't go any higher than shoulder high on most people, and right into the group of people. 877.
Damn, is that person hurt?
I feel like it's the people's fault.
For standing.
How is that the people's fault?
You don't play golf. This happens when you're not a golfer. Like, I saw Jeff Kavanaugh smoke a dog like behind him.
What?
Yeah,
dude, my
it was
first
in
ever.
Oxnard. We were playing golf. It happens. Sometimes you don't hit the ball square. It's not as easy as you think. And if you're not playing tons of golf, I'm just going to assume at her age, she's 22. I don't know. Cheryl Swoop said she's like 46, I think. But
Cheryl Swoops really doesn't like her.
Yeah, she hates her.
I guess the thing is,
but like, it can happen. You shouldn't stand like there for people that aren't golfers.
Yeah, that is true. And she did say that if something went wrong in the WNBA, that she'd just turn into a pro golfer. But after this shot,
oh dear,
not so great. But Mike's right. My first ever tee shot, and I felt like I could play because I hit baseballs. I knew how to hit a baseball. It's a hand-eye coordination. But whenever you get it's a ball that's not even moving, but you have a completely different approach to it. First ever swing at a golf ball on a golf course. I hit a building about 20 feet to my right, and it bounced back and hit me in the shin. And we were diving out of the way. And then I was like, how do you hit a chip shot? And I'm trying to hit it, and I'm just line driving these suckers over the green. So, yeah, he's right. That being said, she did this in front of a ton of people.
Only like 300.
Yep, okay, that's still a lot.
That's a ton. It is a ton. They were lined up. They were like, oh, yeah, she's going to hit it down the middle like she's on the LPGA.
How do you know that's how they lined up thinking that?
Look at how narrow that space is.
You are stupid if you do that.
I don't even trust myself throwing a Frisbee golf disc
when I'm playing, let's say I'm playing with you two, and I'll say Corey, because Corey does play golf. If I'm, let's say, 50 yards ahead of Corey, but I'm like over to the left a little bit, even though the hole is 20 yards to the right, I'm going to make sure I'm behind the cart or a tree. I'm peeking.
Yes.
So if he hits it bad, it is going to be going over 100 miles an hour when he hits it. If he's accidentally screwed up and not hit the ball where he's supposed to, I have the cart or the tree to get behind immediately so it smokes that and not me.
That is a fact, dude.
That's how you golf. If you want to go ahead of the person, I have no problem if you go ahead of me because I want to play fast golf. The proper way to do it is you'd be behind the golfer. You would not go ahead of the golfer. But if I go ahead, I'm going to make sure that I am protected when that person is going to swing because I can't catch it. I can't get out of the way of it if he smoked the ball at me from about 50 yards away.
What is your biggest sports fear, though? Because I hate getting on the first tee box or hitting off the tee box in front of people. I always tell, if I'm with a group of four, I always tell them, look, guys, I'm bad at golf. So be prepared for, you don't know what's going to happen, but it's probably going to happen. That is something that terrifies me, is getting up and hitting. Now, once I've done it a couple times, I calm down a little bit, but I don't want to get up in front of a lot of people and do that.
So I didn't realize this was a fear of mine until just this past summer.
Oh, wow. I know what it is.
My biggest sports fear is everybody watching me while I kick a field goal and try some different things, okay? Did I put my arms out like that,
post the video,
like straight
Carter.
out
Post
on
the
one
video.
of them? Yes. Do we post the video where I kicked it from 20 yards and barely missed? No, we don't. Do we post the video where I look like an idiot and did a stutter step and those golfers on the hill over by the practice facility clapped for me sarcastically? Yes, we post those videos. So I didn't realize that was a fear of mine until this past summer. So thank you guys for that.
I'm also I'm not a big fan of getting the wide open layup whenever the ball's been passed up the court.
Yeah.
Because you're wide open, you should not miss this shot at all.
Yeah, you don't want to quit and grime it.
Yeah, but for some reason, sometimes you'll just kind of hold it a little too long or whatever it is and you miss it. So 877-881-1053, what is your biggest sports fear?
I would say, I don't know how big of a fear it is, but it is a fear. I'm not going to play in some men's baseball league because there's an expectation this dude was so awesome at this game. He has to be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not anymore. I'm 47.
Yeah.
I'm not good at baseball anymore. So if I get up there and people just are hitting doubles off of me left and right, like, what's your deal? I'll be like, my deal is the last time I pitched competitively was 17 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
My deal is I was an awesome hitter in high school. Dallas Morning News Player of the Year on your face.
In your face.
That was when I was 18 years old. I am not 18 years old anymore. So I don't want to play baseball anymore in front of people because there's an expectation that I'm actually going to be really good at it still.
Alec, do you happen to have a big sports fear? Because you were a track star, right?
Yeah, and it kind of falls in line with yours, where it's like the simple things. Like, if it was the 4x1, being an anchor leg, it's like, I'm going to screw up the handoff, aren't I?
Everybody.
What are you doing to the three guys who ran before you?
Don't worry about that.
Hurry up. Oh, my God, hurry up. Run faster.
A little bit of football experience.
Golly, you're supposed to take the baton and run, Alec. What are you doing?
That's not what it means when you say, here I come.
Wow. Okay. Anyways,
you always go way too far, Kevin.
Yeah, man.
That was way too far.
Yeah, we have limits here, Kevin. We have guidelines that we have to follow.
Relaxing, laughing, taking a load off, and then here you come with those jokes.
Yeah. And the simple things like catching a slant in a football game. It's like I can catch some crazy crosser in the back of the end zone where I elevate like a foot off the ground and have to extend all the way above my head. But a 3-step slant, I bobble, and I'm like, what is wrong with me?
Yeah, and it looks silly. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the C block. Nice work, fellas.
Sorry, I messed up your segment, Corey. We're the KNC.
Really good.
It was going. You just went too far.
Yeah,
okay.
You just don't know where the lines are.
Kind of
See,
exactly
and
where
this,
to cut it off.
Mike, this is why I don't take a load off because I am inappropriate. At
They
these
call
times,
me
apparently.
Mike knows the lines Bassick.
There is no chance.
Spittle
in
actually
hell.
is the one that nicknamed him that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the fertilizer. Remember that one you came up with? Whoa. Telling your wife, hey, you want me to fertilize you? Nah, that's for grass, man.
Hey.
We're the
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
See, that's going right up to the line,
Yeah,
you know?
I got
How is that not over the line?
Kevin, we got to go, man.
Now
All right.
you do a joke and watch.
Coming up next, we're going to switch it. We're going to talk about basketball some more. All right? We're going to do that next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, bring it down a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation. Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Rooney will fire two. Rebound by Dallas. Grimes will gallop.
Got to find Thompson.
Plays three.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I've got a variety of NBA questions for you, starting obviously with the Mavericks. But I want to ask you first about something that Clay said afterwards. I'm going to go to cut number 4 if we can. And I heard Sean and RJ talking about this morning, and I thought it was lovely the way they did it. I wasn't invested in the Klay Thompson return video and all the hoopla just because I wasn't a Golden State Warriors fan. For him, it sounded amazing. And here's what he had to say about the tributes that they did for him.
It was a really cool experience. I appreciate the fans very much. The captain's hat ended up being a great touch because I'm such a passionate boater, and I saw a lot of familiar faces in the crowd. That was a warm-hearted feeling. So it was really cool to see the fans, their gratitude towards myself, and something I will never take for granted. So it was very, very awesome.
All right, and all of that makes sense. Or if you're a Warriors fan, it makes sense, or any of that. How invested were you guys in all of the pomp and circumstance with Klay Thompson? Because I have to admit, I didn't really care at all.
I was not that, I have to watch this beforehand, but whenever I saw it on Twitter,
it looked neat.
Yeah, when he walks in and they're lined down the hallway clapping and cheering for him, you could see in his face he kind of wanted to tear up a little bit, and he kind of had to give the fist pump of acknowledgement to people as he went by, and he was like, "Oh, this line is really long. I'm gonna have to keep doing this fist pump for more people." But no, I wasn't that invested in it because I wanted him to play for the Mavericks last night, and which I know he was playing for him.
Yeah.
But his mind needed to be there. But I think it's always cool for a player to go back to a place, and if he was appreciated and if he left a certain way, that they show the fans, the people in the building, show that they appreciated him while he was there.
Yeah, I didn't watch any of the pregame.
Okay.
And as soon as the game ended, literally as soon as it ended, I turned off my TV.
Okay. And that's
I was mad.
That's what I was curious about to start. But then, Mike, we can all discuss this, but you especially come to mind about this because Bleacher Report put out an article about panic meter for struggling NBA contenders and where perhaps your panic meter should be. And so there's a lot of basketball to play. But for example, I think the Bucks are 3-8 now. They've actually, they're 3-8.
They're on a winning streak.
Yes, I guess. And so, but it's extremely high panic level.
It should be.
Okay. And so the Mavericks at 5-6, I wanted to know before we dive back into yesterday's game, is there any level of panic for Mavs fans out there? Not because of the record only, but because of the way you have seen kind of these games close out, these games play out, whether it's inability to close, whether it's the shooting struggles of Luka, whether it's whatever.
My meter's 5 out of 10. It's mid.
Okay.
They did it last year. I guess this is where you get into this, and this is scary because we did this with the 2024 Texas Rangers for a while until you got to August and you're like, oh, it's not happening.
Yeah.
You keep going, well, they were a 5 seed last year. Hey, they figured it out in the end. They got hot when it mattered and they made it to the NBA Finals. So that's all true. There's nothing I said there that's not factually true. But can I just keep doing that until you get till April 1st and just keep saying that to myself? I guess I can, but I do like seeing teams that play well in the start of the year, play well in the middle of the year, play great going into the playoffs. It makes you feel better going into the playoffs that your team was a pretty consistently good team from start to finish. You're all going to have streaks where you don't play well, but man, to start off the year to be this, I don't know, below average now. You can be on it. Below average. They've lost more than they've won.
Yeah, I never was the kind of person who was like, hey, basketball season doesn't start until February. I've never been that kind of person.
Yeah.
But I've also never really taken, if my team wasn't, hey, we have to get the number 1 seed, which they don't seem to be that kind of team.
And last year proves they don't.
And Jason Kidd doesn't necessarily seem like that's that important to him. That being said, Jason Kidd is an all-timer that was very good in the NBA and has a really good feel for each season. I'll give him that credit. The this team, and when it comes to Luka so far, he hasn't experienced that moment that Dirk had, where Dirk was like, we have to have the number 1 seed. We have to have home court advantage, right? Like they've never really experienced that. So my meter right now is kind of like where Mike's is, but at the same time, I know there's going to be a change. If it doesn't work, they did it last year. Well, we'll make an adjustment here. We'll make something. We'll add something. Or I don't think they're going to ever blow this thing up like in this season. But I feel like they're going to continue to tinker and tweak and work on some things until they get to the playoffs. And then Jason Kidd said it last year. We need to turn it up now, and that's when they'll start doing that.
Yesterday's game was.
I am holding out too much hope, I guess.
I mean, I'm not particularly panicked as much as I would say probably disappointed.
Yeah, and like I still think they're going to win the same amount of games as last year. I've just taken them down 5 wins.
Yeah,
I know
from
that's
55 and being first or second maybe in the
West. I didn't think they'd be 10-1, and those are the 5 games. I'm just realizing there's more issues to this team than I thought.
I think what's disappointing to me is yesterday, you talked about this earlier in the show, the return of Derek Lively and the Mavericks still having the inability of closing out and the inability to beat a really good team kind of undercut my hopes, because I was hoping, or at least thinking to myself, hey, the Mavericks lost super close game to Phoenix. They lost a super close game to Denver. Those are both really good teams, but we were also without Derek Lively. Derek Lively will clearly make the difference. And I know you could say maybe he would have. I can't prove that one way or another, but I thought this looked like a close game that the Mavericks were going to grind out and win on the road against, I think, what were the Golden State Warriors, like 8-2? They were really good.
Yeah, they're 9-2 now. The Suns are 9-2.
And so then I could have pointed to it and been like, see, Lively's back. We're still waiting for PJ to come back, but Lively's back, and that made the difference. And I think Lively could have made the difference in those other games. So even though you would have been sitting at 6-5, in my head, I could have tried to convince myself that it was 8-3. But instead, you were close in all these games, but you lost all of them, all 3 by 6 points. So you can argue that's a good thing because you're close, or you can argue that means the Mavericks are clearly having troubles closing out games.
And which Jason Kidd admitted last night.
Yes, he did.
Very much so. The admission of we have to be better at executing what we're trying to do late in games. But then the addition of, but we will. I believe Jason Kidd when he says, but we will.
Look, Jason Kidd has a lot of credibility built up, I think, around the Metroplex.
Yeah, 2 Western Conference Finals appearances and an NBA Finals appearance has given me a lot of like, okay, he's got a different approach than I want him to have, but whatever it is, somehow it keeps working at the right time. Whether like Barkley's approach was they just got the right matchups last year, and that's why they got there. But Jason Kidd kind of was telling you, we'll do it here. And then they did, but it did require a trade.
Yes.
They had to get better talent in order to do that. I guess what you're trying to figure out for this part of the season is, do you have the right talent? I mean, was Clay the right piece? Are all these things working together the way you expect them to? And can they work together in crunch time when it matters so much?
And I do like that Nico and Finley, along with Kidd, I don't think Kidd has much to do with this, that they're going to try to fix it before the trade deadline. If this team keeps playing this way, we've seen Nico go get Gafford, get PJ Washington, do the extreme and go get Kyrie Irving. And I know the Kyrie thing didn't work at the time, and picked a great player in Derek Lively. So I do think that there is faith that Nico Harrison can figure out a way to make this team better through a trade in season.
I had one more quick basketball question, but it's actually on the college basketball front. I had to catch up on the Mavs game because I was watching Duke and Kentucky.
Oh, were you?
I forgot.
Yes. Look,
I watched my kid play basketball.
Okay.
Today, so.
Well, that's totally fine. I figured it was a big deal. I know Will Chambers is pumped. He finally needed to win on a Tuesday. So that was good news for him. But Cooper Flagg is awesome. However, he had 2 turnovers in the last minute that ended up tilting that game towards Kentucky. Now, Kentucky was playing awesome defense in the second half. I was curious if you guys watched, if you had thoughts, because it's only November, and I know most people won't care for a while, but it is interesting the way they'll stack the very beginning of the season, then you'll go through a lull for like a month, then you'll get conference play, and then people will just stop caring for a few months, and then March Madness. So, Corey, did you get in on this game?
Oh, absolutely not. But I read about it the next day, and that was the important part, Kevin, was I found, look, dude, you used to text me, and you'd be like, oh, you watching this Cincinnati and Northeastern Oklahoma State
That
University
game was in
game?
triple overtime.
I understand that. I know I wasn't watching it. I had things to do. But I did see this morning, because I'm keeping track of Cooper Flag. I also want to know, do we have more than one player in this NBA draft that we can be excited about? And it looks like in the college basketball world, we actually do have a few that we can get excited about this year. So,
hey, Duke has right now 3 of the top 8 picks in this draft.
I could definitely.
Kentucky has no first-round picks.
They have no first-round picks at all?
I'm going off of is tankathon.com and a mock draft, and there's not one Kentucky player picked in the first round.
Okay, do they have Kneppel up in the top 10?
He is 7, and the center for Duke is 8.
Okay, all right.
And Cooper Flag is number 1.
That makes sense.
I guess Rutgers has a good team this year.
You know what's interesting?
Rutgers has 2 guys, and they have pick 2 and pick 4.
I believe it was the center that you mentioned had cramping issues in this game, and in the first game, Cooper Flag had cramping issues, and so John Shire's like, hey, we need to revisit what the hell we're doing if we're having all of these issues at the beginning of the season.
Feed your athletes.
Yeah.
Feed them bananas.
Potassium.
Yeah, give them some soap.
I think we found out onions have potassium in them, right? Because Phil Simms' favorite food in the world's onions.
150 milligrams.
He has that commercial where he's like, oh, onions. I love onions.
So good.
I feel like I'm going to go get onions for the Super Bowl this year and just give him a couple onions when I see him at the...
diced. I like them chopped.
Yeah. Hey, here's some onions. Eat it like an apple if you like it so much.
Yeah. Just put it
How
on
you
a
like
stick
these
and
onions?
dip it in some candy stuff.
That's what I'm going to say to him. How do you like these onions?
I really hope it's Phil Simms now, but can you go ahead and play the mystery audio cut for us real quick? I know odds are it's probably not Phil Simms, but if it was, oh my gosh.
You put... for me, 25 young guys, somewhere between 20 and 32 years old, in the same room for 7 months, 10 hours a day.
And then what happens, Mike?
Sounds like you play baseball.
Okay.
Go get after it,
Yeah, I mean, there's other things that those guys can do, but I think that what I'm referring to is a baseball season.
Gotcha. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Because if it's football, I would have said like 60 guys.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good Lord. Coming up next.
53.
Let's chit-chat
68.
with those fellas.
53-man roster.
From the G-Bag Nation.
65.
Right here. Stop just saying numbers
27.
on 105.3 The Fan.
Making sense.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and Art.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking. And we do.
How are you terrific? All we do is lose in this Metroplex.
Mike's so down.
You know,
Mike is sad and mad.
Yeah, that was tough with the Mavs loss. You know,
I've 3 in a row where you're just like, how are we peeing these away?
I've somehow reached a point of peace in my life where the pro sports results won't dictate my level of happiness or life satisfaction.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If Bitcoin wasn't surging, would you still feel that way?
I mean, Bitcoin helps.
Okay. All right. That's what I wanted to know. Okay. All right.
Help a little bit.
It directly impacts my bottom line.
Okay. I figured. I just wanted to check. And we're all super pumped because tomorrow we'll be live at Martin House Brewing in Fort Worth off of South Sylvania. And apparently Eric Chiafalo is going to drop by for like an hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the plan. If you guys are going to be in my neck of the woods, 817 stand up, I'm going to come party. And I hear in the 11 o'clock hour, I know it's a Thursday, so we're going to get AM on the FM. And
so you're not showing up for the payload tomorrow, but you are going to be here for AM on the FM.
Yeah, I can't say I'll be there for the load tomorrow, but I will be for AM
smart
on
man.
the FM.
You're a smart man.
You take a load off in the payload? No, those two different things.
Can. That is true.
Yeah, I'm going to take the payload
Not
off.
you two.
Yeah,
you
take the
know
payload
the
off.
struggle. You know the struggle of working with
do.
Mike. Why
I
would
do.
you do that to me?
I guess I'm just like that, Hagee.
Yeah. It's fun, dude.
I think what Eric's saying, though, is his payload will be the beers at Martin House Brewing. That's what it sounds like.
You guys know how I get when I don't have a Martin House beer by 11 a.m.
Yeah.
So
Look,
I'll see you there at 10:59.
Tomorrow, we're also going to reveal Martin House's donation package for Peace-a-thon.
It's awesome.
Okay, I've heard whispers about this particular package.
Unbelievable.
I'm trying to garner up a bunch of buddies to go in on it with me.
Also, in case you're curious, we already have autographed stuff from Joe Montana, Troy Aikman, Wyatt Langford, Jamie Benn, Patrick Mahomes. So, like, it's going to be a pretty loaded thing.
But that Martin House one, though, man.
You got
I'll
that
tell you
Marion
what.
Barber mini helmet that the Tolo dropped off. It's there in the break room.
Is that for us?
Yes, that's what that is. Somebody told me the other day
Jason
about it.
Ripple.
Yeah. Yes.
J-Rip.
Yeah.
Oh, I like him. Yeah.
He's a stud.
Okay, perfect. Now,
Okay, I'm going to be the wet blanket guy.
Sure.
Thanks a lot, bro.
Let's bring back more ham slap and stuff like that, you know, and running nude through the building. I think that was more fun.
So-
Cranberries in the pants, spit.
I agree with you.
Calling a significant other at 4 a.m. to see if they will answer the phone.
Blindfolded
fast enough.
mousetrap crawls.
I agree with you.
Where'd that day go?
The issue we ran into was as much fun as we were having, we weren't raising any funds from the midnight to 6 a.m. hour. We were raising.
No, we were having fun.
We
That's what
were, but we
doing.
were raising no funds. And when we get in the corporate hours, then people are like, I will bid and donate all kinds of money.
I still think we can do mousetrap. I think there can be
You can do a corporate ham slap as well.
4 or 6
Slightly,
things.
maybe a little bit frozen ham slap.
So the two
There's
most,
still some ham stuck to that window back there.
And that was because
Yeah, I love
Colby broke the ham steak twice and then got mad and decided to just punch me in the face with the
Man,
ham.
I miss those days.
I didn't care for that,
Yeah.
but I did enjoy the first ham slap we did when Shippy came down with
Shippy-
ham flu.
He's like deaf in one ear
Well,
because of it.
Yeah, because there was 2 girls in the room. One that like maybe he was currently saying what's up to.
2 girls,
and,
1 ham.
And then one who maybe was the last one. And that one got to swing the ham. And she was mad.
Yeah.
And she popped the F out of him.
He lost
It was-
hearing.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
And that was early in the show.
Yeah.
That was early in the night.
He went into the blue tent after that concussion protocol.
Yeah, he did.
No,
Yeah.
he kept broadcasting though. He fought through it. He kind of,
We didn't hit any breaks.
He did what he had to do.
He doesn't have a little Tyler Guyton in him, is that what you're
He
saying?
just kind of fought through it. Yeah.
And then there was the year that Parker's wife decided to joke around and make him sweat and waited an extra ring. And then he lost based on that extra ring.
Loser, man.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Good times.
There were a lot of good times for that thing.
I think we could come up with some ideas that can be corporate worthy.
See, I think that's the other issue. there was no one in the building
to say no.
Exactly. Between like midnight and 6.
That's what made it fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
And now there's people watching him and like, wait, what do you want to do?
And now Purdy shows up first segment, and he's like, hey, how's it going, guys? What are y'all's plans?
Why aren't your pants on, Corey?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
There's no chance. He'll call him Kevin. But I get what you're saying. Nonetheless, I'm just kidding. We're having fun.
Is that a real scouting report?
Yeah, we're having fun.
Wow.
All right.
Or my guy.
Yeah.
Hey, my guys.
Okay, look. As long as we're having fun with this.
Wait, let's go back.
Okay, my favorite moment, one of my favorite moments ever in the fan is we're all in this meeting. It was like a big company-wide meeting, and they're showing these slides, and Purdy,
good question, Kevin.
He's like, oh yeah, there's Stephanie, there's Chelsea, and then it's a picture of the fan with Corey, and he goes, there's my man right there. I just died sitting there, and I was like,
and the picture also was me laying on the floor with a wiffle ball bat getting slammed into my stomach, too. And I was like, all right.
There's my guy.
There's another hit to
That's
the
how I
jaw.
feel in crosstalk sometimes with the fan after dark. I'm like, all right, we got Blake and my man right here.
I don't know.
Could be Fred. Could be somebody totally different. I wanted to see if y'all had any thoughts. Not too much change, despite the top two of the top 5 teams losing, about the college football playoff rankings. Are you invested at this point, or are you like, I care, but there's still like a lot of these teams are going to face off, and it's going to shake out of its own accord?
Let's go, man. Yeah, I'm invested. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I want to see this thing work, and maybe if they can expand it a little more, great. But I want to see this thing. I honestly want to see chaos at the end.
Okay.
I dig that. I dig the chaos when it comes to trying to find out, okay, well, why is this team better than this team? Well, wait, they played head to head. Well, why'd you vote them my school, like I said, they're out of it. LSU's out.
Right.
But South Carolina's ahead of them in the polls. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, we beat South Carolina.
Yeah.
See, so that's kind of a little bit like some chaos.
Is there any part of you that thinks this disincentivizes championship games? Because I'm thinking about selfishly like A&M. A&M wins out. They'll be in the SEC championship game. But then if they lose that game, I'm like, hold on, are they going to fall out of the top 12? And is Texas going to be there even if you beat them?
Didn't we see Alabama get into the playoff without playing in the SEC championship game one year?
That has happened, yes.
And I think that was last year, wasn't it? I mean, with when Georgia got did Georgia?
Oh yeah. That's right. That's right. So I'm curious to see if teams are like, no, I want to finish third. Like, I want to have a good record and finish third, and then I can make it into the playoff.
I just, you know what?
The 3 hole's the most important these days.
I hate to say this. I think they need to eliminate the championship game.
Oh, especially if we're doing a 12-team playoff.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm with you on that.
Oh, like the conference championship.
Yeah, the conference championship game. Yeah,
not the last two.
I was like, the last one.
Both win.
That would be real chaos.
No. I was just just the. I'm talking about. Well, but what about I should say that because SMU might have an opportunity.
That's true.
So I shouldn't probably say that. Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks so much for asking. It's a double guest Thursday. We're going to have Mike Sando.
Does it matter that today's only Wednesday?
Why?
Because you said it's a double guest Thursday.
It's a double guest Wednesday here. Mike Sando of The Athletic. I took a long nap this morning.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what day it is. I feel like I've slept twice since we last did a show. But Mike Sando, The Athletic, 240, and Mike Goley Jr., 320.
Ooh, nice. I like it. Roll home with the Gag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. You can see us at Martin House in Fort Worth. 10 to 2 right here on 105.3 The Fan.
They take a load off tomorrow, Kevin.
Never.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Bay.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, baby, here we go. It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. General at your service. Salute to you. Thanks for making us part of your day. There's Brian Broaddus in his LSU hoodie. He's ready to broadcast with you, talking football here. Krusty's Corner coming up 3:40. Lucius Alexander is ready to go 5 flawless hours of radio producing, engineering, and hosting. He's in the Pimp Cup, keeping the Gators down best he can. Of course, you do have Eric Chiafalo, but Wolchuk is out. There's a surprise for you. Send him some love on social. Our Wooly Bully's not feeling great today.
You know what, Dawson? I'm just going to have to say this honestly.
Say it. Call him BS.
I've started watching college players.
Yeah.
Kind of talking about him yesterday.
Uh-oh.
You guys were interested.
Yeah.
Looked over at my man. Had a little FOMO, I believe.
But he was throwing snake eyes.
You think he's playing catch up on the watching tape today?
He's got his daughter in one arm, and he's like watching Penn State linebacker right now, as he's kind of taking care of the kiddo.
Yep.
but he's starting to break down tape.
Is that a second round stand-up inside linebacker or an edge?
No, this is an edge and probably a top 10 type of a player for you right
10
there.
edge out of Penn State?
Yeah.
Wow.
Where's number 11, by the way, too?
Of course he does.
That's kind of a famous number there now. LeVar Arrington, I think it goes back
Does
to
he have
him.
his own podcast?
No, I don't think so.
Is he a managing editor for a content creation website?
No, I could
right.
check all these
Full-time
things.
football player?
Full-time football player. We'll see. But, I'm thinking that Wolchuk, I'm thinking he's, oh, man. We'll call
Flu-like symptoms.
He's got flu-like symptoms for draft coverage.
He's got the draft flu.
He's catching up is what he's doing.
Well, because you guys also have this little battle of like, well, I've watched this many guys. Oh, well, I've watched this many guys. And
No, it's not a battle.
You're like, well, it's the inner competitor inside of you both. I think it's.
I will punish him watching
healthy.
players. Yeah.
I know you will. Yeah, I mean, it's who you are. It's what you do.
No,
and there's
he's-
levels to this game.
He's good at it, but he's not as good as me.
Of course he's not.
I am the king of this show when it comes to watching.
Have you ever had a
Damn
pupil
right you
study more players than you?
I'll tell you what, Aisha Morrison, she got pretty. She did the draft show with us for 2 years over there at DallasCowboys.com, and I think the second year she knocked out darn near 280 players. She just went at it, and every day she's like, "Hey, what about this guy? I need this list. Can you give me this?" She was working at it pretty hard, but yeah, it's usually somewhere around 200, 225. That's where you kind of get the number.
Well, it's an exciting draft year. I always look at it like the higher the Cowboys pick, the more interesting the content is. So I plan for a lot of coverage of it, and cannot wait to hear your scouting reports.
Well, thank you. And the 7 players that I've seen so far, I've got to start back at it again tonight. I looked at Houston's offense. We're going to do that in the corner today at 3:40. But yeah, the thing about the drafts, if Dallas has a top 10 pick, and I've seen 7 players so far, all 7 players look pretty worthy to be in consideration. That's a good sign just to start right off the jump.
Got to get these right, and if you do end up losing out and you have the 1 pick, I think you really got to look at trading down. I don't think drafting a quarterback will be a consideration seriously for the Cowboys. Brian, would you?
I mean,
that
so.
would take a lot of moving around trying to.
Yeah, if that quarterback was there, and you guys know money better than me, I'm going to act like, I really don't. I got people listening to the show that can call and tell me, hey, you're wrong about this, and they do quite a bit when it comes to that money. But is there a way to kind of draft a guy and then go through a year and eat money, pay that salary, and then the following year think about doing something?
You could post June 1 him and break it up over 2 years if you wanted to do that, but that would be insane at the beginning of a new contract to
I
post
understand.
June 1 him.
If you did it after the first year of the deal.
Oh, after the first year of the deal, so you use it as like a bridge situation?
Yeah, use it as a bridge.
Yeah, I guess we could look into it. It seems pretty tough to pull off right now. Maybe if you found a team that really, really wanted Dak and was going to trade for you, and they're compensating you for eating so much of his contract, right?
Right.
In tons of dead money. So they're getting Dak at significantly less than what you would have to pay him. I would think the draft compensation for that would be significant, Yeah. And then you have to offset like how many teams would want to trade for Dak Prescott coming off of this injury at age 31. I don't know what the market would look like. It seems like when we talk like, hey, would this coach like Dak? Is Dak considered an asset? I thought that was a great question to our guest yesterday. And Mark Schlereth said yes. If he's an asset and you could trade him and essentially get compensated with draft capital for eating so much of that dead cap money before he moves on to his next team, maybe a team would find value in that. But I would just think like, if Dak's going to play poorly, right, you're going to be in a situation to draft another quarterback in 26 or 27, And in the meantime, if he's playing poorly and you're drafting in the top 10 or top 15, you could build out a heck of a supporting cast for that, next quarterback coming in down the line. That's how I'd look at it.
If you weren't willing to take one in the first to be your backup guy, what round? Do you have a round?
5.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just taking a shot in the dark here at a guy.
So you're gonna you're
one of those. You got a bunch of 5th round compensatory picks this year.
You're not interested in a 2 or 3 It's
we
either
need
5.
wide receiver. We need running back.
Okay.
We don't have a 4 now.
Yeah, and I think also because you'd only have that guy for 4 years as well.
Yeah,
and
that's
with the
good
with the
point.
timeline stuff.
You lived that with Dak.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, you didn't have that.
You want that clean start and that opportunity to wreak havoc with a guy who's on a rookie salary scale. Tremendous entertainment value last night with the Mavs and Warriors once again. Couldn't make shots down the stretch. Things did not go this way. Hopefully it's a trend that ends quickly. After the game, Klay Thompson, who was 6 of 12 from downtown, said, I'm really proud of how this team keeps fighting. I keep telling them it's better to go through this early compared to Game 60. There's some of that veteran championship leadership.
Yeah, I tell you what, man, they just needed a couple more shots down the stretch. I know, Dawson, we were all kind of talking about it in the pre-show.
Yeah,
I just remember at that point, 3:58, when the Luka had the turnover. The Mavs were up, and Luka has the turn.
Curry picked his pocket.
Curry got him, and you're thinking, man, that could be, if you hit a 3, that's a 10-point lead. It was kind of in my mind, like, just go down there and bury these guys, bury them.
Yeah,
and then Curry gets the turnover, and then Dallas had some opportunities, but man, it just seemed like the game flipped in those last 4 minutes.
Yeah.
After that turnover, I think you could have killed, sports killed the Warriors there if you could have just gone there and got a basket. And Luka missed he had a turnover and he missed 2 shots down the stretch too. And that,
he had no legs.
Yeah.
He was toasted.
Yeah. He really was.
Yeah, you really have to look at his cardio as maybe a reason why they're faltering down the stretch in these 3 games. Obviously, not having Cleveland and Washington is massive, and you don't want to overreact to a team that doesn't have its players. But come on, Suns, Nuggets, and now Warriors. Like, in the last minute, if you just make a shot, you could be on a 3-game winning streak right now and have a record of 8-2, 8-3. So this is a tough place to be in, but I think you got to take the good and look at the balance of the season and say they're going to get this figured out. It's just unfortunate they can't have that exciting start that I know a lot of us were hoping for. Luka, Kyrie, and Klay combined for 74. Steph had 37, though, including the dagger 3, capped off a run of 12 consecutive points from Steph for the Warriors in the clutch, and they got it done. It was just incredible sports theater to tune into everything that went down last night.
Yeah, like Steph was channeling his top tier self, and you could tell that this game mattered for as much as it mattered to Klay Thompson.
Yeah,
it probably mattered. It felt like it mattered even more to Steph and Draymond. That was a turn back the clock game for Draymond last night. It felt like he was
energized
everywhere. And then for Curry to be late in the game, it was frustrating to see, like, gosh, what is this guy, 36 years old, and he's not huffing and puffing. He still has his legs underneath him, and prime Luka Doncic can't muster up anything in the fourth quarter. That was a bummer.
Why did it feel like, I know that Golden State had a lead, and it seemed like they got Curry far more rest than what the Mavericks were able to get their guys.
Well, and that's a huge problem right now for the Mavericks. With kids calling out the bench because of it.
Yeah. Oh no, the bench got outscored by 20 last night. But the thing about it was, it just seemed like to me that Curry was sitting there quite a long time, and Luka and Kyrie are having to go at it.
Luka played 41 minutes, and Steph played 35. So there's obviously a big difference there. And Steph, in a game that was a 3-point game, Steph was plus 24.
Good God.
He was sensational last night. And you could see the immediate impact of Derek Lively in late games. You're constantly wondering, like, should Gafford be in there? Because the Derek Lively impact is huge, and I think that has a big reason to do with why you lost these last few games while he had been out. The big men had been crushing you in the paint and all that kind of stuff, but I'm still optimistic that this is all going to settle and be fine.
Small sample size, injured players.
Yes.
Luka, one of 5, 2 of 7 overall. 1 of 5 from 3, 2 of 7 overall from the floor in clutch time the last 3 games.
Because he's exhausted, and he's having to play 40 minutes a night, and he's just not built for that. That's three games in a row now with 40 or more minutes for him.
Yeah, you're right. He's not built for that. I feel like in the offseason, Luka probably, did a good job with his diet, but not with grinding the cardio. And if you have a cardio situation like this, and I knew it was a problem at the point in the second half when they go to the timeout and Luka's trying to holler at the refs, but he's doing the old man YMCA resting with his hands on his knees things, looking up at the ref. And he's trying to talk, but he's having to catch his breath at the same time. And I'm like, man, this is just not what it should be, And I think at one point, it's sometime mid to late 20s when he starts to slow down a little bit, he's going to be like, oh, I have to take this more seriously, and he'll start working hard throughout the offseason to make conditioning a strength. You have to look at your biggest weakness as a competitor and try your hardest to turn it into a strength, and I just don't think it's there yet. I did really like the Warriors play in court. That is cool. I think everybody's play in court looks pretty cool.
Except for the Sixers. That one was
Boston's kind of looked kind of weird.
Yeah, there have been complaints about some of them, but I like the style. I think it's just it's different. I would never want to go away from the old hardwood look totally.
Sure.
But more of this is cool. They can't build any sort of urgency or relevance about the play-in tournament. I think you just do it for a number of years and see if it catches on for anything. And now if there's a sponsor tied to it, I think it's probably sticking around for the long haul. Spurs announced Greg Popovich's absence was due to a mild stroke.
Jeez.
So best of luck to him there down in San Antonio. Yeah. Some Cowboys updates coming in from practice. Tyler Smith working off to the side today. Apparently he's got a little something. They opened Chuma Edoga's practice window. And we're keeping an eye on Tyler Guyton. That'll be an interesting situation. Like, could Richards press Guyton for playing time legitimately? How do you manage that?
Yeah, I think to me that it's I'm always about trying to. This season is, in my opinion, is lost. They won't say that over there, but in my opinion, I think there's some things when we get to again in 340 that you could attack this Houston Texans from a defensive perspective, and I think there's some things you can do. The offense on the other side. It's just without the quarterback play, it's not going to be it's not going to be easy at all. So if you can kind of keep the young guys playing, Guyton playing, allow him, BB, those guys, but also if you can work in, keep working in Awesome Richards and stuff like that. If it turns into, having to kind of substitute guys, maybe a series, I would do the same thing at left cornerback with, McQuamu and then Carson. I'm not just going to put Carson in timeout because he's had some rough games, but
agreed.
I would start McQuamu, maybe a series, another series, a third series, and now put in Carson. And then kind of give him the opportunity to see some things, play special teams. And when he gets in there, it still gives him hope. I don't want Carson going into the offseason being like totally beat down. I would like for him to maybe have some type of thought that, okay, I battled. It wasn't good the first half, but the second half, I kind of learned my way, and then he goes in with some positivity for 2025. I don't want him to be beat down and everybody talk about him as all they did was throw the ball at him, and he has to hear that the whole offseason. Now, try and get a little positivity for the kid.
Yeah, this is your chance to develop. You're drafting a development team.
Anywhere.
You're going nowhere. This is the ultimate developmental season. So as many young guys as you can get in there, you absolutely should be doing that.
Right.
Yeah, it's all about development, man. I think if you could find some plays for guys, you never know when a light bulb's going to go on.
Yeah, I mean, there's a part of me that's thinking, would I sit Steele and put Guyton at right tackle and let Richards stay at left?
Yeah, I think all that should be on the table. Okay, and let's try to have a run game. I would love some read option stuff with Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Let's get that in there for quarters at a time and see what you could get going. It'd be really interesting. It's an opportunity for the coaching staff to try to figure out some things as well. Anthony Richardson back as the Colts starter. I think you're going to get more of that in NFL News Today coming up at 3 o'clock. Said he was grateful. 60 on soccer, actually 16 on soccer right here. ESPN released their top 50 players in women's soccer around the world. The USA has 4 of the top 17 players. Sophia Smith at 5, Trinity Rodman at 8, Mallory Swanson at 15, and then Lindsey Horan at 17. That's a big improvement from the last cycle when they were waiting for these youngsters to come into their own. Okay, we got G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Little college football next, Chief?
Yeah, let's do it. Takeaways from the latest college football playoff rankings next year on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Friday, the KNC Masterpiece are live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Join us from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for the Cowboys ticket giveaway. Plus, enjoy Miller Lite 22-ounce drafts for just $4. The only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. Please drink responsibly.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation and G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com, Chief.
I love when we get these texts. 601 said, yeah, Sonic is cool. Let me get a BLT and large onion rings, extra crispy, lot of ketchup. And then they follow up with, damn, wrong text. LOL. I can't tell you how often we get that. It cracks me up. It's a decent order. I would have probably gone with the supersonic cheeseburger, though.
Yeah.
That supersonic cheeseburger is always getting it done.
Yeah, I saw that 601 say, damn, wrong text, LOL. And I was thinking, wait, what was this wrong text? So I scrolled down and pretty funny.
The old Sonic order. Yeah. He's doing it right, though, getting them extra crispy on those onion rings. Okay, is the College Football Playoff Committee doing it right? After the latest rankings, Oregon 1, Ohio State 2, Texas 3, Penn State 4. Then you get Indiana 5, BYU 6, Tennessee 7, Notre Dame 8, Miami 9, Alabama 10, Ole Miss 11, and Georgia 12.
I know Phil Knight's throwing around a lot of money there at Oregon, but as a guy that covered that football team for over a decade, know Autzen quite well. I can't imagine it that they have managed to secure the kind of trench play that it's going to take to actually be the best team in the country.
Yeah, that's fair. I think Dan Lanning has done a pretty nice job putting that team together, and he's a great coach because they seem to be getting better. I know, Broaddus, you've talked about that. No team has really improved as much as Oregon has seemed to from game one to now. But they were able to beat Ohio State. They are undefeated, and it's fair that they're sitting there at number 1. But they're definitely not like a, oh my gosh, powerhouse. Everybody knows that's the team. But with the way things are shaking up and with the way the SEC is right now and how everybody's just beating up each other to some extent, Oregon's sitting there with the beautiful bagel in the loss column. So they stay at number 1, but there were a couple of, Georgia goes from number 3 to number 12 after losing to Ole Miss. Miami goes from number 4 to number 9 after losing to Georgia Tech. And then you had Indiana and BYU both jumping up 3 spots after they both just probably played their worst games of the season. Eke by, but they somehow jumped Tennessee for whatever reason. So those were some of the bigger complaints. And Georgia beating Texas at Texas and Texas being 3rd and Georgia's still at 12.
Yeah,
Georgia's. It's all the marbles games now for Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia's got a big one this weekend with Tennessee coming into town. That could be an elimination game for them for sure. Texas at Arkansas. That's kind of a sneaky. Arkansas has been a little bit hit and miss with the way that they've played this year. So I'm anxious to see how those games turn out. I was curious about Penn State, because I've seen them now a little bit on tape, just on defense.
Why would they be at number 4? It makes no sense. Their best win is what, versus USC?
Yeah, that's it right there, and that happened in October 12th. So they've the Ohio State loss was one of those kind. They always seem to lose one of those types of games. Losing Ohio State. The problem is with Penn State, they've got at Purdue, Minnesota, and Maryland left. I don't see them losing the game now. Things happen. Strange things happen when you go play at Minnesota. We've seen upsets, happen with that crew. But I just kind of feel like that Penn State's going to be in this playoff. That was a team I was questioning a little bit, but after seeing what the schedule is now,
they should be in there. But to be number 4 is pretty hilarious.
Well, like I said, they beat Illinois at the time was 19. So the Illinois game was very, very early in the season. It was like week 4, and then they played USC 2 weeks later. I don't think USC was ranked at the time. They might have been, but I just know that it's that Penn State's caught a little bit of a break not having to play some other teams.
Yeah, definitely. And Georgia on the opposite side of the spectrum having just a gauntlet of a schedule. And now they're having to go on the road every time. At least they get Tennessee at home this weekend.
All of Georgia's, like I say, they had the win at Texas, which was good. They lost at Ole Miss. They've had a difficult. They were at Alabama, right? That was another one that they had to play. Mm-hmm. So they've had their road has not been easy for them at all.
No, it has not been. And Kirby Smart is actually getting a little bit trolled now on the internet based on some of his reactions, because they had the kid who celebrated with some Ole Miss friends that he had after Georgia lost to Ole Miss over the weekend. And that was like a huge story. And it seems like he's coming down harder on him than he has in the past on all the guys that continue to get arrested and have off the field troubles. And so like what's going around right now is this first clip, which is an old clip of Kirby Smart addressing things after another player had been arrested.
One thing is disappointed. Anytime you have a situation like that, you want your kids, your players, to make better decisions.
Okay, so
this is the auto racing. This is the auto racing guys.
One of the 50 that have taken place over the last 2 years for them. So that was his response to that. And then here's his response from this weekend after one of his players celebrated with Ole Miss after Ole Miss beat Georgia.
What an idiot! Just stupid.
So those two videos, those two side-by-sides are going viral right now. And it's not fair to him, but that is a pretty funny quote there. Just an idiot, just stupid. Who are you talking about? Oh, yeah, one of my players.
Yeah.
Now, you also have, speaking of stupidity, the throwing things onto the field. Did you guys see the BYU cheerleading coach got taken out by a bottle that got thrown onto the field on Saturday? That's what took place. So It's right after BYU wins 22-21, and things start to get a little bit crazy with the people in the crowd.
Was it like a plastic bottle? Because BYU don't sell alcohol in their stadium.
Well, this game was at Utah.
Oh, was this at Utah?
Yeah, this was at Utah.
Okay.
So people,
she says water bottle. But a heavy water bottle coming down.
Full.
Because I was wondering, the video is a little tough to see, but she apparently gets hit in the head and then immediately falls right to the ground. And I was wondering, okay, is this a glass bottle? Is this what was in? Because you wouldn't think a bottle of water necessarily would just totally KO you.
If it's got stuff in it, it's
if you get hit by the point, especially by the cap, and a full water bottle's a couple of pounds.
Yeah,
kid was
coming in hot.
Kid probably has one hell of an arm.
I saw our trainers at LSU in '82 get hit by oranges. If we win the game against Florida State, we're playing in the Orange Bowl, and they bought every orange in the city of Baton Rouge and brought them to the games. They hoisted the cheerleader up. They put her, and then got everybody took they were throwing at her.
Oh no!
Yeah, and then
the LSU cheerleader was getting thrown at.
Yeah, but with oranges.
Wow!
She got hit a couple of times. Had to bring her down. Our team, our trainer, Doc Anderson, an orange came from the upper deck and hit him in the face.
Ooh!
And he's like, "You bastards!" Yeah, he's like shaking his fist, But you can tell he's on the sidelines, and all of a sudden you see it, and it just hit him in the face, and he just he turns, he's shaking his fist.
Yeah.
But people were just it was the
funny.
oranges were crazy. We were warming up before the
Could
game.
be deadly.
Yeah, seriously.
We were warming up. And
Not a laughing matter.
Snap the ball and then throw 4 oranges away. Snap another ball, throw 4. Those things were hitting like shot puts on that grass field.
Wow.
But you could see the indention.
Yeah. And the coaches didn't try to stop the game?
Heck no.
Nobody tried to stop the game?
This is like
Old school, baby.
This is 1982, man. This is not.
That's awesome.
No.
Well, the person that threw it was an 18-year-old kid, and he's since been arrested.
There you go.
Wow.
It's time now. Thank you for that college football, Darty. Time to go into the Pimp Cup. Where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
And I have not been arrested anytime soon. All right, let's see here. How you boys doing? How everybody out here?
Doing good.
Yeah.
Great.
All right. Everybody out here?
Great.
Y'all seem real chill in there. You need some coffee or something? What's good?
Mail it in Wednesday,
Oh, man. There's like a massive
Thursday?
pizza in there, and none of us can have any of it.
We can't have any
You
of
ever
it.
take a nap and you emerge from it in that day and you're just kind of foggy?
Still kind of groggy.
I'm up late for the Mavs game. Don't usually do it. Up at 6.
Okay.
So I got back and I went back to sleep, and I'm still waiting to hit that gear.
I hear you, bro. I hear you. Yeah.
You're like trying to kickstart that mini bike.
Yeah,
and
I know
it's
what
just,
you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, it's just slippery. Just real slippery.
Yeah,
I get it. Our winner right here for G-Bag of the Day comes from the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? Jerry Jones joined them, which made headlines. But anyway, here's how it started.
and I know Jerry would say this is what I signed up for, but I do respect him just showing up for all these interviews while all this is happening. Like, this has to be a beating. And he's putting his jaw out there after the game twice a week with us. That's gotta stink.
There's you always say this in gambling, boy, when this game, it's a bad loss, you got kicked right in the you know what.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been getting kicked there.
But he's showing up for it.
Uh-huh.
He takes the questions, so that's got to be difficult.
Yeah.
I do respect that.
People pay good money for that.
Getting kicked?
Oh, yeah.
It's kinky like RJ.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. Let's bring in Jerry Jones, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good to be on with you. And I was listening to you there in your monologue real good. And you got me really good and softened up. So let me have it.
The voice inflection there from Jerry is amazing.
Yo, man.
I think him saying you monologue real good was his way of saying don't leave me on hold for so long.
Yeah.
He did, man.
Yeah,
There's a little side busted in there.
That's
you monologue
great.
real good. I heard you. Been waiting for my time.
It's my time now.
All right, let's see here. Had a couple glasses on, can't see.
Not to be tried.
Not to be tried now.
I love it every day you come in here and you wonder, maybe I will be able to see that computer. Will today be the day?
Maybe. Like, I had carrots last night. Maybe I'll be all right. ESPN 100 replayed this yesterday. The Chicago media, they've had enough of Matt Eberflus.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
We got to pull those.
Oh, yeah, I should probably set that up for you a little better. How about my fastball is not there either there, Dawson?
Hey.
Yeah.
Who's company?
Matt Eberflus. He was on the phone with ESPN 100, and he had a janky phone connection. And the Chicago media is just tired of the Bears anyway.
We got to pull those experiences.
Coach? Coach, your cell phone's as bad as the offense right now.
Gee.
We'll put them on hold and see if we can reestablish.
Jeez, man. Jeez.
That's great.
Do you think he heard? I mean, he had heard after the fact,
yeah,
right?
you've heard it now.
After the fact, yeah. Yeah.
Might be the last time they do that coaching show for a number of reasons.
Greg Olson. Alvin Kamara dropped the ball the other day. Y'all guys seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty sad. He had it right there. It was in the pocket. Dropped right up out of there. Then he did the look at my hands. Oh, my God. My hands.
13 fantasy points out the window right there.
Ouch,
Lucius.
man. I'm sorry, fam. I'm sorry to hear that.
It sucks, dude. That's how you watch these other teams, these players. You're like, how it impacts me. Like, I'm being selfish about this, but come on, Alvin.
Nah. I get it, bro. I get it. Streets got to eat. But listen to this.
Yeah, Caden Ellis, number 55, he's playing for the choice route. He's thinking that Kamara's going to break in, break out, and instead he just runs right by him. Just that's Aaron Judge dropping the ball in the fifth inning of the World Series. There's really just no explanation.
Aaron Judge is sitting watching TV like, what? Oh, come on, bro. You're like Leonardo DiCaprio and you point at the TV like, what you talking about me?
Yeah. He's mixing a drink and he also snaps around.
Exactly. Like, man, come on, bro.
I was hoping 55 would run in there like he denied it. Like, no, maybe a throat slash.
Seatbelt.
Locked him up.
How much time we got? How about this one? Well, this is not one.
Winner.
Nah, it's not one. It's not one. But this guy was glazing Coach Prime on a Paul Feinbaum's show, and then a cat popped up.
Deion Sanders should be up for Coach of the Year. Will you shut up? I'm trying to talk to Paul.
Hey, Advance, exactly who did you – who is there?
Yeah, my me. Damn hold on 1 second,
Sando. Oh, okay.
Cat, yeah. Paul's concerned.
Who was there?
The official talk show of the SEC, that Feinbaum show.
He is.
That's a great
Freaking
show.
hilarious.
He is,
the callers.
Yeah.
The callers make it.
The callers from places I've never heard of in Alabama coming out with their opinions. It's amazing.
Let's go to Sawdust, Alabama.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
On a landline.
Yeah.
These guys
100.
climbed up on a pole.
It's kind of like what you drink and what you're thinking, but instead of the drug being booze, it's SEC football.
Yeah.
Just means more, Dawson.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah. Let's see. I can do one more, man. King LeBron James. My mother-in-law hates that King name. King James. Who does he think he is? Who calls himself King? Like, you are hating right now. That's some big time hating. Who does he think he is to call himself a king?
And the chosen one on tattooed on his back.
Oh my God. That's some big time hating right there, Michelle.
Do you encourage her? Do you draw her off sides, Lucius?
I just laugh at her.
Okay. I thought maybe you're like, hey, what about that LeBron?
LeBron lied again. Look at this.
Yeah, look at this. What about this? Some king, huh? Is this your king?
Don't you wish he would just shut up and dribble?
Yeah. Wow. That's what you want to say. All right, King James came through for some guys parlay, Eric.
What was that moment with the fans to get that final rebound? Speaking of rebounds down the stretch, and you point at him.
Well, yeah, he definitely yelled at me, got my attention, said, one more rebound. I was like, what? He was like, one more. So I got one more, and I pointed at him to acknowledge that I was listening. So I appreciate it to that guy.
Just like that, he's back in my good graces. Ever told you how much I loved King James?
I love it. King James coming through on the parlay. You had a glazing of Dion on the Paul Feinbaum show, interrupted by a cat. Meow. You had Greg Olson calling the Camara drop. You had ESPN 1000. They've had enough of Eberflus on his bad phone connection. Jerry with RJ and Choppy. You monologue real good. Okay. Yeah, this is good. I'm gonna go with the ESPN 1000 there. GFL, how about you?
I'm gonna go with the champs.
Okay.
The champs is here.
Yeah, Jerry.
By a score 3-1. Still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Jerry Jones, introduced with the RJ and Choppy show. Okay, coming up next here on The Fan, Mike Sando of The Athletic joins us for a football conversation here on your home of the Cowboys.
Coming up third.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet at Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. In his 27th season covering the NFL with The Athletic now, he's a Hall of Fame selector, a Pro Football Writers of America board member, an AP Awards voter. It's Mike Sando here with you on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, Mike. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing wonderful, thanks. We always look forward to all your pieces, especially the quarterback tiers that you do. And wondering, after what we've seen from Dak this year, how do you think he'll slot in for next year's tiers?
I think people know what Dak Prescott is, so I'm sure he's always been right around 10th or so in the league, solidly in tier 2. I think he'll slide a little bit. He's obviously not going to go up, but I don't think, people are going to totally reassess Dak off of what was kind of a down half season for him with a lot of weird stuff going on with the team. So he is what he is, and it'll probably be reflected as a lower tier 2 possibly this next year.
Off the injury with the contract that he just received, will that be something that incoming coaching candidates will look at as a positive? Is that a selling point, or is that less of an asset now?
Probably a selling point, because I think usually when you take over a job, a lot of times you have no quarterback, right? With Dak Prescott, we can criticize that he hasn't got over the top, or is he worth $60 million, but you can not have a losing record with Dak Prescott, right? That's the first thing a lot of these coaches are thinking about is, am I going to get fired in 2 years because I didn't win any games? So I think Dak Prescott in general will be seen as an asset for a coach coming in because he's a good quarterback.
Mike, is this a good job? And I know there's only 32 of these in the league.
Yeah.
But is Dallas a good job?
Yeah, I think they're all different, and they all have their own challenges and things that, in a lot of cases, you don't think about because they're not as overt. I think Jerry Jones's presence is so obvious to everybody that we can all see it. But when you take the job in Cincinnati, or you take the job in New England, or you take the job in Seattle, or any of these places, there's things kind of behind the scenes too that affect that job in ways that we don't talk about every week, because the owner who puts limits on what you're going to do isn't on the radio every week. No one really knows, right, what the parameters are, or the way the building works, who really has power. You go to Atlanta, Rich McKay's there. He might have the owner's ear. Is that good? Is that bad? Right? I think they all have their own challenges, and the Cowboys is just a little bit more visible. So, it's not going to be for everybody, but I don't think it's a deal breaker to get a good coach.
Great perspective here from Mike Sando of The Athletic here with you on The Fan. Who should Cowboys fans be hoping for out of all the potential candidates out there?
Oh, wow. So I would maybe be hoping for something different. Like I think the Bill Belichick thing would be fascinating because they did Bill Parcells before. It would just be different from kind of the way that it's been set up. I'd like to see a little tension or a little bit of, a little bit of a bigger fish in that chair with the dynamics just tested. I think that would be interesting. What do you guys think? Would that be fun? Or are you looking for the next hot offensive coach to get something out of Dak? I guess it kind of depends what your perspective is what your interests are. But for me, from afar, I would like something that kind of shakes it up or challenges it.
Yeah, great offensive coach, youngster, I think would be great. After that, the intrigue of what Belichick could possibly do, I think would be, a terrific story for us to cover, Mike, from the media perspective. Holy cow.
It would be really fun, Yeah. I think the thing with those types of coaches are, you're always then, okay, what comes with it with the staff? Do you want to do the whole New England coaches and Josh McDaniels and all that? All of them could be a good coach. It's just we saw that movie at the end, and I think that's the concern for me. With any coach you bring in, it's always a concern of what the staff's going to look like. But with some of those established guys or older guys, I think sometimes you just know what you're going to get, and it's less exciting than if there was a little bit of unknown.
Looking around the NFL right now and seeing Caleb Williams struggle the way he is, what do you think is the issue there? Is that Caleb Williams? Obviously, they're firing people. What's the problem?
Well, definitely he's a part of it. If he was playing, he could play better than he has. I think they seem like a team that maybe bought into the off-season narratives that they were kind of putting out themselves about, hey, we've had multiple years to build this roster. The offensive line is going to be good. Look at all these weapons. It's the best setup for a number one pick in years. All of that stuff is great until you have to play the games. And I think they've maybe found out there's a gap between what they were hoping for. Then beyond that, I do think the accountability factor is a big deal. And so we saw, I believe it was Keenan Allen was asked about, hey, what went wrong with Shane Waldron, the coordinator they fired? And he actually came out and said accountability. He let things slide. Well, to me, that's a little bit of the Matt Eberflus feel I get as well, is just some coaches have an easier time enforcing accountability, being accountable themselves publicly. And it feels to me like they've lacked that a little bit. And so you've seen in critical moments of games, the defensive back is over there cheering with the fans, when they're trying to defend the Hail Mary, or there's another play where the receiver just sort of jogs out of bounds and he might have hurt his ankle, but it was just a bad look, right? Or they call the wrong play. They hand off to the offensive lineman at the goal line and it goes awry and they say we would do it again. I mean, can we at some point along the way have some accountability for what's going on? So that's what it feels like a little bit just looking at it.
Mike, did you have that chance to see Micah Parsons' comments that he made talking about, he was giving Zach Martin praise, but, he not refused, but he kind of gave it the higher pay grade. How did you interpret that? And where are you on, like, we always want these players to be honest until they're honest. Where are you on all that? I mean, you've done this for a long time.
Yeah. So when I first read it and saw the way that it was portrayed in writing, I thought, ooh, it's kind of a zinger. And then when you saw it, you just felt like, okay, in it from a strategic standpoint, could he have probably phrased that a little bit better? I didn't come away from it thinking he was trying to take a shot at McCarthy. I think my sense was the gist of it was, hey, Mike McCarthy's won a Super Bowl. He's an established guy. He's a made man in the league, right? We got guys on this team that are, that it's a different outlook for some of these players, and they may be down to their last year or whatever. That's kind of how I took it. I don't know what the dynamic is behind the scenes. If he doesn't have his coach's back or any of that stuff, I don't really know. But I wasn't super offended by it once I saw him, and then he came out and talked about it. I'd be more apt to side with him than the instant Rex Ryan reaction where he just flies off the handle and calls the guy, insubordinate or something. I didn't get that sense.
Mike Sando of The Athletic with us here in the G-Bag Nation. What are you seeing with Jaden Daniels and just the evolution of this Kingsbury Commander offense right now? Is it here to stay?
So I've been super impressed, like everybody, out of the gates. I mean, I think they did a better job than anyone. He's a very talented player. He's not just a runner. I think he's a good passer too. But when you have 52 quarterback runs in the first 5 games, and then you got hurt ribs and teams coming at you a little bit differently, and you run him half as much in the last 5 games since then, that's what we want to know. Is it going to be second half of the season quarterback attrition? We've seen that with Cliff Kingsbury before. What does it look like over a 5-year period? Not that Jaden Daniels can't be good or won't be good, but there is a sustainability factor. We were a little concerned just because he's a little slight of frame. I don't care what his height, weight is. I felt the same way about like an RG3. He could be 6'2", 215 pounds. He looked like I was a little afraid when he got hit. So that was a little bit of a concern with Daniels coming in. I think it has to be proven out. But we've seen enough in the first half of the year to be excited and think they've got something here. Sustainability, I think, has to be proven.
Mike, what do you think about Tyson and Paul Friday night here in Texas?
Okay, so I was a huge boxing fan and kind of a student of boxing, even 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. I don't know what happened. I got married in 2000. I haven't been watching boxing since then. Maybe there's a correlation there. But
I hear you.
But I was always the guy back in the 80s who was, yeah, Tyson's good, but Ali was better. I can confess that I was a little bit of a 70s era defender of the boxers. So I have a little bit of a bias. I thought Mike Tyson was really good, a great fighter, but was overhyped. I felt like the mythology of I'm going to crush you wasn't really the truth when he fought real guys. I mean, he knocked some of them out, but there was a number of guys who could go the distance with him. So I can't imagine at age 58 that he's going to be that good. But I have no idea what Jake Paul is. I haven't watched him. I don't know if he's a legitimate fighter. I think if Mike Tyson fought a real heavyweight contender, I would be scared for him right now at his age. But this one, who knows? Maybe he knocks him out. The other thing I thought of was like, you know, I was a big Foreman fan. So when Foreman came back in his 40s, is Tyson at 58? Is he in the same condition? Have we gotten to a point where a 58-year-old guy can be in the condition of a 45-year-old guy 20, 30 years ago? Is that possible? That's one thing in the back of my mind I wonder about, because Foreman couldn't move and was slow, and he would get hit. Tommy Morrison hit him. You know, Holyfield hit the snot out of him. But he could take a shot. Now, could Tyson be like that? I don't think he could ever take a shot like Foreman. I just don't think he could. So I think if you hit him, especially at this age, I think he might go.
Mike, we knew that we love talking football with you. Now we love talking boxing with you, brother. So thank you so much for that terrific amount of time.
What's your guys' pick? How do you think it goes?
Tyson, give me Tyson.
I grew up with that mythology around Tyson and, you know, just loving it and celebrating it. So I'm just hoping that my childhood dreams don't get crushed.
Yeah, Mike, I've stood at I've stood at barbecue pits in college, and the guys say, "Hey, the Tyson's fight start," and I'm like, "Okay, let me flip this. Tyson fight's over," you know. So yeah, I'm
my cousin missed the Spinks fight.
You can miss a lot of them.
People over.
Yeah,
$5 a pop. He went to the restroom, missed the fight. So he was a badass.
Yeah,
in his day. So
absolutely.
We'll see.
Absolutely.
Love it, Mike. Enjoy week 11. We'll catch up with you soon.
Okay, we'll see you.
Mike Sando, Athletic, here with you on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And it's always impressive, you know, the depth and the layers that he goes into with his answers. Okay, Chief, what's next?
NFL News of the Day, featuring your football sounds of the day, plus the Rich Get Richer next year in the nation.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, here we go. It's hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Mike Golick Jr. coming up talking football with you here in 20 minutes. We're 40 minutes now from Krusty's Corner. He is going to preview the Texans defense for you today.
Offense.
He's going to preview the Texans offense for you today. Yes.
There's some possibilities there, by the way.
Looking forward to that. Coming up in 40 from the former Cowboys scout, the Super Bowl champion, Brian Broaddus. Time now for Chiefs NFL News of the Day.
Okay, we have our football liar of the day. We have a lot of things to get to here. Your friendly reminder, I'll be going out to Martin House Brewing Company in Fort Worth tomorrow, hanging out with the boys in the KNC Masterpiece. They'll be there from 10 to 2 broadcasting, so make sure you swing by and say hello. But I'm looking forward to seeing the folks. Martin House Brewing Company, 220 South Sylvania Avenue in Fort Worth. That'll be from 10 to 2 tomorrow with the Masterpiece. I'll be there from 11 to noon, and I cannot wait to see you there. You get the Anthony Richardson news today. He's back as the starter. Head coach Shane Steichen says, I was talking with Jim Irsay, the owner. I was talking with Chris Ballard, the general manager, but this was my decision. I run this place. All right, so I think this is fair. The best thing that happened to Anthony Richardson was Joe Flacco, starting the game with a pick six the other day, coming back to earth as a 45,000-year-old quarterback. So that helps things, and that softens the blow now of can we trust Anthony Richardson? Is he going to be gassed in a game? Is he going to tap out? It doesn't matter. We can't watch Joe Flacco play football anymore. And, Anthony Richardson's only started 10 games. Yeah. You got to give this guy a chance, man. So I'm glad he's back. That's exciting.
I do think it's fascinating. So you see Jaden Daniels, you see Caleb Williams, and you're like, okay, there's a couple of guys that we believe in. Will probably get second contracts, could be stars developing in this league. What's the time limit for the next group of guys where if it is embarrassing, if there's no signs of life, you're going to, move on at some point. I think if you take it to 3 or 4 years, maybe the guy actually plays half decent. You have a great roster and you end up giving him a deal. You end up with Daniel Jones. We're taking guys out of college more on raw ability now, understanding the opportunity to run than we ever have. Oh, he didn't play much, but man, he's got an arm and he can run. Let's take him in the top 15. And I think if we're going to be more aggressive about taking them, we should be more aggressive about moving on. And I would be shocked if Anthony Richardson has anything in the NFL.
Yeah, I would be pretty surprised at this point as well. There's some obvious awesome things about him, but there's so much to the quarterback position that he can't get right at this point. I would be surprised as well. But if you're the Colts, it's worth it to see it through this season. And then, you don't double down, triple down. Anthony Richardson is our guy, and we picked him, and so we're just going to ride him out for the next few years. You can do the things that, we've seen the Cardinals do it. Hey, we drafted Josh Rosen. Next year, Kyler's our guy. You turn and burn that way. So, I don't think you should be married to Anthony Richardson for the next few years, but for this season, he should be the guy over Joe Flacco.
I was just kind of thinking about Josh Allen in Buffalo. I think he was 4-6 his first 10, and I think he was like a 52% passer.
It was brutal.
It was brutal.
Yeah, his naysayers were celebrating.
Yeah, and I just remember the only reason I remember that is because of the grade that I put on him coming out of the draft. And I was like, oh man, here's another one. Here's another Blake Bortles and that kind of thing. And, I'd seen some things of him playing at Wyoming, and I think things kind of changed for him with some coordinators coming in and doing Ken Dorsey. Yeah. There were some things that he, and Shane Steichen, I kind of feel like that he's supposed to be that kind of that quarterback whisperer guy. And,
he is, with Jalen Hurts. Gardner Minshew had the best year of his career last year with Steichen.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm but I understand teams like, hey, if why you holding on, but I think 10 games is because, like I said, I keep remembering Josh Allen, and then I kind of remember and I see where Josh Allen is right now. And I'm not saying, I'm just saying 10 games. That's if you looked at the first 10 games of Josh Allen, we'd probably be having the same discussion.
Yeah.
We'd probably be having the same.
Yeah. No, you're right.
And then he's an outlier.
He makes the big jump in year 2 where he's 2-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio, big increase in his completion
happened where
percentage.
he got better, and
his
the first
COVID,
10 games,
that COVID off season for him was one that was like a rededication of changing mechanics and stuff like that. So he is a unique case. But those cases can oftentimes get you in trouble there.
I like what you said, though. It's an off-season thing.
Yeah, you got to develop some stuff. You got to really be dedicated to fixing whatever issues you have, and Josh Allen was. And now he's second, third best quarterback in the league. Aaron Rodgers was asked if he wants to play in 2025. He says, I think so. Yeah. So maybe we can expect to see him back because he's got more dollars to make on this contract that he has, I believe.
Yeah, it's a tough spot with an old guy. You kind of need him to retire to save you the money. You can't move on from him. So I think the Jets they're stuck here in a terrible place to be.
What if you're the Jets, though, and you're kind of thinking tankathon stuff, where they're at? What do you do? Do you sit there and go ahead and draft a quarterback with knowing that he's probably going to be there for another year? I mean,
no, I think you got to find a great offensive lineman, spend money on an offensive lineman, and try to give him that perfect throwing platform.
Yeah, with Mekhi Becton and stuff like that, they've tried to draft offensive linemen there before.
Yeah,
really, I mean, I haven't watched a ton of Jets football. Is Tyron Smith playing that horribly for them at left tackle? Has that been a big problem, Chief? Have you seen any?
It
Jets
was early.
games?
The first month of the season, the returns were not good.
Yeah, I don't think there's much of anything that's working well for them right now. But Tyron Smith, I don't think he's been terrible, and he's actually been healthy. So.
Yeah, but Becton, it's funny. He leaves the Jets, and all of a sudden he plays well for the Eagles at right guard. And I just kind of sometimes maybe go back to coaching again.
Eagles got one of the best in the league.
Yeah, there you go.
And speaking of Aaron Rodgers, I saw this. It only took Tom Brady 333 regular season starts before he lost his 82nd game, and it has taken Aaron Rodgers only 234 career regular season starts to lose his 82nd game. So, I mean, with 100 more games played in the regular season, Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers have lost the same amount of games. I saw that floating around. I was like, wow, that's kind of crazy. Speaking of crazy, you have on WFAN this morning, Boomer Esiason saying that he's made some recent calls and that John Gruden, your guy, is definitely coming back. And he confirmed that Gruden's name is circulating in head coach searches. So, I mean, some people have already tied him to the Jets. How funny would that be if it's John Gruden and Aaron Rodgers as the quarterback head coach duo to proceed for Jets fans? That would be pretty hilarious. But, yeah, I guess the John Gruden stuff, he's killing it on TikTok right now.
Oh, he is.
And I guess it's building the resume.
I go, where did you develop all this TikTok stuff? He's like, man, I just needed something to do. Is what he was saying.
He's making good use of his time.
He is. He's trying to.
He's electric on there.
He's having fun, he said. That's the number one thing. He says, I'm having fun doing this.
I'm happy for him. Yeah. The Arizona Cardinals, this is kind of crazy. We're talking about Kyler Murray and how awesome he's been. And it's surprising to see that they're undefeated 3-0 since Call of Duty Black Ops 6 was released.
Oh, wow.
So he's overcome one of you talk about quarterbacks improving
yes.
and being dedicated to the craft, and it seems like Kyler Murray, I mean, they were 3-4 before Black Ops 6 was released. It gets released, and now he's 3-0.
I mean, I don't want to speak for him on any matter, but, I think maybe people got a little bit of Call of Duty fatigue or burnout over the last year or so. I know I totally stopped playing. Major stopped playing.
So maybe that's the secret. He's just kind of punted on it a little bit.
Yeah, after a while.
He's got a video game deal of sorts.
Oh, does he?
He does. I don't know if it's directly with Call of Duty, but maybe maybe now that he knows it's like out there and he's being paid video game wise, he's got to like settle down. But man, 3-0 since Black Ops 6 came out. That's pretty awesome. And just
first for everything.
How is that game? Is it a good game?
I haven't played it.
Oh
no, I mean it's about the same every year. That's why people kind of get burned out on it after a couple of years usually.
Did they what they added? What did they add?
It's just new maps, different guns, slightly
drop
different
another
movement
area?
patterns. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just basically new maps every year.
All right.
Here's a clip from Kyler over the weekend while they were hammering the Jets, and you can just hear the fun that he's having right now. Listen to the type of conversations that are going on the sidelines between Kyler Murray and his teammates. This is how you know you're on a winning sideline.
He grew up eating Wendy's.
Okay. Arby's?
Or whatever the Arby's, Wendy's.
Long John Silver.
All that. On game. Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Sonic.
I ain't had that.
They had Sonic?
I mean, he's talking about fast food and just having a good time.
Someone threw a Long John Silver reference in there.
That was a surprising curveball.
Yeah.
And even the Arby's thing was a little bit surprising.
Oh, man, Arby's is good.
I was late to the Arby's party.
Oh,
Thanks
no,
to you.
good,
Like
good.
2 years ago, you brought in Arby's, and I was like, okay, I got to give Arby's another chance.
Beef and cheddar.
Beef and cheddar.
I used to love their chicken bacon Swiss. I hope they still have that around.
Curly fries.
I think you nailed it, though. You only have those kind of conversations during wins. It gets real quiet, during losses, and we got to figure out what the hell is going on. But they're having a party over there. I just want to know how Kyler Murray already sounds like he's in his 60s. Hey, how you doing, guy? You like Sonic?
He's got a little O.J. Simpson to him.
He does, dude. He's sounding like Boomer style.
Yeah, I love it, though. He's having a good time, having a real good time. Liar of the Sports Day goes to the general manager of the New York Giants, who was asked if he wishes the Giants handled their quarterback situation differently in the offseason. His answer was simply no.
Yeah.
As Daniel Jones is being sent to the bench and just continues to embarrass himself every time he steps on a football field. I thought this was pretty hilarious too. There's draft comps already going around and circulating, and for Carson Beck, the Georgia quarterback, they say his ceiling is Daniel Jones and his floor is Will Levis.
Man, I'll tell you what, I've watched.
Ouch.
I've watched.
That's a guy that, like, before the season, people thought might be the number 1 overall pick. His ceiling is Daniel Jones, and his floor is Will Levis.
The ceiling is the roof.
I've seen a lot of Beck playing. He turns over the ball at an alarming rate.
Daniel Jones, Will Levis.
Yeah,
things are adding up.
Man, I could not, in good conscience, I could not select him with how much he turns the ball over. And I don't think that, when you see him play, man, it doesn't come off his hand like a guy that you would really can drive it, but he makes some of the worst decisions throwing the ball. I don't know how you evaluate that with any good conscience,
It's tough, man.
Yeah,
it is. Now, good news, rich get richer in Kansas City, because it looks like pass rusher Charles Omenihu and running back Isaiah Pacheco will have their practice windows opened today.
Ooh, look at that.
And
that'll change your offense.
Neither one of them are expected to return this week. You'll have that gradual ramp up, but
21 days.
Yeah, sometime in the next 3 weeks, the Chiefs will get one of their best pass rushers back, and of course their best running back. So that is fantastic news for them. We kind of talked about this when the trade went down, and I was trying to go glass half full from a Cowboys standpoint of why the Commanders might be bleeping themselves. They trade a handful of picks for Marshawn Lattimore, Saints corner, who's known for being banged up, and he is still nursing a hamstring injury from his days with the Saints, so he will not be playing tomorrow night versus the Eagles. So they trade for Marshawn Lattimore. They can't get him yet on the field because, of course, this is a guy that almost never plays double-digit games in a season. So hopefully that's a big-time backfire situation for the Commanders. We know about the backfire that was alleged with the Detroit Lions linebacker James Houston with the what looked like to be poo on the back of his pants during the game Sunday night. Yeah. He, of course, denied it, said he sat on Gatorade. Well, here is the New Heights podcast. Jason Kelsey, Travis Kelsey, and Jason is shedding some light on this poop gate incident.
I would like to say that I have not ever done this. And luckily, I haven't been out there during a game and done this before. But listen, sometimes, you're exerting a lot of effort on the field. And if you get caught in the wrong type of gut situation.
Nah, dude, what do you mean? If he said it right here, hey, y'all, I sat on some Gatorade.
Come on. Dude. You and I both know he ain't said on no Gatorade. Not in that exact specific spot. We all know what that is. And he has nothing to be ashamed of. I am here to have your back, James. I have done this. Dude, I did this before a game once.
What is this,
and
high school?
I felt, like when you shart and you know that there's a possibility something just came up, but you're not certain. And I remember turning.
You got to get off the field.
I turned, and I'm not going to announce names. I turned to my buddy, my O-line friend, and I was like, hey, can you check me? Because I think I might have just myself, right? And he checks me. He says, you're good. I go out for warm-ups, do the whole warm-ups. Lane comes up to me after warm-ups. He's like, hey, you got all up and down your pants right now. So in between warm-ups and the start of the game, I
seep through.
I keep my shoulder pads on, take off all of my all of my lower half.
All of it.
Get in the shower and showering.
Oh, that's funny as wow. You felt that nasty. You had to
dude,
it yeah.
it was disgusting.
Yeah, I get it.
But yeah, this is not the first time it's happened. I know many players that this happened to. It could potentially be Gatorade. I think it's probably highly likely it was a shark that went awry. Because it's just this white pants, man. It's risky.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. I golfed with an older gentleman who suffered that unfortunate reality a number of years ago. No, dude had white shorts on though, and he was picking his seat. You know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
So
he would bend down to get his ball out of the cup, and I was like, "Oh no way!"
That's when you saw
and I was
it.
hitting my buddy like, "Dude, check it out!" It was like a bullseye right in the middle.
a 5-year-old. Oh my God, it's hilarious.
Tell you what, man.
Yep.
Hey, golf towel and rain pants. You have them both in your bag. Just use them
for times
Use
like
them.
this.
When you feel like don't. Yeah, just put on
Did you
your
tell
rain
the
pants.
guy?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
So he just played with poop in his pants all day, and then got home and realized it.
Geez.
It was more like a skid mark had soaked through. That would be
It's scratched through, bro.
Yeah, it was scratched through. Yes. His wife probably had a heck of a project on her hands getting that out.
Those are throwaways.
That's a throwaway, right?
discard.
Throwaway.
Mike Golick Jr. coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I want to chat about the best place to go.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Welcome back, Nation. It's time for our chat with Mike Golic Jr. here on your home of the Cowboys. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Gojo, good afternoon, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I appreciate you guys bringing me to MCR and a Car for Kids ads right now. The 7th grade version of Mike Golic Jr. is beaming from ear to ear.
You win big there with the Cars for Kids folks back in the day?
You know what? I was just more a fan of, jingles get stuck in my head very easily. My parents always told me I was a marketer's dream. I remembered all of the, I don't know if you guys remember, so when I'm 35 now, when I was in elementary and middle school, all of the ads for collect call numbers used to be huge, and they all had great jingles. And so when I would get done with basketball practice or football practice in middle school, I would go to the payphone bar in my school, and I would call my parents collect to come pick me up and make them take the charge so that they could come get me. Those were simpler times.
They were indeed. Yeah, I'm a little bit older, but I remember those as well. And the jingles do have a special place in my memory as well. Now, top Cowboy storyline this week, you probably hit it on the show, was Micah Parsons' comments regarding Mike McCarthy and Zach Martin. How'd you take all that in?
Boy, let me tell you what, too. When you said the top Cowboys topic this week, I genuinely had no idea where we were going to go, considering Dak's hamstring surgery announcement. You guys, click open the phone lines every day and just have at it. But I actually think with Micah, me and Dad talked about this a lot, and we were fortunate those comments dropped, and we kind of had a day to take it in. We saw the strong reactions from guys like Damian Woody and Rex Ryan on Get Up. And when you really went and listened to the entirety of it, Micah Parsons' response to all that, I think he had the right intention and the wrong order of words. He shouldn't have made the comparison at the end that, Zach and these guys have put so much more work than Mike McCarthy ever has. I don't think that's how he meant it. I truly do think the sentiment is there, and it's a somewhat endearing one, considering how talented Micah Parsons is and what a splash he's made since he came into the league. But he's like, no, I appreciate the vets that have helped me out as I've been a young player. I've watched what these guys put their body through, and you're always going to side more and be more akin to the players that you've gone to war with there. And so I truly just think it was, hey, he was asked a question. He wasn't going to comment on somebody's job status, and he understands that this season going the direction it's going now could have such a negative effect on guys that mean a lot to him. So, again, right intention, wrong words is kind of where I put at it, so I wasn't going to come down too hard on the guy.
How much are you feeling for your guy, Zach Martin, right now?
It's tough, man. I mean, listen, Zach's a pro, and he understands that, this game and this organization and his career in Dallas are going to land him a gold jacket, have changed him and his family's life forever. But even amidst all of that, all of the money and individual accolades he's got, he's the ultimate team guy and has wanted nothing more than to help this Cowboys team get over the playoff hump that they've been in, get back to a Super Bowl where they belong, and try and restore that for this franchise. And so, I don't know how much longer Zach is going to play. I have no, actual insight on that from anything. And I know this is the last year of his deal, and so a lot of people are looking at that. But for a guy that's had such a stellar Cowboys career and, again, has so much to be proud about, I'm sure it is going to eat at him that they weren't able to get the level of team success that so many of them hoped for when he got drafted.
Hey, Mike, you mentioned about Dak's situation and all that. And when you get into a locker room where the starting quarterback does get knocked out, how does that affect the rest of the locker? Does it, you go from having that hope, or is it just completely just crush everybody in there and you're kind of just thinking about playing out the string?
Yeah, no, you can get to a point pretty quickly where it's self-preservation mode, and that means different things for different people. There are people like Micah Parsons that can be able to think about the future. Him, CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, the guys that got money that are going to be there, that can think about the big level problems. For everyone else, and for a lot of the guys that are the meat or bell curve in the NFL, You're trying to figure out how to make sure that you still have a job with the Cowboys next year, regardless of who's there, or have a job with one of the 31 other teams. And so there's no doubt, though, it doesn't affect you because everyone's smart enough to know, hey, you've known Dak was the guy. They paid him this offseason. That signals it even more. And every organization really understands that when you've got one of the guys at quarterback, you got a chance. And when that guy goes down and you've already been struggling the way the Cowboys had, it's hard to ignore the writing on the wall. So everyone's paid well, all that stuff. It's an honor and a privilege to be a part of that league, but it's still going to be hard to go to work in these circumstances knowing you're really just playing out the season.
Now, Mike, another storyline we have going on is the turnover at head coach that we expect. Mike Vrabel is a name that keeps popping up. What do you think of him as a coach?
Yeah, I think Mike Vrabel's a really good coach at getting the most out of his roster. You know, in a day and age, too, where – and Dominique Foxworth does a great job of always harping on this, and I saw him having this conversation relative to the Bears situation where so many people want them to go after an offensive coach. And he's always quick to point out, you want the best leader at head coach. You want someone that's got those traits where, you know, a Sean McVay, for all the stuff he does play calling-wise, it's what he does in front of the room. Dan Campbell and what he's meant to that organization. On and on down the list. Dan Quinn and what he's done in year one already in Washington. I think looking at this overall, you do want to go out there and try and find the best possible coach that can come in and galvanize that locker room. And Mike Vrabel always seemed to be able to do that really well. A former player that has that instant respect and credibility, seems to connect with his players very well. Obviously, the coordinator hires would matter a ton then. What you do with the offense post-Mike McCarthy would matter a ton. But I wouldn't be surprised if Mike Vrabel's name surfaced in that at all. I think people are more surprised, quite honestly, that he wasn't coaching at all this year.
Yeah. You mentioned Rex Ryan. He's had a number of strong opinions about the Cowboys. I don't know if he'd be that welcome around here, but is he still a coaching candidate, or has he sort of progressed to being that blustery former coach on TV who's got hot opinions?
I mean, I at this point, I feel like once you start basically the way I looked at it is you knew Rex for a while always wanted to get back into coaching, and the heat of the take usually corresponds with an inverse correlation with the likelihood of you actually going back and getting another job. Like, I don't know if you'd be out here heating people up if you eventually wanted to work for one of them. It's a very small world in coaching, especially the higher and higher you go. And so if you go and tick off the wrong people saying something on air, because he pulls no punches and gets pretty personal with a lot of guys. I mean, quite honestly, I remember the ways that he dealt with, I'm already forgetting Buddy's name, that was the head coach of the Chargers, for Brandon Staley. The things that he said about Brandon Staley I thought were deeply inappropriate, way too personal, and biting there. And I know he's got relationships with people that he felt were slighted, but I just don't think that's the way you act if you really think you're entertaining future prospects in this league.
Hey, Mike, you speaking of the coaches, you run in that the college football world. Is there anybody of the college football coaching fraternity that you would think would be a pretty good NFL coach?
Yeah, I think the one that I'd be interested to keep an eye on, just because he's a guy that came from the NFL level. And we saw a lot this last year, more so in the coordinator spots. A guy like Jeff Hafley, who's the head coach at Boston College, goes and becomes the defensive coordinator for the Green Bay Packers, and a few others that made move. Ryan Grubb, the coordinator that was at Washington last year, now out in Seattle with the Seahawks. I think Jed Fish is an interesting guy to keep on. He's a guy that's got some of that Belichick touch to him. He did a great job at Arizona last year and now took over a situation that was pretty dire because of how well portaled Washington was after last year's national title run, and has still had that team pretty competitive. And so I think he's going to be an interesting guy. I'll be curious to see if he gets any nibbles there, because he is one of those guys, CEO type, is cut from that NFL cloth, understands how that business works. But in terms of, like, you know, the people that grab your attention for being a dynamic offensive mind or anything like that, I don't know if there's a name right now that readily jumps to mind the way Jim Harbaugh did last year.
A lot of people locally here are trying to get Dan Lanning out of Oregon. Come put the star on.
Yeah, you know what? Dan would be an interesting one, because to me he just seems so tailor-made for the modern college game. And that's not to say that he couldn't adjust to the NFL level, but he's such a great locker room influence and culture guy. Like, he's got Kirby Smart's the best pregame speech for my money. I hope listen, I am not for videotaping in the locker or secretly filming someone or recording audio. But that being said, if someone could leak Kirby Smart halftime speeches about once every quarter, that would really help me get started for my day. But Dan's got some of that stuff. He's a natural motivator. He understands how to structure a program, and he's done a really good job manning the ship at Oregon. So it's a totally different animal in the NFL in a lot of ways, and I do think right now Dan's better situated for college. But if he keeps going out and putting the stuff on tape that Oregon has, I won't be surprised if NFL teams essentially look at that. And to the point we made about leadership, look at the way he leads instead of just what he does for one side of the football or the other, and find that pretty enticing.
But Dan doesn't get you emotional like talking about Kirby Smart does? Choked up there?
Man, you know what I think it is? It's like that Southern accent from Kirby.
Yeah.
And you just tell, like, with Dan Lanning, he does a really good job. At Oregon in general, you know, they've got so many people that work on tailoring a message every week. It works into the video content they put out. Kirby Smart's just in there cussing up a storm, talking about hitting people in the freaking chest. And there is just something that appeals to, like, the Neanderthal in me that's always going to love that.
Did you have any takeaways from the college football playoff last night?
You know what? I wasn't overly surprised. I mean, it's the SEC Big Ten Invitational right now. We see the College Football Playoff Committee strength of schedule matters as much or more than it ever has. Some of these conference automatic bids for the conference champions are going to definitely wrinkle a few feathers, because we saw last night Georgia sitting there at 12 in the rankings, and one behind them is Boise State. And so if we play the if the season ended today card, Boise State would knock out Georgia because they're the highest ranked Group of 5 champion who gets an automatic bid. And so I don't know how well that's going to go if that were a situation that played out with the actual playoff. I don't know how well it's going to sit with Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti and the guys that were already campaigning for more automatic bids for the Big Ten and the SEC, because they're the power too, and it's their world and everyone else is living at it. So we're starting to see these situations crystallize a little more, and I'll be very curious how the people in power handle that when it's all said and done.
You're the man, Gojo. Have a great day, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
Salute. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, I'm going to take this thing. We're going to talk about this Texans offense. I think there's a couple of spots that maybe Dallas's defense could take advantage of. We'll do that next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yeah, buddy. Thank you, Lucius. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Cowboys Twitter's coming up at 4 o'clock. Here's Brian with the Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. And thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this. Just want to kind of give a little bit of update of something. I'm getting into these college players.
Yeah.
And tonight I just want to let everybody kind of know who I'm looking at. Kind of a Georgia Bulldog defensive night tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Good
we got
place to start.
Jalen Walker, the linebacker from Georgia. I'm going to look at Michael Williams, the edge from Georgia. I also got Luther Burden, the wide receiver from Missouri.
Brother name is Luther?
Luther.
I hear good things about him.
18 years old named Luther?
Luther.
Oh, God.
Luther Burden.
It's got to be a family name.
He's a really good player.
Named after your grandfather, Luther.
Great grandfather.
Yeah, he was a great preacher.
That does sound like a preacher's name. You're right. And then the final one will be Will Campbell, the tackle from LSU. I've seen him play TV games. I'm looking forward to seeing him, but we're just kind of getting started on this. So
how many dudes in are you?
That would be 11 when I get done tonight. It would be 11 guys, and I was trying to do. I'm going to try get now. I've always tried to get 200 players in, and then the one year I did it. Remember I told you that
Nashawn Wright?
No, it was Nashawn Wright was one, but no, it's Puka Nacua. Look at 215 players and don't even look at Puka Nacua. How many nights I sat there and was like, God, I'm dreading this. And then Puka Nacua, I don't even throw any BYU tape.
Yeah, once you get towards the end and you're watching a bunch of guys that are probably not even going to be drafted,
they're all looking the same.
Picks.
They're all looking the same.
Would have been nice to slip in a little Puka Nacua, perk you up a little bit.
That would have been a fun one too, especially with the way it worked out. But man, I don't think I was the only one that missed Puka Nacua. So anyway, all right. Cowboys Monday night, Houston Texans. Chief, what time we on at? 4 o'clock.
We'll be G-bagging from 2 to 4. I think
2 to 4.
We'll be live at the Miller Lite West Plaza, and then we'll go right into the pregame at 4 o'clock.
Yep, there you go. So anyway, looking forward to that with the with everybody coming on out. Stop by and say hello if you can. Say hello to Eric. I'll probably be mean to you because that's what I do.
Yeah.
Busy.
I'll say hi to you on behalf of Broaddus.
Yeah,
right, scouting.
But I'll give away food and drinks and stuff if I have them. Right, Eric?
Yes. Legends Hospitality loads us up, and then we start wheeling and dealing.
We hand them out a little bit. Yeah,
food and drinks. We got like coupons or something for the drinks. What's going on?
No, they give you like milkshakes and stuff. They bring like drinks.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it's not like
I thought it was like drink coupons. Yeah, it's going down.
A few weeks ago, we had the Cowboy Rita. Okay. We were dealing out the Cowboy Rita, Lucius.
She had a hell of a line for that one.
Yeah.
That was a good one. That tasted good. All right, here's your Houston Texans on offense. Bobby Slowick is your offensive coordinator. The background we all know is from the 49ers. This offense is going to play about 60% in shotgun, and then 40% underneath center. So there's still some principles. When we played the 49ers several weeks back, there's some very similar principles when you look at how they line up and play. They'll use the pistol formation. The pistol formation is they'll put the back, Joe Mixon, right behind C.J. Stroud. They like to do that, run the running back from behind the quarterback to try and make something happen. What's interesting about Joe Mixon is when you watch his tape, when you watch the tape of him playing, they try and run the ball to the edge. They're really big on trying to get the ball to the outside and stress you out that way. I found that when you watch Joe Mixon run after run after run, my system, I could say, just give me all his runs. And the next thing you know, they're all going left and they're all having their productive runs, successful runs. He's running to the right on the outside and he's not having successful runs. So I'm kind of debating if Eric Kendricks asked me a scouting report, I'm not going to bring it up.
I think he'll ask you this time. Broaddus, what's your tip of the week?
Tip of the week, if Eric says, hey, smart A, you got a tip of the week? I'm like, yeah, Joe Mixon's going to be running to your right a lot in this game. So be ready. Be ready, vet. He's a much more productive. He gets stopped and stuffed going to, he's going to run to the left. He gets stopped and stuffed going to his right.
The Zoolander situation going on,
weird.
I think.
It's
Can't turn right.
It's a weird thing, but they want to run the ball to the outside, and they want to do it with him, and it's mainly to the best side is to be the defense's right side.
Behind old Tunsil.
Yeah, well, Laramie Tunsil. And we'll get to this offensive line because I think there's some things that you can maybe take advantage of. Of course, 49ers and Texans are going to be very heavy motion teams. It's about 71% motion when you watch these guys play. They play the majority of their snaps in 12 personnel. That's going to be the one back and two tight ends. That's right around almost 40% that they're going to do that. The 49ers are a team that we talk about them, Dolphins, people like that, play a lot of heavy 12 personnel stuff. Cowboys have got to be ready for that as well because that's what they're going to do. One back, two tight ends. C.J. Stroud I think is a good passer, and he's a good passer in the regard of the intermediate stuff that he throws between 10 and 19 yards. You could see several of those passes. He feels really more comfortable doing that. He's got 6 touchdowns throwing the ball between 10 and 19 yards. And then if you look at their receivers, though, they're going to get back Nico Collins in this game.
That's huge.
And Nico is a big guy, 6'4", and he's in the 220 range. He's a big slant guy, so that's a big body guy. And then when you look at Tank Dell is kind of the smaller, but he runs the routes, the crossing routes. I was like, damn, there's another completion on a crossing route. 10 for 10 on targets and receptions from Tank Dell and C.J. Stroud running crossing routes. Dallas has had their share of problems on defense dealing with these teams. Remember what happened in Detroit. Places like that.
Don't make me remember that.
Yeah, well, that's
tried to flush it.
The crossing route stuff there with Tank Dell, but Nico Collins is, like I say, the slant, some go stuff with him.
I mean, he's been one of the most explosive receivers in the league this year. When he was playing,
he was healthy,
chunk gain after chunk gain.
Yep, yeah, absolutely right about that. The Cowboys now. This is where I think Dallas might have a little bit of an advantage. I went back and watched every sack that opponents had against the Houston Texans.
I feel like that would be a lot of sacks. I feel like they give up a ton.
Yeah. It was like over 30, I think it was 35 35 plays that I watched that were every sack back to back to back from the start of the season until the Detroit game.
Just a sack compilation.
Yeah. The thing that I noticed is that Shaq Mason, the right guard, is the one guy that seems to have the most problems with movement. And we've seen the Cowboys when they have problems with pressure, what is it? It's line twist games and stuff like that, right?
Oh, when the Cowboys offensive line?
Well, they have the twist problems. The Texans have a very similar problem, but they've also got some problems too with Tunsil at tackle and Howard at tackle. Howard, the right tackle, he plays really soft, is what he does. So I've seen edges take him back, beat him, and then win in the pocket, because what happens, C.J. Stroud wants to go forward, and he will run himself into some sacks. He will move himself into an area where he gets trapped, and they're able to get him to the ground. So, with, like I say, you press him and push him forward. But another thing I noticed, like I say, with Shaq Mason at guard, he has problems, like I say, with the movement. Him and the center, Juice Shrugs, is his name. And when they get together, the center and the right guard, they have problems sorting things out. I watched the Green Bay game because I was curious about it. Green Bay ran. Remember last week what Mike Zimmer did to get pressure on Philadelphia? What'd he do? You remember what the look that he gave Philadelphia in that game?
He crowded the line of scrimmage.
Double A gap.
Yeah.
We talked about the double A gap where you put the linebackers. In Mike's case, he put 3 linebackers really because he used Overshown, Leofau, and Kendricks all over the center. What if you watch the Green Bay game, and Green Bay got a lot of pressure on the Texans this way with that exact same configuration. What they did was they would take one of the linebackers and run him into the center or the guard, and then run a twist behind it. So you get a penetrator and then a guy behind, and the space opened up. They couldn't get over. They didn't sort that out very well at all with the way every time that somebody does something with middle pressure and gives them a middle pressure look, it affects how this team plays. So there's my hope that last week that Zimmer came up with the idea of like, okay, let's attack the Eagles this way. Let's get Overshown on the field as a rusher. Poor man's Micah Parsons. Damn, could have had 3 sacks, in the game and by the first half.
Yeah.
Just with that look that they had. And I really was encouraged by how teams attack the middle of this Houston Texans offensive line and were able to get guys home. So that's what's going to need to be happening for the Cowboys, I think, in the game this week can you find a way to create some negative plays or just 0 runs with Joe Mixon? Being aware that he's going to run that ball to your right side. That's where he's had success. Left side, not so much. So just be ready for that. You're going to have to deal with Nico Collins on the slant. You're going to have to deal with Tank Dell on the crossing stuff. But attack the middle of this Texans offensive line. You might be able to create some situations like you did against the Philadelphia Eagles in the first half of that football game and get you some sacks. This guy's also put the ball on the ground a couple of times too when he got sacked, fumbles, pressure, stuff like that.
Well, his right tackle took the ball away from him the other night. Yeah. That was a weird one.
Very weird.
Old Titus Howard.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're in 3rd and long situations all the time. I mean, their average to go on 3rd down is 8.3 yards. That's second to last in the league.
Yeah.
So their early down stuff is awful. If you can clog up that run stuff, boom, now you're dialing up Overshown.
There you go. I just think if you could get these guys in some passing formations, that Dallas has found something. They started to get a couple guys healthy. You saw what they were able to do with Overshown, Parsons together, Oso Digizua. Work some combination games inside and see if you can do some good that way.
Sounds like there's some hope in there. Thank you, Brian. I needed that.
Yeah, but tomorrow I'm going to talk about their defense, and I'm going to kill every bit of hope you have.
Okay, it'll be a full day back at work tomorrow, getting ready for Monday Night Football, Chief.
I mean, tomorrow, that's the hope for the people that just want to continue to lose.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is your hope.
Yeah. There's hope as well.
Yep.
Top 3 pick, number 1 overall pick. A lot of stuff still on the cards here, G-Bag Nation. Do you think the American public could handle knowing the truth about UFOs?
Oh, no.
It's a huge debate today, and it's in the news, and we'll give you the very latest. Some exciting images coming up next year in the G-Bag Nation. I want to
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. I've been having a blast today following this congressional hearing. Are you guys into UFOs? Or I guess they are going to be now named UAPs, unidentified anomalous phenomena.
Why do we have to change UFO?
Yes, I believe them. I seen one.
You've seen one yourself,
Yeah, I've
Lucius?
seen one walking the dog a long time ago. Yes. Way
That's
up
right.
there.
I remember
Too
that.
far up there to be a drone.
Yeah.
Way up there moving. Fast.
Do you think civilians could handle knowing the truth about UFOs or UAPs potentially being out there? Is that a threat to national security? If you're an intelligence agency, are you hanging on to that info? You thinking,
I might have to keep
if this
that to the
gets
top.
out.
Yeah, I'm keeping that in the top.
It would be fun to have this secret,
Yeah.
and you could take with.
Do you trust him to tell you the truth?
Okay, so as a civilian, do you feel like it's owed to you? Like, man, I'm paying a lot of money in taxes. You guys are raking in billions of dollars to go find out this badass information that would frankly make my life better. It would really break up the monotony if we could have some serious UFOs conversations here for the next couple of decades, Brian. You know what I'm saying? Just as a citizen, I'm like, that information is way too badass.
Right.
I want to know this stuff.
Would some people having that knowledge, could that hurt things? Can everybody be trusted with this information? I'm sure a large amount of the population, but this isn't just a select few of people. You release this, now everybody knows. We got all sorts of crazy people that are doing crazy stuff.
So the 972 says civilization couldn't handle the results of the election. 817 says, yes, it's owed. Damn it. At 877-881-1053, leave your name and city you're texting from. The reason we're talking about this today, Brian, today, a new slate of witnesses provided fresh testimony on these concerns during a joint hearing subcommittee of the House Oversight Committee.
Yeah.
So we're up there in D.C. The hearing's title, Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Exposing the Truth. Legislators have spent the last year pushing for new laws that would boost UAP transparency, with one seeking to create a civilian reporting mechanism and one directing the executive branch to declassify certain records. But elected officials and UAP transparency advocates say that's not enough. So they're going for the gusto here. The story has really picked up momentum in the last 7 years. In her opening remarks, Nancy Mace, Republican South Carolina, laid out just why another hearing was needed to call upon transparency from the executive branch and intelligence agencies that have long been guarded about classified UFO information. Of the Department of Defense and its Pentagon headquarters, Mace said the organization's reputation for secrecy is not a track record that instills trust among the public, and I think we could all agree with that.
Yeah, it's 100% burnt. The trust is burnt.
Yeah. We just assume you guys are doing your own thing and just not telling us anything, either for greed or out of concern for public safety. Or if you are telling us something, it's a spin on it. Yeah,
that's what we feel like. You're taking us for a spin.
Absolutely. Journalist Michael Schellenberger was one of 4 main people that quotes were pulled from this story here. I'm reading in the USA Today. Michael Schellenberger was talking about a secretive UAP program created in 2017 following a New York Times story exposing another top secret Pentagon program. Intelligence communities, quote, are sitting on a huge amount of visual and other information about UAP, and they have for a very long time, and it's not those fuzzy photos and videos we've been given. It's very clear, high resolution. They're calling upon NASA to increase their involvement in researching the UAPs as well. They say it could bring it significant credibility if NASA heads this thing up, Brian.
I'm just saying, man, I was watching 60 Minutes one night, and they were interviewing these Navy pilots. Mm-hmm. They had the pilot, and they call it the reel, right? Mm-hmm. The person that sits behind. Mm-hmm. And these two, it was a man and a lady, and they were talking about, they were on a mission. They were out, they were out patrolling. And what they saw and all that. And when you get, like, these pilots out there, like, military pilots, and they see stuff.
They're not on dope.
I know. No. I believe them.
Yeah.
I really do. And they're like,
at the very least, they saw something that they cannot explain.
They can't explain.
Those silver orbs that were flying out there.
And they're talking about over the water, and they're it's like, it's not just like one guy maybe being tired and, seeing things. You got 2 people sitting there on a plane, and they're like, hey, what's that? And they're trying to get a fix and, and all that. And if military personnel's telling me they're seeing things, I'm believing the military personnel folk. I just am. Anybody else, I might be like, well, what'd you really see? But something about the way they're trained and all that, I think they're really seeing things.
Ashton Forbes, this investigator in physics engineering dude, he posted this video that appears to show a jet circling the air, and then like 3 discs come out and circle around it very swiftly as it's flying quickly. And then at the end of this video, everything just disappears. Oh, the jet, the 3 flying saucers that are circulating around it in like perfect triangulation. Maybe they were creating some sort of a wormhole or a deal, because at the end of this video, the jet just flashes. Boom. Goners. I'll go ahead and retweet this so you can see it for yourself at G-Bag Nation. And this dude isn't like, a wacky. He's got like 200,000 followers. He's a physics engineering dude.
Do you think that
not a ball sacker? I don't think so.
Do you think that maybe the Pentagon or somebody is working on, I don't know the best word for it.
There you go. Yeah.
Invisible, like, we always are trying to
new weapons, new technology.
Jam radars.
Yeah.
Like, become like, we're not like stealth. Okay. Invisible. So are we working on the
we created some stuff that go jam radars, and it kind of looks orbish like UFOs?
I don't know. Maybe that's something that kind of like, that's the communication center. You got a jet, but now we're creating like this thing, but we can't, it's invisible. Like we're invisible weapons.
Yeah. It's new technology we can't explain.
Yeah.
Right.
We can't,
yeah.
Hell, it's probably UFO, but maybe you're thinking about, has the government got to the point where they're creating weapons that are able to become invisible.
And if that's what they're doing, they're like, listen, we're creating some super killer weapons, and we don't want it to get out.
Yeah,
right? We don't want our enemies to have this, so it's not UFOs, it's us.
So they had these weird hearings and stuff like that? Would they waste their time with all of this?
I don't think
keep the
so.
facade up because they've been doing it for a while. Like you said, 7 years they've been having hearings and different people coming out and exposing things.
I kind of feel like that in a way it might be like, let's keep the story going because it's diverting our attention. But then you've got senators and other folk that are coming out and saying, "Oh, wait a minute, we need more hearings and stuff."
This wouldn't be a distraction though. This would be the greatest secret ever kept by man.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And maybe we need the distraction. Maybe we are in the midst of monotony and we need something new to focus on. Like, how killer would it be if we could contact these guys? They could give us the latest and greatest technology.
I'm all about that. Yeah.
This would be like better than getting the CDs instead of the tapes. We're doing it.
Let me tell you what, man. The 8-track tape was a great invention.
Yeah, and when you got the cassette, you were like money. When you got the CD, now could you imagine a jet that could take you to Japan in 10 minutes? That's what these UFO bros have, I think, Chief.
Yeah, well, you have during the UAP hearing today, there is Luis Elizondo.
There you go.
Former U.S. Defense Department researcher.
Yeah.
And he's saying like this is confirmed. He says that humans can take 9 G-forces at most before blackouts, redouts, or death.
If you're Tom Cruise, though, in Top Gun, would he go 10 plus?
Right, yeah. That's a different story.
Yeah.
Different breed.
Love to tell the tale.
U.S. F-16 fighters can hit 17 to 18 Gs before it disintegrates.
Ouch.
But these certain UFOs that they've seen have performed in excess of 1,000 to 3,000 Gs of force.
Damn.
Unreal, dude.
Yeah, that must be a hell of a spacesuit, or a great skeleton. The 360 says it's all AI, boys. You can definitely imagine that. The AI can make some very killer videos. I feel like it's got like a sheen to it, a shine to it, a lack of, authenticity when I'm looking at AI, at least to this point.
I just can't believe that military pilots would make stuff up like that.
No,
I'm not trying to. Just when they were interviewing them, I'm like,
these guys are dying.
They've been saying it for years.
They sound. I go, these two folks sound really believable right now.
Military pilots were the most serious guys in high school. They had their shirts tucked in, and they were damn near dressed like a CEO. They're showing up like ready to just dominate. That they're just kind of built different.
Yeah.
So when those guys say things, I'm with you, Brian. They have max credibility,
a lot of credibility
and believability.
with me. Yeah.
Timothy Galladay, American oceanographer, described an email he received in 2015 during training exercises taking place off the East Coast, where he was serving as the U.S. Navy chief's meteorologist. The email warned about multiple near mid-air collisions and attached a now declassified video from an F-18. Galladay, retired Rear Admiral in the U.S. Navy, testified that it was clear that the intent of the email was to ask if anyone was aware of classified technology demonstrations taking place, but the next day he said the email was wiped from his account. Yeah. So he was asking, Brian, about what you were just asking about a couple of minutes ago, like, hey, are we making like some new spacecraft that I don't know about because I saw some crazy stuff and here's a video of it, and they were like, no reply, delete video, delete that he ever sent the video, and move along about your day. He described a significant disinformation campaign in the highest levels of government. He testified about a satellite imagery captured in 2017 that has not been yet shared with Congress. He declined to divulge where the image was taken, but when questioned, described it as a disc-shaped object. That's disc. Chiafalo, I know you'd ask for clarification.
I like the way you slowed down there and treated it like a speed bump.
When he was asked where he thinks the object that he observed could be from, he said non-human, higher intelligence.
What is that?
That's the exciting thing. Like my entire life, we've been, like, hey, we're at the peak, right? Like, it doesn't get any better. We figured everything else out. Like, what percentage of stuff have we really figured out is the kind of stuff that I like to consider. And, maybe these UAPs could, drop a little bit of knowledge on us, share some secrets of the universe.
Look at the screen. I just put one up on the screen. Look at the screen, bro. Look at that.
That's dope, dude.
That's scary.
Yeah. Could they possibly know, the origin of the universe? Maybe they could take you to a front seat with G.O.D. They're like, yeah, we know where he is, bro. Come on up here. Come on. Okay, when former Pentagon intelligence official David Grush testified in 23, what he had to say under oath set off a firestorm. Among Grush's claims were of an allegedly shadowy, multi-decade Pentagon program to retrieve and study not only downed spacecraft, but extraterrestrial pilots. He accused the Pentagon under oath of being aware of extraterrestrial activity since the 1930s and hiding the program from Congress while misappropriating funds to operate it. Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm doing a UFO YouTube video. Smash the like button if you like UFOs and UAPs. Consider subscribing if you also like Cowboys content.
That's weed.
Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Back to sports here in a top 10 at 4:20. We have the Rim session coming up at 4:40. What's the subject matter looking like going forward, Chief?
Well, let's prep our bodies for Friday night's main event at AT&T Stadium with the 10 best Mike Tyson quotes of all time.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's
also Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
It's time now for the top 10 at 420. Wolchuk is out today, feeling a little bit under the weather. Send him some love on social. Let him know he's missed. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. And let's go. Here's Eric Chiafalo with your top 10.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. The top 10 Mike Tyson quotes of all time. Maybe I'll try and read them as Tyson would with a little bit of a list, but we'll see. But we do have the fight on Friday night right here at AT&T Stadium. It's on Netflix, 877-881-1053. Is this appointment television for you? Are you already booked up on Friday night? You know you will be watching this. Who is your pick? A senior trader at BetMGM said, we expect the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight to be the most bet-on boxing match in BetMGM history. Bettors want to see Paul get knocked out, and they love Tyson as an underdog. The book will be rooting for Paul to win. But Paul is the favorite.
Yeah, I think Jake Paul's going to win. Mike Sando made some good points there when he joined us back in the 240. He was never a great technical boxer. He was pretty good, and he was very fast and powerful, would overwhelm guys. But how does that age? Not well. We've seen it.
Yeah, right now he's...
You keep your power. First thing to go is your chin, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think if Tyson's going to win, he's got to win it quickly.
I think if Jake Paul wins, there's some shenanigans going on. Especially if it looks like a washed Tyson and Jake Paul is just looking nice. I think it's some shenanigans. I can't trust Paul.
So are you, if this fight is legit, you expect Tyson to win?
Yeah. Yeah, you can't handle a Mike Tyson punch. He's still punching out there.
I know.
You can't handle a Mike Tyson punch if he connects.
The videos look good. The training videos look good.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I mean,
we get fooled by training videos. I do. Every once in a while, I'm like, oh, look at that. Yeah.
Yeah, but he did. Jake Paul said he is worried that his S could get bleeped up. He did say that. And he said his mom's scared for him. He says, my mom can't even watch Tyson punch videos right now. Like
she's probably my age. She probably saw Tyson destroy people as a young man, you know? I mean, I don't blame her. She's probably seen him back in the day and thinks, oh my gosh, my son's going to get hit like that.
Yeah. Well, here's they're doing some of the promo stuff here locally.
Yeah, right there at in Irving.
Well,
the Toyota joint.
Oh, is that where? Oh, that's where they're at.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
nice.
Traffic messing me up on the way home.
Oh no. Yeah. Well, this is a clip from yesterday. Here was Mike Tyson and being asked about how it feels. He's got his family in town, and they're ready to watch him.
Your kids are out here. Everyone's coming in to see you on Friday. What does it mean to have family with you?
It's the family's everything. But my kids, to my children, I'm nobody. But that night they're going to find out their father's very special. So the night of the fight, they're going to realize they better watch it next time they talk crap to me.
So his kids, kids don't have respect for him because they weren't there to see his glory days, and so this is his chance to show them a little bit, and that's part of the reason why I'm like, he doesn't want to get embarrassed in front of his daughters.
You can tell he's probably off the meds right now, so you get the full Mike Tyson experience walking into the ring. Maybe a little dark and emotional. This is good. You know, this is the Mike Tyson we need to go out there and unleash hell.
I hope he has that intro song where it's just like sounds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just real dark. It doesn't even have a rhythm or nothing. It's just sounds. It's scary as hell. I'll see if I can find it while you guys are doing it.
Lucius, you think you'll like old school boxing boots? You know, like like flashy or anything, like just.
They better be black.
Yeah,
I want to see black trunks, black shoes.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I expect him just to go out there like the old warrior he was. You know.
I wasn't familiar with his walkout song. I'm now excited. I'm excited to hear this, dude, because this is gonna be my first time watching a Tyson fight. Yeah. So like I'm super excited about it. I can't wait for Friday night. I think Tyson's going to win. It's just hard for me to compute like YouTuber Jake Paul beating Mike Tyson in a boxing match, and seeing the videos, seeing how in shape he is, seeing kind of the mindset that Tyson seems to have right now. Seems like he's clicked over to being that insane person. And this was here's Jake Paul. Listen to Jake Paul. This was at the Toyota center here locally just yesterday. Once again, he's trash talking Tyson. I don't think we give him enough credit for just how funny he is. Yeah. We do need to have some respect for how funny he is. He's talking trash to Tyson, and then he takes out Canelo as well.
It's going to be a short night for Mike. It's not about how long you've been doing something. It's about how good you do it. On Friday night, people are going to see me outbox the person who's been doing it their whole life.
Would Canelo be the next fight, finally? Would that happen?
If he's not a fucking
There's the answer.
Jake Joseph Paul will knock out Mike Tyson Friday, November 15th. It is written in the fucking history books.
Oh my God. Even if he loses, I want him to see Canelo.
Yeah. That would be awesome.
Canelo will wear him out.
Yeah, that would be worse for him than
wear you out, bro.
Than probably whatever Tyson can do. But
hey, Lucius says, but has he made people talk about boxing again?
Yeah. He's a great promoter.
That's got to be the good, right?
He's a fantastic promoter, man. It's working.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's the Mike Tyson ring entrance, Spinks fight. Listen to how everything changes when that song hits. Everybody's all happy. The hell is that?
It's like Terminator.
This heavy metal sound that you hear is Mike Tyson about to make his way in, I believe. The sound is deafening here in the arena, so I won't try to yell over it. All I can say is the heavyweight champion is about to make his appearance in the ring.
Being bit down my leg if I'm the opponent right now.
Yeah. And it's just that same.
Wow. Yeah,
bro,
he's got to bring that back. Wow. I'm fired up, dude.
Now that fight was 91 seconds.
91 seconds. Yeah, you guys are talking about going to the bathroom and then
I'm serious.
And the fight's over.
Was longer.
I can't tell you how many times I stood at a barbecue pit cooking for everybody, making burgers and stuff. And hey, Broaddus, the fight's coming on. I'm like, okay, flip. It's over. Oh, it's over. You hear like Jim Lampley, and I mean, you're like, whoa, what just happened? That was my days watching boxing.
Well, how long do you expect this thing to go then, Lucius? If it's legit and it's all real, how many rounds do you think it'll take?
So it's like 2-minute rounds? Is that what it is?
I think that's what it is.
8 2-minute rounds? Am I getting that? I believe it's something like that. Maybe 3.
Wow.
Maybe 3
rounds.
Maybe 3. Yeah, I think he's going to dance at first. So, so Mike Tyson won't touch him. Dance around a little bit, get a feeling. He's not going to run straight towards Tyson. That won't happen.
Is there an undercard for this? Do we have to watch some stuff before, or is this straight going right to the fight on Friday night?
I haven't heard about that. I have not. I would
Golden Gloves action before.
I think this is going all 8. I do not think Tyson's going to be able to catch Jake Paul. I think there's going to be a lot of clutching probably from both sides. It'll be a boring fight, and it'll be fun to live the nostalgia and the memories of a Mike Tyson fight night on Netflix, right? So we all get this.
Yeah.
You don't have to spend extra.
No, you don't. And yes, there will be there's a full card.
Full card. Okay,
yeah,
there we go.
Full card. I don't know. None of these names are standing out.
Okay.
There's not any like celebrity boxing matches because this would have been a good opportunity to get the James Harrison Chad Johnson fight that's apparently going to happen the night before the Super Bowl in New Orleans. So had they come to that agreement sooner, maybe they could have been on this. But yeah,
isn't Le'Veon Bell a fighter guy too?
Le'Veon Bell. He wasn't.
And somebody going
Adrian
after
Peterson?
him. Yeah, somebody wants to go after him. I thought.
Well. Yeah. You guys familiar with happening with Le'Veon Bell right now?
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I've seen him.
Huh? What?
He got called out because he slid into.
Oh yeah. Hey man, he can be real tricky. You got to really look nowadays. Pretty good.
You can't trust anything you see.
Pretty good. Yeah, I follow one on Instagram, and she can hoop. I thought it was a girl that could like hoop like a natural born woman that can hoop, and then she hit me with a throwback Thursday, bro.
Yeah, some dude who looks like a chick
in a skirt
had the DM slid into by Le'Veon Bell. Le'Veon thought it was a lady.
Yeah.
Okay.
But truth comes out it's not. Now he's having to,
this dude that looks like a lady.
Yes, that's right. That's right. But yes,
maybe he's into that.
I think Le'Veon Bell did KO. I don't remember. Was it Adrian Peterson?
I thought
or
somebody
Frank
was
Gore?
wanting to fight him. I thought they were challenging him. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
The last 3 guys Jake Paul fought, I don't know who they are. Andre August, Ryan Borland, Mike Perry. Before that, it was just like celebrities and UFC guys.
And those guys that he like beat up and they just fell weird to the mat and everything, I always thought those were funny looking.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they fell to the mat just, I don't know.
I mean, if you're Jake Paul and you have so many millions of YouTube subscribers, you can genuinely afford to just pay people to do what you want. He bought $7 million diamond-encrusted ear covers for his walkout.
Come on, bro.
He's coming out with like diamond earmuffs, basically.
Printing money.
Yeah, they cost $7 million.
Wow.
Well, Tyson said there's a fundamental difference between me and Jake. He says he's a manufactured killer. Television and papers made him a killer. But he says, I'm a natural-born killer. So that's he
good
says
quote.
that's the big difference between him and Jake Paul. He's not wrong. He's not wrong at all when he says that. Now, some of the best quotes of all time from Mike Tyson, obviously a couple stick out. But we can read a couple of these here because I wasn't familiar with all of them. The first one, he says, I'm always careful when that guy comes out. Every time I drink or get ready to fight and Iron Mike returns, I break out in handcuffs. Unfortunately, I have to fight and be that guy. I wish I could stop that guy. That guy haunts me. I wish I could stop that guy. I wish that guy died, but he's here again.
Nice, dude. Nice. I told you he's off the meds. He's tapped back in.
Let's see. He has he says fear is the greatest obstacle to learning, but fear is your best friend. Fear is like fire. If you learn to control it, you let it work for you. If you don't learn to control it, it'll destroy you and everything around you.
See, this is old school Mike. He's back. He's better than ever. I don't know. If I'm Jake Paul, I'm a little bit worried about when we get in the clinch, maybe an ear gets bitten. You don't know what can happen.
You never know.
If Tyson does lose, how does he react? It could be an emotional night. It's must-tune-in TV.
Yeah, if you frustrate him, like headbutt him or break some rules, he might. Yeah. He's going to do something. He's going to respond.
Yep.
That's got the ear biting situation.
Mm-hmm. He says the boxing's the easy part. When you get into the ring to fight, that's the vacation. But when you get in the gym, you have to do things over and over until you're sore and deep in your mind you say, I don't want to do this anymore. I push that out of my mind.
Nice, dude.
I do think he's a different breed.
My favorite Tyson quote might just be the one word spinal answer that he gave.
Yeah, spinal. Let's see. We have the. I love the one. He says, my power is discombobulating, devastating. I could feel his muscle tissues collapse under my force. It's ludicrous these mortals even attempt to enter my realm. That's old school Mike right there.
It's so good. Yes. It's ludicrous these mortals attempt to enter my realm.
That's right. That's right. He says, another old school one here. I was going to rip his heart out. I'm the best ever. I'm the most brutal and vicious, the most ruthless champion there has ever been. No one can stop me. Lennox is a conqueror? No, he's no Alexander. I'm Alexander. I'm the best ever. I'm Sonny Liston. I'm Jack Dempsey. There's never been anyone like me. I'm from their cloth. There is no one who can match me. My style is impetuous. My defense is impregnable. And I'm just ferocious. I want his heart. I want to eat his children.
Yes. Praise be to Allah.
Scene. Oh my gosh. This is the guy that we're getting right now. He says he's clicked over to the homicidal realm of his brain. Go.
Yeah.
I think that's the type of Tyson we're going to be getting in here. He talked about his family's there watching him. He doesn't want to get embarrassed by his, in front of his own family. He doesn't want that. So I think we're in store for some fun on Friday night.
I just hope he's not delusional. I hope he can deliver. That last fight that he did, who was he fighting with? Was that Holyfield?
Roy
Jones Jr.?
Yeah, that was that Roy?
Yeah.
One of those. It was sloppy.
It wasn't compelling.
Both of them were sloppy.
Yeah.
Roy looked worse.
Yeah. It didn't give me confidence that he's going to be able to be quick enough, light on his feet enough to put on a good show.
Yeah.
I mean, at my age, I'm like 10 years younger than Tyson. I got to look like, I got to jump off this ledge. It's 3 feet. Should I slide down it? Should I put my butt down first and then just kind of step over the edge? I don't want to turn an ankle, jar the back. I can't imagine it. Like, boxing is so much about footwork, right? And that was maybe an underrated thing about Tyson's greatness, was how quickly he could get around to his side where he just had the dude wide open to get tagged. Gosh. You got to take that out of the Tyson toolbook now. Toolkit.
I can't imagine how sore he's going to wake up on Saturday morning.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if this thing ends up going the distance or something, the soreness is going to be through the roof. Yeah. 2 more quotes here. One of them reads, I wish one of you guys had children so I could kick them in their bleeping head or stomp on their testicles so you could feel my pain, because that's the pain I have waking up every day.
Wow.
And then the final one is, my main objective in the fight is to be a professional, but to kill him.
Okay. Terrific stuff. Thank you, Chief. That set the scene as good as anything. Friday night, I guess the coverage is going to start 7 o'clock Texas time. They're on your Netflix. I don't know. Usually they start about 11 o'clock or so, it might be a long night.
Yeah.
I love a good long night like that, though. That's going to be a great time to be had. Okay, when we return here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, a little basketball, Chief.
Yeah, let's crank it open, man. We have some Mavs conversation to get to. They take the L last night in Golden State, and it looks like Bronny's getting more and more special treatment.
Okay.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Just saw a tweet from Pete Delkus. We're going to have a couple of days next week where we might not hit 60 degrees for a high. Wow, it's cooling down.
Whoa.
Here's the Chief with some basketball.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out, put the kids to bed a little bit early because the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when we're less than 24 hours away from a KNC Masterpiece broadcast live from Martin House Brewing Company in Fort Worth, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Join the Masterpiece and the deliciousness that is the beers on tap at Martin House Brewing in Fort Worth. I'll be there from 11 to noon. Doing some AM on the FM with those guys and hanging out, having a good time, drinking some great beers. So would love to see you out there 10 to 2 tomorrow with the KNC Masterpiece. Martin House Brewing Company in Fort Worth. Cannot wait to see you there. Now, last night, of course, Mavs lose. They take us into the wee hours of the night. Clutch game. Heck of a game. You know, kudos, because it did live up. It was unfortunate that we didn't win the game. But for a game that was as hyped up as it was, I'm thankful that it wasn't one of those by the third quarter it was pretty much over kind of basketball games. Both teams came to play. I honestly think Steph and Draymond played that game like it was they treated it like a playoff game, dude. That was a turn back the clock game for Draymond. Steph was just next level nasty. 10 straight points there at the end, and then the dagger.
Yeah, it's almost enough to make you think maybe they could go on another run, but then you look at the rest of their roster and you're like, no.
I know. How sustainable is this start for them? I don't know, but man, they are coming out of the gates hot right now. Buddy Hield, cashing buckets, hiding him defensively, finding ways. Kuminga was frustrating last night. Tell you what, Kevon Looney took me back to the finals from the Western Conference Finals from a few years ago, and it was just this dude.
He's underrated.
All these rebounds, the offensive rebounding last night.
18 of them, bro. That's a problem.
I'm pretty sure the team that leads the league in basketball right now gets 15 a game.
Wow.
And you gave up 18 last night. So that was a tough pill to swallow. And then you have Luka, really the only reason you're in the game for the most part with what he did through 3 quarters offensively. And then he's a huge reason why you lose the game in the fourth quarter, giving you absolutely nothing.
Except a turnover.
Had the turnover.
And some lazy box outs.
Yeah,
you're like, come on, dude.
Shots.
Put a body on a guy.
Well, he's tired. You know,
he's whooped.
Yeah. I think this has to be off season. We're bicycling 20 miles a day type of deal.
And put the hookah down.
Yes.
Hookah Luka, gotta put it down.
Old Hookah Doncic.
How many guys do you think the
Strawberry Peach
Golden State played off their?
That would be my first question too. If we ever get them on the air, we won't. But what's your favorite flavor?
Yeah.
What's your go-to?
Strawberry Peach sounds good.
And do you hit it at halftime? Because sometimes you come out of there and you look like
you've hit it at halftime.
Maybe you hit it at halftime.
How many players do you think Golden State played last night?
Yeah.
11.
11?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
deep.
I was listening to Reggie Miller and them talk about how
Kevin Harlan,
how deep they felt like their bench was. But they did outscore Dallas's bench by 20.
It's easy to do right now.
Yeah.
Bench is struggling.
Just help us out a little bit. I mean, I feel like the Mavs are getting more than enough scoring in a variety of ways. There's a lot of potential packed into this thing. Klay Thompson said it's just we're going through this at the right time of the season. It's early and not late. You wouldn't want to be going through this at game 60. So I think you look at sample size right now. You look at bad luck. They do have to make sure their rebounding is solidified. But
offensive rebounding.
Yeah, you believe that the return of P.J. Washington and Maxi Kleber will significantly change their ability to both defend and rebound.
Yes, and as Luka gets more and more into shape, as he plays himself into shape, and then just the comfort level playing alongside, playing a little bit more off the ball there for Luka, and still integrating playing with Klay Thompson. He was, after one of their games last week, he was on NBA TV, and he was just saying, like, yeah, still trying to develop that comfort level and everything with getting Klay going. So all that stuff combined with, you mentioned small sample size, the injury factor, and they've been close in these games. Like, it's not like they're getting run. They're playing good teams, shorthanded, and it's a play here, play there late in the game. They're right there. So, like, my confidence is still big picture for the season, still very, very high. I think they'll get it together.
Can't do this though the whole season. Like, stay up and
and then lose
and watch them lose.
Those West Coast games.
I was hanging in there, and then that loss, I just sat on the couch and just like, why?
Yeah. I get it. It was frustrating.
This is our job.
As
right?
all heck, yeah. Well, San Antonio Spurs coach Greg Popovich suffered a health issue before Saturday's game. Turns out it was a mild stroke. So he is expected to make a full recovery, and a timeline for return has not yet been determined, but at least we know kind of exactly what it was that took place, and good news is he's on track to make a full recovery there for Coach Pop. Now, I want to play this sound from the Hoop Collective podcast hosted by Brian Windhorse.
Oh, was McMahon on this one?
Yeah, he has got a rotating cast of NBA characters that joins him.
Gotcha.
But listen to him tell you, because he's been pretty optimistic about the Bronny stuff in Los Angeles and just like the dynamics of it all.
He's trying to be nice.
But now there's been some new developments, and he's kind of like, you got to be kidding me.
I'm going to apply the brakes on my everything's fine on the Bronny front with this thing that's now happening, which is that from my understanding, he's only going to play in the South Bay Lakers home games, that he's only going to kind of be a part-time G League player. And he's not getting on United Airlines and going to fly and go see these other teams, he's playing his road games. Now, because honestly, like, I know he was getting so much special treatment and nepotism, that's fine. Honestly, I don't care. Like I said, it's normal. Now I think it's actually detrimental to him. I don't like that. I don't know whose idea it was. Obviously, the Lakers are fine with it. They're doing it. I've now, on this particular instance, I think that's gone too far. And I don't think that benefits Bronny. I don't think it benefits the South Bay Lakers. And I don't think it benefits LeBron at that point. I think it'd be much better if Bronny was a more developed player by February or March by playing in G League road games.
Yeah, I think this goes to the blind spots that I talked about last week with the Joneses and with the Cowboys, how they get so used to denying what the outsiders are saying as they're envious, they're jealous, they're haters, that sometimes you're tone deaf. You know, I would like to know what is the expected norm, you know, what's okay. Like Mark Few having his son Joe Few on the team in Gonzaga, right? Gets dunked on by the Baylor dude. It's the most embarrassing play. That's all right. You know, that's fun. LeBron having his kid on the team, getting him into G League. I think maybe it becomes a little bit different, obviously, because you're talking about both being players and it being pro as compared to college. In college, there are oftentimes guys on the end of the bench who are just, you know, there. They help you practice. But
ministers of culture.
This is something that I feel like the Laker G League guys could resent and maybe make it tough on Bronny and Braun. If I were them, I may be going like how Jordan went to the minor leagues, where you're like, hey, guess what? We're taking my private jet. Guess what? We got a great spread. We're going to steak tonight, you know, because a lot of those G Leaguer guys aren't getting bags.
Right. There
you got to turn this into a positive. So if you are going to only play the home games, go get them in a limo, you know, have the arena decked out. You could make this work, you know, but I don't know. I kind of agree with Brian Windhorse there, at least on the surface right now, knowing what we know about the story.
Well, yeah, and just the general development of his game, you're limiting the amount of opportunities he can have to actually get better.
Yeah.
And I don't know I wonder what the plan is for him. Will he be practicing with the Lakers when, like, if the G League team's on the road and he's not going with them because he's not flying United Airlines and he's sitting at home, I guess, does he just go and practice with the Major League squad and Pops?
I think so.
Yeah.
And I think before too long, we chalk this up to a neat life experience where because LeBron was so good, he got to get his kid drafted and they spent a training camp and a game and, you know, parts of a season traveling together and having a great time. But I think this might also be partial admission from Bronny and LeBron that, like, I'm not developing into an NBA player. I don't want to go grind. I want to be your son, watch Laker games, and be Bronny in L.A.
You think that's how this all started? Is Bronny just talking to Dad, like, Dad, you can't make me, like, don't make me get on United Airlines and
we got to give it up, Dad. I'm not you. Okay? Let me just do the home games and we'll reevaluate down the road.
Well, the upcoming number one pick in the NBA draft is going to be Cooper Flagg, the 17-year-old kid from Duke.
Tried to do too much in that game last night, though.
Yeah, Duke loses late to Kentucky. He he turns the ball over on the final two possessions,
slipping all over the place.
It was not a great way to end the game for him, but I mean, watching the highlights and looking at his box score, I mean, this dude was, I mean, he is the real deal. That was a 17-year-old rookie mistake there versus Kentucky late in the game, but 26 and 12, 2 blocks. He's the first, I mean, he's the only ACC freshman to ever post a double-double in his first game versus a ranked opponent. So, like, he's coming out, and the first game versus Maine, he was really good, but it was Maine, so it was like nobody really cared. But he's, like, diving on the floor, effort player. He's legit, man.
Love those guys. Those kind of guys are amazing. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
It is the G-Bag Nation Rim session here on The Fan, and the Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. L.A. Live at 5:40. But it's pure football coming up next. In addition to the finest, what's the subject matter looking like?
Yeah, we need to have a Cowboys future coach conversation. Pick one of these guys next.
This nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Mine just got a lot better. You ever have that splitting headache and you're like, man, I just wish somebody in the office had like 2 ibuprofen? And DJ, the DJ did. Acquired by Brian Broaddus. Thank you very much for that, by the way.
No problem. DJ and I had a good conversation, too. Nice
Right
to
on.
visit with him.
Salute to DJ. Okay, Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. LA Live in 40. Time now for an edition of The Finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, 877-881-1053, football's finest. And I wanted to ask you guys where you feel like you stand on, because we're starting to get names and odds, and we're connecting dots, who might be the next coach for the Cowboys, and just in terms of like what you want in the next coach, because 2 guys' names keep popping up. It's Mike Vrabel and it's Cliff Kingsbury. And those are 2 completely different style dudes. And I think both can make some sense to some extent, because a lot of people, especially over the last half decade, it's like, man, you want the young offensive mind that you don't have to worry about your play caller offensively being poached because he's a coordinator and now he's going to go get the head coaching job. It's your head coach. He's young, he's forward thinking, and he provides you a consistently awesome offense, and he's your head coach, so no one's poaching him away from you. But on the other side, you have a guy like Mike Vrabel, been there, done that as a head coach, and he's more of the culture builder guy, certainly a defensive mind. But do you prefer having somebody like that? Now, if he hires he's going to be Dan Campbell with Ben Johnson. What happens when Dan Campbell loses Ben Johnson, his Jedi play caller offensively? We'll see what happens. But we've seen that happen before. Awesome play caller leaves, and now things start to crumble. So if you have Mike Vrabel, maybe he makes a great hire as an offensive coordinator next to him. But after a year or two, if you have a great offensive coordinator, that guy's probably being taken away from you.
Yeah.
But for the Cowboys, like what do you want in terms of, is it more important to have that culture builder kind of guy? Because we know how much of an issue that things are, and it starts at the top, and I don't know how much a guy can really change the culture of what the Cowboys have going on. But Mike Vrabel is certainly on the short list of guys that you think could cultivate some type of winning, tougher type of culture there.
He's going to have to be very tough, and he's going to have to say, I don't care what goes on outside these walls. You're going to answer to me as soon as you walk through that door. Jerry Jones, he's not at these, meetings. He's up there watching in the tower. This is my football field, and it's going to take a very strong personality, a dynamic leader, a generational type of coaching talent, to thread that needle. So that's kind of what I want. But to specifically answer your question, I think without a doubt, you want the offensive mind that has that, because Jerry loves to stay with the same coach for a long time. And if it was a great offensive mind that could stay here and build that sort of Bill Walsh type of legacy as an offensive innovator for over a decade, that would be ideal. As much as I value a great defensive mind and a guy that can give you the culture, and usually you get more of that personality from the defense that we're talking about, I think it's got to be an offensive guy, because you don't want to risk losing him, and have him go be the next Shanahan for somebody else would be horrifying.
Yeah, and if you have, like in this case, Kingsbury, he hasn't shown that he's got the head coach qualities, like the culture building kind of leader qualities.
Nobody's knocking on that door again. He's a quarterback coach or an OC rest of his life.
And that's how I would look at Kingsbury as well.
Yeah.
Now you get the benefit of poaching him from the Commanders in your own division, so you kind of weaken what it is they have building there in this hypothetical scenario that Kingsbury becomes the Cowboys head coach. But
so you got a Vrabel Kingsbury ticket you're trying to get us to vote for here?
Yeah, yes, because those are 2 kind of polar opposites, but they're both in the top 5 of names that you see thrown out with the Cowboys right now. So it's like, what would you rather have? You mentioned how difficult it is with the way the dynamic is with the Cowboys, having a one-of-one culture builder kind of guy like Dan Campbell's probably at the top of the list of guys who do that. And even you would wonder, could he do enough with the Cowboys? So is that even a needle worth trying to thread with a head coach? Because no matter how awesome of a culture builder you may be, you're not going to be able to really get much headway here with the Cowboys.
You could look at it that way and say, hey, just let Jerry set the culture and let's get the best tactical guys.
Right.
And maybe Kingsbury actually works in that situation. I don't have a lot of respect for him as a leader, and a guy that can tie everything together. So I definitely want the strong leader, because I'll tell you what, one of the biggest things in like corporate America is how do you manage up, right? Mm-hmm. You have an idea that the organization needs, but you're not an authority. And when you kind of whisper about it, people are kind of turning up their noses. Can you go to the boss and sell him on your vision? I think that's really what we need from the Cowboys head coach. Maybe not a guy who's going to hammer it through like, we're doing it my way, hot damn it. But a guy that knows how to play that behind-the-scenes game. Being that courtier.
469 says, this is David saying he would go Kingsbury as the head coach, and then he'd get Robert Saleh to be the DC.
Okay.
You have 214. I'd prefer Vrabel over any of the other available coaches. A lot of love for Ben Johnson. He would certainly be at the top spot for all of us. But not sure that Ben Johnson is going to want the Cowboys. He's been a guy that's been a hot commodity the last couple of years, has stayed in Detroit. He's going to be very choosy and selective. Not sure that how interested the Cowboys would even be in him, but I think in this room we would all want Ben Johnson, though we don't even know if he's the culture head coach. Can he do all that stuff? He's clearly a stud when it comes to being a play caller.
And he doesn't mind being behind the scenes, very patient. Let this guy take center stage, and in Detroit, that's Dan Campbell. Here it would be Jerry. Maybe that's the right personality that could enable the Cowboys to get a very dynamic offensive mind in here.
I'm kind of looking like because I'm always interested in these assistants to the assistants, kind of guys.
Yeah.
And if you look at Cliff Kingsbury there, I was looking at the Commander's staff, and they have a coach on there, Tavite Pritchard is his name. And he was an offensive coordinator, young guy. He was offensive coordinator at Stanford is who he was. But he's a quarterback coach with the Commanders. So you kind of wonder, okay, if Kingsbury gets the job, he's going to call the plays, but does he bring a young coach along? Does he give a guy like this guy's a quarterback coach for the Commanders? Does all of a sudden he become one of the young, up and coming offensive coordinator dudes? He's the next one, and all of a sudden here's a young guy who was in college football, Stanford, maybe not what we think about with dynamic offense and things like that but if he worked for David Shaw, he learned an awful lot, because David Shaw, I think, would have been David Shaw interviewed for some head coaching jobs in the NFL. David's a tough-minded guy. You just always wonder, like, give me the staff. Tell me who you got. Is there a young coach on that staff that's going to go out like a John Gruden and an Andy Reid when I was in Green Bay and go steal plays? What's his background? That to me is important. Mm-hmm. I mean, the head coach is important. The play caller is important. The offensive line coach is really important to me. And now, who are the young guys that you can get that could maybe elevate the offense by them just being young go-getters, and working that way? So I was looking. He seemed like the one guy that if you maybe bring a guy along, that maybe this kid who's his quarterback's coach might be it.
Yeah, that would be something. I mean, all about how you fill out your staff is obviously extremely important, and that's something that's always fun to see once a coach gets hired. Who are the guys that he's bringing along with him? I think that's part of the problem with the Deion thing, is for how much he's in love with Pat Shurmur. Like, I think if Deion became your head coach, it sounds like he would want to bring Pat Shurmur along with him.
I wonder if Pat Shurmur would have the opportunity to be the head coach at Colorado now. Would they pivot? Mm-hmm. Would they pivot and see that the success that they had this year? They were awful offensively last year, and then the coordinator left, and then Shurmur got the job, and now this is his first full season. But if you're the athletic director, you're like thinking, do you try and keep continuity, or do you keep somebody there that recruits really, really well, that can kind of keep the NIL stuff and all those things going as well?
So would we all go Vrabel over Kingsbury? I think I would.
if you're building the culture, yes.
Oh, as a head coach, 100%.
Yeah, just for just those two guys, those are your only options. Cliff's the next head coach, or it's Vrabel. I'm going Vrabel.
Well, the problem with that whole thing is the first question that Jerry Jones is going to ask any coach is, how do you help Dak Prescott? Because he's yours for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
And so that's
initially Vrabel in Tennessee had Matt LaFleur, who is now obviously the head coach for Green Bay and running that offense, and that's pretty legit. So I mean, he at least has some level. Then he went to Arthur Smith, and for a couple of years it worked nicely with Tannehill and with Derrick Henry, but then things fizzled out in a huge way. So yeah, I don't know.
Do you feel like you need to fix your quarterback? Or help your quarterback?
Oh, well, for sure.
I know you do.
Especially
I know
now.
that's a dumb question,
especially now more than ever when Dak might be a lesser version of himself.
Yeah.
I don't know that we're getting the best prime Dak Prescott over the next 4 years.
No.
I don't.
Best
I don't
years
think so.
behind him for sure.
Yeah.
Hoping that he can still be good enough.
Micah Parsons was doing some tweeting today. Did you guys see his?
Did not. Update us, please.
He tweeted out randomly, defense wins championships. Build this defense while we got young superstars. We will win more games holding teams to 20 or less points than offensive shootouts. Facts.
You know, I don't disagree with him, but I just don't think that this quarterback, is going to be able to pick things apart and give you, the chance of making enough plays offensively. I think, defense wins championships, as it did with the Patriots and Chiefs, but it's come along with a top five, a GOAT quarterback with a top five defense every single time.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of maybe one of the early ones from the Chiefs. So, but I think he's got a point. And if you're the Cowboys, you have to decide, what do we want to do? Do we want to bore the hell out of our fans by playing defense and hoping our offense is good enough? Our offense is going to be pathetic. We can't run it. We can't throw it. Or do we want to build such a great offense that maybe we score 35 points per game? We're putting on a great show. We're in blowouts. The TV ratings are great, and then when that's not happening, we're in these shootouts that are both teams in the 30s. It's a no-brainer if you're Jerry Jones. Jerry will never, ever attempt to build a championship team with defense first. It's just not as exciting.
He then tweeted out, Micah Parsons, when Mozzie becomes great, because he is on his way, all of you will owe me an apology. #believe.
Played better last week. Had two good games this year.
I would love that day. I'd love to eat all that crow, Micah. But I think right now he's dug in and delusional. He's in a bad place. He probably needs some downtime.
And he's putting in names for who he wants the Cowboys to draft. He wants a guy named Anthony Hill from Texas, even though I don't even know that he's eligible. And Jalen Walker is another name, and then Abdul Carter. He's dropping names of guys he wants the Cowboys to draft.
Carter's the kid from Penn State we talked about that plays as the edge. Where's the number 11?
Yeah. That's the guy.
That's the guy. Yeah. Yes, Carter.
I've seen a lot of kids come through over the years in the broadcast business. I think the thing that a lot of them have in common is early on, you don't know what you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know how ridiculous some of your ideas are sounding.
He's in that. He's still
in that phase.
In that phase right now.
By the time he's a former player analyst, he should probably be outstanding. He definitely has the heart and the IQ to get after it, right? He just doesn't have the wisdom right now, the awareness.
Amen. All right, we'll close it down with what was the pregame speech in the huddle with all the offensive line and defensive line before the game. This is Eagles offensive lineman Landon Dickerson before the Eagles beat the Cowboys.
We here to whoop the out of them. That scoreboard. 60 minutes of making them quit and making them say, damn, I got to play them again. Let's go. Let's go. The Cowboys on 3. 1, 2, 3. Cowboys.
We need some more of that.
They did that, too. They did that. They did exactly what he said, too. I'll be damned.
That's a damn. We got to play them again.
Yeah, dude.
Nice job by Landon. Nice job by Chief there. In addition to the finest is in the books. Dion's talking about a lot of stuff. In addition of the Expressway, we'll cover that and more here next on The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hi, Dallas football fans. Head to your local Buffalo Wild Wings to check out their 2 new limited-time sauces. Whether you're watching the games at the sports bar or ordering straight to your couch, Buffalo Wild Wings has the right sauces for you and your friends. Try the maple chipotle sauce for rich maple sweetness and a mild, smoky chipotle heat. Or For a bit of a kick, check out the new Cajun sauce for a rich blend of spicy and tangy pepper sauces. Try them at your Metroplex Buffalo Wild Wings or order now for takeout and delivery with Buffalo Wild Wings Go.
The Boys play that other team from Texas next Monday night when they host Houston. Our fan coverage starts at 4 Monday afternoon with the Cavaliers kickoff at 7:15 on your official home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. This holiday, trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's over $1,800 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Only at Verizon. Service plan required for Watch and Tablet. Over $1,800 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
College football fans, Chris Fowler here with the play call. This season, go for Dose with ice-cold, refreshing Dos Equis. It's more than a single play. It's a mindset. Think of it as a 2-point conversion for real life. Taking the risk, making the bold move. Whenever we get the chance to go big, we take it. On the field and off, always go for Dose with Dos Equis.
Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis Lager Especial Beer. Imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said, "Maraca, senor," but his nose said, "Hey, freshest scent ever." Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent maraca smell amazing." Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads, way fresher than detergent alone.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Spokespersons for the law offices of Nick Namath.
Mr. Smith, there's someone here to see you.
Who is it?
They say they're from the IRS.
No need to panic. Get tax attorney Nick Namath on the phone right away.
Hi, I'm local tax attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Nick Namath, located right here in Dallas. If you're facing IRS wage levies, garnishments, tax liens, or unfiled returns, whether business or personal, call me now. Nick Namath, the DFW tax attorney, at 972-484-0-TAX. That's 972-484-0829, or go to myiRSteam.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Miller Lite.
Cowboys football and Miller Lite. What a pairing. Brisket in the smoker, Miller Lite in the cooler. Sunday night overtimes, Monday morning swagger. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. Time to hit the expressway. Where we go commercial free to the top every day at this time. LA Live with Lucius is coming up at 5:40 here on the Fan. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the Express itself is brought to you by the On Time Experts. This would be the football hour, the 5 o'clock football hour, brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings, where B-Dubs is football. Somebody tell Dawson Toxic Tuesday was yesterday, says the 469. Was I being toxic? I thought I was dropping some heat there maybe a little bit, but I didn't think that was particularly toxic.
Oh, it's just some hot fire.
Yeah.
Just dropping bars.
Okay.
Hopefully Micah was listening.
On Micah Parsons.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that was a little toxic.
Half off at Buffalo Wild Wings today. Half off.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Traditional wings.
Take some honey barbecue and
How about
some jerk. I like that Jamaican jerk flavor.
Samesies.
Do you really?
Yeah, I do. I love it. I think that's great.
Bringing that Friday.
Okay.
I'm making Jamaican jerk wings.
Nice.
Are you really?
Jamaican jerk.
Nice.
Yeah, got the Scotch bonnets and everything, man.
How do you make that like tacky type of texture that is on the finish?
I'll tell you what, it's I've learned about all the things that go into it. Like you would not believe all the spices and like it all has to be fresh. It all has to be like like the stuff that you
I can't get that jerk chicken shaker.
No.
Thing?
I mean, I take I've learned this. You take everything, like you add molasses.
Yeah.
There's the molasses is what makes it tacky.
Okay.
But there's all kinds of these these herbs and things like that. You have to strip off the actual stem and put it in with the Scotch bonnet.
I can imagine, man. It's a unique flavor.
Oh no,
you don't get it anywhere
I'm bringing
else.
you some Friday.
Dude,
I love it.
Chicken in the wings too.
That's
Doing
very
both.
exciting.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I think the one seed for the best item that I've had in the Cowboys press box was a few weeks ago when they did the jerk chicken thighs.
That's what I got. Yeah. I've got chicken thighs and the wings. But what you also have to do, it's kind of funny. I learned this. You have to use Red Stripe beer. So you like when you cook it, you douse it like in Red Stripe beer to kind of keep the moisture in it and stuff like that.
There was a Jamaican restaurant down the street from my house when I lived in Southeast Portland. This might have been 20 years ago, but they had the best red beans and rice, and I was hitting it like 3 or 4 times a week. A little cornbread on the side. I think you'd step in there. They'd have the Jamaican music playing. It was incredible, and I haven't found a great spot here in North Texas. Do we have good Jamaican restaurants?
Yeah, Jamaican Gates is pretty good. That's all the way in Arlington, though. There's another one down the street, Heroes, I believe.
Okay.
Heroes is nice. But the Jamaican spots, you got to get there. Food will get sold out real fast.
Yeah, it would, yeah.
Yeah, you're going to get sold out. I can't believe your red beans and rice was there every single day for you that you pulled up.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yes. I mean, maybe it wasn't.
I've done a lot of research on this, and I've got some insight.
Okay, looking forward to it.
Yeah, can I get some jerk chicken? Yeah, okay, what you want? You want white meat? You want dark meat?
Yeah.
I want to get the dark meat. We don't have dark meat.
Monday game this week. There will be no formal injury report today, tweets Todd Archer, but Hunter Lipke, Zach Martin, Tyler Smith, Eric Kendricks, Nick Vigil, Jordan Lewis, Trayvon Diggs, Kalen Carson, Deron Bland all did not practice. Bland and Smith were working off to the side there. Those are a couple of key situations to evaluate throughout the week. If we could just get some pass rushers and Deron Bland and Diggs on the field together at the same time, along with Kendricks and Overshown, I think we might be all right.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get Bland. I don't think that's getting any better right now. So
you re-break it?
No, I don't think he broke it. They just that setback, it's just they're trying to get the soreness out of it and get it back to where he once was before it got sore. And that's been a little bit of a struggle. So that left cornerback spot's going to be, we'll see how they navigate that. My guess is they probably will start McQuamu over there if they have to.
Let me ask you this quarterback question. What does the future of a quarterback hold for the Cowboys? I said last hour, maybe that was something that somebody thought I was toxic about, but is Dak's best football behind him? Is he in contention for one of the worst contracts behind Deshaun Watson's, obviously, which is the worst, but the completion percentage, lowest since 2017. The touchdown rate and the interception rate are worst and second worst of his career. 8 interceptions, the most he's thrown in the first 8 games of a season since 2022 when he set his career high. But 2022 isn't that far away. Was that another sign of the decline? I think you would have to say now he's going to run maybe even less than what he was this year up to the point of his injury. How do you evaluate these next 4 years with Dak Prescott? You know, if the Cleveland Browns had a crystal ball, they would have bailed from Deshaun Watson, right? What would your crystal ball tell you right now about Dak Prescott as he goes into the first year of a 4-year contract next season, Brian?
I kind of feel like that the mobility might be in question here.
Absolutely is.
You know, that's I just.
So can he play well enough in the pocket to mitigate that?
I worry about overall health that way. You know, I mean, there's so many positive things with the toughness and the leadership. We always talk about those things, but is the ability, you know, one of the things he was outstanding at was throwing on the move. Yeah. His ability to run to his left and then throw it and you know, get those shoulders around and have some flexibility. And you know, I mean, I there was a time where like, oh wow, Dak's wearing a boot, going on vacation, going to a fish. Oh, don't worry about it, it's okay. No, you just don't wear a boot to go fish. You know, something's wrong there. And, you know, you look at the injuries now he's dealt with. He's dealt with shoulders and thumb and now hamstring, ankle. I mean, these things are kind of adding up on him. And you wonder, is that going to take, are you going to get a quarterback? I remember, you know, like when Dan Marino, when he blew out his Achilles, he couldn't move anymore. Mm-hmm. He had it was Dan Marino. He's standing in the pocket. He's throwing the ball. And I wonder that about Dak. I wonder how much he's going to be able to really move in order to make the throws necessary. And we don't know who his coach is going to be.
That's the biggest thing.
Yeah. And I've gone on record. I've gone on record and said I want to see Dak with a new offensive coordinator or a different play caller. Mm-hmm. I would like to see that. Mm-hmm. That's my goal. But man,
that's the final hope.
I have some questions about his ability to move now.
There's a lot to consider in there. And then I think the fact that maybe he's not going to be able to work like he did in his 20s because of the boot, because of this injury. Yeah. Once you have your foot and ankle rebuilt, it doesn't have to roll or break
the flexibility
for it to be bad. Yeah. You know, it's just you beat it up, and now it's acting like it's sprained. You know, Lucius knows that struggle maybe even worse than I do at this point.
He knows beating
but
it up.
I'm like 20 years into an ankle and foot reconstruction. It never got good. It never gave me real balance and power and speed again like it did before it was reconstructed. And, you know, you're always just trying to work around it. And when your body's compensating for a weak point like that, other stuff gets hurt. Mm-hmm. You know, so then you're like, well, I got a new coach. I got to grind. I got to learn this offense. I got to get all these reps in.
He'll do everything he can, but is he going to be physically?
Will the body allow him?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's one of the most frustrating things is you want to push yourself. You want to go to beyond the limit.
Right.
Well before the limit, your body just stops you and says, sorry, dude, we're going to have to take a couple of weeks off again.
The spirit and the desire will be there.
Yeah.
Will he physically be able to do everything that he needs to do? That's my biggest question. I mean, Britt Brown, they'll bust their ass to come back. And, you know, and hopefully things will be as good as new. But he's had some serious injuries that he's had to deal with.
You saw Michael Irvin ask Dion about the Cowboys on TV yesterday.
No.
It went viral. Dion took the laptop up and he showed them the view of his office, and right across the hall is the view of the stadium and the mountains in the background. Mm-hmm. And he kept repeating, "I'm happy where I am." Just a beautiful view.
Yeah.
You know, I would love to imagine that this thing has some legs because I think it would be exciting. I think as kind of a rebuilding team. Sure, let's put Dion in here and see what happens. It's not like your Super Bowl ready team taking guy from college, you know, trying to finish the fight in the last year of your championship window. I think this would be a perfect time to bring Dion in, especially if you could get his kid along for the ride and see if you could make magic happen. I just don't believe Jerry would consider it. I don't think that Jerry would look at Dion and think, if things are going down and I need to go into his office and say, hey, we need to play it this way, I think Dion would say, screw you. I'm going to say what I want to say when I want to say it. You know, and I think that's really why I think this conversation is, you know, unfortunately is something that wouldn't have much legs. What do you guys think?
Well, I think with the Jerry stuff, part of it is probably Jerry loving to be the face and the voice of the Cowboys. And if Dion's your head coach, Dion is probably the face and the voice of the Cowboys.
That's a good point.
And so that's like one of the few guys that would be, you know, in competition there with when Mike McCarthy's doing his post-game presser and all the media members are in front of Jerry instead, you'd probably get more media members that are like, I'll stick around and hear what Coach Dion has to say here.
Yeah.
You know, you probably would have more people interested in Dion in the post-game pressers.
That's absolutely. I believe you're absolutely right about
more
that.
Goldern quotable than Jerry.
Yeah. And Bobby was talking about that today or yesterday with Sean and RJ, but just Dion becomes now the biggest thing in the organization over Jerry. I don't think you would like that. And I think this would be a much bigger conversation if you hadn't given Dak the deal, and then you could actually theoretically start anew with Dion and Shedeur. And I'd be totally here for that craziness. But since Dak is here, I don't see that being the case at all.
Yeah, I think with Deion Sanders, I think he's the one guy that could stand up to Jerry.
Yeah.
I think you need somebody that can stand up to Jerry and say, no, we're not doing this that way. No, we're not going to do that. No, we're going to do it. This is the way I'd like to do it.
And do you think Jerry would be okay with that, the organization?
If Jerry's not interested in dealing with you that way, if you're Deion Sanders and you come in and you're like, listen, boss, I know you talk 2 times a week on your radio show. That's good enough for me. I don't need you talking post game. Let me handle the post game stuff. If you feel you have to talk after post game, then I'm probably not your coach. That's where I think Deion has the ability to make demands that would actually get Jerry's attention.
Well, that would be interesting. I would just love to see the theater and everything play out. It would be an incredible story.
Mm-hmm.
Dion has another quote here today saying he'll step in and stop any team that wants to draft Shedeur or Travis Hunter if he doesn't think it's a good situation. And I think that just speaks to how, he's going to do his own thing and does not necessarily go by the established norms. Jerry's going to want to have a say in, directing the mindset of whatever the franchise direction goes. Dion's going full, I guess this would be Archie Manning. Is Archie who guided Eli out of the Chargers to the Giants?
Yeah.
I think players have more power than they know in these spots. And I would encourage any one of them that I could have a chance to talk to, just be like, don't be afraid to say no. I don't want to go play here because it's cold, or there because it sucks, or there because you have a player in my position already.
Not that sucks part. I don't think you want to say that one.
Maybe not that one. But
the whole city hating you, bro.
Yeah.
But I wonder because I don't think the Raiders would be a team that Shedeur would want to play for, Dion would want him to play for. But now that Brady's a part of the ownership group, and Brady and Shedeur and Dion, they've done all sorts of podcast stuff together. Like Tom and Shedeur are on first name bro basis. I wonder if the impact of Brady being with the Raiders now, and we'll see what they do with Antonio Pierce. Does he get fired? I don't know, but I think the coaching stuff would matter a ton there, but you'll know what that situation is by draft time. I wonder if the Brady presence now makes the Raiders more of a good-looking spot there for Dion and Shedeur.
All right, good stuff all around. The text is open. We're about 5 minutes here coming up from LA Live. Rex Ryan, of course, talking about it being possible, but I don't think anybody cares what Rex Ryan has to say. That's just it's kind of a tough scene now to watch Rex Ryan talk and how people react to him. It's almost like they're reacting to a Skip Bayless bad take. Rex Ryan has really given back quite a bit of his the cachet, whatever he had established after those 2 AFC championship appearances with the Jets a number of years ago.
Well, that's just one of the rare guys who actually likes putting his foot in his mouth.
Yeah.
Or somebody else's.
That's good.
That is hysterical.
All righty.
Quick right there, bro. Thank you. Pretty good. I like that one.
What do you
write that one down?
What do you think about Mike McCarthy and turnover margin? -10, he said today, makes me sick. It actually does. That is not what I believe in. And he's been good up until this point with the Cowboys when it comes to the turnover margin. I don't know if there's anything you can do about it as a coach other than direct the team to get you pressure players, corners with good ball skills, and a quarterback or an offense that doesn't play under pressure a lot. That's all you can pretty much do. And I don't know if any amount of emphasis or coaching is going to eliminate that.
You don't think you need to be doing fumble recovery drills where the offensive linemen just fall on it, dude? Like, Terrence, we're not picking it up and trying to do anything special with this. All right, you just gave up the sack. The least you could do is just maintain the football. I think they should have. Today's the first work day of the week. All the offensive linemen should have been doing just fall on the ball drills.
Yeah,
because Cooper's going to get the ball knocked out. Daniil Hunter's coming for his lunch. Like, this is like the ball's getting knocked out. Just fall on it.
Yeah,
your coach is sick to his stomach right now.
At the very least, resetting that. You're probably not going to pick up a ball that's rolling and bouncing very quickly as a 300-pounder and get very far with it at all. So just get the ball. Okay, what else we have going on here? What'd you think about this one over here with the fan with the sign there at the game saying he wanted Tony Romo to come in, and Tony Romo in the booth, like, acting like it. Tony might be getting back in shape. That was my takeaway from that video that went viral.
Yeah, you got
it's a great
sacked.
sign. Oh, is it?
No,
I got ball sacked.
No, you did. Now just the idea that he looked like he might be getting back in shape. That's a ball sacking.
When we saw him at that golf tournament 2 or 3 years ago, and he was just like falling out of that sweater. You remember that, Brian? That was a bad look. I think Tony or Tony's wife might have seen that on TV and used that as a corrective point.
Well, he's got the Tim Legler tan going. I don't know if that's real or not, but it was very apparent on the broadcast.
All righty, and then we are coming off another disappointing Mavs defeat last night. How much have Mavs fans' confidence been shaken? We'd love to get your thoughts on that. Sometimes I think there's a team that should be good and just isn't. Is that maybe what we are looking at? Is that possible with this team?
Man, I think they've caught some hot shooters along the way. I do. I think there's they played some really good teams. And like I say, I think that Phoenix was off to a really good start. They just didn't close these games. That's the biggest. They get in the final 4 or 5 minutes of these games, and they just can't find a way to close them. I'm not disheartened because they were playing without. We saw what they didn't close it last night, but you saw what having that center Lively back in the lineup. That's
absolutely
what it does for you
immediately. Like every possession on both ends,
they'll
it
get
felt like he was
PJ
being
Washington
impactful.
back. Their defense will be better. Their rim protection will be better.
I think they faced 3 teams that are all really good.
Yeah.
And had disappointing ends last year and are coming out fired up because they're veterans and they realize that every chance to get this done is precious, and we just don't have Luka in that mindset.
You were going into a hornet's nest last night, with that whole thing. I mean, the emotion of Clay and all that stuff like that, but you saw how fired up Golden State was in that game.
And you're still injured. You came within one shot of beating them just like the other teams. I think we have to weather this storm, get healthy, and
your best player took the shot, man.
Yeah,
I mean he tried, but
the other thing is I don't think we should be jumping on Jason Kidd for these losses. We're getting good shots; they're just not going in. I would think by now, this is like the 3rd or 4th season that we've been into where people are already calling for Jason Kidd. It's clear he uses the regular season, working on things, getting into the playoffs, trying to encourage good habits and traits. When they get to the playoffs, this team is a matchup nightmare because of the adjustments, because of the decisions that Jason Kidd in part is making. So I would imagine that in 2 of 3 years, you make it to the conference finals and then the finals, with much inferior rosters the first time through to the conference finals, that he made a great defense out of basically the same parts that Rick Carlisle failed on defense with for 3 or 4 years. I think Jason Kidd's kind of getting beyond reproach here as far as let the man cook, give the man the credit that he deserves. Neither one of those Mavs teams had a great regular season with home court advantage.
No.
He's getting to the playoffs and he kicks your ass, and I would expect the same to continue after this slow start. They'll probably hit their gear in the middle of the winter and, head into the playoffs with a top 4 seed still. But definitely disappointed. I was thinking this team definitely had the potential to go wire to wire and, give you that 6-month sort of crotch first fan experience that, dang, we haven't had for a while now here in DFW sport.
They just don't have that extra gear of like Kidd is just super nonchalant.
Yeah.
And I think that works for Luka because Luka's the same way. If you have Drill Sergeant Rick Carlisle in here, it's going to work for 5 seconds. Luka can't handle it. So, but this is what you have to kind of live with a little bit. There's not that sense of urgency.
Yes. No, it's great. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius Alexander in LA Live.
That's right. Party people, hey, on the floor. Sorry, bro. I had to send a text. Make sure you take that chicken out the refrigerator.
Yeah.
So I can cook me some chicken tonight in the air fryer.
Let's go.
Yeah, buddy. Hey, man, if Coach Prime did become the Cowboys head coach, I'm not sure how the team would be. I can't predict the record, but I can tell you that merch, Oh, that merch would be going off the shelves. Merch would be going crazy.
Oh, that Colorado merch goes off
That's
the shelves.
what I'm saying.
The Prime merch goes off the shelves.
He knows how to sell it, dog. He'll have towels hanging off of him and everything, gloves. You never seen a coach with gloves on. He'll have gloves on, bro.
Well, and he does have the glasses, the glasses, the sunglasses. He'll have CeeDee Lamb wearing those in the end zone next time.
Now you're speaking Jerry's language. We can do a lot of business. He'll monetize those curtains.
A whole lot of money, I tell you what.
Put ads in them curtains, couldn't you?
Just some Louis curtains.
Heck yes.
Some Louis curtains up there. All right, let's get into a Butt Naked Wednesday right after the great Rick James.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. Yeah, it'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Hey, babe, you know what to do with me when I die? When I die, have me cremated and put my ashes in the chili and then eat me so I can tear that ass up one more time.
That's disgusting.
It's Butt Naked Wednesday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And this is LA Live for Wednesday, November 13th, 2024. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Shout out to Miss Erykah Badu for that name. I, too, was born underwater. Peace to the gods and all that fly stuff. Let me just get right into it. Did y'all see the new Coach Prime impersonation going viral?
No.
You played some stuff the other day, though, about a guy doing it, right? Is it?
Travis Hunter. Yeah. He's really good at it.
He is good, yeah.
Sam C is his name on social media. Sam Crocker is this guy's name. So Sam C Impressions with a Z is how you find him on social media. Well, anyway, they had an AI, artificial intelligence, predicted the 2025 NFL draft. And of course, that has Shedeur Sanders in it. And Deion Sanders' clone, Travis Hunter, in it, right? Big items, everybody wants to see it. And Dawson just brought it up, how Deion might be like puppeteering this situation along to make sure his son and his clone gets to where he wants them to be. Nice little situation. So this guy here, Mr. Sam Crocker, does an impersonation, one of the best impersonations on the planet of Coach Prime, reacting to the NFL draft. I like this one, bro. Check this out.
Picking the 2025 NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints select quarterback Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, no.
With the second pick, the Panthers select cornerback wide receiver Travis.
No, we ain't doing that, man.
With the third pick,
that ain't gonna happen.
select
I'm sorry, man. We ain't gonna do that. Let me stop this right here. No, we ain't gonna do that.
That's so good.
Come on, dog. Come on. Why they do that at? You mean them two teams, man? Come on, dog. Ain't no way they going there, man. Let me call GM right now.
You could have told me that was Deion, bro.
Mr. Loomis, let's Coach Prime here. Yeah, Shedeur ain't coming down there, man. No, he ain't coming down there. Oh, you need a head coach? Yeah, I ain't coming down there either. Yeah, we appreciate it, though. But we ain't coming down there. No. All right, take care. All right, bye-bye. They know darn well we ain't coming down there, man.
Darn well.
Come on, dog. Let me call Charlotte. Yeah, Mr. Morgan. Yeah, Travis ain't coming down there, man. No, he ain't coming down there. We appreciate it, though. All right, take care. All right, bye.
Yeah.
Come on, dog. You gotta do better than that. I'm not sending my son down there to Mardi Gras. I ain't got nothing against New Orleans. I ain't got nothing against Charlotte. But they not coming there.
God, that is so good, dude.
That's really good.
God, that is so good.
You can even hear the sunflower seeds in his mouth.
You can hear it all, man. Like, it's better than Deion's own son. Deion's son did it. What was it? What it is? Shiloh. There we go. Shiloh did it before, too. Tell me if you can hear Deion in this one, but you hear Shiloh trying to do it.
Hey, favorite son. What's going on, baby? It's prime time, son. You know we're getting that work in. 21 days of prime, baby.
Hey, don't laugh at him. Don't encourage him. Don't encourage him. You laughing, too? So you think that's funny, too? You think I sound like that?
Yeah.
Good day and God bless his prime time son, baby.
That man's got Sanders' DNA and can't even sound like him. Like, so good, bro. It's amazing. It's amazing, man. Good stuff out there. Follow that guy, Sam C Impressions with the Z on social media.
So he does a bunch of them. It's not like he's just got a one-trick pony. He's got a bunch.
I see him do a bunch of Deions.
Play the hits.
Yeah.
Break out
bit.
Yeah. He'd ride with it. Travis Hunter. Dawson, you did bring this up too. Deion Sanders says he will stop any team that try to pick up his son and whatnot. I got the clip for you so we can hear it out of his mouth, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Will you step in and do some of that if it's the wrong organization and say he ain't going there?
Yeah, but I'm not going to do it publicly. I'll do it privately.
Yeah. Okay.
So you said you're going to be dad. You're going to be dad. You're going to be dad.
I'm dad. Cows come home. Yes, sir. And with Travis as well.
You're letting it be known. My man's letting it be known right there.
Yeah, but maybe it's not going to go public. I think that's the big key right there is you don't want to, make it a mess if you can. Because, like you said, a lot of those fans are going to be holding it against you or it's going to be part of your image forever. Oh, this guy wouldn't go where he was told to go.
Yeah. And every time he show up, you getting booed, batteries thrown at you and everything. Can't get no play in the city when you out.
Yeah.
Our brother wants to jump you.
Philadelphia would probably be the worst place to come out and be like, yeah, I don't want to go there.
You never say that. You won't make it down Broad Street.
I'll tell you what, they went through a bad thing. If you Google this, their first round pick in hockey didn't show up. Like he didn't want to play for the Flyers. So Philadelphia's been through this. I think I'm right about that. But yeah, because there was a big thing about the kid not wanting to play.
I bet Philadelphia's a no-fly zone for him right now. He can't even show up. You got to check in first.
I think I'm right about that.
Somebody air fryer chicken breasts. Why didn't I?
To the woodshed. Yeah, I told him that's the concussion shed. Go hang out in there, dark place.
Dark place, get in there, bro.
There was a meanness to Mike Leach, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Love it. What else we got right here?
I think for me, like the Kings losing to the Lakers in 2002, maybe conference finals. Like Ralph Nader actually took it to Conquerors. Like the fans have been defrauded here with this officiating in the fourth quarter. Kings had it. They were about to end that Lakers three-peat dynasty. I felt like it was the second year in a row that had happened. So I don't let that one go lightly.
Scandalous.
Yeah.
Sam Hurd being a kingpin.
Oh, that was bad.
Yeah, my man said they need a documentary for that, and they do. Because I hear it was like kind of not what you think it is. It was more like one guy got caught. Hey, I got a bigger fish for you, and it ended up being Sam Hurd.
Yeah.
And they had to lure him into making this bad decision.
Oh,
they had to pull him into making this bad decision.
Took him 10 years.
Yeah. Look at that. Come on, bro.
10 years in jail for that.
Come on,
unbelievable.
Man.
Yeah, he loaned his buddy some money because he didn't want to give him money. He was like, fine, I'll loan you some money. Next thing you know, he's a cocaine and marijuana kingpin.
Yeah, how about that? The Michael Irvin sexual assault allegations in the 90s. It's one of the most fantastic situations because Mike knew he didn't do what they say he did, and he even showed up to court in that full-length mink.
Maybe the most compelling piece of Cowboys media in history, him standing in front of the reporters and demanding that the retraction be given with just as much volume as the accusations.
That was probably the first keep that same energy right there.
Yeah.
Shout out to you. SMU received the death penalty for what now is legal.
Very legal. And they were really good at it.
They were really good, huh?
Yeah, really good.
Your pops is connected to that,
No,
right?
my pops, at Texas A&M used to compete against them doing that. And he even admired how good they did it. Like other schools, like SMU's got, and they kept that thing iron tight. Nothing got out. You didn't know how they were doing it. It was really, really well done.
Right up to the point that Dale Hansen's producer.
Yeah, and it was a kid. It happened to be a kid from out of state, a kid from Pennsylvania that turned them in, though.
So somebody knew and they snitched?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
It was a guy that didn't even play. It wasn't even a big time player.
That's big hater energy right there. Big time hater energy.
But my dad at A&M, they admired how SMU did their business.
Should have gave him a Camaro so he'd shut up.
Yeah.
Boy, it's a Trans Am. Shut your mouth.
Tried to shut him up with tried to give him a Trans Am, and SMU was just better at it.
What's a sports scandal that lives rent-free in your head? Pete Rose betting scandal. Yep. The bite, Marv Albert. Biting on them hoes back.
Gosh, bro.
Marv.
Been on that hoe's back. Oh. I got to get into that. I got to see what really happened. Is there a documentary about Marv Albert and that prostitute.
Yes.
Yes.
Wasn't he in full on lingerie too?
He was.
Yeah.
He was in lingerie too?
He was, yeah. He was.
Went full De La Hoya on him.
Hold on, I gotta run in my pantyhose. Tyson chewing off Holyfield's ear.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Mark Cuban and David Stern. Well, Mark Cuban versus David Stern.
Back in the day, that
caused the rigged 2006 NBA Finals.
That was insane. I thought it was crazy a few years before that when they had all the Congress people talking about steroids in baseball. I was like, this is wild.
Yes.
How do they even care?
Yeah.
They're just like subpoenaing their favorite players so they can talk to them. Like, don't you have more important stuff to do?
Yeah. Lamar Odom being on crack his entire Maverick career is scandal. Shout out to the homegirl, boy. She is hilarious. How'd you get so funny, girl? Let's see what else we got right here. What's the sports scandal that lives rent-free in your head? Jerry Jones pooing on Sean and RJ.
Legendary. Pretty amazing.
Dez caught it, and Nelson Cruz did not.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's another one from the homegirl. Derek Fisher leaving the Mavs because he wanted to spend more time with his family, but signed with the Thunder like a week later.
That was messed up.
I thought they were going to say when Matt Barnes pulled up on him.
Boy, that was, yes, I love that.
That's crazy.
I mean, dog, my man drove like 85 miles, angry the whole time. At some point, you don't calm down. You got to get gas or something like that.
That's in Southern California. That would take you 4 hours.
That's what I'm saying.
Lucius, you think he had like a bottle of whiskey in the passenger seat, and every once in a while just kind of took a pull off as he's driving along? Just getting, I should say, madder and madder.
Just to show up and see Derek Fisher wearing Gucci flip-flops in your house.
Yeah, he said his son called him. Said, he's here, Pops. Oh, word. 30 hours. I'm on my way. All right, what else we got right here? Okay, you guys have to tell me about this one. I'm not sure. What is the Montreal screw job?
Is that a pro wrestling thing? With Bret the Hitman Hart?
Is that what that? Look at you.
I think it might be.
Look at you, bro.
Yeah. I think he was like supposed to get the belt or something.
Look at you.
Am I on that? Yeah, it is. It's a notorious unscripted professional wrestling incident that occurred in '97 in Canada. And I don't know all the details, but it is a wrestling thing.
Awesome. The 89 Carter Cowboys is a scandal that this person right here will never forget. I seen that well, not the documentary. It was actually a movie. It's on Netflix, right? I seen that before. It was pretty good.
That's messed up. You know, I hate